Chapter 1. Go to the underworld and accompany him. In the 17th year of Ming Chung, the winter was harsh with biting winds. Within the dark and foul dungeon of the Duke of Dingguo's residence, Gu Yanluo staggered 2 steps before being pinned against the damp, sticky wall by Gu Yue. Her neck was tightly gripped, leaving her on the brink of asphyxiation. The title of the young master's wife should have been mine. The position of the prime minister's wife should have rightfully belonged to me. Gu Yanluo, you have stolen my life. You should have perished long ago. Gu Ryu's fingers tightened, her eyes nearly bursting with rage, the redness around her irises reflecting the imminent satisfaction of her revenge. Gu Yanluo's limbs convulsed. She yearned to resist, yet years of medication had left her frail and emaciated. Now, as the poison coursed through her veins, excruciating pain surged, forcing a mournful cry from her throat. The person before her was her sister, the very kin her mother had entrusted her to protect before her death. But now, she wielded a whip as thick as Gu Yanluo's arm, striking her mercilessly, unleashing her pent-up hatred. Gu Yanluo gradually became numb to the beatings, her gaze despondent, filled only with animosity, hatred towards Gu Yue, hatred towards Pei Zhou. At the age of 7, after nearly drowning, she awoke from a fever that lasted 3 days, only to find herself infamous throughout the capital as a fool. To spare her from ridicule, General Gu cast her into the Valley of the Medicine King, leaving her to fend for herself under the care of a legendary physician. It was not until the year she was to come of age that General Gu, embroiled in court intrigues, remembered his discarded daughter in the valley and sought to use her marriage as a bargaining chip to stabilize his power. Upon her return, despite the affection from her mother and maternal family, Gu Yanluo endured scorn and hardship simply because there was another young lady in the Duke's residence. Gu Yue, well aware of her sister's foolishness, orchestrated schemes that led Gu Yanluo to embarrass herself repeatedly, tarnishing her reputation throughout the capital. Ultimately, Gu Yanluo's name was sullied, and Pei Zhou, driven by the ambitions of his maternal family, married her. During the 4 years of her marriage to Pei Zhou, Gu Yanluo lived in torment even after ascending from the position of the young master's wife to that of the prime minister's wife. She was perpetually ridiculed and humiliated due to her perceived foolishness. Unbeknownst to Gu Yue, who remained oblivious to Gu Yanluo's suffering, she only felt an intense hatred for her sister, believing Gu Yanluo had usurped her rightful place. 7 days prior, Gu Yanluo's previously dull mind suddenly regained clarity, and what she witnessed was Gu Yue entwined with Pei Zhou in an intimate embrace. A chill enveloped her as she realized the extent of her suffering over the years, inflicted by those she had trusted. Her near drowning had been meticulously plotted by Gu Yue. Her marriage had been a premeditated scheme by Pei Zhou. Her mother's death had been a sacrifice made by her biological father, paving the way for his beloved sister. Those she thought trustworthy were merely wolves in sheep's clothing, exploiting her naivety without an ounce of sincerity. Upon awakening, Gu Yanluo's first thought was of vengeance. She yearned to take the lives of Pei Zhou and Gu Yue. Yet, she was too late. Pei Zhou had meticulously maneuvered his way to power, stepping over her maternal family to become the current prime minister, wielding immense authority. Moreover, Pei Zhou had sensed her awakening and confined her to a dark prison, forcing her to ingest poison. Gu Yanluo, how can a foolish imbecile like you ever be worthy of me? Pei Zhou entered the dark cell, carrying a tray upon which lay blood-soaked white cloth. His gaze dripped with disdain as he leaned close to her ear, whispering, "You are too foolish. If you had continued to feign ignorance, perhaps I might have spared your life." Alas, he raised an eyebrow. "It is a pity you failed to recognize your place and sought to seize what was never yours." Gu Yanluo's face twisted in fury, her eyes blazed red. What did he mean by seize? It was not hers. Those treasures were rightfully hers. They were her maternal inheritance. If not for her, Pei Zhou would never have dared to touch them. Although General Gu aided the Sixth Prince fears those whose accomplishments overshadow his own. Thus, the extermination of the Gu family is just, and your maternal relatives dared to openly defy the Sixth Prince. Thus, their demise is well-deserved. Your master has also perished. He refused to yield to the Sixth Prince and met a tragic end. How unfortunate! The mention of her master and maternal family sent Gu Yanluo into a rage. She glared at Pei Zhou, wishing to tear him apart. Pei she spat through gritted teeth. I came today to present you with the heads of your maternal family and master, to ensure your peace of mind. As his words fell, he lifted the cloth from the tray, revealing two severed heads. Gu Yanluo's gaze froze in horror. Blood mingled with disheveled hair. It was her maternal grandfather and her master. Gu Yanluo's heart shattered as she screamed, "Grandfather! Master!" It felt as if her heart had been sliced open, the pain overwhelming her senses, nearly causing her to faint. But Pei remained unscathed, thriving in his victory. Filled with loathing, Gu Yanluo glared at Pei Zhou. "Pei Zhou, you shall not die a good death. You will never escape your punishment." Pei Zhou, however, was unfazed. He smirked. "Tomorrow, the sixth prince will ascend the throne, and I shall be the greatest contributor to the founding of the new dynasty that I will certainly visit your grave, not forgetting your contributions." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanluo's once fiery gaze suddenly froze. What a crown prince! And the former crown prince, Xiao Jiuyan, is to be executed today, subjected to 1,000 cuts, as Pei Zhou's words echoed. Gu Yanluo could no longer suppress her anguished tears, streaming down her face. Upon regaining her senses, she realized there were no outsiders to blame for her humiliation, save for her master and the crown prince, Xiao Jiuyan. The world whispered of Xiao Jiuyan's cruelty, his unpredictable temperament, and terrifying demeanor, sending shivers down the spines of those in the court. Yet, recalling Xiao Jiuyan's actions during her times of distress when she was bullied, he had intervened. When she nearly drowned, he had rescued her. When Gu Yanluo tormented her, Xiao Jiuyan had taken her side, that on the occasion of her comingafage ceremony, he had gifted her the most extravagant present in the capital. Despite his perpetually stern countenance, which often intimidated others, he had never treated her as a fool. The image of Xiao Jiuyan filled her mind, and Gu Yanluo's heart ached. Tears flowed uncontrollably. "Your Highness, I am so sorry. It is Yanluo who has implicated you. If not for her, Xiao Jiuyan would have ascended the throne, becoming the new emperor of Mingcheng, rather than facing such a brutal fate. But now all was lost. If only she had awakened sooner. If only she had plotted earlier, could she have altered the course of events?" Gu Yanluo's eyelashes trembled with despair. She mustered the last of her strength, filled with hatred as she gazed at Gu Yanluo. Her voice hoarse, "You too are a child of the Gu family with the Gu family's downfall, do you? Think you can remain unscathed?" Gu Yanluo laughed mockingly, her sharp fingernails slicing across Gu Yanluo's cheek, drawing blood. "My dear sister, you remain unaware I am not a child of the Gu family at all. I share no blood ties with them, so why should I suffer their fate? To tell you the truth, my mother was the beloved of General Gu. After she died in childbirth, General Gu, in a display of nobility, agreed to adopt me as his goddaughter and raise me." As Gu Yanluo spoke, Gu Yanluo's eyes turned even redder. When her father had brought Gu Yanluo home, even knowing she was born of a concubine, their mother had treated her with sincerity, raising her as her own daughter and grooming her to be the most talented young woman in the capital. Even in her final moments, their mother had worried for the unwed Gu Yanluo, urging Gu Yanluo to protect her sister. But now, to discover that Gu Yanluo was not even a true member of the Gu family. The love their mother had bestowed over the years now seemed a cruel joke. Gu Yanluo yearned to lunge at Gu Yanluo and tear her face apart, but her breath grew shallower, the poison spreading, causing her excruciating pain. Ji Yanluo reveled in her suffering, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. Outside, the bells and drums sounded abruptly. Ji Yanluo lifted her gaze. "Xiao Jiuyan is dead. You shall accompany him to the underworld." A long sword pierced Gu Yanluo's chest, her eyes widening in shock. Before her, the visage of Xiao Jiuyan appeared, his bones being broken one by one, sharp blades flaying his flesh inch by inch, blood flowing profusely, a sight too harrowing to behold. Yet, he wore an expression devoid of emotion, suppressing the darkness within his gaze, never yielding an ounce of submission, until the news of Gu Yanluo's death spread throughout the execution ground. He seemed to have lost all strength, his gaze becoming hollow and numb in an instant. The foolish child was gone. His dark, brooding eyes gradually lost their focus, and his arms slowly fell, devoid of any vitality. Gu Yanluo let out a heart-wrenching cry that seemed to erupt from the depths of his soul. "Brother Prince, no." Chapter 2 Rebirth Arrow. You can no longer remain in the Valley of Medicine Kings. Several factions have arrived at the palace, and their target is you. The voice of her master made Gu Yanluo's heart tremble with trepidation. She abruptly opened her eyes, her gaze still reflecting fear and despair. Having witnessed her master's head resting on a platter, even death felt chilling to her spine. Her master. As Gu Yanluo clearly recognized Su Ziqing's face, indeed, it was her master. She had thought she was dead, reunited with her master in the underworld, and was about to rush into her master's embrace when she felt her face being pinched and shaken. Little arrow, have you regained your senses? I must tell you. The Valley of Medicine Kings is no longer safe. For a moment, Gu Yanluo's expression was vacant as she glanced around. Realizing that this was her room in the Valley of Medicine Kings, her breath hitched. Wasn't it 5 years ago that she was preparing to leave the valley and return to the capital? The struggle for the throne was in full swing, and Gu Nanshan, aligned with the sixth prince, intended to use the marriage of this foolish daughter as leverage. The news spread, prompting other princes to seize the opportunity. Even if Gu Yanluo was a simpleton, her maternal grandfather was a veteran general. Gaining the support of such a figure was advantageous, presenting no risks to them. The people her master had sent to investigate sensed something amiss and prepared to secretly escort Gu Yanluo away. Yet, it was already too late. The emissaries from several princes had entered the Valley of Medicine Kings. Elder sister, you are awake. Gu Yue burst into the room, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Gu Yanluo conscious. She hurried forward, grasping her hand and exclaiming, Elder sister, father is waiting for you at home. Let us return together. Gazing at Gu Yue, who appeared several years younger, a surge of intense anger ignited within Gu Yanluo. In her past life, she had been a fool, believing Gu Yue was her sister, her kin, and had unreservedly returned with her. But what transpired on the way back? Gu Yue, envious of her becoming the object of desire, resented the fact that, despite being daughters of the Gu family, she did not enjoy the same privilege. Thus, she had everything prepared in advance to ensure that her husband would tarnish Gu Yanluo's purity. Who would want a Gu Yanluo whose virtue had been ruined? Even in her foolishness, Gu Yanluo understood that certain actions were unforgivable. She fought fiercely to protect her innocence and rolled off the carriage. According to the timeline, she should still be simple-minded, yet her thoughts were startlingly clear now. Gu Yanluo clenched her fists. It seemed even the heavens pitied her tragic past and granted her a chance at rebirth, allowing her to escape the shackles of foolishness. In this lifetime, Gu Yue, Pei Zhou, Gu Nanshan, those who had harmed and humiliated her, none would escape her wrath. As Gu Yanluo was being pulled by Gu Yue towards the door, she suddenly halted. Gu Yue glanced back. Elder sister, why are you dawdling? Time is of the essence. We must return quickly. With these words, her disdain deepened. Gu Yanluo's gaze darkened slightly as she broke free from Gu Yue's grip. I shall not go with you. What? Gu Yue's voice sharpened, her brows knitting together. I am your sister. If you do not go with me, then who will you accompany? In the family home, both parents and grandmother await your return. How could you, foolish child, be so oblivious to their concerns? Elder sister, I am doing this for your own good. Such a pretense. One might mistakenly believe that Gu Yue genuinely cares for her dim-witted sister. You must come home with me today. It is my father's command. Gu Yue forcefully seized Gu Yanluo's wrist once more, pulling her insistently towards the exit. Was she so eager to tarnish her reputation? Gu Yanluo's gaze darkened. She raised her hand and struck Gu Yue across the face. I refuse to go. Gu Yue was momentarily stunned. She stared at Gu Yanluo in disbelief. You dare to hit me? In the general's residence, Gu Yue was the pampered young lady, never having been subjected to such indignity. Her expression darkened as she lunged forward to grasp Gu Yanluo's hair. You foolish girl, how dare you strike me? Yet, before her hand could reach Gu Yanluo, Su Ziqing seized her wrist. What do you intend to do? His chilling gaze made Gu Yue's breath catch. She struck me first. Su Ziqing's eyes darkened. Is this the attitude your Gu family shows to those you invite back? In that case, I see no reason to return. Who do you think you are? She is a member of the Gu family. Returning home is her rightful place. Gu Yue ground her teeth in frustration. A Luo is my disciple. As long as she remains within the Medicine King's Valley, I shall protect her. If you wish to bully her, you must first seek my permission. Su Ziqing. Usually lighthearted and carefree, now bore an intimidating gaze. Gu Yue felt a jolt of fear. However, if she did not take Gu Yanluo home at this moment, others sent by the princes would come to claim her. No matter which prince Gu Yanluo had connections with, it was a scenario Gu Yue could not bear to witness. She, a mere fool, how could she? Master, there are visitors seeking an audience. A disciple from the Medicine King's Valley stepped forward to deliver the message. Su Zichin's expression darkened further. So they have all come. Little A Luo, choose whom you wish to accompany. Su Zichin turned his gaze towards the individuals before him. His eyes inscrutable. Pei Zhou, sent by the sixth prince, regarded Gu Yanluo with disdain, as though she were a simpleton. How could she not have realized this in her past life when she agreed to marry Pei Zhou? During her years as a noble lady, devoid of her mother's and maternal family's protection, she had walked on eggshells, enduring relentless humiliation. Chang Linha, a confidant of the seventh prince, appeared congenial, yet harbored malicious intent beneath his amiable facade. Gu Yanluo's gaze swept over them before settling on the figure in the corner. He wore a dark mask, under which his deep black eyes revealed a hint of suppressed turmoil. Draped in a dark green brocade robe, her collar slightly disheveled, Gu Yanluo's inky tresses were elegantly gathered by a jade crown. A faint scent of blood lingered in the air, signaling to her that Xiao Jiuyan was injured. Master, I wish to accompany him, she declared, lifting her hand to point at Xiao Jiuyan, who was enduring his pain, his mind clearly elsewhere. Gu Yanluo stepped forward, her eyes brimming with unshed tears, for he was her royal brother, the living Xiao Jiuyan. Miss Gu, what compels you to act thus? Chang Linha inquired, a shadow of intent flickering in his gaze. His tone was gentle, coaxing. If you accompany me, upon our return to the capital, all your desires shall be fulfilled. Pei Zhou, unable to conceal his disdain, rose directly, positioning himself before her. Aluo, I am your brother Pei Zhou. Come home with me, will you? Chapter 3, Brother. Take me home. Gu Yanluo forcefully pushed Pei Zhou aside, her eyes filled with resentment. No. She dashed to Xiao Jiuyan's side, leaping into his embrace. Brother, take me home. Pei Zhou's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression darkening with palpable fury. Had she lost her mind? Did she not understand the notorious reputation Xiao Jiuyan held in the capital? To throw herself into someone's arms like this was utterly shameless. Aluo, what are you doing? Gu Yue rushed in, her teeth clenched upon witnessing Gu Yanluo clinging tightly to the second prince, Xiao Jiuyan. You are not yet of age. If father learns of your disgraceful behavior, he will certainly punish you. She stepped forward, attempting to pull Gu Yanluo away from Xiao Jiuyan. Gu Yanluo refused to let go. Her arms wrapped securely around Xiao Jiuyan's waist, burying her face in his chest, her heart aching painfully. The image of Xiao Jiuyan being executed in a cruel manner flashed before her eyes, a haunting reminder of her past life. She pressed herself even closer to him. Brother, please take me home, will you? Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened, his eyelids lifting to cast a cold, menacing glance at Gu Yue, rendering her pale with fear. She quickly released her grip. Taking Gu Yanluo's hand, Xiao Jiuyan began to lead her away. At the entrance of the Medicine King Valley, Su Zichin gazed longingly at Gu Yanluo. Aluo, remember to send a letter to Master when you return, to let him know you are safe. Gu Yanluo leaned out of the carriage, her lips pouting in grievance, her eyes red-rimmed. I know. Returning to the capital was an imminent affair. She could not avoid it. In this lifetime, she vowed to assist Xiao Jiuyan in becoming the new Emperor Mingqing, ensuring the safety of her master and maternal grandfather, and preventing her own tragic demise. Not long after the carriage departed, Xiao Jiuyan could no longer bear the strain. Clutching his chest, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Weak and trembling, he leaned against the side of the carriage. The pain in his brow deepened, his entire being shrouded in a menacing aura. Gu Yanluo's breath hitched. She recalled that along the way, the sixth prince had set a treacherous trap for Xiao Jiuyan, who had already sustained injuries earlier. Falling into yet another trap had compounded his wounds, and it was a miracle he had managed to endure until now. Over the years, Gu Yanluo had remained in the Medicine King Valley, where her master had gradually taught her the art of healing, making her one of the valley's finest. However, to protect her, her master had kept her talents hidden from the outside world. She knelt before Xiao Jiuyan, tearing open the collar of his garment. With a ripping sound, the dark green silk robe fell apart, revealing a large expanse of his chest. His pale skin showcased defined muscles, strong yet aesthetically pleasing. Gu Yanluo felt her ears heat up slightly, hastily diverting her gaze to the wound. The arrow wound was inflamed and swollen. If the remaining arrowhead was not extracted soon, it could prove fatal. Gu Yanluo retrieved silver needles and hemostatic medicine from her small medical kit. She used a silver needle to seal the blood vessels, then produced a pristine blade and the brass tweezers crafted for her by her master. The blade sliced through flesh, revealing the tip of the knife embedded within. At the moment the blade tip was pulled out, Gu Yanluo heard Xiao Jiuyan emit a sudden, muffled groan. She raised her gaze, and the mask on Xiao Jiuyan's face slipped away, unveiling his cold, handsome visage. The cinnabar mole at the corner of his eye exuded a bewitching red, his gaze half lifted. Chilling and penetrating, as if a wild beast lay dormant within. Without any anesthetic, he endured the excruciating extraction of the blade tip, causing beads of cold sweat to form. The sweat trickled down his jaw, cascading onto his neck and landing on Gu Yanluo's hand. Her fingertips felt as though they had been scalded. Xiao Jiuyan strained to open his eyes on the verge of speaking, but just as he parted his lips, the blade tip was suddenly yanked out, the intense pain rendering his mind blank. He arched his neck, a hoarse, suppressed groan escaping his lips. Gu Yanluo felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. She blinked, her dark lashes fluttering innocently. After applying the medicine, she grasped a delicate cloth, her slender arm reaching back to encircle him. The cloth wound around his chest, almost ethereal. As Xiao Jiuyan's heated, hurried breath brushed against Gu Yanluo's cheek. For a brief moment, her breath hitched, yet she continued to wrap the cloth. As she leaned forward, her nose grazed Xiao Jiuyan's chin. The unfamiliar sensation made his back stiffen, his consciousness swirling, his gaze growing increasingly sinister. Was she attempting to entice him? Xiao Jiuyan seized Gu Yanluo's chin, his breath scorching, lowering his gaze to press her. What do you intend to do? Gu Yanluo shook her head slightly. Having secured his wound, she lifted her shimmering eyes, declaring, Brother is a good person. Luo wishes to save brother. Xiao Jiuyan's breath caught. The indifference in his gaze darkened to an inky depth. Did this naive child truly believe him to be a good person? After a moment of silence, he let out a derisive laugh. Did she even know what a good person was? A man with a tarnished reputation, notorious throughout the capital. A figure from whom all the women fled, was a good person? Gu Yanluo perceived the self-mocking smile lurking in Xiao Jiuyan's eyes. She flung herself back into his embrace, her gaze quivering. Brother is a good person. From now on, Luo will always treat brother well. She vowed to protect him, just as he had protected her in a past life. Xiao Jiuyan's dark gaze momentarily stilled. He looked down at the little figure in his arms, his tightly furrowed brow slowly easing. At the general's residence within the Showan Hall, the elderly matriarch of the Gu family sat regally in a dark green embroidered robe, adorned with a jade ring on her thumb, exuding an air of nobility and displeasure as she glared outside. Hanji, has she not yet arrived? Hanji shook her head. The matriarch scoffed. After being away for a few years, she has grown increasingly unruly, daring to keep her elders waiting. Yuan Shi hesitated, wanting to speak but pausing, ultimately deciding to explain for her daughter. Mother, after falling into the water, Luo became quite foolish. How could she comprehend such matters? It is already a blessing that she is not being bullied. What? The matriarch's voice suddenly rose. Are you suggesting that your daughter's misfortune in the water is somehow my fault? Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, yet she dared not retort the old lady's words, merely lowering her gaze and feigning respect, saying she would not dare. When Gu Ruyue returned, Gu Yanluo had still not come back. Upon entering, she rushed into her grandmother's embrace, tears brimming in her eyes, exclaiming, Grandmother, it's terrible. Eldest sister has followed the second prince away. What? Yuan's complexion turned pale, nearly causing her to stumble. Was she not supposed to return home with young Master Pei and Yu? How could she have followed the second prince? She had yet to come of age. If she were seen, what would become of her reputation? Grandmother, you must take a stand for your granddaughter. I followed my father's orders to bring her back, yet she not only refused to return with me but even slapped me. Grandmother, my elder sister is foolish. I do not blame her. I fear she may misunderstand, thinking I harbor ill intentions against her. Upon hearing this, the old lady immediately grasped Gu Ruyue's face, scrutinizing it closely. Upon seeing the mark of the slap, her expression darkened instantly. My dear granddaughter, your face has been struck so. This Gu Yanluo is truly audacious. How dare she lay a hand on you? Rest assured, grandmother shall not let this go unpunished. Chapter 4. Arrow longs for you under the protection of the venerable matriarch Gu. Gu Ruyue's eyes brimmed with tears as she leaned against her grandmother. Her voice a mere whisper, Grandmother, does my elder sister blame me? All these years, she has been far away in the valley of the Medicine King, and I have taken away the affection of both you and my parents. Perhaps you should send me to the countryside instead? That way, when my sister returns, she can enjoy your and our parents' exclusive love. How absurd! The matriarch exclaimed, gently slapping the back of Gu Ruyue's hand. You are the pride of the Gu family. How could I send you away to suffer in the countryside? Do not speak such nonsense again. If she dares to bully you upon her return, she shall face the consequences. Gu Ruyue, relying on her grandmother's arm, cast her eyes downward, concealing a glimmer of cunning intent. Yuan Shi gazed at the Gu Ruyue before her, the daughter she had raised since childhood, now appearing so foreign. How could her own sister, with just a few words, cause such a rift between Arrow and the matriarch? Yuan sure clenched her silk handkerchief, refusing to entertain such thoughts. Yu was also raised by her. How could she be so cruel and malicious? An hour later, a servant announced, "Madam, the eldest young lady has returned." The matriarch's expression darkened slightly. With Gu Ruiyue's support, she rose slowly. It was time to enforce the family rules. This fool had grown up outside, accumulating countless bad habits. She must be taught a lesson to understand that upon returning to the general's residence, she must abide by its rules. Yuan Shi's face turned pale upon hearing this. "Mother, Arrow has just returned. You intend to punish her already?" She slapped Yu so hard that it nearly ruined her beauty. "It is a great mercy that I did not allow her to perish outside," the matriarch retorted coldly. Yuan Shi's heart tightened. "Mother, after all these years, Arrow has been ungoverned outside. Even if she does not understand the rules, we should teach her gently. How can we resort to punishment upon her return?" "Yuan Shi." The matriarch glared at her, piercing her with a look. "Do not lose sight of reality. Your daughter is Ruiyue, the most talented young lady in the capital. Only she can bring glory to the Gu family. Do not treat that fool as a treasure." Yuan Shi pressed her lips together, clutching her silk handkerchief tightly. She felt no guilt towards Gu Ruiyue. Even though she was not her biological daughter, she had cared for her to the best of her ability over the years. But what about Gu Yanluo? Her own flesh and blood, abandoned and left to fend for herself, and now that she had finally returned, could she not be compensated properly? Yuan sure felt a sharp pain in her throat from her frustration. "If you dare to stop me again, when the general returns, you shall not escape your own punishment." The matriarch threatened vehemently. She held sway over her daughter-in-law through her son, Gu Nanshan, who was known for his violent temper, often striking or scolding Yuan Shi. Over the years, Yuan Shi had wished to visit the Valley of the Medicine King to see Gu Yanluo, only to be dragged back and beaten by Gu Nanshan, leaving her battered. If she ever defied the matriarch, she too would face the consequences. The neglect towards Gu Ruiyue would only invite further punishment. Gradually, she had grown numb. Her life had become a stagnant pool. Even though she was alive, she felt like a mere shell of a person. But now her arrow had returned. That was her dearest heart's treasure, her own daughter. In a fleeting moment, guided by a young servant, Gu Yanluo entered the Showan Hall, dressed in a smoky green attire. Her plain skirt trailed gracefully on the ground, cinched at the waist, accentuating her delicate figure. Her charming visage revealed no hint of foolishness, yet her eyes seemed somewhat dulled, resembling a stagnant pool of water. "Aluo." Upon her entrance, Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears, and she hurried forward, grasping Gu Yanluo's hand as if wishing to inspect her thoroughly. "You have suffered over the years." With her words, Yuan feared that Gu Yanluo might not recognize her. So she gently added, "I am your mother. Do you remember me?" Gu Yanluo nodded timidly, whispering, "Mother." "Oh." Yuan wept tears of joy. "My Aluo still remembers." She then introduced her. "This is your grandmother, and this is your second sister, Ruiyue." Yuan led Gu Yanluo to greet the elderly matriarch and Gu Ruiyue in turn. The old matriarch raised her chin haughtily, commanding, "Kneel." Gu Yanluo raised her gaze, looking calmly at the old lady, unmoved by the command. "Did you not hear me? Kneel." A servant standing behind Gu Yanluo kicked her knee, and she fell to the ground unexpectedly. Seeing this, Yuan rushed forward. "Aluo, my dear, you have just returned. And you wish to punish her so harshly? She is so frail. How can she endure such family discipline? When you struck Yu, did you consider whether she could withstand it?" The old matriarch's expression darkened, her gaze towards Gu Yanluo filled with disdain and malice. "Strike her," she ordered coldly. The young lady had once been rendered foolish by a fall into the water and had always been frail, yet General Gu insisted on sending her away from the capital. Though this matter had been suppressed, the emperor had heard whispers. Now, upon her return, she was subjected to such cruelty by her own grandmother. If the emperor were to learn of this, he would surely question General Gu about the barbaric and unreasonable conduct of the Gu family. At that moment, Xiao Jiuyan appeared at the entrance of the Showan Hall. Leaning casually against the door, his gaze was icy as he surveyed the individuals within. They all grew alarmed and hurriedly bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to His Highness the Second Prince. It is precisely because this girl has grown up in such a remote place that she requires proper upbringing. The capital has many customs, and a moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences." The old matriarch knelt on the ground, nervously justifying her actions. "Are you contradicting me?" Xiao Jiuyan narrowed his eyes, leaning down to scrutinize the kneeling old lady. "Chang Bai." His voice was sharp, and he decided that the old matriarch should first bear the consequences of her words and actions. Chang Bai received his orders. The old matriarch was to receive 10 strokes as punishment according to the family law. The old matriarch stared in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked at Xiao Jiuyan. What? I am the matriarch of the Gu family. I have toiled diligently for this family my whole life. I am to be punished? On what grounds? No, this cannot be. Gu Yanluo stepped in front of the old matriarch. Grandmother is elderly. She cannot endure such punishment. Your Highness, please show mercy. We sincerely apologize to the elder sister. It was our fault for bullying her. We implore your Highness to show mercy. Miss Gu, what is your desire? Xiao Jiuyan abruptly turned his gaze towards Gu Yanluo. Gu Yanluo glanced at the tray in Hanji's hands, prepared for her to serve tea to the old matriarch. Still steaming, she lifted the teacup and slowly approached the old matriarch. Luo pays her respects to grandmother. As her words fell, the entire cup of tea splashed onto the old matriarch's face, leaving her momentarily frozen, her countenance shifting between shades of anger and shock. You little wretch. How dare you splash me? Changbai, perhaps it is time to resort to the family discipline of the Gu clan. Xiao Jiuyan smirked derisively. The old matriarch's face paled in fear, instantly becoming rigid. Your Highness, please show mercy. Grandmother is advanced in age, her mind clouded. She did not do it intentionally. I beseech your Highness for forgiveness. Gu Yanluo's eyes brimmed with tears as she knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Chapter 5. Today, she will see Xiao Jiuyan's gaze remain fixated on Gu Yanluo's face throughout. Brother, thank you for helping Luo. She rose on her toes. Endeavoring to whisper into Xiao Jiuyan's ear, you need to rest your wound. Luo can handle things here. She could not solely depend on Xiao Jiuyan's assistance. Xiao Jiuyan was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this little fool possessed her own thoughts. Hold this token well. If anything arises, seek this palace. Thank you. Brother. Gu Yanluo accepted the token, her brows curving slightly as she smiled radiantly. As Xiao Jiuyan departed, the old matriarch Gu trembled as she rose from the ground. Gu Yanluo, feeling immensely wronged, gazed tearfully at Gu Yanluo. Elder sister, how could you turn against our grandmother and join forces with others to scold her? Even if you have been wronged, you should not vent your anger on grandmother. After all, she is our elder. What if she were to suffer from it? Father would surely be furious. The old matriarch Gu took a moment to compose herself. Regaining her breath, she did not wish to cast another glance at Gu Yanluo. Hanji, send her to the Qing'an courtyard to learn proper etiquette. I do not want to see her again. Upon hearing that Gu Yanluo was to be sent to the Qing'an courtyard, Yuan sure panicked. Mother, that Qing'an courtyard has been desolate for a long time, overgrown with weeds. Luo has just returned. How could she possibly stay there? Yuan sure. You have defied me repeatedly today. What is your intention? The old matriarch Gu was thoroughly enraged, her palm striking the table with force. This daughter-in-law, who possessed a meek disposition, had dared to challenge her repeatedly for the sake of a fool. If you are dissatisfied, then you may also move to the Qing'an courtyard. Yuan Shi's eyes dimmed slightly. Without hesitation, she replied, Very well, I shall go to the Qing'an courtyard to accompany Luo. Old matriarch, Yuan Shi, however, grasped Gu Yanluo's hand and turned to leave. Gu Yanluo did not move. Yuan Shi could not accompany her, lest she provoke Gu Nanshan once more. Gu Nanshan had a volatile temperament and would resort to violence against her, since they had not yet divorced. Gu Yanluo could not allow her mother to fall into such a predicament again. Mother, please don't. Yuan Shi's gaze met Gu Yanluo's, her throat tightening. Luo can take care of herself. Gu Yanluo tilted her head, looking innocent and naive. Yuan Shi felt a pang of heartache and wished to say more. But the old matriarch interrupted and sent them away. On the way to the Qing'an courtyard, Yuan Shi gently squeezed her frail little hand, her heart brimming with compassion. Luo, how have you fared living in the Yaowang Valley? Has anyone bullied you? Gu Yanluo shook her head. Life in the Yaowang Valley has been the happiest and most peaceful time of my life. Master protects Luo. I am well. Yuan Shi's eyes glistened with tears. Luo, do you blame your mother? For these 7 years, I have not visited you. It was not that Yuan Shi did not wish to go. Rather, she had only just left the city when Gu Nanshan dragged her back, subjecting her to a violent beating. Each time Yuan Shi attempted to seek out Gu Yanluo, she was pulled back and met with punishment. With her gentle nature, Yuan Shi did not dare to confide in her family about Gu Nanshan's abuse, leaving her without support. Gu Yanluo understood all too well. She paused, took a couple of steps forward, and embraced Yuan's waist. Mother, Luo misses you. I will protect you from now on. Upon hearing these words, Yuan's restrained emotions shattered completely, and she held Gu Yanluo tightly, weeping bitterly. Yuan instructed her servants to tidy up the Qing'an courtyard, fearing that Gu Yanluo might suffer, and sent a maid to deliver the bedding and clothes she had prepared in advance. The Qing'an courtyard had not been inhabited for quite some time, and a musty odor mingled with dampness pervaded the air. With the windows wide open for ventilation, Gu Yanluo and Yuan stood in the small courtyard. When the clothes arrive, try them on. They were all made by your mother. Let us see if they fit. Gu Yanluo's eyes curved slightly, her clear gaze shimmering with joy as she obediently replied, "Thank you, mother." Yuan felt warmth in her heart. Her child was just like any other, so why should she endure such suffering? After a brief moment, a maid named Hongzhu arrived with the finished garments. "Miss, these are the clothes that Madame painstakingly sewed for you by candlelight. The exquisite embroidery is even more beautiful than that of the masters in the palace. Please try them on." As she spoke, Hongzhu placed the tray on the table, lifting the garments to assist Gu Yanluo in trying them on. The moment the clothes were spread out, a crisp tearing sound echoed through the air. Yuan and Gu Yanluo lowered their gazes, only to see two long slashes adorning the beautifully crafted garments, prominently displayed in the center. Hongzhu's face turned pale with fright. "Madam, please forgive me. I had no knowledge of this garment's condition." Yuan frowned inwardly, feeling a pang of regret as she had hoped to see a Luo in new clothes. Little did she expect this outcome. Gu Yanluo's gaze dimmed slightly. She recalled in her previous life that Gu Ruyue had claimed that her mother disliked her, which was why she received tattered clothes, instilling a sense of self-awareness that kept her from troubling her mother. Later, Gu Yanluo discovered that it was Gu Ruyue who had secretly tampered with the garments, intending to sow discord between mother and daughter. Gu Yanluo's eyes turned cold. Raising her gaze, her eyes were misty, red-rimmed as she choked out, "Mother, I want new clothes." Yuan's heart shattered at her words. "Luo, do not be upset. I will go buy you some right away." "No, I want the ones made by you." Tears welled in Gu Yanluo's eyes, trembling as if she might faint. Yuan's eyes brightened. "Hongzhu, go to Ruyue's room and bring me the butterfly skirt I made. It was originally intended for a Luo, but Ruyue claimed it after seeing it and said I was biased." Hongzhu hastily got up and hurried towards Gu Ruyue's Jinhua courtyard. Yuan gently patted Gu Yanluo's back, soothing her anger, and tousled her hair. "Whatever a Luo desires, your mother will provide." Gu Yanluo's lashes fluttered slightly, casting shadows over her troubled eyes. Gu Ruyue's character made it quite the challenge to snatch the garments from her, but today, she was determined to do so. Indeed. Within a short incense stick's time, the general's residence erupted into chaos. Within the confines of the Jinhua courtyard, Gu Ruyue wept bitterly, her eyes brimming with tears as she rushed to the Shoan Hall to lodge a complaint, claiming that Yuan sure favored her sister and intended to seize her garments for Gu Yanluo. Enraged, the matriarch of the Gu family brought Gu Ruyue to the Qinghan courtyard to confront Yuan Shi. "Yuan Shi," the old matriarch's voice thundered as she entered. Echoing through the halls, Gu Yanluo stood at the threshold, clutching her tattered dress, and hurled it towards the matriarch's face. "Villain!" she exclaimed, her fury reminiscent of a fierce little beast. Hanji swiftly retrieved the dress, casting a venomous glare at Gu Yanluo. "You are truly audacious. This is the matriarch," she scolded. "You insolent wretch. Do you believe that your connection to the second prince grants you immunity?" "Hanji, strike her," commanded the matriarch, her temper escalating. Yuan Shi promptly shielded Gu Yanluo, saying, "Mother, a Luo is merely ignorant. There is no need to stoop to her level. Moreover, it was I who made the dress for a Luo that has been torn. Had it not been for that, I would not have sought garments from Ruyue's chamber. The butterfly skirt was also prepared for a Luo by me." Upon hearing Yuan Shi's words, Gu Ruyue's tears flowed freely, her eyes reddening. "Mother, how can you be so biased? The moment my sister returns, you treat me thus. Is there no place for you in this general's residence? Then let me depart, so I shall no longer be an eyesore before you." Yuan Shi felt a pang of sorrow at Gu Ruyue's words, having genuinely cared for her over the years. Now, having inadvertently hurt her feelings, she too felt a weight in her heart. Yet, before she could speak, Gu Yanluo pointed an accusing finger at Gu Ruyue. "Villain, you are the one who tore a Luo's dress. It was you." With that, Gu Yanluo lunged forward, seizing Gu Ruyue's hair without mercy, fully aware of her sister's feeble-mindedness. Gu Ruyue screamed in pain, calling out, "Grandmother! Grandmother! It hurts! This is outrageous! Truly outrageous!" The old matriarch struggled to catch her breath, directing Hanji to separate the two. However, inexplicably, Gu Yanluo's grip caused her pain, yet upon inspection, there were no visible wounds. "You speak nonsense. I did not tear your dress." Gu Ruyue choked out in her defense. Gu Yanluo, on the verge of tears, retorted, "It was you. It was definitely you." As she spoke, she produced a small pouch embroidered with the character for Moon. In the entire general's residence, only Gu Ruyue bore the name containing Moon. "Mother, it's from inside the dress." Gu Yanluo handed the pouch to Yuan Shi, who was taken aback, her earlier guilt towards Gu Ruyue evaporating instantly. How could Aluo's dress contain Gu Ruyue's pouch? Despite Aluo's mental shortcomings, she was not foolish or ignorant. You, how could you act in such a manner? Yuan Shi grasped the pouch tightly, while Gu Ruyue's complexion turned pale. Mother, I did not. How could this pouch be left within the dress? Upon witnessing the unfolding events, the venerable Lady Gu realized that Gu Ruoyue was indeed at fault. A glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes as she pulled Gu Ruoyue behind her. Yuan, had it not been for your partiality, matters would not have escalated to this point. Should you persist in holding Ayu accountable, we shall present our case before the general. Upon hearing the mention of the general, Yuan's expression darkened, and her face drained of color. Gu Yanluo understood in her heart that Gu Nanshan's ire towards Yuan was largely incited by this meddlesome woman, since she sought to protect Gu Ruoyue. Let the situation escalate and reveal who truly held the moral high ground. Without hesitation, Gu Yanluo turned on her heel and dashed away, with Hongs anxiously trailing closely behind her. Yuan, trembling with fear, called out, Aluo, stop her. What madness does this lunatic intend? The servants of the general's residence rushed forward, attempting to impede Gu Yanluo's progress, yet she glided past them effortlessly, akin to a nimble fish evading capture. Gu Yanluo fled the general's estate, racing towards her maternal grandfather's home, which lay 3 thoroughfares away. The sky had darkened, and the Yuan residence had already shut its doors for the night. Standing before the entrance, Gu Yanluo pounded on the door with fervor, crying out, Grandfather, help, help. Her voice, pitiful and fragile, resembled that of an injured kitten. The steward within heard her cries and hurriedly opened the door. Upon seeing Hongju, who had grown up in the Yuan household as Yuan's handmaid, he quickly realized the gravity of the situation. This is the young mistress of the Gu family, returned only to face injustice, rushing here in distress, Hongzu explained. Upon learning of her identity, the steward was taken aback and promptly ushered them inside. Chapter 6. Kneeling to admit fault. The venerable elder of the Yuan family had just finished his meal and was preparing to retire for the night when he was startled by a commotion outside. Furrowing his brow, he inquired in a deep voice, What is happening? Why such a ruckus? Sir, it is Miss Gu who has arrived. Miss Gu? What brings Gu Ruoyue here? The elder's countenance darkened at the mention of Gu Ruoyue. It is your legitimate granddaughter, Miss Yanluo. Upon hearing this, the elder, who had already reclined, sprang up as if jolted, his breath uneven. Yanluo has returned. It had been 7 years since she was sent away. The capital was treacherous, and Gu Yanluo was simple-minded. Had it not been for the fear of her being bullied in the capital, the elder would never have consented to her departure. He had made numerous visits to the Medicine King Valley, each time bringing generous gifts, hoping for her well-being. Nevertheless, over the years, every time he encountered Gu Nanshan, he would unleash a torrent of invective. Draping himself in a cloak, the elder made his way to the front gate accompanied by servants. Halfway there, he spotted a slender figure rushing towards him. Gu Yanluo dashed into her grandfather's embrace, her eyes reddening as she beheld his long-missed visage, and she burst into tears. Is it Aluo? Let grandfather see. Has our little Aluo returned? The elder trembled with excitement, his fingers quivering. He grasped Gu Yanluo's shoulders, scrutinizing her delicate face under the lantern-esque glow. Why are you so thin? In her childhood, Gu Yanluo had round cheeks, resembling a plump dumpling. Always nestled in his arms, her bright almond eyes sparkling with life. Grandfather. Bully. Someone bullied Aluo. Gu Yanluo pouted, feeling wronged, eager to report the injustice. It was imperative for her grandfather to understand the harsh realities she endured in the general's residence. Who? Is it that rogue of a father of yours? A scoundrel in fine clothing? The elder's beard bristled with fury. He comforted Gu Yanluo, gently patting her back. Do not be afraid. Speak slowly. Grandfather shall seek justice for you. Gu Yanluo recounted how Gu Ruoyue had torn her dress and had maliciously slandered her before the Gu matriarch. Let us go. The elder took Gu Yanluo's hand and strode towards the general's residence. Meanwhile, the Gu matriarch was puzzled as to why Gu Yanluo had rushed out. Fearing her foolishness would bring shame to the Gu family, she prepared to send someone to bring Gu Yanluo back. However, just as she was about to leave, General Gu approached from outside. The sight of Gu Nanshan seemed to bolster the Gu matriarch's confidence, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Gu Ruoyue. Immediately, Gu Ruoyue stepped forward, tears brimming in her eyes. Father, she cried out pitifully, causing Gu Nanshan's heart to ache. He quickly enveloped her in his arms. You. What has happened? Why are you in tears? Gu Ruoyue bit her lip, her eyelashes glistening with unshed tears. Father, I should not trouble you with these trifles, but I I am truly distressed. You, do not cry. Speak to father. What has transpired? Father, please send A away to the village. It has been many years since my elder sister returned. She has endured considerable hardship outside, and it is only natural for mother to dote on her. However, Wei is also a child raised by mother, and her favoritism is evident, causing Wei distress. As Gu Ruiwe's words fell, Gu Nanshan's brows furrowed tightly. His icy gaze, piercing and intense, settled upon Yuan Shi. Whom do you favor? That fool? Yuan Shi's expression stiffened. Years of being beaten by Gu Nanshan had instilled a shadow of fear within her, and the sight of his gaze made her legs tremble uncontrollably. But Luo is also our child. Yuan Shi managed to force out a sentence. Gu Nanshan's eyes were cold and dark. What is she? A fool. An idiot. Remember, your only child is Wei. Once Gu Yanluo's marriage is settled, she will have no further ties with our Gu family. Yuan Shi's heart ached with bitterness. She had never dared to defy Gu Nanshan, yet hearing his merciless words now felt like a suffocating weight in her chest. Why must you be so biased? Treating your children differently? Luo was sent away since childhood, and as her mother, I have not even been able to see her, now that she has finally returned. Cannot we make amends? Yuan Shi, do you dare to contradict me? Gu Nanshan strode forward, gripping Yuan Shi's neck, and in the next moment, his palm struck her face with force. This is a warning. Should it happen again, I shall ensure you spend the rest of your days bedridden. As Gu Nanshan's arrogant words echoed, a thunderous voice rang from outside. Gu Nanshan, how dare you treat my daughter in such a manner? Upon hearing this, Gu Nanshan's spine stiffened. He stared in shock, his dark eyes sweeping over Yuan Shi, only to see the imposing figure of Elder Yuan advancing, his expression grim. Behind him stood a young lady, beautiful and graceful, her features exquisite like a work of art. Gu Yanluo? Elder Yuan rushed forward, kicking Gu Nanshan in the chest. In his youth, he had fought on the battlefield, and even in old age, his strength was unparalleled. Gu Nanshan stumbled back several steps, clutching his chest, his expression awkward. Father, how? Who is your father? Gu Nanshan, do not forget the vows you made when marrying Qingyu. Elder Yuan's face was ashen. How dare you lay hands on Qingyu now? Do you seek a confrontation with me? Gu Nanshan's eyelashes fell, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes. He gazed at Gu Yanluo not far away, then turned to Elder Yuan, adopting a facade of piety. Father, it was merely a moment of confusion on the part of your son-in-law. Please punish me as you see fit. Gu Nanshan knelt before Elder Yuan to accept his punishment. Yuan Shi's eyes brimmed with tears, her gaze reddened as she stared at Elder Yuan, her voice trembling. Father, why have you come? Elder Yuan cast a deep glance at Yuan Shi. His daughter was far too soft-hearted, and he regretted being overly strict in her upbringing, which had led her to bear so much in silence. Had it not been for Xiao Arrow's visit, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Gu Nanshan dared to lay a hand on his daughter. The old man could not impose punishment upon you. After all, you are now the esteemed general of Mingqing. Who would dare to challenge you? Old Master Yuan's gaze turned icy. Today, you shall establish a written agreement. Should you ever dare to harm Qingyu again, you must voluntarily sign a divorce document and return all of Qingyu's dowry that she brought into the Gu family, including the military forces of the Gu family that you have renamed and taken as your own. Gu Nanshan was taken aback by Old Master Yuan's ruthless declaration, his breath hitching in his throat. The current Gu family army was originally the Yuan family army, meticulously trained by Old Master Yuan himself. Had it not been for his marriage into the Yuan clan and the military support he gained, he would have never attained his present stature. Gu Nanshan cast his gaze downward, a flicker of obscure light glinting in his eyes. Before he could utter a word, he heard the sharp voice of the old matriarch of the Gu family exclaim, on what grounds should the dowry be returned? Has she not lived off the generosity of the Gu family since her marriage? Every garment she wears and every morsel she consumes, are they not provided by our family? How dare she still demand her dowry back? Bah. Chapter 7. Sharing a nest with the dog Madame Gu, being somewhat naive, remained oblivious to the fact that, for Gu Nanshan, the dowry held little significance. The Yuan family's military might was paramount. Gu Nanshan tightened his lips, an insincere smile gracing his face. Father, it is all a misunderstanding. I assure you, from this day forth, I shall treat Qingyu and Yanluo with utmost care, and they shall never again suffer any grievances. Beneath his facade, a chill simmered within him. Previously, when Gu Yanluo was sent to Yawang Valley, Old Master Yuan had scolded him upon their meeting but had never mentioned reclaiming the Yuan military. Today, however, he seemed to be making a considerable fuss. Perhaps believing that with Gu Yanluo's return, he could no longer exert control over the Yuan family? Absurdity! Gu Nanshan scoffed. The Gu family army of today was no longer the Yuan family army of yore. That decrepit old man, half buried in the earth, still thought he could contend with him? Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Nanshan refrained from tearing off the mask of civility. He approached Madame Yuan, grasping her hand. "Madam, please speak with father. I pledge to heed your counsel and strive for a harmonious life." Madame Yuan's hand trembled slightly as she regained her composure, casting a discreet glance at Gu Yanluo. Now that Yanluo had just returned, should she and Gu Nanshan divorce, it would undoubtedly complicate her daughter's prospects. Biting her lip, she endured for a moment before mustering a bitter smile. "Father, let the general have another chance." Gu Yanluo was not surprised by her mother's actions. In her mother's eyes, she was merely a foolish child on the cusp of womanhood, and at such a critical juncture, her reputation outweighed even her own life. A shadow flitted across Gu Yanluo's eyes. She knew she must grow stronger quickly. In this lifetime, she had ample time to prepare, to fortify herself, and to protect her mother and maternal family. Gu Yanluo clutched the sleeve of old Master Yuan, pouting in a manner that betrayed her innocence. Her eyes shining as they darted towards Gu Ruyue. "Mother made this dress. It's mine. Return it to me." In this moment of tension, she appeared utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation, fixating instead on her attire, dispelling any lingering doubts in Gu Nanshan's mind. He had hoped that after years apart, Gu Yanluo would have matured, but it seemed she remained rather dim-witted. Gu Ruyue's chest heaved with indignation. She was adamantly unwilling to part with the dress. Others might not perceive it, but she was acutely aware that Madame Yuan's tailoring skills surpassed even those of the finest artisans in the palace. Each time she donned an outfit crafted by Madame Yuan, it garnered her the admiration of numerous noblewomen. Yet, Madame Yuan seldom crafted garments, providing her with only one set each year. Why should Gu Yanluo receive two? It was blatant favoritism. With resentment swirling in her mind, Gu Ruyue reluctantly acquiesced when her father's gaze fell upon her, and she begrudgingly instructed her maid to deliver the butterfly dress. Upon receiving the garment, Gu Yanluo embraced it tightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. A silly grin spreading across her face as tears glistened in her eyes. "Grandfather is so kind." Old Master Yuan looked upon her with tenderness, gently ruffling her hair. "As long as our little Aluo is happy." He entrusted Gu Yanluo to Madame Yuan and then strode over to Gu Nanshan's side, heading to the study to draft a written agreement. Gu Nanshan's gaze darkened. This old man was indeed serious. He choked back his anger, gritting his teeth and silently following in his wake. The current Emperor Mingsheng held the elder Yuan in high esteem, and since his grand ambitions with the sixth prince remained unfulfilled, he could not afford to make enemies. The following day, an invitation to attend a musical performance at the Xuanwu Marquis's residence arrived. The invitation stated that the theater troupe, favored by the Marquis's wife, had been engaged, a troupe typically reserved for royalty and nobility. Upon receiving the invitation, the matriarch of the Gu family immediately instructed Hanji to inform Gu Ruayue to prepare well and accompany the Yuan family to the Xuanwu Marquis's residence. Gu Ruayue understood well that as soon as Gu Yanluo returned, the invitation to the Xuanwu Marquis's residence was sent out. The people of the capital were undoubtedly eager to witness this simpleton. A smile curled at the corners of her lips. She would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. Her dear elder sister must attend, otherwise, who would highlight her own grace and distinction? Arriving at the Showan Hall, Gu Ruayue entered and playfully clung to her grandmother's arm. "Grandmother, are we taking my elder sister with us to the Xuanwu Marquis's residence the day after tomorrow? What purpose does a simpleton serve? Will she not tarnish our family's reputation?" Gu Ruayue lowered her gaze. "Grandmother, the purpose of the invitation is to see my elder sister. She has not returned to the capital in years, and everyone is eager to see her. If we do not bring her along, we risk gossip." The matriarch furrowed her brow. Gu Ruayue's reasoning was not without merit. Yet that simpleton. Recalling the uproar she caused yesterday, the matriarch's expression darkened. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Let her first learn proper decorum." Gu Ruayue pursed her lips. "I shall teach her. When we go to the Xuanwu Marquis's residence the day after tomorrow, I assure you she will not bring shame upon the Gu family." The matriarch was somewhat taken aback. "My child, I did not expect you to be so magnanimous. After her behavior yesterday, you still think of her." Gu Ruayue blushed and lowered her eyelids. "After all, she is my elder sister." The matriarch patted Gu Ruayue's hand and entrusted her with the responsibility of teaching Gu Yanluo proper etiquette. As Gu Ruayue exited Showan Hall, she instructed her maid Xiao Jiuyan to inform Furong that while learning decorum was not essential, it was important for the simpleton to face some hardships. On the day of the performance, Gu Yanluo arrived at the Xuanwu Marquis's residence alongside the Yuan family and Gu Ruayue. Numerous carriages were already gathered before the entrance. Upon seeing the Gu family's carriage, those who were about to enter paused to gaze. One of the highlights of the day was indeed to see the renowned General Gu's simple daughter. It was said that she was quite foolish, and when she first became so, she would refuse to sleep in a proper bed and instead insisted on sharing a bed with the dog kept at the general's residence. This infuriated General Gu to the extent that he had the dog butchered for stew, forcing Gu Yanluo to consume it. With the assistance of her maid, Gu Ruoyue disembarked from the carriage first. Today, she donned a water lily-colored, fitted dress that accentuated her already slender figure, making her appear even more enchanting. As Gu Ruoyue alighted from the carriage and steadied herself, Gu Yanluo lifted the curtain, revealing her exquisite countenance to the onlookers. In contrast to Gu Ruoyue, Gu Yanluo bore no makeup, yet her lips were a vivid crimson, and her teeth gleamed like pearls. Her pair of autumnal, watery eyes sparkled as if immersed in liquid light, her nose was delicately shaped, and her naturally red lips complemented her slender neck, which resembled finely polished jade. Such beauty bore no trace of foolishness. Gu Yanluo paid little heed to the scrutinizing gazes directed at her as she gracefully stepped down from the carriage, lifting her skirts. Gu Ruoyue, standing beside the carriage step, stealthily extended her foot towards Gu Yanluo, intent on embarrassing her before the gates of the Xuanwu Marquis' residence. However, to her astonishment, Gu Yanluo not only evaded her foot but firmly stepped upon it, her entire weight pressing down. Gu Ruoyue nearly cried out in pain. Chapter 8. A chance encounter with Xiao Jiuyan. Upon catching sight of those gazes, Gu Ruoyue struggled to suppress the glimmer of tears in her eyes. Pain. Excruciating pain. That wretched Gu Yanluo. She did this on purpose. Gu Ruoyue was on the verge of tears yet could only endure, glaring fiercely at Gu Yanluo. Unfazed, Gu Yanluo turned away, her gaze slightly elevated, her bright eyes fixed upon Yuan Shi as she emerged from the carriage. Mother, allow me to assist you. She smiled, extending her slender arm. Yuan Shi lowered her eyes, noticing the flicker of light in her daughter's eyes, a wave of joy blossoming in her heart. Luo is truly obedient. It seems my worries were unfounded. How could someone so understanding be ridiculed? Yuan Shi led the two into the Xuanwu Marquis' residence. Upon learning of their arrival, the Marquis' wife promptly gathered her attendants to welcome them. Gu Ruoyue, upon approaching the Marquis' wife, quickly bowed in respect, stating, "Greetings, my lady." No need for excessive formalities, the Marquis' wife replied, her gaze swiftly shifting past Gu Ruoyue to rest on Gu Yanluo behind Yuan Shi. Is this the young lady known as Luo? Yuan Shi's eyes sparkled as she took Gu Yanluo forward. Luo, greet the lady. With a gentle bow, Gu Yanluo obediently replied, "Greetings, my lady." Such poise. The Marquis' wife was genuinely moved, remarking, "Your father has truly been unkind to leave you outside for so many years." Yuan Shi's expression dimmed slightly. The Marquis hastily instructed attendants to offer them seats. The theater troupe was already set up, awaiting the audience's arrival to commence the performance. Luo, do you enjoy music? Gu Yanluo nodded, a hint of shyness gracing her features, her eyelashes lowered, exuding a youthful charm. The Marquis' wife found her increasingly endearing. How could one consider her foolish? So obedient and gentle, she is like a soft little lamb, bringing joy to those who behold her. Gu Ruoyue, feeling overlooked, felt her gaze darken. She stepped forward and quietly inquired, "My lady, is Sister Xuanhe present?" "Oh, Xuanhe is by the lotus pond in the backyard. You may not have seen each other in a while. Take a Luo with you to catch up." Gu Ruoyue bowed and took Gu Yanluo by the wrist, leading her forward. Gu Yanluo suppressed her disdain for Gu Ruoyue's touch, fully aware of her ulterior motives. As they walked towards the lotus pond, they soon witnessed a flurry of noble young ladies rushing past them. Is that truly the heir of the Dingwa Marquis' residence? Indeed, one of the maids has spotted him. It is none other than young Master Pei. I saw him with my own eyes. Quick, let us hurry. Pei Zhou's appearance was among the finest in the entirety of Mingqing, and the esteemed status of the Dingwa Marquis' residence, coupled with his dashing demeanor, made him the object of affection for countless noble young women. Wherever he appeared, he was inevitably surrounded by admirers. Hearing this, Gu Ruoyue halted her steps, her intention to head to the lotus pond forgotten. She glanced back at Gu Yanluo, then without a word, seized her hand and pulled her towards Pei Zhou's direction. Gu Yanluo lowered her eyes, and Gu Ruoyue was oblivious to the torrent of hatred brewing beneath her calm facade. "Pei Zhou, we meet again." Gu Yan's gaze narrowed, suppressing the seething resentment within her. She stumbled alongside Gu Ruoyue, making their way towards Pei Zhou, who had just dismounted from his carriage. Immediately, he was besieged by an array of daring noble ladies, rendering him immobile. Gu Yan was being pulled into the throng by Gu Ruoyue. As they finally emerged from the crowd, Gu Yan barely regained her footing when someone forcefully shoved her from behind. Her eyes darkened, contemplating the impending aftermath. In an instinctive motion, she lunged into Pei Zhou's arms, becoming the target of ire among the noblewomen, who deemed her shameless and despicable. Meanwhile, Gu Ryu rushed forward to assist her, graciously apologizing to Pei Zhou on her behalf, thereby successfully capturing his attention. How utterly disgraceful! Gu Yan, feigning composure, lifted her hand behind her. At the moment she was about to collide with Pei Zhou, she seized Gu Ryu's wrist and flung her forward. No one anticipated the scene that unfolded. Even Gu Ryu stood in shock. She crashed into Pei Zhou with such force that he stumbled backward, landing awkwardly on the ground. Just as Gu Yan's hand, which had intended to push Gu Ryu away, transformed into a grasp to prevent her from falling. Sister, what are you doing? Let go of me. If you fancy young Master Pei, do not drag me into it. You can go to him yourself. Gu Yan exclaimed in a flurry, as if Pei Zhou were some monstrous beast. Watching Gu Ryu, who had fallen at Pei Zhou's feet, her face flushed crimson. Gu Yan felt a pang of embarrassment for her sister. It was unfathomable that not only had Gu Ryu collided with him, but she had also knocked him down. Ideally, she should have gracefully landed in Pei Zhou's embrace. They were a perfect match, a pair of exquisite beauty and talent. This Gu Yan, Gu Ryu seethed, nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. The surrounding noblewomen, having overheard Gu Yan's remarks, glared with fiery disdain. How lowly Gu Ryu was to resort to such tactics to worm her way into young Master Pei's affections. It was utterly disgusting. Who among them did not admire young Master Pei? Yet here she was, shamelessly throwing herself at him, only to leave him in such a disheveled state. Pei Zhou rose, his expression dark and stormy. The fine silk he wore, a rare offering from the palace, had now collected dust. How unfortunate. He cast a disdainful glance at Gu Ryu, noting her flushed cheeks, before dismissively striding past her towards the Xuanwu Marquis's residence. Gu Ryu stood frozen, feeling as though his gaze had pierced her heart. Her infatuation with him was profound, and her father had promised to propose a union between her and young Master Pei. Yet, now it seemed he was already weary of her presence. Consumed by rage, she redirected her fury towards Gu Yan, attempting to seize her hand to retaliate. However, Gu Yan was as elusive as a slippery eel, evading her grasp effortlessly. Not only that, but she returned a look of feigned innocence, huffing in defiance, refusing to engage. Exasperated, Gu Yan puffed her cheeks, lightly stomped her foot, and turned away with a flourish. Gu Yanluo strode ahead, oblivious to the presence of another person as she turned the corner. With her gaze lowered, she abruptly collided into the stranger's embrace. The impact caused a sharp sting at the tip of her nose, bringing a slight sense of discomfort. As she lifted her eyes to discern the identity of her companion, she was met with a familiar, restrained, and pained gasp. Gu Yanluo's delicate ears instantly perked up. Xiao Jiuyan. She raised her gaze and found herself ensnared by his dark, brooding eyes. Xiao Jiuyan, clutching the spot where Gu Yanluo had collided with him, held his jaw tightly, his gaze laced with an icy disdain. It's you. Gu Yanluo tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with clarity as she pressed a hand against her racing heart, leaning in closer. Hearing her voice, Xiao Jiuyan's eyes momentarily darkened as he focused on her rosy lips. He raised his hand, his long fingers gently clasping her petite, fair chin, and with a low tone, he inquired, "What brings you here?" Chapter 9. What is worthy of pride when one's mind is unwell? Gu Yanluo felt a lump in her throat. Why was Xiao Jiuyan pinching her again? She discreetly freed herself from his grasp, her voice sweet and melodic. Mother brought me to listen to the opera. Brother, what brings you here? Are you spying on my whereabouts? Xiao Jiuyan narrowed his eyes slightly, a glimmer of coldness lurking within. Gu Yanluo's enchanting gaze seemed to shimmer with unshed tears, her eyelids drooping in a look of innocent distress, her cheeks puffing slightly. No, I am merely concerned for you. Her sincerity was palpable. Xiao Jiuyan lifted his finger slightly, compelling her delicate face to tilt upwards. Is your mind any better? His long fingers effortlessly seized control of her soft visage, his dark, brooding eyes clouded with an emotion she could not comprehend. My mother says my mind is unwell. Gu Yanluo replied with a demure smile, her eyes blinking innocently, the corners of her lips curving into a sweet arc, her tone unapologetic. Xiao Jiuyan, what is there to be proud of when one's mind is unwell? His fingers tightened, playfully pinching her cheek, the softness evoking an unfamiliar sensation in his fingertips. Is your injury improving? Gu Yanluo paused, momentarily dazed, before recalling the painful groan he emitted when she had bumped into him. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his lashes slightly. It is quite remarkable that your unwell mind still remembers. Gu Yanluo, how can His Highness, the second prince, still find pleasure in mocking others? But she was a fool, and fools do not grasp the essence of sarcasm. She gazed at him with her clear, innocent eyes, prompting an unexpected urge to jest within Xiao Jiuyan. He placed his hand atop her head, recalling that she had previously caused him pain when she collided with him. Gu Yanluo's expression shifted to one of caution, tinged with concern, as she reached to tug at his garment. "Let me see." Xiao Jiuyan's countenance darkened. The memory of her tearing open his clothing in the carriage startled him, and he quickly grasped her small hand to hold her. Such foolishness. To pull at a gentleman's attire in broad daylight. Do you not care for your reputation? With her actions thwarted, Xiao Jiuyan effortlessly pinched her delicate wrist. No need. Are you angry? Gu Yanluo pouted, a picture of discontent. She wished to draw closer to Xiao Jiuyan, to prevent Gu Nashan from marrying her off to Pei Zhou. Not at all. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened as he met her glistening eyes. Clearing his throat, he grasped the back of her collar and gently nudged her forward. Go inside and listen to the opera. Gu Yanluo sighed, but I want to see if my brother's injury is healed. Her eyes brimmed with worry. As if she feared he would deny her the sight, her demeanor poised to rush forward. Xiao Jiuyan, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. He adjusted his collar, revealing the bandaged wound, which showed no signs of fresh blood. Gu Yanluo felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as my brother is well. No sooner had she spoken than Xiao Jiuyan turned and departed, vanishing into thin air in just a few strides. How could he be so elusive? Upon returning to the stage, the performance had already commenced. Yuan Shi took her hand and sat down. Luo, why are you so late? Gu Yanluo leaned closer to Yuan Shi's ear and recounted in detail the disgraceful actions of Guru Yue. Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi's expression darkened immediately. Was she not always the epitome of decorum? How could she commit such a humiliating act? Today would be a day of shame, and upon returning, old Madame Gu would surely create a ruckus. However, it was not she who incited this behavior. Yuan Shi pushed aside her thoughts and focused intently on the stage. Do you know which performance this is? Gu Yanluo gazed at the stage for a moment before tilting her head and responding, the drunken concubine. Luo, you even understand the opera? Lady Xuanwu looked over in astonishment. Gu Yanluo lowered her gaze in modesty. Just then, a voice rang out from outside. The sixth prince has arrived. The sixth prince? Everyone lifted their eyes, and a deeper meaning flickered in Gu Yanluo's gaze. In her past life, her interactions with the sixth prince, Xiao Jiuyan, had been limited, primarily due to Pei Zhou, as they had attended banquets together. The mockery and derision in Xiao Qingshuan's eyes upon seeing her were indelibly etched in Gu Yanluo's memory, even after living 3 lives. As Xiao Jiuyan appeared before the crowd, those seated to watch the performance quickly knelt in reverence. Gu Yanluo knelt beside Yuan Shi. Xiao Jiuyan raised his chin, his eyes filled with arrogance, and coldly commanded. No need for formalities. As his words fell, the crowd began to rise, only to hear another announcement from outside. The second prince has arrived. Many had already bent their legs halfway, and upon hearing the second prince's arrival, they felt their strength give way, nearly collapsing to the ground. Why was this ruthless second prince also here? Xiao Jiuyan's reputation in the capital was far from favorable, especially among the current officials. Many had witnessed him commit murder before Emperor Mingqing. The scene had been gruesome, chilling to the bone. In that moment, the bowing crowd wished fervently to press their faces to the ground to avoid seeing the second prince's countenance. Oh, do I not have your favor? Upon Xiao Jiuyan's entrance, the once lively atmosphere fell into a deathly silence. He let out a couple of scornful laughs, his lips curling in amusement. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze swept across the crowd and finally settled on the slender figure huddled next to Yuan Shi, Gu Yanluo, who seemed to be curling into her embrace. The delicate curve of her neck, slightly bowed, revealed a segment as white as jade. Fixating on her, Xiao Jiuyan inexplicably felt a portion of his inner turmoil dissipate. He met Xiao Qingshuan's gaze unabashedly. His sixth brother was present as well. What a stroke of misfortune. Seeing his younger brother dampened his mood slightly. As Xiao Jiuyan's words fell, Xiao Qingshuan's expression darkened immediately. He glared at Xiao Jiuyan, his voice low and ominous. It seems my brother is quite pleased to see the second prince. Xiao Jiuyan's deep-set eyes glimmered with a smile. Is that so? Then let us see you smile for your brother. Xiao Qingshuan. The exchange between the two princes rendered the kneeling crowd silent, each person too frightened to breathe, heads bowed like quail shivering in fear. Xiao Qingshuan snorted coldly, unwilling to engage further. Without paying any further attention to Xiao Jiuyan, she strode towards the study of the Xuanwu Marquis's residence. Xiao Jiuyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze cold and unrestrained. Why remain on your knees? Rise. His eyes once again fell upon Gu Yanluo. Upon hearing she could stand, Gu Yanluo placed her petite hands on the ground and, with a few swift movements, stood upright, ensuring to steady the Yuan matron beside her. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze deepened slightly. It seemed she was not entirely foolish. After standing tall, Gu Yanluo discreetly assessed Xiao Jiuyan, only to find her gaze unexpectedly locked with his dark eyes. He scrutinized her leisurely, causing her heart to skip a beat. She hastily feigned ignorance, maintaining a serious expression. Xiao Jiuyan clicked his tongue. How intriguing. In the presence of others, she pretended not to know him? Hadn't she vowed to always treat him well? Women are all deceivers. Chapter 10. The garments have been stripped away. Xiao Jiuyan deliberately advanced a few steps, positioning his tall and slender figure almost directly before Yuan Shi and Gu Yanluo. Yuan Shi's eyes brimmed with confusion. She could not comprehend why Xiao Jiuyan approached them. Overwhelmed by his esteemed reputation in the court, she could only grasp Gu Yanluo's hand tightly, attempting to shield her daughter behind her. Your Highness, I did not expect you to. Yuan Shi's trembling voice faltered before she could finish, as Xiao Jiuyan interrupted. You may listen to the music. There is no need to concern yourselves with me. Yuan Shi felt her breath quicken. How could they disregard such a fearsome presence? Just as she feared that the second prince intended to consume them both. Xiao Jiuyan let out a soft scoff, turned, and strode away. Watching his retreating figure, Yuan Shi's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, plummeted, and her legs weakened, nearly causing her to falter. Mother, what is the matter? Gu Yanluo feigned ignorance as she supported Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi tightened her grip on her daughter's arm, her breathing unsteady. Aluo, remember this. If you encounter the second prince in the future, keep a distance of at least 100,000 miles. Do you understand? Gu Yanluo silently mused. Mother, you speak too late. I have already stripped him of his garments. She replied sheepishly, I will remember, mother. Only then did Yuan Shi exhale heavily. Earlier, when Xiao Jiuyan had approached, she had been so frightened that her spine had gone rigid, fearing he would target them. Having attended 2 performances in succession, Gu Yanluo's eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. In recent days, she had engaged in a battle of wits with the 2 maidservants sent by Han Ji, resulting in rather poor sleep. Noticing her daughter's weariness, Yuan Shi supported her to stand. Aluo, if you find it dull, shall I accompany you for a stroll? Gu Yanluo gently pressed her hand down, perceiving that Yuan Shi still enjoyed listening to the performances. Mother, I will go alone. Her obedient demeanor relieved Yuan Shi of any concern. If anything arises, send someone to find me at once. Do you understand? Yuan Shi tenderly tucked a stray hair behind Gu Yanluo's ear. Gu Yanluo blinked her dark eyes and nodded obediently. As Gu Yanluo walked along the path of the Xuanwu Marquis's residence, she observed her surroundings discreetly. In her previous life, the Xuanwu Marquis had wavered in his loyalties, failing to choose a side during the imperial succession struggle, resulting in a dire fate. Even her master had met a tragic end for refusing to engage in courtly disputes, let alone someone of the Marquis standing. Upon reaching the end of the path, she caught sight of a 4-cornered pavilion in the distance. Inside, a frail woman was coughing violently, her face flushed, and as her body swayed, she pressed a handkerchief to her lips. As Gu Yanluo approached, she noticed the woman removing the handkerchief, revealing it stained with blood. A slight shock coursed through Gu Yanluo. This must be the frail daughter of the Xuanwu Marquis, Cheng Qingxi. In her previous life, Cheng Qingxi had succumbed to tuberculosis. Observing her current condition, there still seemed to be hope for her recovery. If she could secure an alliance with the Xuanwu Marquis, it would be a significant boon for Xiao Jiuyan, potentially altering the tragic fate that befell him in a previous life. Gu Yanluo took a few steps forward, but before she could approach, the maidservant by Cheng Qingxi's side immediately cautioned, Who goes there? Cheng Qingxi promptly raised her veil, concealing her face. Gu Yanluo understood the situation. This illness was contagious, which explained why the Xuanwu Marquis forbade Cheng Qingxi from mingling with others. The symptoms of cough and weakness stemmed from a decline in internal vitality, aggravated by an affliction of the lungs. Prolonged suffering could lead to discomfort in the chest and back, palpitations, or even coughing up blood. These were manifestations of internal ailments. As Gu Yanluo advanced, her dark eyes fixated intently on Cheng Qingxi. Though her gaze lacked clarity, her words flowed with remarkable coherence. As she recited from her well-remembered medical texts, Cheng Qingxi, initially furrowing her brow and contemplating escape, paused upon hearing Gu Yanluo's words. Who are you? Are you skilled in medicine? Gu Yanluo did not reveal her identity. She maintained an air of seriousness and mystery, before reverting to her usual silly demeanor, exclaiming, I am Aluo, tilting her head and grinning foolishly. The maidservant's expression turned cold at this, realizing that the girl might be a simpleton. Miss, we must return quickly. The Marquis has instructed that you should not be exposed to the wind for too long. Gu Yanluo continued, for those who cough up blood, first take a dose of 10 ash powder. If the bleeding does not cease, one must use flower stamen stone powder to stop it. She continued her recitation of medical knowledge, but the maidservant interrupted, scolding, "You fool, be quiet. You're merely pretending to deceive our mistress. Do you think she would easily believe your nonsense?" Ignoring the maidservant, Gu Yanluo persisted. After stopping the bleeding, the patient must relieve their body, using ginseng decoction for nourishment, and then take baoshan decoction to quell the cough and soothe the lungs. Upon finishing, she offered another silly smile to Qing Qingji and turned to leave. However, Qing Qingji stood there, momentarily stunned. Having suffered from her illness for so long, she recognized the truth in Gu Yanluo's words. The treatment she proposed was unlike anything she had ever heard before, first to halt the bleeding, then to suppress the cough, and finally to replenish the body's vitality. Strangely, Qing Qingji felt an overwhelming trust in Gu Yanluo. It was as if she had grasped a thread of hope. Suddenly, she rose, grasping her maidservant's hand. "No, don't let her go." The maidservant, bewildered, protested, "Miss, you are mistaken. She is just a simpleton, surely trying to deceive you." Qing Qingji shook her head, insisting, "No, I believe she is genuine. Quickly, bring her back." Though perplexed, the maidservant hurried ahead to fetch Gu Yanluo, who had not ventured far, anticipating that Qing Qingji would seek her out. True to her expectation, the maidservant soon returned with an invitation for her to return. Once back in the pavilion, Qing Qingji moved a bit further away, cautious not to catch the illness. Gu Yanluo smiled as she retrieved a specially crafted mask from her medicine box. A mask far superior to ordinary silk or fabric. Several years ago, during the outbreak of plague in the southern region, it was by virtue of this mask that Master survived unscathed. After donning it, she gestured for Qing Qingji to extend her wrist. The maid furrowed her brows tightly, her eyes warily fixed on Gu Yanluo, utterly disbelieving that this fool possessed any medical skills. Gu Yanluo's fingertips rested briefly upon Qing Qingji's pulse before she withdrew her hand. The room must be frequently ventilated, and the diet should be balanced. One cannot simply abstain from all meat. As for the rest, adhere to the prescription I previously mentioned. You are already coughing up blood. We must first halt the bleeding. Do you have paper and ink? Initially filled with skepticism towards Gu Yanluo, the maid was taken aback by her articulate explanation. Instinctively, she handed over the paper and ink. Watching Gu Yanluo meticulously compose the prescription, she felt a pang of frustration. Could this fool truly be competent? Why had she acquiesced to her instructions? Chapter 11. Urging her to tear the princess's garments, Gu Yanluo leisurely pinned down the prescription for the 10-ash powder, preparing to collect the necessary herbs. The maid stood in a daze, catching the prescription, and looked at Qing Qingji in astonishment. Qing Qingji's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Miss Luo, from which family do you hail? Shall I have the pleasure of seeing you again?" Qing Qingji sensed that although Gu Yanluo appeared simple-minded, her thoughts were pure, and her gaze was clear, indicating she harbored no ulterior motives. Aside from matters related to medicine, Gu Yanluo resumed her seemingly innocent demeanor. Of course, she puffed out her cheeks, her eyes gleaming like those of a child no older than 5. "My mother always says I should make more friends. But who is Luo's mother?" Qing Qingji was unaware that her tone had softened to one of gentle indulgence, almost as if coaxing a child. "My mother's surname is Yuan." Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes shimmering like water. Qing Qingji was momentarily taken aback. "Yuan? Is she the matriarch of the general's residence?" She exchanged glances with the maid, both surprised. She had not anticipated that the Gu Yanluo before her was the rumored foolish daughter of the general's household, the very one her mother had mentioned. Yet, unbeknownst to many, she possessed medical skills. As Qing Qingji gazed into Gu Yanluo's innocent and transparent eyes, a chill ran down her spine. The knowledge of her medical prowess must remain a secret. The consequences of revealing it could be dire. If Gu Yanluo was willing to treat her sincerely, she must also protect her. Her skills must not become a weapon for harm. Huping, fetch some pastries. "Luo, do you like hibiscus cake? The one from the Xuanwu Marquis' residence is delectable." Gu Yanluo's eyes brightened, her expression brimming with curiosity and anticipation. "Really? Thank you, miss." Qing Qingji chuckled softly, finding this polite little fool quite endearing. "No need to thank me. You treat me, and I shall reward you." She retrieved a pouch from her waist. "I don't have much silver on me. This is my allowance for the month. I will divide the remainder and give it to you each month." Although Gu Yanluo did not seek silver for her healing, accepting it would not render her overly clever. She naively accepted the silver. Qing Qingji's eyes glimmered with affection. "From now on, you may call me Sister Qingji." Gu Yanluo's eyes curved in delight as she sweetly replied, "Sister Qingji." When Huping brought forth the hibiscus cake, Qing Qingji presented the exquisite food box to her. I am currently afflicted with tuberculosis and cannot accompany you. Enjoy it slowly when you take it home. Gu Yanluo opened the box to reveal the hibiscus cake, softly exclaiming, "Wow." She carefully tucked the box away, treating it as a precious treasure. Seeing her reaction warmed Cheng Qingji's heart. Since her illness, her siblings had distanced themselves from her. She had not experienced such warmth in a long time. If the tin ash powder does not stop the bleeding, seek me at the general's residence, and I will provide you with another prescription. Gu Yanluo resumed her serious demeanor. And after finishing her instructions, she took the food box and turned to leave. Amber gazed at the retreating figure of Gu Yanluo, her brow gradually furrowing. This Miss Arrow does not appear particularly foolish. Why then do rumors in the capital circulate so viciously? Cheng Qingji pondered, the visage of Gu Ruoyue surfacing in her mind. As a woman herself, and one who had endured the trials within the confines of the family estate, how could Cheng Qingji fail to comprehend Gu Ruoyue's intentions? The smile at the corners of her lips grew colder, suspecting the machinations of a scheming individual. Having departed from the rear courtyard of the Xuanwu Marquis' residence, Gu Yanluo intended to seek out the Yuan family. Just as she approached the moon gate and was about to step onto the path beside the lotus pond, a voice called out from behind her, "Elder sister." It was Gu Ruoyue's voice. A flicker of impatience crossed Gu Yanluo's eyes. "Elder sister, where have you gone?" Just days prior, Gu Ruoyue had torn Gu Yanluo's garments, yet today she approached as if nothing had transpired. Fools bear grudges quite well, Gu Yanluo thought. Shaking off Gu Ruoyue's grasp. "Do not touch me." Gu Ruoyue's expression stiffened as she discreetly surveyed the noble ladies gathered by the lotus pond, her gaze turning icy. "Elder sister, it was wrong of me before. I should not have taken your clothes." Gu Ruoyue reluctantly acknowledged her fault, attempting to placate Gu Yanluo. "Do you desire new garments? Among those ladies ahead, there is one clad in purple whose attire is made from the finest mulberry silk. She just mentioned that anyone who can strip her of her clothes would receive that very outfit as a gift." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanluo could not suppress a smirk at the corners of her lips. Gu Ruoyue is indeed skilled at deceiving fools. In her previous life, blinded by her naivety and the fact that Gu Ruoyue was her sister, she had taken her words at face value. But that lady in purple is a princess from the palace. Princess Minghua, the most cherished daughter of the current emperor. Raised in luxury and incapable of tolerating even the slightest insult. What fate would befall her if she were to tear her garments? In her past existence, she had foolishly pursued Pei Zhou and attempted to tear the clothing of Princess Minghua. The Emperor Mingcheng had been furious, administering 20 lashes as punishment and confining her to her home for half a month, forcing her to transcribe the code of conduct for women 10 times. This retribution did not stop there. It even extended to Gu Nanshan, who had grown distant from her for a long time. During that period, whenever Gu Nanshan returned home and saw Gu Yanluo, he would erupt in anger, berating her as a source of misfortune that tarnished his reputation. Feigning delight, Gu Yanluo gazed at the attire of Princess Minghua, her eyes slightly narrowing. "Is that true?" Gu Ruoyue clutched her arm and took a few steps forward. "We are sisters." "Would I deceive you? Such good news. Why would I share it with anyone else but you? I am doing this for your benefit." Gu Yanluo scoffed coldly. "How magnanimous of you." She pinched her cheeks, rubbing them thoughtfully. Though her eyes conveyed a hint of confusion, she chose to trust Gu Ruoyue's words. "You. Once I retrieve that outfit, I shall lend it to you as well." Gu Ruoyue's eyes sparkled with delight. "Splendid." As she spoke, she gave Gu Yanluo a firm shove on the back. Gu Yanluo stumbled a few steps, falling into the gaze of the surrounding noble ladies by the lotus pond. The ladies gathered around the pond turned their attention toward her. Recognizing her as the foolish daughter of the general's household, they stifled their laughter, remarking, "Look, this fool has come to admire the lotus flowers as well." How did she approach Princess Minghua? She seemed unfazed by her own misfortune. A fool daring to draw near the princess. Look at the audacity in her gaze, fearlessly unperturbed by the world. Do you think that if she were to fall into the lake, she would call for help? Gu Yanluo paid no heed to the mockery of those around her. Instead, striding directly to the front of Princess Minghua, she performed a respectful bow, her eyes glistening with sincerity as she gazed upon her. "My dear sister remarked that the color of your attire today is rather outdated and quite unappealing." Her tone was earnest. In the presence of royalty, she displayed no regard for decorum. Most perceived her as the simpleton they believed her to be, and thus they directed their collective gaze towards Gu Ruoyue, who stood not far away. Chapter 12, Will You Embrace Me? Gu Ruoyue felt the sudden gaze of the crowd upon her, causing an involuntary shiver to traverse her spine. Hastily, she retreated behind the moon gate. Did she truly utter such words? Princess Minghua clenched her teeth, forcing out the statement through gritted jaws. Gu Yanluo, with a look of contemplation, nodded slowly, appearing somewhat bewildered. She could not comprehend why her sister would speak thus. In her eyes, it was quite beautiful. If she found me distasteful, she must have said it with the intention of having me strip away your attire. The surrounding noble ladies gasped collectively at this proclamation. Strip the princess's garments? Has this young lady of the Gu family lost her senses? Yet, my mother taught me that such behavior is improper. Gu Yanluo asserted, nodding resolutely, embodying both innocence and foolishness. The more she acted this way, the deeper Princess Minghua's disdain for Gu Yue grew. Bring her to me at once. Princess Minghua stamped her foot fiercely, commanding the eunuchs at her side to seize Gu Yue. Before she could flee but a few paces, the eunuchs had her firmly in their grasp, forcing her to kneel upon the ground, her complexion paling. Please spare me, your highness. This humble servant knows not what wrong has been committed. You suggested she strip me of my garments? Princess Minghua's voice was icy, her eyes blazing with fury. Gu Yue's expression froze, contorted with horror. She glared fiercely at Gu Yanluo, feeling betrayed. How could she have thrown her under the bus? A surge of panic filled Gu Yue's heart. Your highness, I never intended such a thing. My sister has always been simple-minded. It must be her nonsensical prattle. Please do not take the words of a fool to heart. Taking a couple of steps forward, Princess Minghua raised her hand and struck Gu Yue across the face. It is precisely because she is a fool that I choose to disbelieve you. Do you take me for a mindless simpleton as well? Would she have devised such a malicious scheme without prompting from others? Princess Minghua, known for her capriciousness and arrogance, could hardly bear to contemplate the dire repercussions should she be stripped of her garments before so many noble ladies. Gu Yue attempted to placate her. How could a simpleton like Gu Yanluo understand the significance of face and status? What reason would she have to rush forward and tear at her clothing? Strike her until my anger dissipates, Princess Minghua declared disdainfully, retracting her hand, feeling sullied by the act of hitting her. The accompanying young eunuchs then took it upon themselves to deliver slaps to Gu Yue's face, each blow landing with far greater force than that of Princess Minghua. The soft flesh of Gu Yue's cheek collided painfully against her hard teeth, and the metallic taste of blood flooded her mouth. Terrified, Gu Yanluo shrank back behind Princess Minghua, clutching the edge of her attire with trepidation, her eyes shimmering with tears. Why do you strike my sister? What has she done wrong? Princess Minghua cast her a scornful glance. You are truly a simpleton. With a derisive snort, she continued, if you had truly followed her words today, it would be you who is receiving this punishment. Gu Yanluo's frail form trembled, her complexion draining of color, utterly at a loss. What are you afraid of? Is this princess truly incapable of discerning right from wrong? Even in her arrogance, she possesses a sense of reason. And what she detests most in life are those insidious instigators like Gu Yue. This lowly wretch, unworthy of the stage, is no different from the scheming women of the palace, provoking nothing but disgust. Gu Yue, her cheek stinging from the slap, trembled with rage yet dared not direct her wrath towards Princess Minghua, whose terrifying gaze was fixed intently upon Gu Yanluo. When Princess Minghua cast a cold glance at her, questioning, what are you glaring at? Gu Yue, frightened, lowered her head, her shoulders shaking violently. It was only when Gu Yue's face had swollen to an unrecognizable state, devoid of any beauty, that Princess Minghua reluctantly commanded the young eunuch to cease his assault. The surrounding noble ladies gasped in horror. Gu Yue's face was nearly ruined, and she would likely remain hidden from view for quite some time. What foolishness possessed her to provoke the princess? Not to mention inciting a simpleton to come forward, truly a folly compounded by folly. Once released, Gu Yue's body crumpled to the ground, her ears ringing from the blows, her cheeks crimson and even her lips swollen, presenting a pitiful sight. Gu Yanluo, filled with trepidation, approached her. Upon witnessing her wretched state, tears began to fall from her eyes like raindrops. She sobbed, it was my fault, truly my fault. Her watery gaze, shimmering with grievance, tugged at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. This naive girl, ensnared by her own sister's machinations, now found herself pitying her, a truly lamentable and tragic sight. Princess Minghua, disinterested in the scene, lifted her skirt as she departed, casually kicking Gu Yanluo's embroidered shoe as she passed, warning her not to act foolishly again. With that, she strode away, and the noble ladies hastened to follow her. Once only Gu Yanluo and Gu Yue remained by the lotus pond, Gu Yanluo gradually stood. Observing Gu Yue's intent to leave, a mix of pain and anger compelled Gu Yue to command, help me up, you fool. Gu Yanluo, looking down at her struggling sister, tilted her head, her eyes dark and earnest, retorting, no. With that, Gu Yanluo turned and departed swiftly. as if the girl who had just wept over Gu Yanluo was an entirely different person. You are not entirely foolish after all. As Gu Yanluo left the lotus pond, proceeding along the corridor in search of Yuan Shi, she suddenly heard a mocking, chilling voice. The familiar, unsettling coldness enveloped her. Instinctively, Gu Yanluo glanced sideways to see Xiao Jiuyan leaning against a pillar, his gaze languid and sinister. She did not miss the flicker of doubt in his eyes. It seemed he had not anticipated that a simpleton could be so astute as to turn the tables. He had been watching from the shadows when Gu Yanluo had instigated Gu Yanluo, curious to see how she would respond. Only when Gu Yanluo's face had been so thoroughly slapped that it twisted in pain did a hint of suspicion arise within him. This fool, it appeared, was not foolish at all. Xiao Jiuyan took 2 steps forward, his tall and slender figure exuding an air of elegance. With shoulders held high and tapering down to a perfectly sculpted waist, his pronounced brow and the striking vermilion mole at the corner of his eye became even more alluring as he lowered himself closer, the mole radiating a captivating crimson hue. In the depths of his cool gaze lay unmasked suspicion and speculation. Gu Yanluo's heart raced as she found herself ensnared by his obsidian eyes. After a brief pause, she rose onto her toes, suddenly encircling Xiao Jiuyan's neck. "Do you wish to embrace me?" she inquired, tilting her head, her form nearly draping over him. The delicate fragrance of the young girl enveloped him, her soft breath cascading upon the nape of his neck. A shiver coursed through his spine, as if his fingertips had gone numb. Instinctively, he sought to straighten his back, but Gu Yanluo did not release her grip. As she was lifted, panic seized her, and before she could regain her balance, she began to topple backward. Chapter 13. Can the fool actually feel shy? In an instant, Xiao Jiuyan's dark eyes narrowed sharply. He suddenly reached out, encircling Gu Yanluo's waist. Her waist was slender, fitting perfectly within his grasp. As his palm settled firmly against her waist, a heaviness settled in his breath. Gu Yanluo's ears flushed a deep crimson. She intended to divert Xiao Jiuyan's attention, hoping to dispel his suspicions. But little did she expect to find herself ensconced in his embrace. The blush on her ears was impossible to conceal. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze, his eyes fixating on that delicate ear, his breath hitching as he squinted. Can the fool truly feel shy? His doubts intensified. The hand clasped around Gu Yanluo's waist tightened suddenly, pressing her forward. Gu Yanluo nearly gasped. She wished to struggle, yet Xiao Jiuyan's arm was a formidable restraint, rendering her immobile. Gu Yanluo could not decipher the meaning behind Xiao Jiuyan's gaze. She only felt a sense of panic. Even though she had been married to Pei Zhou in her previous life, her simple-mindedness left her ill-equipped to understand the nuances of romantic relations. Now, being held tightly by Xiao Jiuyan, her breath quickened, her small face flushed and heated. Despite Xiao Jiuyan's past kindness towards her, she could not forget that he was the feared second prince of the court. Moreover, their relationship was still far from intimate. Gu Yanluo's thoughts became muddled with anxiety, fearing what Xiao Jiuyan might do next. She pressed her small hand against his chest. Her breath was unsteady, her long lashes quivering, her lips pale as if gripped by fear. Her mouth formed a small pout, trembling in a display of distress. The corners of her eyes reddened, glistening with unshed tears, as her body leaned back, as if a gust of wind could topple her. "What are you crying for?" Xiao Jiuyan's gaze bore down on the girl in his arms. Gu Yanluo's eyes brimmed with tears. "Has this palace bullied you?" Gu Yanluo thought. "If I haven't bullied you, why are you holding me so tightly?" Yet her head shook vigorously in denial. "Have I tarnished your honor?" Gu Yanluo thought. "Do you even have the audacity to ask? Is this not a violation of propriety?" Her head shook even more fervently. "If neither is true, then restrain yourself." Xiao Jiuyan's voice remained cold, though the pressure of his grip lessened slightly. Gu Yanluo quickly pressed her lips together, her eyes glistening, misty with unshed tears, the droplets hanging precariously on her long lashes. Her reddened eyes depicted a profound sense of grievance. For the first time, Xiao Jiuyan genuinely felt the pangs of heartache. He found himself utterly softened by the sight of Gu Yanluo before him. The hand that had encircled her waist felt as if it were scorched by flames, causing him to tremble. After steadying Gu Yanluo, he withdrew his arm. "Wipe your tears away," observing the moisture clinging to her lashes. Xiao Jiuyan lifted his wide sleeve and wiped it across her face. Gu Yanluo thought, "You might as well smother me." She bore it, her small hand clutching the hem of Xiao Jiuyan's garment, gently dabbing at the tear stains at the corners of her eyes. As she wiped, she muttered softly, "So fierce. I shall not be kind to you anymore." Xiao Jiuyan's brow furrowed tightly, his icy gaze dangerously locked onto Gu Yanluo. "What did you just say?" Gu Yanluo trembled slightly, releasing the corner of his garment and retreating a step. Her innocent and aggrieved eyes brimmed with fear and pity. Xiao Jiuyan took a deep breath. Had he truly lost his mind, quarreling with a simpleton? Let us go. I shall escort you. He concealed the resentment in his gaze and mockingly cautioned. Do not let others take advantage of your foolishness on the way back. Gu Yanluo pouted in dissatisfaction. If he was to accompany her, must he also belittle her? His words were indeed sharp. Were it not for the memories of her past life, knowing he would later treat her kindly, Gu Yanluo would have preferred to ignore him. Upon arriving at the side of the stage, she spotted Yuan Shi rising and searching for her from afar as the performance concluded. Her eyes brightened. And just as she was about to wave to her mother, her steps were abruptly halted. Xiao Jiuyan grasped the back of her collar, pulling her back slightly. Do not mention the palace to the general's wife upon your return. Gu Yanluo was somewhat perplexed. Why? Before she could inquire further, Xiao Jiuyan turned and departed. His figure gradually disappearing from her view. She lifted her skirt and approached Yuan Shi. The news of Gu Ruyue being struck by Princess Minghua had already spread throughout the capital, even before the people of the Xuanwu marquis residence had dispersed. Gu Ruyue returned to the general's residence in tears. Yuan Shi and Gu Yanluo had just returned from outside when they witnessed the grand gates of the general's residence being shut by a servant. Immediately following, the imposing and fierce-eyed old Madame Gu rose to her feet. Gu Yanluo, kneel before me. The old madame's words were laced with fervent indignation. Yuan Shi's expression stiffened. Mother, what wrong has a Luo committed to warrant kneeling? How dare you even ask me? The old madame directed her ire towards Yuan Shi. As the matriarch, you took your daughter out yet failed to protect her even a little. Is this how a head of the household behaves? What? Do you believe that now that your own child is returned, you need not concern yourself with nurturing a Yu any longer? I should have realized long ago the depth of your jealousy. Just because a Yu is not your biological child, you target her at every turn, showing her disdain. As a matriarch, your lack of generosity is truly disappointing. Yuan Shi's face flushed crimson from the scolding. She could endure any accusations. But being accused of targeting Gu Ruyue filled her with grievance. Straining her lips, her eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, why must you slander me so? A Yu was raised by me, never lacking in food or clothing. A Luo has suffered so much outside, and I merely wish to make amends for her. What wrong is there in that? You have done nothing wrong? Is it not your fault that a Yu was beaten to such a state at the Xuanwu marquis residence today? Now she lies in bed, her face swollen to the point it's untouchable. As the matriarch, you fail to keep an eye on your child and still have the audacity to argue with me. You have brought disgrace upon the general's residence. Yuan Shi felt the weight of this unjust accusation rising within her. Her nose tinged with bitterness as tears nearly fell. A Yu insisted on provoking Princess Minghua. What could I have done? She has never heeded my words. Did you only learn of this today? Yuan retorted, causing the old matriarch Gu to choke on her words. Her gaze darkening as she noted the woman's insistence on contention. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, a voice rang out from outside, announcing the general's return. Gu Nanshan had finished his duties. Upon hearing of his return, the old matriarch's eyes brightened, and in the next moment, she stumbled towards Gu Nanshan, crying out in a heart-wrenching manner, "This is utterly outrageous. Truly, it is beyond reason. Now, this daughter-in-law dares to ascend over her mother-in-law. It seems there is no place for an old woman like me in this household." Gu Nanshan had never witnessed his mother in such a state of disarray. His pupils contracted as he steadied her. Mother, what has transpired within the residence? The old matriarch, tears streaming down her face, recounted the incident where Gu Ruyue was struck by Princess Minghua, embellishing the tale with fervor. She did not forget to chastise Yuan for favoring Gu Yanluo while neglecting Gu Ruyue. Chapter 14. Arranging the marriage. Upon hearing that Gu Ruyue had been nearly disfigured, Gu Nanshan's expression darkened immediately. He hastened towards Gu Ruyue's courtyard. Once inside, Gu Nanshan anxiously inquired, "You? Father has come. Is your injury severe?" Gu Ruyue quickly sat up from her bed, walked past the screen, and stood before Gu Nanshan, her swollen cheek rendering her a pitiable sight. The moment Gu Nanshan laid eyes on her, his heart jolted. If her beauty was ruined, would her reputation as the most talented young lady in the capital not be tarnished as well? "Father, you must stand up for your daughter." Gu Ruyue cried out in anguish, unaware of what had befallen her elder sister that day. She went before Princess Minghua and spoke utter nonsense, claiming I incited her to tear the princess's garments. That is Princess Minghua. Even if I had 1,000 times the courage, I would never dare utter such blasphemy. Father, mother shows favoritism. I can endure it, for my elder sister is indeed mother's biological child. But now, my appearance is ruined, and I fear I shall never again be able to face others. Father, I wish to no longer live. As Gu Ruyue spoke tearfully, her gaze was feeble, her body swaying precariously, as though a gentle touch might send her tumbling down. Gu Nanshan felt as if his heart was being wrenched. a piercing pain coursing through him. His pin-up fury was on the verge of erupting. Gu Yanluo. He had known that this Gu Yanluo's return could only bring misfortune, were it not for her impending marriage. He would not spare a glance even if she perished outside. Gu Nanshan enveloped Gu Ruoyue's frail form in his embrace, soothingly assuring her, "You, do not fear. Father will certainly stand up for you. I promised your mother that I would never allow you to suffer by my side. Rest assured. I shall expedite the arrangements for her marriage, ensuring that this fool no longer tarnishes your reputation." With the reassurance of support, Gu Ruoyue cried even louder, her tears flowing like rain, collapsing into Gu Nanshan's arms. As Gu Nanshan emerged from Gu Ruoyue's courtyard, his expression was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Over the years, Yuan Shi had indeed been frightened by Gu Nanshan. Upon witnessing the scene before her, a sense of instinctive dread began to stir within her. Yet, she still endeavored to pull Gu Yanluo behind her as a shield. "Gu Yanluo, come here." Gu Nanshan's icy voice bore no warmth. "Why should I go over there?" Yuan Shi clung protectively to Gu Yanluo, unwilling to let her go. "Come here." Gu Nanshan's voice suddenly rose, his commanding presence forged from years in the military. Unmatched by any ordinary person. Yuan Shi's face turned pale with fright, her heart quaking, yet she still refused to relinquish Gu Yanluo. Gu Yanluo, calm and composed, regarded him coolly, thinking, "What madness is this? Is it merely a fit of rage? I am quite adept at that myself." Gently patting Yuan Shi's hand, Gu Yanluo signaled her to release her grip. Then she slowly approached Gu Nanshan. With a frigid glare, Gu Nanshan raised his hand, poised to strike Gu Yanluo. But before his palm could descend, Gu Yanluo suddenly cried out, "Murder! Murder! Gu Nanshan has committed murder!" Her voice was clear and piercing, startling the birds perched on the branches of the general's residence, which took flight in a flurry. Gu Nanshan's hand froze in midair, his face dark with thunderous rage. "Try shouting that again." Gu Yanluo glared with her bright, dark eyes. "Gu Nanshan has committed murder." Gu Nanshan exclaimed, "You wretched, ill-mannered creature. Do you think you have the right to utter your father's name?" The old matriarch was so incensed that she nearly choked, urging the general, "Strike her. We cannot indulge such bad habits." Yet Gu Nanshan's gaze deepened with a contemplative darkness. She was already foolish, if she were to be struck further into folly. How could she ever marry? She still held some value. Gu Nanshan struggled to contain the tempest of anger swelling within his chest. Ultimately taking a deep breath and gritting his teeth, "Apologize to a Yu, and this matter shall not be punished. Should you continue to spout nonsense that tarnishes a Yu's reputation, I assure you, I shall not show mercy." Gu Yanluo scoffed inwardly. Apologize to Gu Ruoyue? In her dreams, she feigned a look of being utterly terrified, shaking her head repeatedly, her eyes wide with dread, chanting, "Gu Nanshan has committed murder. Gu Nanshan has committed murder." Gu Nanshan's brow furrowed even tighter. Seeing this, Yuan Shi rushed forward to embrace Gu Yanluo, exclaiming, "General, you know a Luo is simple-minded, yet you insist on." This time, however, Gu Nanshan remained silent. He cast a deep, scrutinizing glance at Gu Yanluo before swiftly turning and striding back to the study. The old matriarch, witnessing Gu Nanshan's unexpected leniency towards Gu Yanluo, was seething with rage, chasing after him to demand an explanation. Once in the study, it wasn't long before the old matriarch emerged, her anger dissipated entirely. Yuan Shi assisted Gu Yanluo back to Qing'an courtyard. When they encountered the old matriarch, they noticed her mood had greatly improved, her eyes betraying a concealed delight. Gu Yanluo remained composed, knowing full well that Gu Nanshan had likely already set his sights on her marriage. The first auspicious match he had arranged for her was indeed noteworthy. Since he showed no compassion, she would not hesitate to unleash her madness. As anticipated, the following day, during dinner, Gu Nanshan sat at the head of the table, his eyes icy. "Today, I encountered Minister Lin at court. His son is now of age and should settle down. With Yanluo returning, our families are well acquainted. It would be fitting to strengthen our ties further and arrange the marriage." Yuan Shi, who was serving Gu Yanluo, froze mid-motion, her eyes widening in disbelief. "Which son of the Lin family?" Gu Nanshan shot her a cold glare, "The eldest." "What?" Yuan Shi's bowl clattered to the ground, shattering into pieces. Rising abruptly, she gasped in fury, "General, have you lost your mind? That eldest son of the Lin family is a cruel, hunchbacked wretch, hideously ugly and not even taller than Yanluo. Are you pushing a Luo into a pit of fire?" Gu Nanshan slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his expression dark. "What is the issue with a fool marrying a cripple? Do you think your daughter is some prize? Foolish and mad. What young master in the capital would ever glance at her? The Lin family should be grateful that she is not dismissed for her foolishness." Gu Yanluo lowered her eyes, seemingly oblivious to Gu Nanshan's words. When he mentioned a visit to the Lin family the following day, she merely looked up in confusion. Would Gu Nanshan truly allow her to venture out? She certainly would not squander such a splendid opportunity. Yuan Shi, unable to contain her frustration, assisted Gu Yanluo to her feet. Gu Nanshan, if you dare to marry a Luo to that cripple from the Lin family, I will not hesitate to confront you. Yuan Shi, do you still believe you are the pampered young lady of the Yuan family? Do you think the Gu family will continue to tolerate your insolence? After so many years of marriage, you have produced nothing but 2 offspring, one foolish, the other dead. It is already merciful of us not to issue you a divorce. Now that your foolish daughter still retains some measure of usefulness, you would do well to recognize your place. The old matriarch of the Gu family slammed her hand on the table, rebuking her. Chapter 15. Luo, do you harbor feelings for the second prince? Lady Gu's voice dripped with sarcasm. Her gaze directed at Yuan Shi was filled with contempt, as if she wished to etch her shame upon a public pillar. This matter had long been a source of torment for Yuan Shi. When Gu Yanluo was born, she was as brilliant as snow, the apple of her mother's eye. However, had it not been for an unfortunate accident, how could she have fallen into the water and become so simple-minded? It was solely because of her condition that they sought to discard her like refuse, draining her of every last ounce of her utility. Later, another son was born. But that child succumbed to a grave illness before reaching 2 years of age. Gu Nanshan, deeming the child's sickness as a bad omen, disposed of the corpse in a pauper's grave. Yuan Shi's heart ached as if it were bleeding. Mother, I have labored in the general's household for nearly 20 years. Have you ever considered? Before she could finish, Lady Gu interrupted her with a cold sneer. What? You wish to claim credit for your labors? You married into the Gu family, and your duty was to nurture your husband and teach your children. Now that your daughter has turned out poorly, do you expect us to erect a plaque in your honor to proclaim your virtue? Lady Gu's words grew increasingly harsh, having grown up in the streets. She was adept at throwing tantrums, whereas Yuan Shi, a lady of a prominent family, was accustomed to a sheltered life, her gentle disposition rendering her unable to argue back. Exploiting Yuan Shi's reluctance to engage in conflict, Lady Gu shamelessly bullied her. What you must do now is to properly adorn this simpleton, so she does not disgrace the Gu family when she visits the Lin family tomorrow. Yuan Shi, nearly driven to madness, trembled with rage. As long as I am here, a Luo shall never marry into the Lin family. You little vixen. Lady Gu, incensed, raised her hand to strike Yuan Shi. However, in that electrifying moment, Gu Yanluo, carrying a large bowl of steaming soup, hurled it towards Lady Gu. The scalding liquid soaked her garments, eliciting a scream and a torrent of curses. Ah, little wretch. You lawless little wretch. Gu Nanshan had not anticipated Gu Yanluo's outburst, just as he intended to reprimand her. His gaze fell upon her eyes glimmering with a cold light. The vigilant glint, laced with hostility, made his heart race. The gaze of this simpleton was unexpectedly terrifying. Whoever dares to bully my mother shall perish. The fierce light in Gu Yanluo's eyes radiated a chilling resolve, rendering the air around her suffocating. Gu Nanshan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of malice crossing his features, his fingers clenching tightly at his side. She is your grandmother. How dare you lay a hand on her? Gu Yanluo fixed her gaze on Gu Nanshan with unwavering intensity. If you bully my mother, you shall also meet your end. She spread her arms protectively in front of Yuan Shi, her delicate and innocent visage belied a fierce determination, embodying a resolute spirit ready to defend her kin. Gu Nanshan felt a violent shock within him. In a fit of rage, he raised his hand to seize Gu Yanluo, prepared to strike her himself, only to hear Yuan Shi's sharp cry, "You have sworn an oath. You shall not lay a finger on me or Yanluo." Her words pulled Gu Nanshan back to his senses. A dangerous glint flickered in his eyes. Given the precarious position of the sixth prince, he could not afford to recklessly sever ties with the veteran general. Lock them both in the Qing'an courtyard. No one is permitted to step outside without my consent, Gu Nanshan commanded in a deep voice. Upon finishing his words, he flicked his sleeve and went to check on the injuries of the old matriarch, Gu. The old matriarch lifted her sleeve, revealing her arm, which was swollen and blistered from a burn, an alarming sight. Quickly, summon the family physician. Gu Yanluo cast a cold glance at the old matriarch, observing her gasping in pain. She grasped Yuan's hand and turned to leave, not pausing for even a moment. In her past life, upon her return, Yuan had protected her, only to be reprimanded by the old matriarch, who mercilessly whipped Yuan's hands with willow branches. This time, Gu Yanluo resolved that the old matriarch would experience every bit of suffering she had inflicted on Yuan. This was merely the beginning. Moreover, the brother the old matriarch had mentioned, allegedly on the brink of death, was, in fact, alive. After being rescued, he resided in a town on the outskirts of the city. Currently, Gu Yanluo had yet to establish her footing in the general's residence and could not recklessly bring him back. When the truth about Gu Yue, who was not of the Gu bloodline, came to light, she would seamlessly welcome her brother back into the fold, ensuring that he inherited everything from the Gu family, including the Gu army, rather than being continuously schemed against by Gu Yue, as had occurred in her previous life. Upon returning to the Qing'an courtyard, Yuan tightly embraced Gu Yanluo's frail form, her eyes red-rimmed and her voice choked with emotion. Luo, why must our lives be so wretched? Her daughter, once a paragon of grace and intelligence, had become foolish due to a fall into water. Yuan, originally the cherished daughter of the Yuan family, had married poorly and now endured a life of misery. The sight of Gu Yanluo tugged painfully at her heart. If it were only her, she might endure in silence until death. But now, with Gu Yanluo, she could no longer abide by weakness. She needed to secure a future for her daughter. She could not allow Gu Yanluo to marry into the Lin family, becoming the wife of the temperamental young Master Lin. This Lin heir, born with a limp, was known for his violent nature, often resorting to physical abuse and harsh words with those around him. If Luo were to marry him, she would likely endure a life as miserable as Yuan's own, perhaps even facing death at his hands. Her life would be utterly ruined. No, absolutely not. Yuan held Gu Yanluo tightly, her arms constricting as a cold determination settled in her eyes. Luo, do not fear. Your mother will never let you suffer at the Lin family's hands. Your marriage must be carefully chosen. I will not allow you to become a mere tool for Gu Nanshan's schemes. Gu Yanluo's long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her mother's newfound resolve brought her a measure of comfort. After all, she was the daughter of a military family, inherently possessing an unyielding spirit. Luo will listen to mother. Gu Yanluo nestled obediently in Yuan's embrace, resting her head against her mother's chest, her delicate arms encircling Yuan's waist. She gently rubbed against her, her soft hair brushing against Yuan's chin. Yuan's heart softened further, her affection for Gu Yanluo deepening. As a mother, she could no longer allow Luo to suffer indignities. Yuan sure accompanied Gu Yanluo in the Qing'an courtyard for a night. Fearing that Gu Nanshan might secretly take Gu Yanluo away, she remained steadfastly by her side. Would mother like to style Luo's hair? Yuan sure gently supported Gu Yanluo as she sat before the bronze mirror, her gaze tender. Gu Yanluo obediently nodded, her eyes shimmering brightly. I will listen to mother. Yuan Shi's heart softened as she delicately gathered Gu Yanluo's hair into an elegant arrangement. Once finished, she adorned it with a brilliant blue jade hairpin, inserting it at a graceful angle. Gu Yanluo's beauty was already breathtaking. Her skin was as smooth as cream. After her hair was styled, the elegance of a noble lady became evident, exuding poise and grace, embodying virtue and courtesy. Our Luo is truly beautiful. Such a daughter must never marry a madman like the eldest son of the Lin family. Upon hearing these words, Gu Yanluo puffed her cheeks thoughtfully. After a moment's hesitation, she raised her watery eyes to Yuan Shi and said, Mother, what about the second prince? Yuan Shi's heart jolted at the unexpected mention of the second prince. That ruthless man, capable of taking lives without a second thought in the court, would surely have no hesitation in extinguishing the fragile life of someone like Gu Yanluo with just a flick of his finger. Yuan Shi's expression shifted to one of alarm as she placed her hands on Gu Yanluo's shoulders, incredulously asking, Luo, do you have feelings for the second prince? Chapter 16. Proposing to the Lin family. Gu Yanluo was taken aback by how far Yuan Shi had thought ahead. After her rebirth, the encounters she had with Xiao Jiuyan were few and far between. How could one speak of affection? Her heart was simply burdened with guilt towards him. And in this lifetime, she wished to offer him assistance. Observing the confusion in Gu Yanluo's eyes, Yuan Shi realized that she had overestimated her. Gu Yanluo's mind was still as innocent as a child's. How could she fathom the concept of love? The man she aimed to help Gu Yanluo marry must be someone who could cherish and protect her, ensuring that she would never suffer at the hands of others. Once Yuan Shi had finished adorning Gu Yanluo, she prepared to escort her back to the Yuan residence, where her father's broader connections would undoubtedly expedite matters. Just as Yuan Shi reached the threshold, her other maid, Lu Yao, approached with urgency. Madam, the general has summoned you to the study, stating that he wishes to discuss an important matter. Yuan Shi's expression darkened. I have no desire to converse with him. With that, she turned to leave. But Lu Yao's eyes flickered anxiously. But the general also said, if Madam does not attend, he will send the young lady to the Lin family, allowing them to raise her from now on. A wave of suffocating frustration surged within Yuan Shi, nearly rendering her breathless. How could he be so ruthless? Enraged, she strode towards Gu Nanshan's study. Gu Yanluo quietly counted as she watched Yuan Shi's retreating figure. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 7, two robust matrons burst in. They advanced, seizing Gu Yanluo's shoulders and propelling her towards the exit. To stifle any cries for help, one matron clamped a hand over her mouth. With a serene gaze, Gu Yanluo followed the matrons, her mind meticulously recalling the past life of Liu Yao. Liu Yao had been bribed by the old matron long before Yuan Shi wed into the general's household, and for years, she had been working for the old matron, keeping a watchful eye on Yuan Shi. After Yuan Shi's demise, Gu Nanshan had brought back the sister of his beloved as a new wife, while Liu Yu was arranged to become Gu Nanshan's concubine, living a comfortable and indulgent life. Gu Yanluo was escorted onto the carriage, which sped towards the Lin family. This tactic of drawing the tiger away from its mountain lair was employed with exquisite skill by Gu Nanshan. Inside the carriage, the matron tightened her grip on Gu Yanluo's wrist. Miss, once we arrive at the Lin family, be obedient and do not cause trouble. As long as you comply, the general will not mistreat you. Gu Yanluo gazed at them with a bewildered expression, a hint of excitement flickering in her eyes, clearly unaware of the impending events. Upon arriving at the Lin family, Gu Yanluo was assisted down from the carriage. As she approached the entrance, she spotted the old matron of the Gu family standing not far away, engaged in cheerful conversation with the matriarch of the Lin family. Upon noticing Gu Yanluo, the old matron feigned a smile. She stepped forward and took Gu Yanluo from the matron's grasp. Our Luo's beauty and stature are among the finest in the capital. Without a doubt, rest assured. The Lin matriarch appraised Gu Yanluo from head to toe, her eyes filled with astonishment. Indeed, she surpassed her expectations. She had anticipated a disheveled fool but was instead met with such exquisite beauty. She was a perfect match for my Shun Gur. Madame Lin smiled with satisfaction and exchanged a knowing glance with the maid beside her, prompting her to call for Shun Guo to come over. Lady Gu seized Gu Yanluo's wrist, preventing her from resisting, and they proceeded together to the Lin family's front hall. Once seated, a maid served tea. After a brief moment, a voice from outside announced, the eldest young master has arrived. Shun Guo? Madame Lin's eyes sparkled with delight as she rose to greet him at the door. Gu Yanluo tilted her head to look as well. A short man entered, the light casting shadows on his features, revealing one side of his face to be a dark hue, lending him an unsettling appearance. His eyes were gloomy, exuding a lifeless aura, and his neck was flushed, suggesting he had recently been angered. He walked with a slight limp, his legs unsteady. Shun Gur, what do you think of this young lady? Madame Lin gestured towards Gu Yanluo. Lin Chaoxuan's gaze shifted to Gu Yanluo, and upon seeing her exquisite beauty, his narrow eyes widened in surprise. Such stunning beauty, who is this young lady? Lin Chaoxuan's scrutinizing gaze filled Gu Yanluo with a sense of revulsion. This Lin Chaoxuan was not a respectable man. The world believed him to be a cripple, plagued by insecurity that kept him from marrying. In truth, he simply held disdain for ordinary women. Despite his unattractive appearance and physical disability, he regarded himself as noble, convinced that only a breathtaking beauty or a princess from the palace was worthy of him. Otherwise, he would remain unmarried. Not only did he possess an inflated sense of self-worth, but he also spent his days indulging in the pleasures of brothels, burdened with numerous venereal diseases and secretly maintaining at least 10 concubines. Miss Gu, Madame Lin beamed brightly, is Shun Guo satisfied this time? Upon hearing Miss Gu, Lin Chaoxuan paused, clicking his tongue. The Gu family's fool? Lady Gu's expression stiffened momentarily. Then, as Lin Chaoxuan criticized, how can one manage the Lin family by marrying a fool? Grandmother, are you pushing me into the fire pit? Madame Lin's countenance soured slightly. Yet their family had always been indulgent towards their children. What is the difficulty? We can simply marry another concubine to handle household matters. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chaoxuan conceded, well, her looks are passable enough. Send her to my chambers. Upon hearing this, Lady Gu became agitated, her eyes widening. Send her to your chambers? Madame Lin grasped her hand. This fool is not in her right mind. What if she changes her mind later? We discussed last night that it would be best to consummate the marriage. If we give her virtue to Shun Gur, our Lin family will take full responsibility, preventing any complications. Gu Yanluo thought to herself, what shamelessness. Just like in my previous life, devoid of any sense of shame. To utter such words is truly eye-opening. Unfortunately, the matriarch of the Gu family will never agree to this. In the next moment, Lady Gu coldly interjected, this is not appropriate. Madame Lin was taken aback. What is inappropriate? Madame Lin, our Gu family is inclined to form a union with the Lin family, not merely due to familial ties, but out of respect for our long-standing friendship. How could you accuse us of bullying? Are we not merely deliberating strategies to ensure the children's betrothal is secure? The expression in old Madame Lin's eyes shifted. Was it not said that the Gu family regarded Gu Yanluo with indifference? Why then do they now seem so protective? Such beauty must be safeguarded. Should her purity be compromised, what would become of her should another suitor covet her before the marriage? Old Madame Gu abruptly rose. If your son were to claim Yanluo's virtue and word of it spread, her reputation would be tarnished, casting a shadow over our other daughters. Our Ayu remains unbetrothed. How can she seek a match with a sister of such questionable character? Chapter 17. Do you deserve this? Gu Yanluo nodded in agreement. Pondering the dilemma of how to address the cherished Ayu of the old lady, Lin Lao did not consider this aspect. She was well aware of the affection that the old lady had for Gu Yue, leaving her momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. At most, they could exchange the marriage contract today and settle the matter of the union, but anything beyond that was out of the question. Lin Laotai's expression darkened as her gaze fell upon Gu Yanluo. Suddenly, she smiled softly. Luo, come here to me. Tell me, do you have feelings for Shun Guo? Gu Yanluo hesitated to step forward, her body pressing tightly against the old lady. She raised her eyes, quickly glancing at Shun Guo before averting her gaze. Her expression innocent yet anxious. Grandmother, is he the lame one you spoke of with father? The mention of the lame one caused Lin Changshun and Lin Laotai's faces to darken, becoming more inky than the deepest ink. Lin Changshun was indeed a cripple, but there was nothing he loathed more than being called one. Yet, Gu Yanluo was oblivious to the weight of her words. She merely believed that what she said was indeed what the old lady and General Gu had discussed. Lin Changshun's eyes blazed with fury, his neck reddening as his face contorted in rage. What did you say? He glared menacingly at Gu Yanluo. In a flash, Gu Yanluo dove into the embrace of the old lady, gripping her flesh with trembling fingers. Grandmother, I'm scared. Grandmother, I'm frightened. The old lady winced in pain, gritting her teeth. Luo, what nonsense are you spouting? Shun Guo, calm yourself. Lin Lao hastily restrained Lin Changshun, urging him to hold back. Otherwise, the opportunity would slip away. This child is simple-minded and foolish, always rambling. Do not take it to heart, old lady. The old lady forced a smile. Just as her words fell, Gu Yanluo looked up, her expression filled with grievance as she gazed at the old lady. Grandmother, you clearly said before that a fool and a cripple make a perfect match, and that a granddaughter as lowly as me should be paired with a man as ugly and unseemly as Lin Xiao. As those words escaped Gu Yanluo's lips, Lin Changshun seemed on the verge of exploding. His neck and face flushed crimson, and he nearly lunged forward to strangle the old lady. The old lady was taken aback by the scene, her eyes widening in shock. This Lin Changshun was indeed as fearsome as rumored. Stop your nonsensical chatter. The old lady forcefully pushed Gu Yanluo forward to shield herself. Gu Yanluo stumbled into Lin Changshun's path, who glared with fierce anger, his eyes seemingly harboring murderous intent as he raised his hands to seize her throat. Gu Yanluo's heart raced in turmoil. Where was the help? Just as Lin Changshun was about to grasp her neck, a voice rang out from outside. His Highness the Second Prince has arrived. Gu Yanluo's heart, which hung in suspense, finally settled. He had arrived at last. As Lin Shanshu and Xiao Jiuyan stepped into the main hall, the first sight that met their eyes was Gu Yanluo, her throat in Lin Shanshuan's grasp. With a fragile expression and a pale face, upon seeing Xiao Jiuyan, she took advantage of Lin Shanshuan's momentary distraction and rushed toward him, crying, "Save me." Gu Yanluo stumbled into Xiao Jiuyan's embrace. The moment her fragile, delicate form fell into his arms, it felt as if his heart had been violently struck. Steadying the person in his hold, Xiao Jiuyan's hand rested on her slender back. What had transpired? Lin Shanshu never anticipated that the matter of courting the Gu family would escalate to such a degree, especially with the second prince witnessing it. His legs weakened. He trembled as he reported, "Your Highness, my eldest son is currently courting a young lady from the Gu family." Courting? Xiao Jiuyan was taken aback. A chill enveloping his gaze, while an aura of hostility surged around him unabashedly. His eyes swept over Gu Yanluo's face before landing on the unattractive Lin Changshun nearby. How dare you presume to be worthy? Lin Changshun felt as though his heart had been pierced by a sharp needle. His face turned pale as he knelt on the ground, afraid to breathe. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze. Gu Yanluo lifted her eyes, her beautiful orb shimmering with unshed tears. The redness around them heart-wrenching. Would you be willing to marry him? His voice was chilling, as if a beast lay dormant within his depths, instilling fear. Gu Yanluo clutched at Xiao Jiuyan's garment, pressing closer to him, tears cascading down her cheeks. No, Luo doesn't want to. The warmth of her tears fell upon Xiao Jiuyan's hand, softening his heart. Did you hear that? Xiao Jiuyan's cold gaze fell upon the old matriarch of the Gu family, who uttered her unwillingness. The old matriarch trembled, her legs weak. When had this little wretch entangled herself with the second prince? The second prince truly stood up for her. The old matriarch shrank back, speaking softly. Marriage is traditionally decided by the parents and matchmakers. She is our child, and we will surely arrange the best match for her. Her voice quivered but grew slightly stronger. Moreover, with her simple-mindedness, which nobleman in the capital would wish to marry her? It would be a blessing for her if the young master of the Lin family finds her acceptable. Crash! The teacup on the table shattered violently at the old matriarch's feet, startling her into kneeling, her face drained of color. Did I not say she is unwilling? Do you not understand? The old matriarch's gaze was fixed in horror, not daring to utter a word. Has she reached maturity? Xiao Jiuyan's voice was cold and questioning. The old matriarch shook her head, panic evident on her face. How can there be talk of marriage if she has not yet matured? His voice rose dangerously, laced with menace. The old matriarch trembled. From this day forth, should I discover that you are arranging matches for her before she comes of age, I will not hesitate to sever your hands and feet to feed the dogs. With that, Xiao Jiuyan wrapped his arm around Gu Yanluo's shoulders and turned to leave the Lin residence. Lin Xiangshu watched as the hard-won second prince departed, his frustration manifesting in foot-stomping as he hurried to catch up. After regaining her composure, the old matriarch glared at the affectionate display between Gu Yanluo and Xiao Jiuyan, her anger surging. Supported by her maid, old lady Lin rose to her feet, her teeth clenched in fury as she glared at old lady Gu. Just moments ago, you claimed to wish to preserve Yanluo's reputation and thus refrained from accompanying Shun Gur back to the chamber. Yet now, observing her in an embrace with the second prince, it seems you hold her honor in little regard. It appears that your Gu family is not genuinely earnest in pursuing a union with her Lin family. A mindless, foolish girl truly believes we, the Lin family, would covet her? Who knows what encounters she has faced during her years in solitude? She may very well be irreparably tainted. Your Gu family's foundations are as unsound as the upper beams, for you caused quite the scandal in the capital before your marriage, and it seems your granddaughter follows suit. How dare you speak such nonsense? Old Lady Gu gasped upon hearing these words, rushing forward to seize old Lady Lin by the arm. The two instantly became embroiled in a chaotic struggle, the main hall descending into disarray. Chapter 18. Extracting the eyes as Gu Yanluo followed Xiao Jiuyan out of the Lin residence, she was swiftly lifted onto the carriage by him. Lin Xiangshu hurriedly chased after them, bowing and forcing a smile. Your Highness, that jade ruby. He sought an excuse regarding the jade ruby, intending to invite the second prince to discuss important matters at the residence. However, his plans were abruptly interrupted. Xiao Jiuyan was well aware that Lin Xiangshu approached him with ulterior motives, working covertly for the sixth prince. Initially, he had intended to entertain him, but witnessing Lin Xiangshuan's demeanor towards Gu Yanluo filled him with a surge of indignation. Seeing your unsightly son makes me feel nauseous. Xiao Jiuyan's scornful words fell as the carriage curtain slowly descended, obscuring Lin Xiangshu's view. Inside the carriage, Gu Yanluo curled up in a corner. Her slender form nestled obediently to one side, appearing diminutive and fragile. She cautiously raised her small head, her gaze attentively fixed upon him, revealing a hint of timidity. Xiao Jiuyan settled beside her, his cold eyes scrutinizing her. Now you know fear? Why did you not consider the consequences when you rushed into my embrace earlier? Even if Gu Yanluo had not thrown herself into his arms, he would have come to her aid upon witnessing her being bullied. Yet, she had done so in public. And being an unmarried girl, what would become of her reputation? Xiao Jiuyan's brow furrowed slightly, his expression was grim, and his dark gaze sent a chill down one's spine. Gu Yanluo trembled, biting her lower lip, her eyes still tinged with remnants of tears. When Xiao Jiuyan glanced at her, he noticed her glistening, tear-filled eyes. A pang of compassion tugged at his heart. He found it particularly intolerable to see this foolish girl in tears. How absurd. Why was he so concerned about a simpleton? Was he truly the soft-hearted man that the officials dreaded? Xiao Jiuyan swallowed hard, exhaling slowly. If you shed another tear, I shall gouge out your eyes. Gu Yanluo gasped in shock. She quickly pressed her lips together, desperately suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. After a moment, she managed to sit up straight. She could sense that Xiao Jiuyan still bore some degree of indulgence towards her. Why was this so? Since their rebirth, they had only met a handful of times. Did Xiao Jiuyan possess a higher tolerance for simpletons than for ordinary people? His thoughts were truly perplexing. Sitting upright, Gu Yanluo cautiously tilted her head, surreptitiously scrutinizing Xiao Jiuyan. However, this furtive glance did not escape his notice. He fixed his gaze upon her, clearly waiting for her to speak. Gu Yanluo's eyes darted around, and she gingerly shifted from the corner, slowly taking a seat beside Xiao Jiuyan. Just as she was within an arm's length of him, Xiao Jiuyan parted his lips. Gu Yanluo immediately stiffened in her seat. Feeling aggrieved, she wondered why he would not allow her to be closer. She leaned her little head forward, nearly reaching Xiao Jiuyan's face, and softly choked out, "You can hit me if you wish." Xiao Jiuyan, nearly laughing in exasperation at her persistence, replied, "Why would I strike you?" Gu Yanluo's tear-stained eyes appeared pitifully delicate, evoking my sympathy. This was how my father and grandmother would reprimand me when they were angry. A surge of inexplicable fury ignited within me. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened. Was this how the Gu family treated her? Gu Yanluo could not decipher the emotions lurking in Xiao Jiuyan's eyes. She only noticed that his expression grew even more displeased after her words. She hesitated, wondering if she had spoken incorrectly, but ultimately dismissed the thought. After all, she was a fool, ignoring Xiao Jiuyan's attempts to deter her. Gu Yanluo leaned closer to his side. The moment her soft form brushed against his arm, his breath hitched. "Gu Yanluo, are you truly willing to forfeit your reputation?" Gu Yanluo paused, her eyelashes fluttering. "Do you despise me? If so, I shall take my leave." As she spoke, she attempted to rise. Just then, the carriage wheel rolled over a protruding stone, causing the vehicle to jolt. Gu Yanluo lost her balance and toppled to the side. Xiao Jiuyan's eyes darkened instantaneously. He reached out and pulled her back. Gu Yanluo fell into his embrace, her back against his chest, her head colliding with him. The sound of his heavy breathing resonating above her. A muffled groan escaped him as he gasped. "Are you intent on repeatedly smashing your already treated wounds?" Gu Yanluo, feeling guilty, hastily tried to rise, but her small hand inadvertently pressed against his thigh. As she slid down, she seemingly touched something, and the soft exhalation that followed left her frozen in place. Startled, she widened her eyes in terror, unable to meet Xiao Jiuyan's gaze, and immediately retracted her hand. Sitting upright in the corner, Xiao Jiuyan slightly tilted his head, his throat rolling, his cold and fierce eyes sweeping over her, only to find her looking serious and utterly oblivious. Xiao Jiuyan thought to himself, why should he be angry with a fool? If your wounds hurt, you can come to me. I will tend to them. After a moment of silence, Gu Yanluo's embarrassment finally subsided, and she feigned ignorance as she spoke to Xiao Jiuyan. He closed his eyes, snorted coldly, and chose to ignore her. Gu Yanluo remained silent. The carriage continued on its journey. When it finally stopped, the coachman lifted the curtain, announcing, "Your Highness, we have arrived." Xiao Jiuyan rose suddenly. His tall figure bent as he stood, causing the space inside the carriage to constrict. Gu Yanluo instinctively shrank back. Her cheeks puffed in confusion, unsure of what Xiao Jiuyan intended to do. "What are you dawdling for?" His icy voice drifted from outside. Gu Yanluo blinked in bewilderment and nimbly descended from the carriage. The alley was quite secluded, with very few passers-by. "Keep up," Xiao Jiuyan commanded as he walked ahead, instructing Gu Yanluo to follow closely. As she trailed behind him into the garden, she was taken aback by the opulence of the surroundings. The exterior of the garden appeared unremarkable, yet within lay a breathtaking spectacle. In front stood a towering stone wall, adorned with an ink painting depicting the misty rivers of Jiangnan. The bamboo leaves on the wall seemed to sway gently, echoing the sound of the water flowing below. Proceeding along the path on the eastern side of the stone wall, one encounters a lengthy corridor adorned with vibrant depictions of birds and beasts on its columns, which, when gazed upon, resemble an exquisite tapestry. Beneath the eaves, a series of golden bells dangle, swaying gracefully in the wind, their melodious chimes resonating in the air. Continuing forward and stepping into the hall, Gu Yanluo notices the corners of the eaves are similarly embellished with golden bells. In her previous life, Gu Yanluo had never ventured into Xiao Jiuyan's private estate, and she was unaware of his fondness for these golden bells. What could this signify? Suddenly, Xiao Jiuyan halted in his tracks just ahead, and as Gu Yanluo was absorbed in her surroundings, she inadvertently collided with his broad, sturdy back, causing her nose to flush a bright red. A wave of discomfort surged through her, and as she lifted her gaze to meet the depths of Xiao Jiuyan's eyes, suppressing the sting, she broke into a foolish grin, reminiscent of the delightful sound of tinkling bells. Chapter 19. Brother Eye. A subtle depth flickered within Xiao Jiuyan's eyes as he gazed at Gu Yanluo's luminous orbs, which shimmered with an innocent clarity reminiscent of gentle water. Instinctively, he raised his hand, his fingertip brushing against her nose, tenderly caressing it twice. Gu Yanluo stiffened, staring blankly at Xiao Jiuyan. Regaining his composure, Xiao Jiuyan's expression darkened abruptly, and he withdrew his hand in a flurry of confusion. What was he doing? Was it called ding ding dong? Gu Yanluo felt an uncontrollable tremor in her heart, her eyelashes fluttering as she lifted her gaze to meet his. Indeed, ding ding dong was not an incorrect description. The sound of the golden bell swaying in the wind was precisely that. As Xiao Jiuyan stepped into the hall and took his seat, he concluded his words and turned to leave. Gu Yanluo sprang up, relying on him as she took 2 steps forward, clutching his sleeve. Where are you going? A peculiar sense of joy flickered within Xiao Jiuyan. She was indeed relying on him. Wait. After issuing his instructions, his figure clad in a deep blue brocade robe vanished from her sight. When Xiao Jiuyan returned, several attendants followed behind him, each bearing numerous food boxes. A throng of individuals stood at his back, opening the boxes, and a fragrant aroma rushed forth, enveloping the air. Gu Yanluo, still in a daze, was approached by a maid bearing a food box. Miss Arrow, which do you prefer, fragrant snowflake pastry or tangerine cake? Gu Yanluo turned to glance at Xiao Jiuyan. With his eyes half closed, he offered her a casual look of encouragement to choose. Her eyes brightened with delight as she carefully took the plate of snowflake pastry, remembering to softly say, "Thank you." Another maid approached with a food box. Miss Arrow, which do you prefer, lotus seed paste pastry or yolk pastry? Gu Yanluo's face blossomed like spring flowers, her eyes shimmering with clarity. After making her selections, she began to nibble delicately on her treats. Xiao Jiuyan dismissed the crowd and settled down opposite her, observing as her cheeks puffed slightly with each bite, and he inquired in a hushed tone, "Shall we discuss marriage proposals again?" Gu Yanluo nearly choked on her pastry, her face flushing crimson as she gazed up at Xiao Jiuyan in bewilderment. What did he mean? If they were to discuss marriage proposals again, she would no longer have the privilege of such exquisite pastries. Xiao Jiuyan's voice was low, yet his tone was coaxing, almost as if he were enticing her. Gu Yanluo blinked, realizing he was using such words to threaten her. Who truly lacked intelligence here? As she chewed slowly, a smile gradually emerged on her unadorned face. No more marriage proposals. Mother said that when Arrow grows up, she shall have the finest match. After the commotion of her being brought to the Lin family today, Yuan Shi would undoubtedly prevent Gu Nanshan and the old matriarch from meddling in her marriage affairs any further. Upon finishing her declaration, Gu Yanluo lowered her eyelashes once more, burying herself in her pastries. Her cheeks puffed adorably, exuding a gentle and obedient charm that softened the hearts of those who beheld her. Can Arrow eat these every day? Gu Yanluo's gaze, tinged with greed, swept over the food platter after finishing her pastry. Xiao Jiuyan glanced sideways at her, a smirk gracing his lips. If you behave well, there will be plenty for you every day. Wow. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and she expressed her gratitude to Xiao Jiuyan, albeit uncertain of how to address him. Hesitantly biting her lip, she inquired softly, "They call you second prince. What does that mean?" Xiao Jiuyan raised an eyebrow, responding, "It means brother Ian." Gu Yanluo's cheeks flushed at the unexpected intimacy, her mind momentarily stunned, and she replied, "You may call me brother Ian." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiuyan clicked his tongue, bemused by his own amusement in teasing a naive girl. Upon returning to the general's residence, it was already noon. Yuan Shi was led to the study by Vio, where she was subsequently locked in, awaiting news of Gu Yanluo's safe arrival at the Lin family before being released. Upon returning to Qing'an courtyard and finding Gu Yanluo missing, she sensed that something was amiss. Attempting to leave, she discovered that the general's residence was guarded as securely as a fortress by Gu Nanshan's men, rendering her escape impossible. Yuan Shi was nearly engulfed by despair. At noon, Gu Yanluo, her little stomach round and full, climbed into the carriage that Yuan's family had sent to fetch her. It was Xiao Jiuyan who had instructed them to come for her, lest her reputation be tarnished. Inside the carriage, her cousin Yuan Xuelon furrowed her brows. Having learned of Arrow's return to the capital a few days prior and intending to visit her the following day. However, news had spread that Gu Nanshan intended to sell Gu Yanluo. Arrow, what transpired today? Why is the entire capital abuzz with rumors that General Gu is selling you? And why did you emerge from the second prince's residence? Yuan Xuelon genuinely cared for Gu Yanluo. Her maternal family treated her well, often slipping her silver in secret, fearing she might be wrong due to her lack of clarity. Gu Yanluo's lips curled into a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling as she said, "Cousin, Arrow misses you dearly." With that, she nestled into Yuan Xuelon's embrace, wrapping her arms around her waist and nuzzling closer. The worry that had etched itself on Yuan Xuelon's face dissipated upon witnessing Gu Yanluo's affection. She tenderly placed her hand on Gu Yanluo's back. "Cousin misses you too. Now, could you share with me everything that happened today?" Gu Yanluo nodded and recounted the day's events in full. Upon hearing her tale, Yuan Xuelon's anger flared. Her fists clenched as she struck the carriage wall. That scoundrel Gu Nanshan. Has he lost his senses? Is he truly selling his own daughter? Enraged, Yuan Xuelon nearly returned to Yuan residence to inform old Master Yuan. "So, it was the second prince who rescued you?" Yuan Xuelon exclaimed, astounded. "He is notoriously infamous in the capital. Unpredictable and ruthless, yet he showed kindness and did a good deed?" Yuan Xuelon found the situation perplexing, until Gu Yanluo excitedly declared, "Brother Ian is wonderful. He gave Arrow so many delicious pastries. They were so fragrant. Yuan Shuelan's expression shifted to one of incredulity. Is this truly her impression of the second prince? Surely, she must be bewitched. Regardless of his intentions, Arrow, you must keep your distance from him in the future. He is a truly frightening individual. Do you understand? Yuan Shuelan is genuinely concerned for Gu Yanluo, lacking any understanding of Xiao Jiuyan. She is unaware of the sinister designs this man may harbor and can only urge Gu Yanluo to remain vigilant. As the carriage passed by the Yuan residence, Yuan Shuelan grasped Gu Yanluo's hand and said, Arrow, why not accompany your cousin back to the Yuan family home, shall we? Gu Yanluo shook her head, replying, Mother is still at the general's residence. Yuan Shuelan sighed, acknowledging, indeed, we cannot neglect Aunt. The Yuan carriage soon arrived at the general's residence. Just as Gu Yanluo and Yuan Shuelan descended from the carriage, they noticed, not far away, the elderly lady Gu staggering down from her own carriage. Her meticulously arranged hair was now in complete disarray, resembling a bird's nest atop her head. Her garments were torn and tattered, making her appear as a beggar in rags. Upon spotting Gu Yanluo standing alongside Yuan Shuelan, her eyes blazed with fury as she exclaimed, You little wretch, how dare you return? Chapter 20. Selling Daughters for Glory. Upon hearing the sharp voice of the elder Madame Gu, Yuan Shuelan immediately positioned herself in front of Gu Yanluo, her eyes glimmering with hostility. On what grounds can a Luo not return? She demanded. Oh, how curious. Is it that the Yuan family, having fallen from grace, has nowhere else to go? Constantly visiting the homes of married daughters. Elder Madame Gu couldn't help but taunt when she spotted Yuan Shuelan. Yuan Shuelan stepped forward, her dark eyes radiating coldness. Perhaps you should first inquire whether it is our Yuan family's reputation that has suffered or your Gu family's. The scandal of selling daughters for glory has become common knowledge throughout the capital. How dare you come here to bully a Luo? I spit. Truly shameless. A disgraceful old hag. Her words struck Elder Madame Gu like a piercing arrow, leaving her breathless with fury. Yet, amidst her anger, she clung to a crucial question. Who are you accusing of selling daughters for glory? Yuan Shuelan scoffed. What? I had thought that your return in such a pitiful state was due to the common folk hurling rotten vegetables at you in mockery. Apparently, you remain unaware. Elder Madame Gu's face darkened ominously. The ruckus surrounding the Lin family had escalated, and now the entire capital was aware of General Gu's disgraceful actions. It was likely only a matter of time before the news reached the palace. One could only wonder how the emperor would react upon learning of this. As Yuan Shuelan's words settled, the already pallid face of Elder Madame Gu drained of color entirely. Grabbing her own face in distress, she stumbled back towards the estate. Upon learning of the incident, Gu Yanluo rose abruptly. Who has disseminated this news? The Lin family? Elder Madame Gu, flustered, exclaimed. That old woman from the Lin family and I were entangled in a scuffle all morning. How could she possibly have time to spread such rumors? The only outsider aware of this is the second prince. The second prince? Gu Yanluo was taken aback. What advantage could he gain from spreading such news? Elder Madame Gu felt her legs grow weak with fear. Son, have you somehow offended the second prince? Is this his way of putting us in our place? Gu Yanluo furrowed his brow. That is impossible. I have never wronged the second prince in any circumstance. Elder Madame Gu speculated. When that little wretch was coerced into an engagement with the eldest son of the Lin family, the second prince appeared, and she ran straight into his arms. Could it be that she truly has enticed the second prince? A sense of dread settled in Gu Yanluo's heart. He belonged to the sixth prince's faction. It was imperative that no one in the household aligned with the second prince. Otherwise, given the sixth prince's suspicious nature, he would not easily forgive such a transgression. Gu Yanluo's marriage must be finalized promptly to prevent further complications. Even if she were to attempt seduction with the second prince, she ought to possess some intelligence. Gu Yanluo scoffed. When she returns, I shall question her thoroughly. She is just outside. Elder Madame Gu commanded her servants to summon Gu Yanluo. However, Yuan Shuelan seized her and took her to Qing'an courtyard, leaving no opportunity for Elder Madame Gu's servants. Then I shall inquire during dinner. Gu Yanluo thought for the first time about how utterly helpless he felt against a fool. In Qing'an courtyard, as Yuan Shuelan accompanied Gu Yanluo through the entrance, they were met by the waiting Yuan family members. Upon seeing Gu Yanluo, Yuan sure felt her previously tumultuous heart finally settle. Clutching the crumpled handkerchief in her grasp, she approached Gu Yanluo and anxiously grasped her wrist. Luo, are they coercing you into the Lin family? Are they pressuring you to arrange a marriage with them? Yuan Shi, flustered by her concern, noticed Yuan Shuelan by her side and realized she had lost her composure and decorum. Xiaolon, do not blame your aunt. I am simply too worried. Yuan Shuelon understood her aunt's sentiments and quickly reassured her. Aunt, do not fret. Luo has not made any marriage arrangements with the Lin family. She mentioned that the second prince took her away. Yuan Shi's mind was momentarily clouded. The second prince? Again, the second prince? Previously, Luo had mentioned him to her. Could it be that they truly? Just as Yuan Shi had begun to feel relieved, her heart tightened once more. Luo, what did the second prince say to you? Gu Yanluo did not conceal the truth and obediently replied. Brother A Yin said that one must not speak of engagements before reaching maturity. Yuan Shi's complexion turned pale. What could the second prince possibly mean by this? He also said that if one were to speak of engagements, he would break their legs. Gu Yanluo feigned a fierce demeanor. Yuan Shi's eyes widened in alarm, completely unsettled. And he intends to overturn the general's residence. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, oblivious to the implications of her words. Yuan Shi was momentarily taken aback, pondering the reasoning behind this. Gu Yanluo shook her head, exchanging glances with Yuan Shi. Does anyone else know of this? Yuan Shi's initially fearful gaze gradually regained its composure, becoming more resolute. No. Gu Yanluo answered. Xiaolon, could I trouble you with a request? Aunt, please speak freely, Yuan Shuelon replied. Yuan Shi led Gu Yanluo and Yuan Shuelon into the room. Xiaolon, when you return to the Yuan residence, spread the word of the second prince's statements. Yuan Shuelon was puzzled. However, Gu Yanluo silently nodded in agreement. Recognizing her mother's wisdom, she understood immediately. With Gu Nanshan determined to exploit Luo's marriage, if Luo wished for a prosperous life, she must thwart his plans. Otherwise, Luo's future would be irrevocably ruined by disseminating the second prince's words. The people of the capital would come to know that Luo was under the second prince's protection, deterring anyone from pursuing her for marriage, thereby safeguarding her until she reached maturity. But what of Luo's reputation? Yuan Shuelon expressed her concerns. Yuan Shi furrowed her brows, resolute in her decision. For now, this is the only course of action. Reputation pales in comparison to Luo's happiness for the years to come. Yuan Shuelon nodded. I shall follow aunt's instructions upon my return. Do not mention this to your grandfather. He is of advanced age, and I do not wish for him to be troubled. Yuan Shi spoke with conviction. Moreover, from this day forth, I will ensure Gu Yanluo's safety. No one shall dare to bully her again. Yuan Shuelon understood. As the three conversed within the room, outside, Livio approached slowly. Gu Yanluo caught sight of her drawing near the window, preparing to eavesdrop, and immediately shouted, interrupting her mother and cousin's discussion. Luo, what is the matter? Yuan Shi anxiously turned her gaze towards Gu Yanluo. Gu Yanluo gazed at the flustered Livio who had rushed through the door, her eyes suddenly glistening with tears. She raised a hand, pointing at her, and exclaimed, You are a villain. You must leave. Livio was taken aback, frozen in place, and fearfully knelt on the ground, pleading, Madam, I do not understand what I have done wrong. Gu Yanluo tightened her grip on Yuan's hand, exclaiming, It was she who took my mother away. They are the ones who dragged me away. Though Gu Yanluo's words were not entirely coherent, they struck Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. She fixed her gaze on the kneeling Vio, a chill running down her spine. Indeed, if she had not called her away, how could Luo have been taken to the Lin family? Yet Livio was her maid of honor, having accompanied her since childhood alongside Hongzhu. How could she possibly? Chapter 21. A frightening encounter. Yuan's heart trembled slightly. Just as she was about to inquire, she beheld Lu Yu kneeling on the ground, tears streaming down her face. Madam, please spare me. It was indeed the general who summoned you to the study today. I know nothing. Lu Yu's words rang true. She was utterly oblivious and merely shifted the blame onto Gu Nanshan, making herself the most innocent party. However, Gu Yanluo suddenly fixed her gaze, her voice rising in panic. You went to Shoan Hall in the dead of night. You and grandmother are both wicked. These words made Lu Yu, still kneeling, tremble all over. What had she seen? What did she know? Madam is wronged. The eldest lady is out of her mind. She is speaking nonsense. How could I ever betray you, madam? Yuan was taken aback. She never expected Gu Yanluo to utter such accusations. The maid by her side had gone to Shoan Hall to disclose secrets? Did that mean she was under constant scrutiny by the old lady? This revelation sent chills down Yuan's spine, and she looked at Lu Yu with a changed expression. Lu Yu, I have treated you well. Please spare me, madam. Lu Yu truly did not. Lu Yu's heart raced with anxiety, yet she understood that as long as there was no evidence, she could never admit to anything, or it would surely lead to her demise. Yuan's fingertips trembled as she gazed at Gu Yanluo, straining to suppress her quaking voice. Luo, when did you see this? Yet Gu Yanluo seemed momentarily stunned. She tilted her head, staring at Lu Yu for a long while, then suddenly realized, no. I must have been mistaken. She clutched Yuan's sleeve. Mother, Luo was wrong. Yuan's taut heart instantly relaxed. Lu Yu, kneeling on the floor, nearly collapsed. She raised her hand to wipe the cold sweat from her brow. Madam, Liao would never do anything to betray you. Gu Yanluo poked Yuan's palm gently, whispering, Mother. Luo was mistaken. Yuan quickly smiled. How could Mother blame Luo? She lowered her gaze at Lu Yu. Today, it was you who took me away. Causing Luo to misunderstand. Rise. Lu Yu cautiously stood up, casting a furtive glance at Gu Yanluo, who was tilting her head, grinning foolishly, tightening her fingers. This foolish girl. She had nearly given Lu Yu a fright so severe her heart might leap from her chest. Gu Yanluo shot a cold glance at Lu Yu. Observing her breathless state as if she had just escaped a calamity, a trace of mockery flickering in her eyes. Were they truly frightened? Without a little provocation. How would they reveal their true selves? Soon, it was time for the evening meal. Guru Yue, having rested in her room all day, had heard about Gu Yanluo being taken away by the second prince and was consumed by jealousy. Unable to endure any longer, she emerged from her quarters to join everyone for dinner. Her face, swollen and bruised from a recent slap, bore a terrifying appearance. Although treated, she had not improved much. Guru sat beside the old matriarch, who looked at her with pity, nearly in tears, urging her gently to eat more. Meanwhile, Yuan did not spare Gu Riyue a glance, silently serving dishes to Gu Yanluo instead. Gu Nanshan was already troubled, pondering how to inquire about Gu Yanluo and Xiao Jiuyan, when he noticed her engrossed in devouring her meal. Yuan Shi, too, was only serving dishes to Gu Yanluo, completely ignoring Gu Ruoyue, which intensified his dissatisfaction. Yuan Shi, how can you be so biased? Yu is also your child. She is currently injured, yet you only attend to this fool? Gu Nanshan furrowed his brows and spoke. The old matriarch of the Gu family chimed in. Our Yu is truly a pitiful child. Even in such a state, the head matriarch shows such favoritism. It's utterly unreasonable. With red-rimmed eyes, Gu Ruoyue looked at Yuan Shi, pleading, Mother, Yu also wishes to eat the dishes you prepare with a sharp clatter. Yuan Shi's chopsticks fell to the edge of the plate. Is it your face that is injured, or your hand? Besides, isn't your grandmother serving you? Yuan Shi's tone was harsh. Ever since learning that Gu Ruoyue had torn Gu Yanluo's clothing, her disappointment in Gu Ruoyue had deepened. Yuan Shi, why are you taking out your anger on Yu? Gu Nanshan's voice turned cold. She is also a child of the Gu family, raised by you. When did you become so narrow-minded? While continuing to eat, Gu Yanluo casually interjected, who knows? Gu Nanshan tightened his breath, nearly overwhelmed by frustration. What nonsense are you spouting now? If you cannot control your mouth, it will lead to your own ruin. Stop bringing calamity upon yourself. You dare. Yuan Shi's voice rose sharply. Anyone who lays a hand on my daughter will face my wrath. Mother, please don't be angry. Father didn't mean it that way. Gu Ruoyue, sensing an impending argument, quickly interjected, her voice trembling. If you don't wish to serve Yu, she will not insist. Please calm down. Look how understanding our Yu is. Some people mistake fish eyes for pearls. They will surely come to regret it. The old matriarch shot a fierce glare at Gu Yanluo before placing a piece of meat in Gu Ruoyue's bowl. Yu, eat more. Lowering her eyelashes, Gu Ruoyue's tears fell like droplets into her bowl. Yu, stop crying and eat your meal. Gu Nanshan could only offer her comfort. Then turned his gaze back to Gu Yanluo. When did you become acquainted with the second prince? His tone was laden with inquiry. Expressing his displeasure at Gu Yanluo's entanglement with Xiao Jiuyan, Gu Yanluo lifted her eyes to glance at Gu Nanshan before lowering her gaze once more, continuing to eat. Are you deaf to my question? Gu Nanshan's voice tinged with anger. You are well aware of her limited intellect, yet you persist in making things difficult for her. Is this how a father behaves? Yuan Shi, upon witnessing Gu Nanshan bully Gu Yanluo, was filled with indignation, her pent-up frustration ready to explode. When have I ever made things difficult for her? She is an unmarried woman, and rumors about her inappropriate relations with a man are spreading like wildfire. Am I not entitled to inquire? Gu Nanshan raised his voice once more. Yuan Shi gritted her teeth, suddenly rising from her seat. The entire capital is still spreading rumors that you wish to sell your daughter for glory. Why haven't you explained this to Luo? Yuan Shi. Gu Nanshan was incensed, a fierce glint in his eyes. He instinctively raised his hand, ready to strike Yuan Shi. The deeply ingrained fear within her caused a brief tremor in her gaze. A formidable voice suddenly echoed beside her ear. Try hitting my mother. Gu Yanluo seized a fishbone from the table and hurled it towards Gu Nanshan's face. It's infuriating to eat in peace. Gu Nanshan quickly dodged, fury boiling beneath his gaze. Yet he refrained from retaliating against Yuan. Are you two planning to turn the world upside down? The old matriarch of the Gu family rose, exclaiming that since Gu Yanluo's return, there had not been a single day of peace in the household. Gu Yanluo's gaze darted to the old matriarch, her eyes briefly scanning the fish soup. A searing memory surged within her, causing the old matriarch's heart to tremble. This little wretch. The old matriarch no longer dared to strike. She could only resort to verbal jabs. Don't think that just because you've climbed the ranks with the second prince, you can act recklessly in the general's residence. The second prince is notorious. Do you truly believe that you will lead a good life in his grasp? You may end up suffering beyond recognition. Chapter 22. Temptation of Lu Yao. Although Lady Gu's words were harsh, they were also a reflection of Yuan's concerns. The second prince had a notoriously violent temperament, and it was inevitable that Arrow would be subjected to his bullying. However, the most pressing matter now was to leverage the second prince's influence to protect her. Arrow's marriage must not be exploited as a mere tool. Yuan snorted coldly, acknowledging that even she was aware of the second prince's infamous reputation. Since he was willing to safeguard Arrow now, should you dare to mistreat her again, the second prince would likely not let you off easily. Yuan's words caused a jolt in Lady Gu's heart. She instinctively glanced towards Gu Nanshan, who furrowed his brow, his eyes brimming with agitation. Meanwhile, Gu Ruoyue observed discreetly, her fingers tightening around her chopsticks. From Yuan's demeanor, was it possible that Gu Yanluo had truly caught the second prince's eye? That foolish girl, what right did she have? In terms of talent and intelligence, they were worlds apart. What made her worthy of the second prince's attention? Since the incident when Yuan was summoned by Lu Yao to the study, an inexplicable doubt had arisen in her heart regarding Lu Yao. In recent days, she had been meticulously selecting suitable suitors from the capital for marriage. Unlike before, she no longer trusted Lu Yao completely. She consulted with Hongzhu on every matter and delegated tasks solely to her. On Lu Yao's side, Lady Gu urged her daily to report on Yuan's actions and whether she had any clandestine connections with the second prince. Yet, Yuan had not entrusted Lu Yao with any tasks, and Lu Yao sensed that Yuan had begun to harbor suspicions about her. After several days of anxiety, Lu Yao's gaze fell upon the simple-minded Gu Yanluo. One day, she returned from the shop with an abundance of candied treats and pastries. As Gu Yanluo prepared to seek out Yuan, Lu Yao called her over and led her to the side room behind Qing'an Courtyard. Dear miss, I bought many of your favorite treats today. Would you care to try them? Lu Yao spread open the oiled paper in her hands, revealing the exquisitely crafted pastries within. Gu Yanluo immediately discerned Lu Yao's ploy. Nevertheless, she accepted the pastries offered by Lu Yao, pinching one and discreetly taking a small bite. Upon tasting it, her eyes brightened, and her gaze towards Lu Yao brimmed with delight and excitement. Delicious. Thank you, Sister Lu Yao. Seeing how easily Gu Yanluo could be won over, Lu Yao felt a surge of confidence. In the following days, she brought a variety of pastries to Gu Yanluo each day. After every meal, Lu Yao could sense their bond growing closer. Until 5 days later, after feeding Gu Yanluo another round of pastries, she cautiously inquired, Miss, do we consider ourselves friends now? Gu Yanluo tilted her head, flashing a sweet smile, her eyes radiating a Navi charm. Sister Lu Yao brings me delicious treats every day. That makes us friends. The crisp sound of her voice lingered in the air. The heart of Vio, which had been suspended in her throat, finally settled. My lady, it seems that the madam has been upset with me these days. She no longer confides in me about anything, and I genuinely worry for her well-being. I wish to alleviate her burdens. Could you perhaps enlighten me on her recent intentions? I would like to assist her discreetly, thus lightening her load. The fox's tail had finally been revealed. Gu Yanluo furrowed her delicate brows, attentively listening to Vio's words. Sister Vio speaks truthfully. Our mother has indeed been troubled of late. She and Sister Hongzhu have been deliberating on Arrow's marriage, which is quite taxing for her. Gu Yanluo's expression was one of deep concern for Yuan Shi. Indeed. I too cannot bear to see the madam so overworked. Would you kindly share with me what she is troubled about? I wish to lend her my support. Vio coaxed gently. Gu Yanluo blinked, gazing intently at Vio for a while. It seemed she had come to the conclusion that Vio did not harbor ill intentions. In a lowered voice, she confided, Mother is currently arranging a marriage for Arrow. She mentioned the fourth young master of the Sun family, a paragon of grace and courtesy. If Arrow were to marry him, he would surely treat her well. Upon hearing Gu Yanluo's words, Vio felt a jolt of astonishment. How audacious Yuan Shi was. Did she not realize how foolish her own daughter was? The fourth young master of the Prime Minister's residence was the object of desire for every young woman in the capital. How could she possibly wish for the dim-witted Gu Yanluo to marry him? Was he blind? After indulging in her scornful thoughts, Vio handed Gu Yanluo a package of pastries. Thank you, my lady, for confiding in me. Now that I am aware of the madam's endeavors, I shall exert every effort to assist her and help you secure the fourth young master. Gu Yanluo beamed, her eyes crinkling in delight. Thank you, Sister Vio. Vio turned away, letting out a cold scoff. Fool. Vio promptly conveyed the information she had gathered to the old matriarch. Upon learning that Yuanshi had designs on the fourth young master of the Sun family, the old matriarch reacted with the same disbelief. How audacious Yuanshi is. The fourth young master is a man recognized by the emperor himself, possessing both talent and grace. How could my foolish daughter even dream of marrying him? As the old matriarch pondered, she reflected, yet, my Ayu, with her talents, is undoubtedly worthy of the fourth young master. Hanji. Send someone to the prime minister's residence with a formal invitation. In a few days, I shall take Ayu to pay respects to the prime minister's wife. If Yuanshi desires her dim-witted daughter to marry the fourth young master, then let her open her eyes and see that only Ayu is worthy of him. Not her foolish daughter. In the Chihan courtyard, at night, Gu Yanluo did not sleep in her own chamber but instead, wrapped in a thick cloak, made her way to Yuanshi's room. Mother, today Sister Vio inquired about what you have been up to recently. She expressed a desire to share your burdens. Yuanshi lowered her gaze, staring into her daughter's pure and innocent eyes, her heart sinking. Vio was indeed up to something. How had Eros spoken to her? Gu Yanluo obediently said, I merely mentioned that mother wishes for me to marry young Master Sun Si. Nothing more. Our Luo is truly well behaved. Yuanshi embraced Gu Yanluo as she drifted into slumber, yet in the depths of the dark night, she kept her eyes open. Indeed, young Master Sun Si was among those she considered. However, his illustrious reputation attracted numerous suitors, making him perhaps not the most prudent choice for a Luo. Now that Gu Yanluo had relayed this information to Lu Yao, she could subtly probe whether Lu Yu had indeed betrayed her and was acting on behalf of the old matriarch. The following day at breakfast, the old matriarch Gu directed her scornful remarks at Yuanshi, saying, you should have some awareness regarding this foolish girl. Yuanshi, however, paid her no mind. Within 2 days, the old matriarch Gu set off with Gu Ruyue. Gu Ruyue, veiled, accompanied the old matriarch in a carriage bound for the prime minister's residence. Upon learning of their destination, Yuanshi's expression darkened, her heart resolutely concluding that Lu Yao had indeed betrayed her allegiance. Hongzhu, summon Lu Yao, she commanded. Chapter 23. The servant who betrayed her master upon her arrival. Vio immediately discerned the grim expression on Yuan's face. Yuan, a woman of noble stature, had been reared in seclusion since childhood, rarely displaying such an unsightly demeanor. Vio, when did you begin following me? Yuan's lips parted, her tone frigid. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over Vio. Madam, I have been with you since I was 6, she replied, stepping forward. Indeed. You accompanied me from the tender age of 6. It is precisely for this reason that when I married, I brought you along with Hongzhu. Yuan's deliberate words only intensified Vio's anxiety. Madam, what do you mean by this? She inquired cautiously. A Luo mentioned you inquired about my activities? Vio's complexion drained of color. Gu Yanluo had betrayed her. Despite her fervent admonitions to keep this matter concealed from Madam, she had divulged the information nonetheless. Truly a foolish, thoughtless individual. She informed you of my interest in the fourth young master of the Sun family, and immediately afterward, the old lady took Gu Ruyue to the prime minister's residence. Vio, do you believe this matter is unrelated to you? Vio's face turned ashen, and she knelt before Yuan, pleading, Madam, spare me. I truly did not know. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. I am unaware of why the old lady chose to take the second young miss to the prime minister's residence. Yet Yuan regarded her words with skepticism, her gaze icy. Vio, for the sake of our childhood bond, if you confess the truth, I shall not hold you accountable. However, if you persist in your delusions, I shall show you no mercy. Cold sweat beaded on Vio's forehead, her voice trembling. Madam, I genuinely do not know. Moreover, I have only heard what the eldest young miss said, and I possess no evidence. She struggled to maintain her composure, attempting to defend herself. Seeing her unwillingness to admit the truth, Yuan's eyes sharpened. Do you think I summoned you here without preparing evidence? Your clandestine visits to Shoan Hall have not gone unnoticed by the household staff. Yuan's words struck Vio like a dagger to the heart, tightening her breath as cold perspiration soaked her hair. Madam, I did not. Before she could finish her sentence, Hongzhu entered with a report. Madam, Nyotsong has arrived. Nyotsong, a servant responsible for tending the garden, bowed respectfully as he entered. I pay my respects to you, madam. What have you observed? Yuan inquired. Niu cast a sidelong glance at Vio, his expression revealing recognition. The figure I saw before Showen Hall appeared to be this young lady. Upon hearing this, Vio felt her legs weaken, collapsing to the floor. Vio, what more can you say? Her face was as pale as death, her gaze devoid of hope. I offered you a chance. Had you admitted your fault, I would have shown mercy for our youthful bond. Yet you chose not to cherish it. Hongzhu, take her contract and find a broker to sell her. Yuan's gaze shifted away, devoid of any trace of compassion. Today, Vio dared to inform the old lady. And tomorrow she might attempt to harm Luo. Anyone who dared to threaten Luo would face her wrath. Vio had envisioned the consequences of her discovery. Yet she never anticipated Yuan's heartlessness. She was to be sold without hesitation. Madam, for the years I have served the lady, though I possess no merits, I have endured considerable hardships. How can the lady contemplate selling me off? You betray your master. And yet I am expected to honor you and cater to your every need? Yuan's eyes darkened, and Luo's face flushed with indignation. She had not anticipated that someone as typically timid as Yuan would exhibit such assertiveness in just a few days. Upon reflection, it began to change after Gu Yanluo's return. Luo's eyes brimmed with tears. My lady, even if I have betrayed my master, it was only with your best interests at heart. Ever since the eldest young lady returned, the entire general's residence has been thrown into disarray. Although the general occasionally struck the lady, he truly cared for her. Now, however, all that remains in his gaze towards her is disdain. Does the lady truly believe this is a favorable outcome? Yuan stared at Luo in astonishment, coldly scoffing. You dare utter such words? Red Candle, take her away and confine her in the woodshed. When the buyer arrives, have them take her away. I do not wish to see her again. In the general's residence. Luo had endured endless grievances, often beaten by Gu Nashan until her body bore the marks. Yet, in Luo's words, he was still portrayed as someone who cared sincerely. What a farce. A monumental farce. Luo was dragged away. Once she had left, Gu Yanluo emerged from behind a nearby screen. Yuan handed a pouch of silver to Niu, saying, You have done well. Niu's eyes lit up as he accepted the silver and departed from Qing'an Courtyard. Gu Yanluo watched Niu's retreating figure, her mind drifting back to the previous day's events. She had been seated in the pavilion of the flower garden, deep in thought. While Niu was pruning the plants, frowning, she called out, You there? Niu approached with his head bowed, and Gu Yanluo inquired, Have you seen Luo at Showen Hall in recent days? Niu shook his head. What shall we do then? Without evidence, how can we condemn Luo for her betrayal? Gu Yanluo spoke with a dazed expression, entirely oblivious to the implications of her words. Having said this, she did not engage Niu further and turned to leave. Niu, having grown up in the general's residence, perceived the stakes involved with a single glance. If he were to assist the lady, untold rewards would surely follow. That evening, Niu arrived outside Qing'an Courtyard, informing Yuan, I witnessed Luo at Showen Hall with my own eyes. If I had not seen it with my own eyes, I would not have dared to believe that Luo had betrayed her master. I have treated her well over the years, considering her and Red Candle as my own sisters. Yet she has turned out to be so. Yuan lamented, her heart aching at the mere mention of Luo. Gently, she squeezed Gu Yanluo's hand, saying, Luo, be cautious in your dealings with others from now on. Do you understand? Gu Yanluo obediently nodded. After midday, the old matriarch Gu returned with Gu Ruyue, both their faces alight with joy, evidently having garnered significant gains from their visit to the Prime Minister's residence. Coincidentally, as the old matriarch stepped through the gates, the buyer Red Candle had summoned also arrived. Upon encountering each other, they learned of Yuan's intention to sell Luo, prompting the old matriarch to hastily lead Gu Ruyue into Qing'an Courtyard. Yuan, for so many years, Green Yao has devoted herself to you tirelessly. Yet you treat the elderly around you in such a manner. How can you be so heartless? This was a reaction to the news that Green Yao was to be sold, and it incited urgency. Yuan sure stepped out of the room, her gaze tranquil, yet a chill lingered in her eyes. Mother, Green Yao has betrayed her master. I can no longer trust such a servant. What evidence do you have to prove her betrayal? Yuan sure cast a cold glance at the old matriarch. Is it not sufficient that someone witnessed her sending word to others? The old matriarch's eyelids twitched, and her breath became heavy. This is absolute nonsense. Who did she inform? How can you treat your own personal maid so harshly based on the mere words of outsiders? You were once so gentle and kind. Yet how have you become so malignantly cruel? Chapter 24. Gu Shafeng is not dead. Yuan's step forward was propelled by her prior weakness and kindness, which left her powerless to prevent her daughter from being sold. The old matriarch of the Gu family choked on her words. When did Yuan become so sharp-tongued? If you insist on selling Luo today, I shall have my son annul your marriage to this cruel woman tomorrow. The old matriarch recognized the futility of reasoning and resorted to open threats. Yuan, however, remained as calm as a still lake. Even when threatened, she remained unmoved. Why does mother show such favoritism towards Liu Yao? Could it be? The old matriarch's heart sank. I do not wish for the reputation of the general's household to be tarnished by you. Liu Yao is an elder in this household. Have you considered how the other elders would feel if you disregard her and sell her off? Your actions only serve to dishearten the servants of the general's estate. If mother wishes to spare the servants' feelings, then take Liu Yao back. After all, I shall never employ a traitorous servant like her again. The old matriarch gritted her teeth. Her face flushed with anger. What would it look like for you to take back your personal maid? You could simply have her serve as a menial maid beside you. There is no need for her to be in a position of importance, nor for any gossip to tarnish the reputation of the general's household. The old matriarch stated matter-of-factly. At that moment, as the two women faced off, Gu Yanluo emerged from Liu Yao's quarters, clutching a box of jewelry. She rushed to the old matriarch and tipped the box forward. Both Yuan and the old matriarch wore expressions of astonishment. Gu Yanluo exclaimed, Mother, this is Liu Yao's. She has so many beautiful hairpins. Mother, I want some too. Upon hearing her words, Yuan's gaze fell upon the exquisite jewelry. The stunning emerald bracelet was a rarity even for her. The Hittian jade hairpins, smooth and lustrous, glimmered in the sunlight. The meticulously crafted earrings, made of pure gold, boasted intricate designs that captivated the eye. Among the treasures were several bracelets that clearly originated from Shouentang. Such opulence, Liu Yao, where did you procure these treasures? Yuan's sharp gaze fixed upon Liu Yao, who had been brought in from the woodshed. Liu Yao looked to the old matriarch in fear. Naturally, these were bestowed by the matriarch. At this point, what good would it do to continue shielding the matriarch? Yuan refrained from tearing off the mask, mindful of the old matriarch standing. If she continued to conceal the truth, all the suffering would fall upon her. No. Liu Yu knelt on the ground, crawling forward, pleading, Madam, spare me. I did not intend to betray you. It was the old. The old matriarch's name nearly slipped from her lips, prompting the matriarch to roar, Liu Yao. With such undeniable evidence before us, what more do you wish to say? She immediately shifted her stance, coldly rebuking Liu Yao. Liu Yao's eyes widened in shock as she gazed at the old matriarch. Your parents toiled to raise you, sending you to serve Yuan, and yet you have betrayed your master. Have you considered your parents and sister? This was a threat using Liu Yao's family. Liu Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the old matriarch. Over the years, she has gathered countless pieces of information and accomplished numerous tasks for the old matron. Yet, she finds herself in such a dire predicament now. She shrieked, Old matron, do you possess no conscience? For years I have toiled for you, and now you threaten me with the fate of my kin. Green Yao has always been strong-willed and cannot endure such indignity. When the old matron found her useful, she would grasp her hand, express joy at her presence, regard her as family, and even promise to arrange a splendid marriage for her in the future. Now, with the truth unveiled, the matron casts her aside and demands that she bear all the consequences. If you are unkind, do not blame me for being unjust. Madam, years ago, when the young master was gravely ill, the general deemed it inauspicious, and it was the old matron who commanded me to abandon the young master at the potter's field. You may not know, but when the young master was cast there, he was still breathing. The moment Green Yao uttered these words, the entire Qing'an courtyard fell into a profound silence. Yuan's eyes widened in shock as she rushed forward, seizing Green Yao by the shoulders. What did you say? You mean the child was still alive? Upon hearing this, the old matron nearly fainted. When Gu Xiaofeng was born, the old matron regarded him as her lifeblood. However, after he fell gravely ill, his condition deteriorated day by day. At that time, Gu Nanshan's career was in turmoil, and he attributed all misfortunes to Gu Xiaofeng's presence. After the physician declared him beyond saving, Gu Nanshan hastily ordered his expulsion. Upon learning of his passing, the old matron commanded Green Yao to discard Gu Xiaofeng at the potter's field, forbidding him entry into the family tree. The Gu family believed that Gu Xiaofeng had indeed passed before being cast away. Yet, Green Yao concealed this secret for over a decade. She asserted that Gu Xiaofeng was still alive. Gu Yanluo stood to the side, her gaze calm as she observed the scene unfolding before her. She knew where her brother was, but now was not the time for his return. Her brother had been rescued from the potter's field by a farmer and raised alongside his wife, yet he bore the lingering effects of his illness, leaving him exceedingly frail. Gu Yanluo lowered her gaze. It was only a matter of time before he returned, and she must find an opportunity to help him regain his strength. If you wish to know the whereabouts of the young master, do not think of killing me. Only I know where he is. Green Yao glared fiercely at the old matron and Yuan. She was aware of the stakes. Gu Yanluo snorted coldly, recognizing this merely as a survival tactic. Come. Take Green out of the woodshed and extract the young master's location. The old matron trembled as she raised a finger, pointing at Green Yao. Green Yao held her ground, staring defiantly at the old matron. No matter how much she despised her or longed to end her life, she realized that no one could kill her now. As the Qinghan courtyard settled into silence, Gu Yanluo sat beside Yuan, her bright eyes fixed on her mother. Mother, my brother is not dead. He is alive. Her voice rang clear, and the more she spoke, the more intense Yuan's surging excitement became. Aluo, why do you believe your brother is alive? He is alive. He is not dead. After proclaiming this, Gu Yanluo began to play with the tassels hanging from the bed. Yuan Shi, realizing that further inquiries would yield no results, promptly summoned Hongzhu. Hongzhu, please investigate this matter. Lu Yao has claimed that she intended to use this situation to preserve her life from the very beginning. We cannot accept her words at face value. Thorough investigation is imperative. Understood, Hongzhu replied before turning to depart. Yuan Shi cast a lingering glance at Gu Yanluo, contemplating how wonderful it would be if her beloved children could return to her side. They were all her offspring, the very essence of her heart. News of this development swiftly reached Gu Nanshan's ears. Upon learning that Gu Shafeng had indeed been alive when cast away, his pupils quivered in shock. He had never anticipated that he would be unable to father a son thereafter. Despite numerous affairs outside, none had produced a male heir, only daughters emerged. And upon their birth, Gu Nanshan would ensure their elimination, leaving no trace behind. Now, the revelation that his son might still be alive sent him into a frenzy of emotion, leaving him utterly unable to maintain his composure. Chapter 25, Brother Ein delivers pastries. Gu Nanshan promptly dispatched his most trusted confidant to interrogate Lu Yao. His methods, honed through countless battles, left no room for mercy. How could Lu Yao withstand such pressure? Within 3 days, she divulged everything she knew, only to meet her demise at Gu Nanshan's hands. As the household dealt with Lu Yao's body under the cloak of night, Gu Yanluo observed from the eaves, her gaze calm and indifferent. Gu Nanshan was a man devoid of compassion, a truth she had experienced in her previous life. He was selfish and ruthless, willing to employ any means necessary to achieve his goals, rarely displaying genuine affection. The only semblance of real emotion he possessed was perhaps for Guru Yue. Yet that woman bore him no love. Even the child she carried was not his. Even when he sought out Gu Shafeng, it was merely to secure an heir for his legacy, rather than an expression of paternal devotion. Lu Yao's body was hastily transported out of the capital under the cover of darkness. The following day, Gu Nanshan secretly initiated a search for Gu Shafeng. At his rate of investigation, it would not be long, approximately a month, before he would locate the young man. Within that month, she intended to ruin Gu Ruyue's reputation, and at her most desperate moment, reveal that she was not of the Gu lineage, inciting a fierce conflict between her and the old matriarch of the Gu family. Gu Ruyue's complexion gradually improved, yet she continued to veil her face. Friendships formed in the capital, if not nurtured, tended to wane over time. Impatient, Gu Ruyue invited several noble young ladies to the general's residence under the pretext of admiring flowers. Gu Nanshan's deputy returned with several exquisite pots of peonies, which were promptly displayed in the garden at dawn. The peonies bloomed vibrantly, their colors resplendent. Soon, a steady stream of noble young women arrived in carriages. Upon disembarking, they were immediately drawn to the side of the peonies, eagerly advancing towards them. Amidst the lively atmosphere at the general's residence, a magnificent carriage adorned with red silk threads and gold bells suddenly appeared outside. As it rolled forward, the bells chimed melodiously. The carriage halted in front of the general's residence. Xiao Jiuyan's attendant, Changbai, alighted with a food box in hand. Approaching the entrance, he inquired of the doorman whether Miss Gu was present, stating that they bore pastries from the second prince for her. Upon hearing this, the noble young ladies, who had been admiring the flowers, turned their gazes towards the entrance. The second prince sent pastries for Miss Gu? Some looked at Gu Ruyue, asking, "You, when did you become acquainted with the second prince? Why didn't you mention it to us?" Initially taken aback, Gu Ruyue soon recalled the incident when Gu Yanluo had been taken away by the second prince during her visit to the Lin family. Their relationship had indeed grown to such proximity. A shadow crossed her eyes as she glanced towards the carriage outside, noticing it seemed unoccupied. The second prince did not come? With a hint of suspicion, she approached Changbai and asked, "What brings you to me?" Having never encountered Gu Yanluo before, Changbai had only assisted Xiao Jiuyan during her previous visit. "Are you Miss Gu?" he inquired. Gu Ruyue nodded. "These are the pastries our second prince has sent for you." Changbai smiled gently, recounting that the second prince had previously mentioned this arrangement. Upon hearing this, the noble ladies surrounding them were taken aback, whispering in awe, "Ayu, when did this happen between you and the second prince? Such a seemingly indifferent and cold person has shown you such kindness. Could it be that a good fortune is on the horizon?" Despite Xiao Jiuyan's notorious reputation and the chilling aura he exuded, there remained a certain allure surrounding any woman favored by him. His strikingly handsome visage, coupled with his noble status, perhaps as a future sovereign, left many unable to resist feeling a flutter of excitement. Gu Ruyu was acutely aware that this gift was intended for Gu Yanluo. However, the individual delivering the pastries was oblivious to this fact. Moreover, who would believe that the pastries were meant for that foolish Gu Yanluo? Gu Ruyu's vanity swelled within her. And with a slight pout and an air of bashfulness, she remarked, I too am unsure why the second prince would send me pastries." As she accepted the delicacies from Chang Bai's hands, eager to share them with the noble women nearby, a sudden noise from a carriage halted her. In the next moment, Xiao Jiuyan emerged, his tall and imposing figure clad in a dark purple satin robe embroidered with subtle black patterns, cinched at the waist with a lustrous white belt. The moment his black boots struck the ground, Gu Ruyu felt her face drain of color. She raised her gaze, only to find her eyes colliding with his piercing stare. With high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, his cold, scrutinizing gaze emanated an unsettling chill. Approaching her, Xiao Jiuyan extended a hand, drawing the box of pastries closer, his voice chillingly soft, akin to a whisper from the abyss. "Is this meant for you? Do you dare to accept it?" Instantly, Gu Ruyu's complexion turned pale. She knelt before him, her eyes glistening with tears, pleading, "Your Highness, spare me." His haughty and regal gaze swept across her face before that slender purple figure swiftly vanished from her side, striding toward the main hall. Within mere moments, Gu Yanluo, accompanied by Yuan Shi, strolled through the garden, heading toward the main hall. The noble ladies, who had come to admire the blossoms, stood frozen in disbelief. Thus, the Miss Gu, who received pastries from the second prince, was none other than Gu Yanluo? Surely not. The second prince was so kind to that foolish girl. I believe I heard rumors that when Gu Yanluo was sold by General Gu for profit, it was the second prince who came to her rescue and took her away. Ayu, does everyone in the general's residence know about your elder sister's connection with Xiao Jiuyan? Gu Ruyu's face flushed crimson. Before she could respond, Qiu Jing interjected. I cannot comprehend why the second prince is so enamored with that foolish girl. This statement effectively confirmed that Gu Ruyu was indeed aware of the connection between Xiao Jiuyan and Gu Yanluo. Was her eagerness to accept the pastries merely a ruse to flaunt the second prince's affections before them? In that moment, the noble ladies regarded Gu Ruyu with a hint of disdain. How vain she truly was. Gu Ruyu felt the piercing gazes laden with mockery. Her cheeks flushed with heat. She gritted her teeth, her fingers clenched tightly at her sides. Damn that Gu Yanluo. Why, upon her return, did all eyes gravitate toward her? That fool. What right did she have to receive the second princess' special attention? What qualifications did she possess? In the main hall, Xiao Jiuyan had no desire to make an appearance, but due to Chang Bai's incompetence, which nearly resulted in the pastries being delivered to the wrong person, he had no choice but to step into the general's residence. When Yuan Shi learned that it was Xiao Jiuyan, she felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. Upon encountering him, she grasped Gu Yanluo's hand, prepared to pay her respects. However, she noticed Gu Yanluo slip free, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she dashed toward Xiao Jiuyan, exclaiming sweetly, "Brother Anyan, you finally come to deliver the pastries to me." Chapter 26. Foolishness. As her immunity, Yuan was alarmed as she witnessed Gu Yanluo sprinting towards Xiao Jiuyan, her heart racing with trepidation. She feared that in the next moment, Gu Yanluo's head might find itself in the palm of Xiao Jiuyan's hand. "Your Highness, please forgive me. When she was young, a luo fell into the water, and her mind has been muddled ever since. If she has inadvertently offended your Highness, I beseech you." Yuan was trembling with fear as she pleaded for Gu Yanluo's mercy. Yet, Xiao Jiuyan merely replied, "It is of no consequence." Upon finishing his words, he lowered his gaze, his eyes resting upon Gu Yanluo before him. Her eyes sparkled with brilliance, as if stars were twinkling within their depths. "Are you happy to see me?" he asked, a faint smile unconsciously gracing his lips, and the surrounding hostility seemed to dissipate. Gu Yanluo had been smiling, but upon hearing his words, her expression wilted, and her eyelids drooped lethargically. "I have been waiting for you for several days." Xiao Jiuyan paused momentarily. Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze once more, looking at Xiao Jiuyan with longing. "You said you would come every day, HM?" Her little face bore an expression of profound grievance and dissatisfaction towards Xiao Jiuyan. Yuan's mind buzzed with anxiety as she clutched Gu Yanluo's sleeve, repeatedly pulling her back. "Aluo, heed your mother's words and come back." The person before them was not one to be trifled with. He was the second prince. A mere word from him could seal their fates. Moreover, rumors suggested that Xiao Jiuyan detested the proximity of women, particularly those who were overly delicate and prone to feigning innocence. Wasn't her Luo provoking the second prince? Yuan felt as though her heart might leap from her throat. Yet, contrary to her expectations of Xiao Jiuyan's disdain, he seemed to wholeheartedly accept Gu Yanluo's grievances. There are pressing matters to attend to, so I may have erred this time. Is that acceptable? Yuan was taken aback. Gu Yanluo, too, was astonished. Xiao Jiuyan was indeed unusually indulgent towards the simple-minded. He was even willing to admit fault. After all, it was a promise made between the crown princess and a Luo. And this time, she had failed to keep her word. Whatever punishment a Luo deemed fit to mete out upon her would be accepted. Xiao Jiuyan's fearsome eyes bore no trace of hostility, and his tone even held a hint of fondness. Yuan felt her vision darkening. What was she hearing? Was the second prince truly apologizing to a Luo, preparing to placate her before striking? It was no wonder Yuan's imagination ran wild. Xiao Jiuyan's reputation in the capital was far from favorable. Previously, before dealing with a corrupt official, he had taken the man to a brothel, delighting him thoroughly. Yet, just as the official was reveling, Xiao Jiuyan had swiftly ended his life with a single stroke, blood spilling forth in an instant. Yuan swallowed hard, her breath trembling. What grave sin had her Luo committed to warrant such elaborate efforts from the second prince? Then let Brother Anyan deliver 2 boxes of pastries every day. Gu Yanluo, oblivious to Yuan's tumultuous thoughts, gently bit her lip, contemplating before articulating her proposed punishment. After speaking, she turned her gaze to Yuan, poking her palm with her finger. Mother, would this be acceptable? Yuan's face drained of color as she nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, whatever a Luo decides is fine. Send those people outside away. Upon catching sight of the group of noble young ladies, Xiao Jiuyan felt a surge of annoyance. Their incessant chatter was quite unbearable. Yuan promptly issued orders, and soon, the esteemed guests began to depart in droves. In an instant, only Gu Ruoyue remained in the garden, her lips pressed together in frustration as she stomped her feet, her eyes reddening with suppressed tears. Standing there, she craned her neck to glimpse Xiao Jiuyan in the main hall. To create an opportunity for Xiao Jiuyan and Gu Yanluo to be alone, Yuan had the audacity to dismiss all the young ladies she had invited. How could she justify this? She claimed to be impartial. Ever since Gu Yanluo's return, her gaze seemed permanently fixed upon her, planning marriages and crafting garments. Why had she never treated her this way before? Gu Ruoyue felt a tightness in her chest from indignation. After lingering outside for a while, she could no longer hold back, twisting the handkerchief in her hands as she stepped into the main hall. Mother, why must you send them away for no reason? They are guests invited by your daughter. You cannot bully you just for the sake of elder sister Gu Ruoyue's eyes brimmed with tears. Her voice filled with grievance. She insisted on voicing her complaint before Xiao Jiuyan, hoping to elicit his sympathy. Yet, to her dismay, Xiao Jiuyan did not even glance in her direction. Yuan frowned slightly, casting a meaningful look at Gu Ruoyue before glancing at Xiao Jiuyan. This was the intent of the second prince. Gu Ruoyue assumed that Yuan was merely making way for Xiao Jiuyan and Gu Yanluo, feeling increasingly frustrated. Mother, why are you so biased? Tears streamed down Gu Ruoyue's cheeks, her sobs growing louder. Hearing her weep for no apparent reason, Xiao Jiuyan's previously cheerful mood shifted to one of irritation. What are you crying about? His voice, laced with a chilling threat, sent shivers down her spine. Gu Ruoyue's whimpers ceased abruptly. She stared at Xiao Jiuyan, her gaze locking onto his eyes, which were filled with a fierce, menacing glint. Changbai, take her away and silence her, he commanded coldly. Changbai approached with a grim expression, grasping Gu Ruoyue's hand and pulling her towards the exit. Gu Ruoyue's eyes widened in terror, her face draining of color. She had only heard tales of Xiao Jiuyan's fearsome reputation but had never witnessed it firsthand. She had merely shed a few tears. Was he truly going to silence her? Paralyzed with fear, her legs felt weak as she struggled against his grip. But her frail arms were no match for his strength. Gu Yanluo, standing beside Xiao Jiuyan, felt a flicker of surprise. See, Xiao Jiuyan was even more tolerant of fools. Previously, her tears had merely been a threat to gouge out her eyes, but now he intended to silence her completely. How fortunate that she was foolish. Gu Yanluo pressed her lips together, realizing that from this day forth, her foolishness would serve as her shield against death in Xiao Jiuyan's presence. Spare me, your highness. I was wrong. Please, spare me. Gu Ruoyue pleaded with a piercing voice. Upon learning that the second prince had arrived at the estate, Gu Nanshan hastily rode back. As he returned, he happened to witness Gu Ruoyue being forcibly dragged out by the second princess men. Spotting Gu Nanshan, Gu Ruoyue's eyes lit up with hope. Father, father, save me. The second prince wants to silence me. Gu Nanshan's eyelids twitched heavily. He hurriedly stepped forward to shield Gu Ruyue, kneeling before Xiao Jiuyan, beseeching. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness. The young lady is unaware of any offense she may have committed against you. Please, kindly articulate your grievance, and I shall ensure she is duly punished, providing you with an appropriate explanation. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze, casting a frosty glare at Gu Nanshan. His treatment of Gu Yanluo was akin to seeking fame through the sale of his daughter, while his indulgence towards Gu Ruyue resembled the tender care of a cherished possession. He leaned closer, his aura radiating a fierce wrath, as her weeping became a source of irritation to him. The haughty and scornful expression on his face made Gu Nanshan seethe with indignation. Without allowing Xiao Jiuyan to continue, he swiftly turned to Gu Ruyue, reprimanding her sternly. You have become utterly undisciplined. What sort of spectacle is this, weeping before the second prince? Take her away and administer 10 strikes. 10 strikes. Gu Ruyue's eyes widened in terror. She had never been struck even once in her life. Her father's decree of 10 strikes was unfathomable. As she choked back sobs. On the verge of tears, Xiao Jiuyan let out a cold scoff, his icy gaze sweeping over her. 10 strikes? Who does General Gu take for a fool? Chapter 27. Emile left behind Gu Ruyue suddenly lifted her gaze towards Xiao Jiuyan. He truly seemed to be lacking in empathy. The rumors about his ruthless nature were indeed accurate. At this moment, Gu Ruyue was overwhelmed with regret. Why had she chosen to provoke him? Placing herself in such a predicament? Seeing this, Gu Nanshan grew genuinely concerned. Why should the second prince lower himself to the level of a young girl? She had been raised within the confines of the estate, ignorant of the rules. If the second prince felt truly aggrieved, he could punish me instead. I am willing to bear the consequences for my sister. Upon hearing Gu Nanshan's words, Xiao Jiuyan's gaze fell upon Gu Yanluo's face. This was her father. Gu Yanluo should have been accustomed to such behavior, yet at this moment, she could not help but compare. If it were she who had angered Xiao Jiuyan, would Gu Nanshan come to her defense? Without needing to contemplate, Gu Yanluo knew the answer in her heart. Gu Nanshan would only deem her a source of misfortune. She turned her gaze away, directing her head towards the Yuan family, unwilling to glance at Gu Nanshan again. To Xiao Jiuyan. This action conveyed the profound hurt within her heart. Despite being daughters, he was fiercely protective of Gu Ruyue. Xiao Jiuyan felt a tightness in his chest. He did not relish seeing Gu Yanluo in such distress. Chang Bai, take her away. Yes. Gu Ruyue was dragged away, utterly shattered, weeping with hoarse cries. Gu Nanshan shot a fierce glare at Gu Yanluo, suppressing his anger. She is your sister, yet you are so heartless, not even pleading on her behalf. His tone, so self-assured, struck Gu Yanluo as absurd. What kind of sisterhood was this? Did General Gu truly believe that the emperor would remain oblivious to his selling of daughters for personal gain? Xiao Jiuyan's piercing gaze suddenly fixed upon Gu Nanshan. Gu Nanshan's breath hitched. He quickly averted his eyes. Second prince, I have not sold my daughter for glory. Please, see the truth. You need not investigate. For the emperor will take action himself. He's also curious about the character of the illustrious General Gu, who has achieved great feats for Mingqing. Is he truly deserving of the people's adoration and the court's favor? Xiao Jiuyan's words struck Gu Nanshan like a hammer. A chill surged up his spine. The ramifications of this matter were indeed profound. The emperor was involved. Gu Nanshan clenched his lips, kneeling on the ground, his forehead nearly soaked with cold sweat. As Xiao Jiuyan observed him gradually lowering himself, he scoffed. Leaning closer, he regarded Gu Nanshan with a disdainful gaze. A general whose fame eclipses that of the sovereign could easily find himself on the executioner's block, even for the trivial act of crushing an ant. His chilling voice rang out like a death knell. Gu Nanshan was startled, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. In recent years, leading the Gu family army to numerous victories, his reputation among the populace had grown increasingly resounding. Occupying a high position, he was surrounded by flatterers, inevitably losing his sense of perspective. Since aligning with the Sixth Prince's faction, he had become even more reckless. Yet, despite this, the Mingqing emperor had never reprimanded him. He mistakenly believed that the emperor was aware of his own limitations, understanding that Gu Nanshan was aging and would not hold power for much longer, hence choosing to turn a blind eye. However, he did not anticipate that the Mingqiang emperor had been harboring his own schemes all along. If the Mingqiang emperor were to truly take action, he would become the proverbial chicken used to scare the monkeys. The blood drained from Gu Nanshan's face. He knelt on the ground, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. This humble general will heed his highness's teachings, he stated. Upon finishing his words, Xiao Jiuyan retracted his indifferent, icy gaze and glanced outside. It was growing late. Yuan Shi, recovering from her shock, hurried forward, maintaining decorum as she politely inquired, "Your Highness, will you be staying for dinner?" As she spoke, she stepped forward, intending to accompany Xiao Jiuyan out, just as she thought he was about to leave. A voice from above proclaimed, "Very well, since the general's wife has graciously invited me, I shall remain for dinner." The relief that washed over Yuan Shi abruptly froze in place. What did he say? Yuan felt a chill run down his spine, his legs trembling. Stay for dinner? As evening descended, a faint rosy hue enveloped the walls of the general's residence, due to Xiao Jiuyan's decision to stay for dinner. The entire household was shrouded in trepidation. In the dining hall, Xiao Jiuyan took his seat at the head of the table, his gaze distant and frigid. Gu Yanluo, still haunted by dread, averted his eyes until the old matriarch of the Gu family arrived, at which point they both took their places on either side of Xiao Jiuyan. "Did I grant you permission to sit?" came Xiao Jiuyan's neither warm nor cold voice as Gu Yanluo was about to take his seat. The hair on Gu Yanluo's neck stood on end, and he immediately stiffened. "Luo, come here." Xiao Jiuyan beckoned to Gu Yanluo, who was seated beside Yuan Shi. Gu Yanluo glanced at her mother, who felt uneasy and replied, "Your Highness, a Luo sitting there may not be appropriate." Xiao Jiuyan raised an eyebrow, his fingers lightly tapping twice on the table. The sound sent a shiver through everyone present. Yuan Shi dared not speak further and nudged Gu Yanluo, indicating she should move to Xiao Jiuyan's side. Everyone took their seats, the members of the Gu family tightly wound with tension. "And where's the other young lady of the Gu family?" Xiao Jiuyan inquired casually. Gu Yanluo lowered his gaze and reported, "Your Highness, my youngest daughter was punished and has returned to her chamber." "Summon her," commanded Xiao Jiuyan. Gu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Was this an indication that Xiao Jiuyan held some regard for Xiu? He had always known that with a U.S. beauty and talent, no man could resist her charm. Gu Nanshan's eyes brightened slightly, and he sent someone to fetch Gu Ruoyue. Moments later, Gu Ruoyue limped into the dining hall, her complexion pale. Gu Nanshan was about to rise to assist her in taking her seat when he heard Xiao Jiuyan's cold voice, "Kneel there." Gu Nanshan's expression froze. "Your Highness, what does this mean?" he asked stiffly. "My daughter has just been punished and is in a weak state. I fear she cannot." "What? Must I explain my every action to you?" Gu Nanshan quickly lowered his gaze. "This humble general does not dare." Chongbai stepped forward and kicked Gu Ruoyue's knee, causing her to unexpectedly collapse to the ground, the stone floor striking her leg painfully. Gu Ruoyue's already pale face grew even more ashen as Gu Ruoyue knelt properly, and the dishes were served. Xiao Jiuyan observed their inaction and waved his hand, commanding them to eat. He exuded the demeanor of a gracious host. The matriarch, Mrs. Gu, retracted her gaze filled with affection for her granddaughter, Gu Ruoyue. Despite her deep concern for the girl, her frail body could not forego nourishment. With utmost care, she picked up the communal chopsticks to serve herself a piece of the golden brown fried fish. Mrs. Gu had a fondness for meat, and the various dishes prepared by the household chef were always delightful. Mealtime was a moment she eagerly anticipated. However, before her chopsticks could touch the fish, Xiao Jiuyan's indifferent voice suddenly pierced the air. "Changbai, bring the fish to a Luo for her to taste." Before Mrs. Gu could fully comprehend the situation, she watched as the entire platter of fish was lifted by Changbai and presented before Miss Gu Yanluo. "Miss A. Luo, please enjoy." Chapter 28. A woman should not be confined to the courtyard. Madame Gu's hand froze in place, her expression tinged with displeasure. Yet she refrained from expressing her anger and instead directed her chopsticks toward the side dish of 8 treasures meat. Chongbai's cool voice resonated once more. The 8 treasures meat was lifted again and presented to Gu Yanluo. A faint pallor washed over Madame Gu's face. She pressed her lips together and forced a smile, inquiring, "What is His Highness up to?" Xiao Jiuyan did not look at her. His attention was fixated on Gu Yanluo, who was intently focused on her meal. "What else would you like to eat, A. Luo?" Gu Yanluo lifted her small face from the bowl, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "I still want to eat braised chicken with red meat, hibiscus tofu, stir-fried meat with water bamboo, and another bowl of apricot pudding." She seemed entirely oblivious to the tense atmosphere in the dining hall, earnestly listing her desired dishes, her eyes shimmering like dew-kissed petals. One by one, these dishes were placed before Gu Yanluo. Soon, the remaining guests were left with only 2 plates of bland vegetarian dishes, which were hardly appetizing. Madame Gu's hands trembled as she gripped her chopsticks in frustration. Gu Nanshan, however, cast a subtle glance at Gu Yanluo. This second prince, was he here to advocate for Gu Yanluo? Such audacity, as if he held their family in utter disregard. As Gu Yanluo continued to eat, she noticed that Xiao Jiuyan had yet to touch his food. Curiously, she looked at him and then, using her public chopsticks, served him the pan-fried fish and hibiscus tofu, saying, "Brother Ayan, you should eat too." Yuan Shi, who had merely been a bystander until now, was struck with shock at Gu Yanluo's action, her heart racing. No matter how indulgent one might be, one had not served dishes to the second prince. He was a figure of utmost esteem, and it was a tremendous honor for them to serve him. Yet, for them to serve him was a grave offense. Yuan Shi's face turned ashen. Even Madame Gu and Gu Nanshan lost their composure, their eyes trembling at the scene before them, cursing inwardly. That little wretch, Gu Yanluo, had no sense of propriety whatsoever. If she wished to court disaster, she should not drag their entire family into it. Serving dishes to the second prince was an act of unimaginable audacity. Did she seek her own demise? For the first time, Gu Nanshan felt a pang of regret for having brought Gu Yanluo back. He should not have harbored any expectations for this fool. If she continued in such a reckless manner, she would inevitably bring ruin upon the Gu family. Outside, Gu Ruyue knelt with eyes ablaze, watching Gu Yanluo's chopsticks, feeling a sense of vindication. Truly a complete fool. She was courting her own demise, and could not blame anyone else for it. Just as everyone was on edge, anticipating the second prince's imminent wrath, they witnessed Xiao Jiuyan leisurely grasping his chopsticks, steadily bringing the pan-fried fish and hibiscus tofu that Gu Yanluo had offered to his lips. After savoring the flavors, he remarked in a deep voice, "The taste is delightful." Everyone was left dumbfounded. The second prince had indulged Gu Yanluo to this extent. Gu Ruyue's eyes burned with envy, wishing to shed blood. How could this fool, Gu Yanluo, deserve such treatment? Why did she merit such favor? At this meal, the esteemed matriarch Gu was filled with frustration, while Gu Nanshan, consumed by speculation, dared not touch his chopsticks. Yuan was preoccupied with concerns for Gu Yanluo, having only taken a few bites, whereas Gu Yanluo herself feasted heartily, her belly round and satisfied. Before departing, Xiao Jiuyan gestured for Gu Yanluo to see him off. Gu Nanshan, regaining his composure, cautioned, "Your Highness, Luo has not yet reached the age of maturity. Should today's events become public, it may lead to complications." Xiao Jiuyan frowned subtly, his expression darkening. "Since Luo has called me Brother Anyan, I consider myself her half-brother. What is inappropriate about that?" Gu Nanshan was rendered speechless. Xiao Jiuyan strode forward, the hem of his brocade robe swirling elegantly, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Your heart perceives all as tainted." Gu Nanshan could only stare in disbelief. Gu Yanluo obediently followed in Xiao Jiuyan's wake. As they approached the gates of the general's residence, Xiao Jiuyan turned back, his penetrating gaze fixing upon her. "If they dare to bully you again, just invoke my name. I shall rectify their wrongs on your behalf." Gu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Xiao Jiuyan treated her with a kindness reserved for the simple-minded. She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Thank you, Brother Anyan." Witnessing her radiant delight caused a subtle smile to grace Xiao Jiuyan's lips. As Gu Yanluo watched him prepare to mount his carriage, Xiao Jiuyan abruptly glanced back at Yuan, who stood at the entrance of the general's residence. "Madam General." He addressed her, his voice steady yet laden with tension. Yuan stepped forward, lowering her gaze. Xiao Jiuyan's eyes narrowed slightly, a profound meaning flickering within them. "Have you ever considered allowing Luo to attend the Imperial Academy?" Yuan's expression momentarily faltered. She looked up in astonishment. "You mean letting Luo attend the Imperial Academy?" The prestigious academy was filled with the offspring of noble families from the capital, including Gu Ruyue, who attended daily. But Luo, Yuan had not considered this since her return. She feared Luo would suffer at the academy, wishing only to keep her close, believing she could protect her under her watchful eye. The adage, "A jade must be polished to become a gem, and a sword must be drawn to be wielded," was one that the Madam General should understand. Simply sheltering Luo beneath her wings was not a prudent strategy. With that, Xiao Jiuyan turned and boarded the carriage. Changbai took the reins and moved forward. The sound of golden bells rang crisply, and Yuan stood, staring at the retreating carriage, her heart jolting. She prided herself on loving Luo deeply, yet her foresight paled in comparison to that of the second prince. Even if Luo were simple-minded, she deserved the chance to confront hardships, to be tempered by trials, so that one day, when she departed from this world, Yuan could rest assured that she could face life alone. Yuan's gaze softened as she looked at Gu Yanluo. "Luo, do you think what the second prince said holds any merit?" Gu Yanluo's heart fluttered. It was not that she despised learning, rather. The current education for women in Mingqing was limited to trivial admonitions. Such teachings were, to her, mere dross. Moreover, during her time at Yawang Valley, Her master had instructed her to study alongside the disciples there, which had proven that apart from her remarkable talents in medicine, she lagged behind in other areas. It remains to be seen whether her mind is cleared and if she has gained a deeper understanding of the content within the scrolls. Arrow. A woman should not be confined within the walls of her home. If you wish to pursue your studies, henceforth, I shall refrain from teaching you the arts of femininity. Instead, you shall delve into the books that captivate your heart, and I will exhaust every effort to ensure you are admitted to school. Gu Yanluo's gaze collided with that of Yuan Shi, causing her lashes to flutter. For Yuan Shi, education might be the sole path to liberating herself from the shackles imposed upon women. She lowered her eyes, her gaze dimmed. Very well, Arrow shall heed her mother's wishes. Yuan Shi was filled with immense joy, grasping Gu Yanluo's hand as they prepared to enter the estate. However, they were halted by Gu Nanshan, who exclaimed, "Are you intending to send a fool to the Imperial Academy, or do you wish to further tarnish the reputation of our Gu family?" Yuan Shi raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with indignation. Why is it that a Yu can attend the academy, yet Arrow cannot? Is this what it means to be a father? Must we even question the reasoning? A Yu is the most talented woman in the capital. Her admission was sought by the head of the academy himself. What purpose does it serve to send a fool there? What can she accomplish? Yuan Shi, have you lost your wits? Chapter 29. Arrival at the Imperial Academy. Yuan's expression tightened, her gaze growing increasingly frosty. If you find Luo embarrassing, we of the Yuan family do not. Luo has entered the Imperial Academy as a member of the Yuan family, so it is not your place to speak further. Gu Nanshan choked back his words, Yuan. Yet Yuan paid him no heed, leading Gu Yanluo into the estate. Yuan acted swiftly. Within 3 days, she arranged for Gu Yanluo to attend the Imperial Academy for a few days of observation. Given her circumstances, there was no certainty she would adapt to studying there. The headmaster wished to assess Gu Yanluo. If she truly proved to be daft and oblivious, the academy would have no need for her. However, should she display intelligence and quick-wittedness, they might consider making an exception. In the Qing'an courtyard, the maid Hongzhu meticulously organized the books, bags, and writing tools. Luo, as you go to the Imperial Academy, your mother cannot accompany you always. Let me select a few personal maids to accompany you. What do you think? Gu Yanluo nodded. Since her return to the general's residence, the initial maids sent to attend her were all loyal to the elderly matriarch. After several rounds of mental sparring, Gu Yanluo relegated them to menial tasks, ensuring they could not get close. During this time, it was Hongzhu who took care of her. Upon learning that Gu Yanluo intended to choose personal maids, the elderly matriarch promptly dispatched Hongzhi to seek her own people, hoping to place them by Gu Yanluo's side for ongoing surveillance. With the memories of her past life, Gu Yanluo was well aware of the matriarch's associates. She selected 2 personal maids named Mingwei and Shou, while the matriarch's candidates were all dismissed. Frustrated at being unable to insert her own people, the matriarch angrily sent Hanzi out to procure a roasted leg of lamb, grumbling about Gu Yanluo and Yuan as she feasted. The day to attend the Imperial Academy soon arrived. Gu Ruyue, still nursing her injuries, learned of Gu Yanluo's departure and, disregarding her recovery, prepared herself and arrived by carriage. Yuan's carriage and Gu Ruyue's arrived at the academy in succession. Many were aware of Gu Yanluo's forthcoming visit and gathered at the gates, curious about why this supposed simpleton from the Gu family would be attending. Upon dismounting, Gu Yanluo followed Yuan into the academy and soon encountered the headmaster. His gaze scrutinized Gu Yanluo as he addressed her. Madam Gu, may we speak privately? They moved aside to converse, while Gu Yanluo took in the surroundings of the academy. The architecture of the academy radiated solemnity along the central axis, the sunlight illuminating the bright azure glazed tiles. Flanking the sides were intricately designed corridors, and the lotus leaves floated vibrantly in the water. Luo, you must heed the headmaster's words. I will come to fetch you after classes. Yuan soon returned to Gu Yanluo's side, reminding Mingwei and Shou to care for their mistress and promptly report any matters to her. Understood, they replied. After Yuan departed, Gu Yanluo followed the headmaster into the classroom. As they walked, the esteemed scholar spoke with a grave tone, explaining that the Mingqing National Academy housed 2 institutes. The students seeking knowledge were classified according to their abilities into 4 categories: A, B, C, and D, with A being the most exceptional and D the least. The A students attended the Dongshan Institute, where they were personally instructed by the Grand Tutor, while the B, C, and D students were currently situated in the Daijing Institute. To gain admission into the Dongshan Institute, one must participate in the Ministry of Rights monthly selection, with the top 3 candidates earning the privilege to enter. In accordance with Madame Gu's wishes, the elder Miss Gu would first attend a few classes, after which the old scholar would arrange for her to join the second Miss Gu at Huyan Hall for a few days of study. Thank you, esteemed scholar, Gu Yanluo replied, nodding in appreciation. The scholar was somewhat taken aback. He had presumed that the seemingly foolish eldest daughter of the Gu family would lack decorum. Yet she displayed such grace. Huyan Hall served as the gathering place for the C students, who were among the more distinguished scholars of Daijing Institute. Upon Gu Yanluo's arrival, she found the hall already filled with attendees. The scholar entrusted her to the instructor, who casually gestured towards the desk by the window, instructing her to take a seat there. Mingwei and Zhou placed her belongings beside the desk before stepping outside to wait. As Gu Yanluo entered Huyan Hall, her gaze immediately fell upon Pei Zhou. Clad in a moon-white brocade robe, his ink-black hair was elegantly tied up, and he held a bamboo slip in his long fingers. Frowning in concentration as he read, he did not even glance up when the instructor spoke. Gu Yanluo concealed the flicker of resentment in her eyes. Pei Zhou had once been the object of admiration for the young ladies of the capital. Yet only through interaction did one discover that his apparent integrity was but a fade. Beneath it lay a selfish and dark-hearted individual, willing to employ any means to achieve his ends. In a past life, he had suffered the scorn of the entire capital for the sake of his maternal family's power. Marrying her, the so-called foolish daughter. To gain her trust, he feigned kindness, providing her warmth in the cold by adding charcoal and clothing, hunting for fox furs to keep her warm, and brewing ginger soup to ward off chills. However, his kindness was superficial, peaking when the Yuan family came to visit her. Eventually, the family placed their trust in Pei Zhou, supporting him to elevate his status. But what did it yield? A shattered family. The resentment in her eyes was too evident. Pei Zhou seemed to sense something and slightly raised his gaze towards Gu Yanluo. She quickly averted her eyes, lowering her gaze. Pei Zhou, the road ahead is long. In this life, I shall accompany you for a game. He belonged to the camp of the sixth prince, while she, in this life, would only align herself with Xiao Jiuyan. Their fates were destined to be intertwined in a relentless struggle. Ayu, is this your foolish elder sister? As Gu Yanluo settled into her seat, a woman's voice reached her ears. Guru Ayue, noticing Pei Zhou's attention on Gu Yanluo, tightened her fingers slightly. Casting a deep look at Gu Yanluo before retorting, what nonsense are you spouting? My elder sister became like this due to falling into the water when she was young. Do not speak so harshly, it would sadden her. The woman immediately expressed her indignation. So she is foolish, and you wish to shield her from the truth? Ayu, if it weren't for your presence in Huyan Hall, how could she possibly have the qualifications to attend here? Your kindness is commendable, as you consider her well-being. Yet she remains in a state of disarray, even going so far as to report you to Princess Minghua. I truly feel for you. When Guru Yue heard mention of that incident, her gaze darkened, particularly in the presence of Pei Zhou, and she bit her lip in contemplation. When she raised her eyes again, they were tinged with helplessness. Ah Yan, please refrain from speaking. After all, she is my elder sister. Her tone bore an air of grievance, as if she had suffered considerable mistreatment at the hands of Gu Yanluo. Gu Yanluo, disinterested in their plight, took a seat and methodically organized the contents of her satchel. The instructor rapped the table with a ruler, demanding silence. Today, we shall study the Shangshu, Ganshi. Does anyone recall what Ganshi signifies? The instructor's gaze swept across the room, where heads were bowed in silence, save for Guru Yue, who subtly curved her lips into a smile. Rising, she proclaimed, Instructor, although my elder sister may be somewhat simple-minded, she is well-versed in literature and can recite these ancient texts with ease. She is surely capable of answering your question. Chapter 30. A flourishing display initially. Ce harbored little hope for Gu Yanluo, but upon hearing Gu Ryue's words, his interest was piqued. Is that truly the case? Gu Ryue nodded affirmatively. Might Miss Gu be persuaded to share her thoughts? Gu Yanluo was entirely oblivious to Si Ye's inquiries, engrossed in perusing the bamboo slips presented by Mingwei and her companions. It was only when Gu Ryue mentioned her name that she looked up, bewildered. When Si called for her to speak, Gu Yanluo was even more perplexed. What had he asked just moments ago? Laughter erupted in Huyan Hall, and Si Ye's expression darkened, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. Nonetheless, he maintained his composure. Addressing Gu Yanluo, Miss Gu, it has been said that you are well-versed in classical literature and can recite ancient texts with ease. Today, we are studying the Shangshu, Ganshi. Could you perhaps enlighten us with your insights? Guru Yue cast a provocative glance at Gu Yanluo, a smile of triumph gracing her lips. Gu Yanluo, however, calmly withdrew her gaze, understanding that Guru Yue was attempting to embarrass her. Yet, Shangshu, Ganshi? No wonder the content of the bamboo slips felt familiar. It was indeed the material she had been compelled to memorize under the tutelage of her master at Yaolang Valley. At that time, her mind had been muddled, unable to comprehend like her peers, and she had resorted to rote memorization, etching everything into her memory. Clearing her throat, Gu Yanluo began. The Shangshu, Ganshur is a vow proclaimed by King Xia during his campaign against the Youhu clan in Gan. Xia's eyes brightened slightly. She truly possessed knowledge. The other students in the classroom began to consult their bamboo slips, comparing the authenticity of Gu Yanluo's recitation. The words echoed, alas, to the 6 matters at hand. I solemnly vow to you. The Youhu clan has insulted the 5 elements, neglected the 3 justices. Heaven has decreed the annihilation of their lineage, and now I, with utmost reverence, shall execute heaven's punishment. Gu Yanluo recited the entire text with clarity and without a single stutter. Once she finished, she continued thoughtfully. The Shangshu, Ganshur is rich in meaning and serves as historical documentation of governance during the ancient 3 dynasties. When reciting, one cannot grasp its essence. It was only through further study of ancient texts that I gradually came to understand the concept that the Zhou people would face punishment for their lack of propriety, a principle that endures to this day. As Gu Yanluo concluded her analysis, Xi gazed at her in astonishment. He had initially suspected that the second Miss Gu was merely boasting, but to his surprise, this young lady was indeed well-read. Had her mind not been clouded, she would undoubtedly be an unparalleled talent, surpassing even Gu Ruyue. In Huiyan Hall, the laughter that once filled the air fell silent as Gu Yanluo spoke. Setting aside the depth of her analysis, even the entirety of the Shangshu, Ganshur was something they had not memorized. Was Gu Yanluo not a fool? How could someone deemed foolish retain such knowledge? Could it be that she truly possessed a gift? Pei Zhou, who had previously disregarded the antics between the Gu sisters, felt a hint of surprise upon hearing Gu Yanluo's words. His gaze upon her held newfound depth. Gu Ruyue noticed Pei Zhou's attention and clenched her teeth, sitting up straighter. How could Gu Yanluo possibly know such things? Now, she had inadvertently woven a bridal gown for her. Moreover, she had caught the eye of the esteemed Pei Shitzi, causing Gu Ruyue's eyes to redden with fury. The scholar regarded Gu Yanluo with newfound respect, engaging her in a profound exploration of several concepts from the Book of Documents, Ganji. As the bell chimed, signaling the end of the lecture, he felt a lingering sense of intrigue. Approaching Gu Yanluo's desk, he assured her, rest assured, with your talents, you shall undoubtedly remain in the academy. Thank you, esteemed scholar. Gu Yanluo replied demurely, her gaze lowered. The surrounding students observed the scene with growing skepticism. Was Gu Yanluo truly foolish? Her demeanor and speech bore no trace of folly. At noon, the students typically remained in the academy for their meals. Those who studied here were either exceptionally gifted or came from affluent families, enjoying a daily array of delectable dishes prepared by the kitchen. Gu Yanluo, brimming with curiosity, fixated her bright eyes on the dishes in the distance as mealtime approached, exclaiming with delight, steamed goose with bamboo shoots, triple-flavored bone soup, honey-glazed tofu, wine-braised crab claws. The students who had previously speculated about her supposed foolishness now erupted in laughter, saying, I thought she was merely feigning ignorance, but now it seems she is genuinely simple-minded. Which noble lady would display such excitement over food? After all, she had just returned from a cave, lacking in manners and refinement. We must be understanding. What cave? I recall it being a valley. Whatever it is a remote and impoverished place, lacking the sophistication of our noble ladies from the capital. Gu Yanluo paid no heed to the surrounding whispers. Once her maid brought her meal, she began to savor the flavors with earnest appreciation. The bamboo shoots were crisp and delightful. The aroma of the goose was intoxicating, making her appetite soar. She took a bite of the steamed goose and glanced at the triple-flavored bone soup, just as Mingwei lifted a spoon to serve her. Her wrist was suddenly struck. Mingyue's hand plunged into the scalding soup, causing her to cry out in pain. Gu Yanluo noticed Mingyue's hand emerge, visibly reddened. Raising her gaze, she spotted Sun Qianyao, the daughter of the prime minister, flanked by several noble women, including Gu Ruyue. Fool, is the soup delicious? Sun Qianyao sneered at Gu Yanluo, her eyes filled with derision. With that, she overturned the soup, spilling it across the floor and splattering Gu Yanluo's skirt. Gu Yanluo's expression darkened as she looked up to see Gu Ruyue hypocritically grasping Sun Qianyao's hand. Yao, please don't do this. My elder sister has already suffered enough due to her confusion, and now, have you considered her feelings? Has she ever considered yours? Sun Qianyao evaded Gu Ruyue's grip. Apologize to you. Sun Qianyao fixed her gaze on Gu Yanluo, her voice a menacing whisper. Kneel and apologize for everything you have done to her. A flash of defiance crossed Gu Yanluo's eyes. She raised her hand and hurled the bowl of triple-flavored bone soup at Sun Qianyao. The sturdy porcelain bowl unexpectedly crashed down upon Sun Qianyao, leaving the noble ladies behind her utterly stunned. Their shock lingered until the anguished wails of Sun Qianyao pierced the air. "You wretched girl! Dare you strike me? The young mistress! It was you who first bullied my family-ass young lady." Observing the commotion, Mingwei swiftly positioned herself in front of Gu Yanluo. "You dare to hit me? You foolish girl! How dare you strike me?" Sun Qianyao, her face contorted in pain, lunged forward, seizing Gu Yanluo's wrist in an attempt to retaliate. However, before she could make contact, a sharp pain akin to being pricked by needles shot through her palm, causing her to gasp and release her grip. "You!" Sun Qianyao, now increasingly frantic, charged forward once more, but Gu Ruyue intervened to pull her back, resulting in the three of them becoming entangled in a chaotic struggle. In the midst of the scuffle, Gu Yanluo suddenly noticed that Gu Ruyue had discreetly sprinkled powder upon Sun Qianyao's neck. Chapter 31. The night disturbance at the general's mansion. Gu Yanluo's eyes darkened slightly. Was Gu Rumun preparing to frame her? Wouldn't it be a waste of her efforts if she did not lend her a helping hand? Gu Yanluo lowered her gaze, silently retrieving powdered medicine from her small medicine box and sprinkling it on Sun Qianyao's neck. The scuffle soon escalated, attracting the attention of the supervisor. The supervisor's expression turned stern, his gaze dark and foreboding. "What are you doing?" he thundered. As his voice echoed, Gu Yanluo's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "They are bullying my young lady." Mingwei, seeing Gu Yanluo on the floor, rushed to her side, embracing her while sobbing. "My young lady may be a bit foolish, but that does not give you the right to bully her without reason. First, you spilled her soup, then you struck her. My young lady has never endured such humiliation at home." "You lie," Sun Qianyao retorted, exasperated. "It was she who struck me with the bowl. You bullied the young lady first. You spilled her soup and pressed my hand into the scalding broth." Mingwei raised her hand, revealing a red and swollen burn with an ugly blister. The supervisor's heart sank at the sight. Sun's young lady had always been spoiled, but this time, she had gone too far in tormenting someone so innocent and naive. "Miss Sun, the Imperial Academy is a place for learning, not for you to throw tantrums. Tomorrow, I shall pay a visit to the Prime Minister and inquire how he intends to discipline you." Sun Qianyao's face paled. She too had been struck. Why should she be the only one punished? And now, the supervisor would report to her grandfather? How could this be? Enraged, she stomped her foot. But the supervisor turned and departed, instructing Mingwei to assist the young lady to her feet. "Supervisor, you are biased," Sun Qianyao shouted in frustration. But her cries fell on deaf ears. The supervisor was unwilling to engage further and left. Gu Yanluo, supported by Mingwei and Zhou, limped after the supervisor out of the dining hall. Sun Qianyao's face flushed with anger as she glanced back at Gu Rumun. "You? Did I strike her leg? I was the one who was hit. Why was she limping?" Gu Rumun remained silent, her thoughts racing. Worthless fools, all they could do was hurl insults. When it came to action, they only managed to harm Gu Yanluo's maid. Such a splendid opportunity squandered. Otherwise, she would have ensured Gu Yanluo suffer greatly. That evening, after classes at the Imperial Academy, Sun Qianyao had not yet returned to the Prime Minister's residence when an intense itching began to envelop her entire body. Looking down, she was horrified to see her hands covered in a vast expanse of red rashes, one after another, inducing a sense of dread. The itch was unbearable, and Sun Qianyao could not help but scratch. Just then, a maid beside her gasped, "Ah, miss, your face." Sun Qianyao's heart raced, and she instinctively touched her face. "What is wrong with my face? What has happened to it?" The maid turned pale, her voice trembling. "It's all red marks." Sun Qianyao trembled, nearly fainting from fright. The lights at the Prime Minister's residence burned through the night. Sun Qianyao was covered in alarming rashes, so horrifying that even her mother, Madame Qin, dared not glance at her for long, remaining outside the door to listen to the physician's diagnosis. "Miss appears to have been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Madame Qin's voice was sharp as she exclaimed, "Who would dare to poison Yao Yao?" She called upon Sun Qianyao's maid, who recounted the events of the day in their entirety. Madame Qin abruptly stood, approaching the deep-eyed old Prime Minister Sunday father. "You have heard, haven't you? Yao Yao has been poisoned. She has been frail since childhood. Had I not fought for her life during childbirth, she might not have survived to this day. Father, you must seek justice for Yao Yao." Old Prime Minister Sun furrowed his brow, reluctant to offend the general's household, yet this matter concerned his most cherished granddaughter. How could he remain passive? He flung his sleeve and declared coldly, "To the general's residence." as night fell and silence enveloped the world. A knock echoed at the general's door, startling the doorman from his rest. In the Qinghan courtyard, Gu Yanluo lay on her bed, one leg slightly bent, her toes gently swaying. As she swallowed a piece of candied fruit, a cacophony erupted outside. "General, something is amiss." The moment the door of Qinghan courtyard was struck, Gu Yanluo swiftly rolled off the bed, draping a cloak over her shoulders before stepping outside. Upon reaching the main hall with Yuan Shi, they found the old Madame Gu and Gu Nanshan already informed of the situation. Just as Gu Yanluo entered the main hall, she heard the old Madame Gu's booming voice. "It must be Gu Yanluo. She is undoubtedly the culprit. Are gentle and kind, you would never commit such a vile act." Yuan Shi, upon entering, was taken aback by the old Madame's slander against Gu Yanluo, her expression darkening. "Mother, you must provide evidence. How can you say it was a Luo?" The old Madame glared at her. "Today, your foolish daughter created a scene with the young lady of the Sun family, even smashing a bowl upon her. Now that the Sun family's daughter has been poisoned, who else could it be if not her?" As the old Madame spoke, she shielded Gu Ruyu behind her. "You acted out of kindness, attempting to intervene, yet she has been dragged into this mess, utterly unjust." "What poison?" Yuan Shi's brow tightened, her gaze darkening further. "It is Sansong San. Upon contact, it causes red rashes that spread across the body," explained a member of the Sun family. "Sansong San? A Luo's monthly allowance is limited. Where would she procure such a thing?" Yuan Shi frowned. "Do not quibble. Only Gu Yanluo had an altercation with the young lady of the Sun family. If she did not poison her, then who else could it be?" Madame Qin, uninterested in their internal strife, sought a resolution. Her piercing gaze fell upon Gu Ruyu. You witnessed the events unfold today. Did you see who poisoned Yao Yao?" Gu Ruyu's face turned pale as she hesitantly stepped forward. "Madam, the scene was too chaotic. The elder sister and Yao Yao were entangled, and I truly did not see clearly." Tears streamed down her cheeks as she continued. "It is all Yu's fault. Had Yao Yao not felt sympathy for me and sought to defend me, she would not have found herself in such trouble." With tears glistening in her eyes, Gu Ruyu spoke, casting a cautious glance at Gu Yanluo. "Just yesterday, it seemed that you had observed her elder sister holding a small porcelain vial, the purpose of which remained a mystery. You still claim it is not her?" exclaimed the old matriarch of the Gu family, her voice sharp and accusatory. "You witnessed it with her own eyes? The evidence is irrefutable. What further excuses can you concoct?" She pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yanluo, her voice strained and hoarse. Gu Yanluo stared wide-eyed in shock, her pupils trembling as she clutched her head, repeatedly declaring, "It's not me. It wasn't a Luo. A Luo did nothing." Tears welled in her eyes, and in a state of distress, she shook her body in terror while cradling her head. Seeing this, Yuan hurriedly embraced her, whispering, "Do not be afraid, a Luo, do not be afraid." Qin, disturbed by Gu Yanluo's cries, retorted sharply, "What are you yelling about? Who administered the poison in the first place? A search of the premises will reveal the truth." She lifted her gaze to Gu Nanshan, adding, "General Gu, you have witnessed today's events. If we do not uncover the truth, our family shall not relent. I implore you to allow us to conduct a search to ascertain who has committed this foul act." Gu Nanshan cast a deep glance at Gu Yanluo, noting her evasive eyes, unmistakably filled with guilt and panic. His expression darkened with realization. Indeed, it was her. If that were the case, then an investigation must ensue. Chapter 32. The poisoner is Gu Ruyu. If it truly is my daughter, Gu Nanshan will not indulge or excuse her. Gu Nanshan's words echoed with authority. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Gu Yanluo throughout. Upon noticing this, Gu Ruyu's lips curled into a subtle, derisive smile. She had prepared for several days, having already dispatched someone to deliver the incriminating items to Qinghan courtyard. Gu Yanluo was doomed this time. Madame Qin, accompanied by personnel from the Prime Minister's residence, entered the general's manor, dispatching individuals to search both Gu Ruyu's Jinhua courtyard and Gu Yanluo's Qinghan courtyard. Madame Qin made her way directly to Qinghan courtyard. Upon entering, she hesitated slightly. Despite Gu Yanluo's status as the general's eldest daughter, why did she live in such squalor? A flicker of compassion crossed Madame Qin's heart. She ordered a search of Qinghan courtyard, and it wasn't long before a guard from the Prime Minister's residence called out, "Madam, we have found something." The guard held up a small porcelain vial retrieved from Gu Yanluo's dressing case and approached Madame Qin. Her eyes widened in shock, and the compassion she had just felt morphed into fury. "You dare deny it?" Madame Qin, gripping the vial, advanced menacingly toward Gu Yanluo. The latter, hiding behind Yuan Shi, was filled with dread. Gu Nanshan, upon seeing the porcelain vial in Madame Qin's hand, felt darkness cloud his eyes. He squinted, declaring without hesitation. This is a reflection of the general's failure to educate. However, the Prime Minister's residence wishes to proceed is entirely up to them. This statement effectively cast Gu Yanluo into the abyss, devoid of any sympathy. Yuan Shi's face turned pale as she clung tightly to Gu Yanluo, exclaiming, "Impossible. Aluo would never do such a thing. General, Aluo could not possibly commit this act. Please investigate thoroughly. She is pure of heart and not capable of such malice." Since Gu Yanluo's return, Yuan Shi had already severed ties with Gu Nanshan, ceasing to plead for his favor. Yet now, for Gu Yanluo's sake, she found herself once again on her knees before him, clutching at his garments, tears brimming in her eyes. "General, I implore you. Aluo has not done this. I beg you to clear her name." However, Gu Nanshan had no intention of defending Gu Yanluo. To him, she was merely a pawn in the struggle for power, and now that this pawn disobeyed him, it was easily discarded and not worth saving. He kicked Yuan Shi aside. "I see disdain in his gaze. This is the daughter you raised. For her, the general's manor's reputation lies in tatters. What face do you have left to plead for her salvation?" Yuan Shi fell to the ground from the force of his kick, and Gu Yanluo, taken aback by his action, rushed forward in a fluster to support Yuan Shi. Meanwhile, Madame Qin sent someone to seize Gu Yanluo, preparing to escort her back to the Prime Minister's residence. At that moment, guards emerging from Jinhua courtyard also held a porcelain vial, exclaiming, "Madam, we have found it." The vial was unmistakably identical to the one found in Qingyang courtyard. At the sight of the vial, Guru Yue's eyes widened in disbelief. "This cannot be. How could such a thing be in my courtyard?" Madame Qin narrowed her eyes, taking the vial from the guard for a closer inspection. 2 vials. Then summoned the physician from the residence. The physician of the Prime Minister's residence was waiting outside. Upon hearing the command from the Qin family, he promptly entered with his medical kit. A fleeting shadow of darkness crossed Gu Nanshan's gaze as he stepped forward. "Madam Sun, the porcelain vials in a used courtyard have undoubtedly been tampered with. I assure you, the perpetrator is definitely Gu Yanluo. There is no need for further investigation. Simply take her away. Our general's residence will provide an explanation to the Prime Minister's house." Qin, though anxious to save her daughter, was not a fool. Observing Gu Nanshan's eagerness to accuse Gu Yanluo, she felt a tinge of disdain. How could the great general harbor such sinister intentions towards his own daughter? It was truly shameful. Ignoring Gu Nanshan's words, she handed both vials to the physician. "Examine them. Which one contains the Sansong San?" The physician opened both vials, meticulously discerning their contents. After careful examination, he raised the vial retrieved from Gu Ruoyue's chamber and reported, "Madam, this vial indeed contains Sansong San." Qin's expression hardened, and she hurled the vial at Gu Ruoyue, her voice a low, intense inquiry. "You and Yao Yao have been close friends since childhood. Yet you resort to such vile methods against her. Can you still claim to have a conscience?" Gu Ruoyue's face drained of color, collapsing to her knees before Gu Nanshan. Tears streaming down her cheeks, her eyes red-rimmed. "Father, I did not. I share a sisterly bond with Yao Yao. How could I commit such a heinous act? Someone must have set me up." Gu Nanshan, filled with concern, helped Gu Ruoyue to her feet. "Madam Sun, there must be a misunderstanding. You is absolutely not that kind of person. Besides, the one who clashed with Miss Sun was Gu Yanluo, not a you." The blatant favoritism of the great general left the elder man astounded. Just as Gu Nanshan vehemently insisted that the poisoner was surely Gu Yanluo, a deep, resonant scoff echoed from outside the general's residence. Everyone turned to see the elder Prime Minister entering, his steps resolute, his eyes glinting with cold determination. Approaching Gu Nanshan, he fixed him with a frigid gaze. Yao Yao has told the truth. Had it not been for Gu Ruoyue's incessant instigation, seeking revenge through Yao Yao, this unfortunate incident would not have occurred. I am disinterested in the affairs of the Gu family, but with evidence clearly established, the items were found in Gu Ruoyue's room. What further defense can you offer? Is it not a matter of losing one's conscience to display such bias? Listening to the elder Prime Minister's words, Gu Ruoyue's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying as tears brimmed in her eyes. "Yao Yao, why would you slander me?" "Father, I truly know nothing. I swear I am innocent." The more Gu Ruoyue cried out in desperation, the more disdain was directed towards her from both the elder Prime Minister and Qin. Qin stated coldly, "General Gu, she has poisoned her classmate and then implicated her own foolish sister. Such machinations are chilling. From this day forth, the Prime Minister's residence will no longer welcome a woman of her ilk. We must avoid any ill fortune. A parent must be as stern as a judge. Today, she dares to frame her own sister. Tomorrow she may conspire against the princess in the palace. Do not wait until the water has spilled before regretting it, for by then it will be too late. Filled with indignation, Qin spoke with profound seriousness, causing Gu Nanshan's gaze to tremble. He had always regarded Gu Ruyue as his pride, yet now that pride had been reduced to mere insignificance. He was certain that once today's events became public, Gu Ruyue's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. If he continued to shield her, his own standing in the court would similarly be destroyed. Absolutely not. General Gu stated prior to the investigation that he would ensure accountability for our Prime Minister's residence. Now that the perpetrator has been identified, we request General Gu's permission to take Gu Ruyue with us. Gu Nanshan's eyes bore into Gu Ruyue, and this time, he did not intervene. Gu Ruyue's breath caught in her throat. Father, father, save me. Chapter 33. As Gu Nanshan turned his back to Gu Ruyue, the atmosphere became tense. Seeing this, Qin dispatched someone to pull Gu Ruyue away. Her voice, filled with despair, echoed as she repeatedly called out to Gu Nanshan. When he ignored her, she cried out in anguish, Grandmother, grandmother, save me. It wasn't me. It was Gu Yanluo. She is the one who has wronged me. Upon hearing this, Yuan raised her hand to cover Gu Yanluo's ears, cradling the trembling and distressed girl in her embrace. Do not be afraid, Aluo, do not be afraid. Gu Ruyue was dragged towards the carriage waiting outside. Qin approached Yuan, her gaze filled with compassion as she looked at Gu Yanluo in her arms. Aluo, I sincerely apologize for today's events. I failed to discern the truth and mistakenly accused you. I am here to make amends. Gu Yanluo peered out from Yuan's embrace, her little mouth pouting with grievance, tears shimmering in her eyes, yet unfallen. After casting a glance at Qin, her eyes reddened as she softly replied, It's all right. Aluo does not blame you, madam. With that, she nestled back into Qin's arms, her voice choked with emotion. Qin's heart softened profoundly. She swiftly removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and placed it into Gu Yanluo's hand, her eyes filled with tenderness. I offer this as an apology. I came in haste today and did not bring anything else. I shall send more tomorrow. As long as Aluo is willing to forgive me, I will grant any wish you have. Seeing this, Yuan hastily returned the bracelet. Madam son, please do not. Aluo's nature is pure. As long as the truth is revealed, that is sufficient. No, I am entirely at fault today, Qin insisted firmly. Placing the bracelet onto Gu Yanluo's wrist before turning to leave in haste, eager to return to the estate and check on Sun Qianyao. As she watched the carriage depart, accompanied by Gu Ruyue's heart-wrenching cries, Gu Yanluo nestled closer to Yuan, a subtle smile curving her lips. The powder Gu Ruyue had given to Sun Qianyao was not the three-pine powder, but rather an ordinary medicinal powder. She had placed the porcelain bottle containing the three-pine powder in Jinhua courtyard overnight, awaiting this moment. Though the three-pine powder is not lethally toxic, its antidote is elusive. Common physicians can only alleviate its effects, not eradicate them completely, yet it poses no threat to life. Henceforth, with each episode triggered by the three-pine powder, Gu Ruyue would earn the ire of those from the Prime Minister's residence. The old matriarch still harbored hopes of marrying her into the Prime Minister's family. To the fourth young master of the Sun family, such dreams were futile. However, both the old Prime Minister and Qin were reasonable individuals. After enduring such suffering, Sun Qianyao would undoubtedly see Gu Ruyue as true colors. And should she wish to change her ways, she might consider assisting her in finding an antidote. With Gu Ruyue taken away, the entire general's residence fell into a heavy silence. Gu Nanshan wore a grim expression, while the old matriarch lamented in the Showan Hall. My poor Au. My dear granddaughter, what sins have you committed? Gu Yanluo returned to Qinghan courtyard with Yuan, who held her hand tightly throughout. Once they arrived, Yuan immediately instructed the physician to prepare a calming remedy, fearful that Gu Yanluo might suffer. After drinking the tranquilizing soup, the night grew deep. Yuan reassured Gu Yanluo. Aluo, you should rest early. We must go to the Guozijian tomorrow. Gu Yanluo nodded gently, her petite figure curled up on the bed, enveloped by a brocade quilt that left only her delicate and fair face visible. Yuan sure reached out, tucking a stray lock of hair behind her ear, softly coaxing. Aluo, be a good girl and sleep. Mother is right here beside you. Gu Yanluo grasped Yuan Shi's hand tightly, gradually closing her eyes. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's residence, Sun Qianyao had endured the most challenging moments. The physician had prescribed medicine, and the red rashes on her face began to fade. As she opened her eyes, she heard her mother say that the one who harmed her was Gu Ruyue. Impossible. How could you possibly poison me? We have been inseparable childhood friends. She would never. Qin Shi looked at her daughter with concern, holding her hand and gently asking, Yao Yao, You are childhood friends, but think carefully about what she has done for you over the years. She only seeks you out when she needs help. She never comes to you without a purpose. Can someone like that truly cherish you? Furthermore, this time, you argued with Gu Yanluo to help her. Yet she used you to frame Gu Yanluo. Do you think it is wise to keep someone so scheming by your side? Can your mother feel at ease? Listening to Qin Shi's words, Sun Qianyao's gaze flickered for a moment as memories of her interactions with Gu Riyue surfaced in her mind. When they first met, Sun Qianyao had witnessed Gu Riyue being bullied, and unable to bear it, she stepped in to help. From then on, every time she encountered Gu Riyue, she was in a vulnerable position, which sparked a desire to protect her. However, as their friendship deepened, she realized that being bullied was merely Gu Riyue's method of self-protection, or perhaps her own misguided strategy. No matter what transpired, Gu Riyue always positioned herself as the victim. During their previous quarrel, it was Gu Riyue who had publicly aired Sun Qianyao's private matters, yet when Gu Riyue wept before a crowd, pleading for forgiveness, Sun Qianyao felt a profound sense of injustice, while those around her urged her to forgive Gu Riyue. Such incidents had occurred far too often, yet none had ever posed a threat to her life. Cherishing this friend, Sun Qianyao had never severed their ties. Now, however, Gu Riyue showed no regard for their bond. Using her to slander Gu Yanluo, Sun Qianyao gently closed her eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow. Tears began to fall, and she collapsed into Qin Shi's embrace. Mother, I have been so kind to her. Why would she choose to hurt me like this? Qin Shi tenderly held her close, saying, Yao Yao, some people are inherently wicked. Every action they take is for their own gain. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals and will never appreciate your kindness. Instead, they will exploit you further. As the saying goes, one who stays with vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays with ink gets stained black. Have you noticed that whenever you are with Gu Riyue, you end up doing all sorts of impolite things under her instigation? The incident with Gu Yanluo is a case in point. Do you truly believe that Gu Yanluo, with her simple mind, could outmaneuver someone as cunning as Gu Riyue? Sun Qianyao stood in stunned silence. When Gu Riyue spoke to her, she did not think too much. Driven by a sense of loyalty, she rushed forward to defend Gu Riyue and taught Gu Yanluo a lesson. Yao Yao, a woman must possess the ability to cut her losses in a timely manner. Since you are aware of what kind of person Gu Riyue is, it is time to reconsider your relationship with her. Do you wish to continue associating with someone like her? Sun Qianyao's eyes brimmed with tears as she frantically shook her head. Mother, I do not want to. Then from this moment on, keep your distance from her. She has poisoned you, and your grandfather will not easily forgive her. You will surely impose punishment. At the same time, you must strengthen your resolve and must not have any further connections with her. As for Gu Yanluo from the Gu family, I see her as a good child. Once you recover, go apologize to her and seek to be closer in the future. Chapter 34. Is she pretending to be foolish? Sun Qianyao's complexion was pale, with lingering rashes upon her face. Lowering her gaze, she thought to herself, Mother, am I truly a fool? Is being foolish a choice within her grasp? Such prejudices against others are simply unjust, as Qin stated earnestly. Sun Qianyao's eyes momentarily grew vacant as she clutched Qin's garment, pausing for a moment before slowly responding. Then I shall apologize to her later. That is the right course of action. Remember to present a gift to demonstrate your sincerity. I understand, Mother. When Gu Riyue was brought back, she was completely unconscious. The old matriarch of the Gu family feared she was on the brink of death, her heart racing with terror, nearly fainting on the spot. It was only when the house physician arrived to examine her pulse that it was revealed she had merely been frightened. No matter how much the old prime minister's son cherished his granddaughter, he would never resort to harshness against a girl who had yet to come of age, as it would tarnish his reputation in his twilight years. The Sun family merely administered a few strikes and delivered a severe scare, accompanied by a threat that should she approach Sun Qianyao again, her legs would be broken. Having endured several beatings, Gu Riyue could no longer withstand the torment and reported to the Imperial Academy that she required leave to recuperate at home for a period. The following day, after Gu Yanluo arrived at the Imperial Academy, she remained quietly within the Huiyan Hall. The instructor occasionally engaged her in discussion, growing increasingly pleased, and even approached the head of the academy, asserting that Gu Yanluo was undoubtedly qualified to attend the Imperial Academy. The head was somewhat astonished. This seemingly foolish girl from the general's residence was indeed extraordinary. When Xiao Jiuyan came to Daijing Academy to inquire about Gu Yanluo, the head and the instructor were already deliberating on the exceptional admission of Gu Yanluo. Upon learning that the second prince had arrived at the academy, both the head and the instructor hurried forth to greet him. What brings His Highness here unexpectedly? The head personally offered tea, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Having once studied there, Xiao Jiuyan felt a wave of nostalgia and wished to visit. He leisurely lifted the teacup, taking a delicate sip. Not far off. Changbai bit his lip, silently pondering, "Your Highness, I hope your nostalgia is for the Imperial Academy, not for Miss Gu. According to the established rules, even the princes and princesses of the royal palace must first study at Daijing Academy and pass the selection process before gaining entry to Dongshan Academy. The current princes and princesses, having followed the grand tutor since childhood, naturally outshone their peers from noble families, all having successfully passed the selection into Dongshan Academy at an early age. What is the second prince hoping to see? May I show you around?" The head, noticing Xiao Jiuyan's keen interest, prepared to guide him. However, Xiao Jiuyan interjected, "No need. You may continue with your own affairs." Reluctantly, the head acquiesced. "Then His Highness may proceed as you wish. I am still discussing Miss Gu's admission." "Wait." Xiao Jiuyan suddenly lifted his gaze, his dark eyes glimmering slightly. "Miss Gu's admission?" The head nodded. "Does the second prince also know of Miss Gu? Though she appears foolish, she possesses remarkable intelligence. Many of the lessons taught by the instructor are within her grasp. I have heard that Miss Gu can recite ancient texts fluently and comprehends them swiftly. She is truly a gem in the rough." Listening to the praise heaped upon Gu Yanluo by the festival official, Xiao Jiuyan could not help but feel a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips, though his brow furrowed in feigned seriousness. The delight in his eyes was unmistakable. Could she truly be that remarkable? The academic official also could not restrain his admiration, declaring her a gem of great potential, destined for greatness. Avoiding the gazes of the festival official and the academic, Xiao Jiuyan felt a swell of pride within him. However, this pride quickly dissipated when he met the penetrating gaze of Changbai, who seemed to see through everything. "Let us hasten the process of enrolling Miss Gu," he commanded. Turning away to survey the surroundings of the Guozijian, Changbai followed closely. "Your Highness, this Miss Gu is truly surprising. Despite her apparent foolishness, she possesses considerable wisdom. If she were not simple-minded, the title of the capital's foremost talented woman would not rest upon the shoulders of the second daughter of the Gu family." Xiao Jiuyan shared this sentiment internally but chose to remain silent, leisurely strolling along the corridor of the Guozijian. As he approached the wall of the academy, he spotted a familiar slender figure. Changbai's eyes brightened. "Your Highness, is that not Miss Gu?" Xiao Jiuyan turned his gaze, ready to speak when he was taken aback. Why is she crawling through a dog hole? In Mingcheng, women's status was not elevated. Thus at the Guozijian, there were subjects both genders studied, while others, such as archery, horseback riding, governance, and strategy, were strictly reserved for men. During such times, noble women would congregate to engage in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Gu Yanluo, however, was indifferent to these conventions. She sought an opportunity to venture to the outskirts of the city to meet Gu Shafen before Gu Nashan could take him away. At the general's residence, Yuan Shi rarely granted her the chance for solitary excursions, fearing for her safety. With 2 hours remaining until class dismissal, she deemed it feasible to make the trip. Stealthily, Gu Yanluo approached the wall of the Guozijian. Having noted a dog hole during her observations the previous day, likely excavated by students seeking escape, she instructed her maid to rest in her quarters, administering a mild sedative to ensure that upon her return, they would remain oblivious to her absence, sparing Yuan Shi unnecessary worry. Bending down, she brushed aside the weeds before the dog hole and effortlessly slipped through. At the moment she emerged, she thought she heard someone call from behind, but paid it no mind. Once outside the academy, she hurriedly rented a carriage to head beyond the city limits. Xiao Jiuyan leaped lightly onto the wall of the Guozijian, watching as Gu Yanluo nimbly climbed into the carriage. His expression darkened abruptly. What was her purpose in venturing alone? As they neared the city gate, his demeanor grew increasingly grim. Why was she leaving the city unaccompanied? A nagging suspicion crept into his mind, causing him to swallow hard as his cold. Dark eyes glinted with a hint of menace. His fingers clenched at his side, the veins on the back of his hands subtly protruding. Was she merely pretending to be foolish? The carriage continued its journey toward Qinghe town on the outskirts of the city, which was the destination for Gu Yanluo today. As they neared Qinghe town, she alighted from the carriage and instructed the coachman to wait for her there. With purpose, she walked toward the town, her steps quick and decisive. In no time, guided by her memories from a past life, she found the courtyard where Gu Shaofeng resided. The courtyard was modest yet complete in its provisions. The family that had taken in Gu Shaofeng bore the surname Shen, adhering to a patriarchal mindset. When they first brought Gu Shaofeng home, they had only 2 daughters and no sons. However, after the birth of their biological son, Shen Kuan, their attention shifted. and they began to neglect Gu Xiaofeng. Shen Kuan, indulged and spoiled, grew up unruly, tormenting Gu Xiaofeng daily, treating him like a mere beast to be bullied and beaten. Chapter 35. Sibling recognition. As Gu Yanluo knocked on the gate of the courtyard, a young man in azure attire sat at a desk beneath the window. Engrossed in his reading, his complexion appeared paler than usual, and he occasionally clenched his fist to his lips, suppressing a gentle cough. The yellowed scroll before him bore the marks of extensive perusal, yet he remained captivated, furrowing his brow in earnest concentration. Whom do you seek? At the moment Gu Xiaofeng lifted his gaze, he beheld the striking figure standing at the entrance. His expression momentarily stiffened, and he lowered the scroll, striding towards Gu Yanluo. Your cough is an old ailment. Gu Yanluo observed Gu Xiaofeng intently, a flicker of concern flashing in her eyes. Memories from her past life crashed into her mind unexpectedly. In that lifetime, she had been foolishly manipulated by Gu Nanshan into marrying Pei Zhou. However, Pei Zhou and his associates conspired to claim that marrying Gu Yanluo was merely a tactical maneuver. She was but a pawn in their game. Gu Xiaofeng had overheard these words and desperately attempted to thwart the marriage, only to be nearly beaten to death by Gu Nanshan. Convinced that Gu Yanluo had instigated Gu Xiaofeng's actions, Gu Nanshan had mercilessly assaulted her, while Gu Xiaofeng, heedless of his own safety, had thrown himself upon her, bloodied and battered, solely to protect her. Subsequently, she was wed into the Duke of Dinghua's household. Not long after, she received news of Gu Xiaofeng's demise. They claimed it was due to a relapse of his old illness, yet now, the more Gu Yanluo pondered, the more suspicious she became. When had his old ailment escalated to such a deadly extent? Surely, he must have been schemed against. With such thoughts, Gu Yanluo felt a warmth in her eyes. In this lifetime, she would ensure Gu Xiaofeng's safety. No one shall take his life away. I possess some knowledge of medicine. Gu Yanluo stood at the threshold, refraining from crossing into the courtyard. Gu Xiaofeng's eyes brightened slightly. For years, he had been plagued by his cough. Unable to seek treatment due to his parents' refusal to provide him with the means. Yet this woman before him had discerned his old affliction with a mere glance. Is there still hope for my recovery? Gu Xiaofeng's gaze was earnest. Despite secretly preparing to take the imperial examination, he was acutely aware that in his frail state, even if he succeeded, the court would hardly grant him any true recognition. There is hope for recovery, Gu Yanluo replied, lowering her eyes. A pang of emotion stirring within her. For reasons unknown, Gu Xiaofeng felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to the woman before him. He beckoned her into the courtyard and took a seat on a stone bench. Gu Yanluo examined his pulse, confirming that while it was indeed weak, it was not yet beyond hope. She produced paper and ink, composing a prescription for him. Once she finished, she hesitated before speaking. On your left calf, is there a crescent-shaped birthmark of a crimson hue? Gu Xiaofeng froze, astonishment washing over him as he rose in disbelief. Who are you? How do you know this? Gu Yanluo rolled up her sleeve, and Gu Xiaofeng instinctively averted his gaze, yet he heard her say, Here, I have an identical birthmark. His gaze quivered as he looked at her arm. Indeed, there was a birthmark on her fair skin that mirrored the one on his left leg perfectly. To be candid, I am your elder sister. When Gu Xiaofeng had been abandoned in a grave illness, Gu Yanluo had been merely a child of 2 or 3 years. Utterly oblivious and powerless, Gu Yanluo collided with the flustered gaze of Gu Xiaofeng, laying bare the entirety of the Gu family's secrets and the events of yesteryears. Confronting Gu Xiaofeng, she refrained from feigning ignorance, instead calmly and methodically revealing everything to him. They were siblings, the closest of kin in this world, united as comrades in safeguarding their mother and standing against Gu Nanshan. Upon hearing her words, Gu Xiaofeng stood frozen, his body rigid. He had always known that he was not the biological child of the Shen family. Yet he was oblivious to the fact that he was the offspring of the esteemed General Gu. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden voice from outside shattered the moment. Grandson, have you prepared the white-cut chicken that I desire? At the sound of Shen Kuan's voice, Gu Xiaofeng's eyes widened in alarm. He hurriedly concealed the scroll before him and urgently urged Gu Yanluo, You must hide. Shen Kuan is back. A flicker of pain crossed Gu Yanluo's eyes, yet she refrained from saying more, swiftly retreating into a chicken coop in the corner. No sooner had she concealed herself than Shen Kuan appeared at the doorway, sauntering over to the stove, only to find it barren. His demeanor turned icy. Where is my white-cut chicken? Gu Xiaofeng tensed, rising to the stove. I will prepare it right away. Before he could finish, Shen Kuan kicked him in the leg. Gu Xiaofeng, already frail, was no match for Shen Kuan, collapsing to the ground, his palms bruised and bloodied. Hidden within the chicken coop, Gu Yanluo watched the scene unfold. the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth as she bit her tongue. Clenching her fists, she observed Gu Xiaofeng struggling to rise, but he was utterly incapacitated. Shen Kuan seated himself atop him, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks, hurling insults. "You wretched dog. Do you dare defy my orders? I will beat you to death." Just as Gu Xiaofeng felt the world darkening around him, on the brink of unconsciousness, he caught sight of Gu Yanluo behind Shen Kuan, wielding an iron rod, poised to strike fiercely at the back of Shen Kuan's head. With a resounding thud, Shen Kuan collapsed, unconscious. Gu Yanluo kicked him aside and rushed to Gu Xiaofeng, anxiously cradling his face. "Let me see. Does it hurt terribly?" Gu Xiaofeng gazed at Gu Yanluo, momentarily stunned. Throughout his life, he had never truly experienced the warmth of familial affection. Gu Yanluo grasped his hand, retrieving ointment from a small medicine box to tend to his wounds. Once finished, she grasped his hand firmly, declaring, "I cannot wait any longer. You must leave with me today." After taking only 2 steps, the youth halted. "Sister, you are still pretending in the general's residence, enduring hardships. Knowing I am here, yet you have not sought me out. Surely you have your schemes. Do not let this trivial matter disrupt your plans." Gu Xiaofeng's astuteness and insight astonished Gu Yanluo. Indeed, she had a plan. Her intention was to lead Gu Nanshan to discover this place, thereby ensuring he would not suspect any connection between Gu Xiaofeng and their plight. Upon returning to the general's residence, he would be free from her burdens, allowing for a somewhat easier existence. At the very least, before they become sufficiently powerful, Gu Xiaofeng must maintain a facade of filial affection with Gu Nanshan and strive to inherit the family business. Yet, Gu Yanluo cannot bear to see Gu Xiaofeng suffer here. "After so many years, I have grown accustomed to it. There is no need for my elder sister to worry. I believe that before long, we shall reunite." As Gu Yanluo gazed at the understanding Gu Xiaofeng, her heart ached with an indescribable sorrow. She handed him a pouch of silver, instructing him to procure medicine according to my prescription. Within half a month, his cough would surely improve. "My elder sister will await your return at the general's residence." Very well. Prior to Shen Kuan's appearance, Gu Xiaofeng harbored doubts regarding Gu Yanluo's words, reluctant to trust in his own lineage. However, at this moment, witnessing the pain and concern in her eyes, seeing her relentless desire to extricate him from this den of wolves, he felt a familial affection he had never experienced before. He believed that she was indeed his elder sister. Furthermore, he would eventually have his own family, his mother, his elder sister. Chapter 36. A kiss to alleviate anger. Gu Yanluo departed from Qinghe town and soon boarded a carriage, returning to the outskirts of the Guozijian. The hour was still early. Alighting from the carriage, she hastened towards the dog hole beneath the wall, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Fortunately, no one seemed to take notice. Upon reaching the dog hole, she knelt down and began to wriggle through, but just as her head slipped inside, she felt a sudden grip on her ankle, gently pulling her back. Gu Yanluo's heart raced. Who could it be? She bit her lip, her breath quickening. Determined not to be pulled out, she clawed forward, attempting to free herself from the unseen captor. Yet, the hand clasped around her ankle showed no sign of relinquishing its hold. A shadow of dread flickered in Gu Yanluo's eyes. Who on earth was this? Clenching her fingers, she emerged from the dog hole, ready to unleash a torrent of indignation upon her tormentor. However, as she raised her gaze, she was met with the piercing, ominous eyes of Xiao Jiuyan, who knelt before her, fingers encircling her ankle. Her spine stiffened. She twisted to retract her foot, but to no avail. "Alua, what brings you here?" Xiao Jiuyan's voice was languid yet frigid, imbued with a chilling danger. Gu Yanluo's lashes fluttered in trepidation. How could he be here? The memories of her recent escapade outside the city sent shivers down her spine. Had Xiao Jiuyan witnessed everything? It was illogical for him to regard her with such a menacing gaze simply because she crawled through a dog hole. Her heart trembled as she cast her gaze downward. Xiao Jiuyan harbored little tolerance for fools. Should he discover her pretense, the consequences would be dire. As she pondered how to articulate her predicament, Xiao Jiuyan released her ankle and leaned closer, helping her to her feet. He extracted a silk handkerchief from her sleeve, slowly wiping his fingers clean. Struggling to find an answer? He scoffed, his tone as frigid as ice shards, discarding the handkerchief onto the ground, where his black boot crushed it beneath his heel. Gu Yanluo's eyes fixated on the once pristine silk now marred by dirt, her scalp tightening. Xiao Jiuyan seemed to be trampling not merely the handkerchief, but her very essence. "What transgression have you committed that you cannot bear to meet my gaze?" His voice resonated again, and Gu Yanluo felt her chin firmly grasped, forcing her to meet his stare directly. "Brother A Yin," she murmured, her voice fragile and frantic, her expression bewildered as if she were unaware of her misstep. His fingertips, resting upon her chin, kneaded gently, each caress igniting a frantic rhythm in her heart. "You are hurting me," she whispered, her voice quaking. Xiao Jiuyan tightened his grip, the softness of her skin eliciting a sharp intake of breath from him. Yet, in that moment, he perceived Gu Yanluo as a delicate black lotus, cloaked in an air of foolishness, rendering her inscrutable. The sensation of being deceived clung to him, suffocating. Gazing intently at the delicate, helpless visage, Xiao Jiuyan gently swayed her side to side, guiding her toward the corner of the wall. His voice was cold and haunting. "Tell me, if your skin were to be stripped away and fashioned into a drumhead, would it not be splendid? And these eyes, so dark and clear. If they were to be extracted and crafted into beads for play, the texture would surely be delightful. This skull, intricately carved, could serve as a goblet, displayed in the most prominent of places." As his words fell, Gu Yanluo, who had valiantly held back her emotions, suddenly erupted. The panic and terror in her eyes gradually transformed into a veil of tears, her eyelids reddening at an alarming rate. Scalding tears cascaded down, landing on the back of Xiao Jiuyan's hand. Within, Gu Yanluo felt as though she were on the brink of collapse. She struggled to keep her lips pressed together to stifle her sobs, yet could not resist the urge to burrow into Xiao Jiuyan's embrace. "Brother Ian, I am afraid." Nestled against his chest, her slender arms clung tightly to him. "I was wrong, Brother Ian. I left the city to find my brother. Sister Vio said he is not dead. I wanted to make Mother happy. That is why I ventured out. Please, do not kill me. I promise to be obedient from now on. I will not leave the city anymore." The little girl wept with a heart-wrenching intensity that even Chang Bai, who was watching from a distance, could not help but stretch his neck to see how his lord was tormenting the young girl. Xiao Jiuyan had initially believed that Gu Yanluo was merely feigning ignorance, a little black lotus filled with malice. Yet now, with her pale face nestled in his embrace, her clear eyes brimming with tears, her tiny mouth pouting in grievance, she appeared on the verge of fainting from her sobs. Xiao Jiuyan slightly tilted his neck, his Adam's apple rolling with a hint of helplessness as he raised a hand to rub his forehead. Could it be that he had truly misjudged her? After a moment of silence, lost in a whirlpool of thoughts, he finally lowered his gaze to meet Gu Yanluo's tear-filled eyes and found himself utterly defeated. His heart softened inexplicably. He lifted his hand, resting it on her back, trying to sound firm yet gentle. "Do not cry." Gu Yanluo's eyelashes fluttered. Was this a way to placate her? She puffed out her cheeks, emerging from his embrace, her tear-streaked face warming and gradually tinged with pink. "Brother Ian, are you still angry with Arrow?" she asked, her voice a broken whisper. Xiao Jiuyan remained stoic, his jaw tightly set, his expression still dark and brooding. Gu Yanluo subtly inched closer, her nose brushing against his chin. Just as Xiao Jiuyan intended to distance himself, a soft kiss unexpectedly landed on the side of his cheek. The fierce demeanor that had previously conveyed, "I am not to be trifled with, so leave," froze, his body stiffening, his ears flushing crimson, and confusion swirling in the depths of his dark, brooding gaze. He looked down in astonishment, only to find Gu Yanluo gazing up at him innocently, her eyes sparkling. "Arrow's kiss makes you no longer angry. Mother always comforts Arrow this way." Her voice was sweet and melodious, and her bright, sparkling eyes twinkled as she extended her hand to tug at Xiao Jiuyan's sleeve, gently shaking it while playfully calling out, "A yin." Before she could finish her sentence, the esteemed Xiao Jiuyan, like a startled bird, abruptly turned away. In the next moment, he leaped away, vanishing from Gu Yanluo's sight. Gu Yanluo? Surely not. With such a noble status, what kind of woman could he not have, despite his fearsome exterior? Could it be that he harbored a tender heart within? She had merely kissed him, hoping to ease his grievances about their trip to Qinghe town. Yet how had she frightened him away? Gu Yanluo tilted her head, staring at the direction Xiao Jiuyan had departed for a while, then bent down, preparing to slip back through the dog hole. Just as she was bending over, a strong and firm arm reached out from her waist. Gu Yanluo's heart skipped a beat, and she felt the ground beneath her vanish. She found herself swept up into the air. With a startled gasp, she instinctively wrapped her arms around him. And upon glancing back, she saw Xiao Jiuyan, his face darkened with a scowl, lifting her effortlessly and leaping toward the Guozijian. His ears were astonishingly flushed. Chapter 37. You cannot kiss me. In the blink of an eye, Gu Yanluo's feet touched the ground. Once she steadied herself, her hand resting on Xiao Jiuyan's waist did not withdraw. Xiao Jiuyan coughed lightly twice, his expression darkening as he commanded, "Release me." Gu Yanluo did not comply. Instead, she raised her eyes slightly, gazing at him with a hint of grievance. "Brother Ian, have you forgiven me?" Xiao Jiuyan averted his gaze, offering no response. Gu Yanluo, do you not understand that there should be a boundary between men and women? What are you doing? Embracing it. The word kiss remained lodged in his throat. Gu Yanluo was naive and inexperienced. He could not afford to be as indiscreet. Having shared a moment of intimacy, he felt compelled to consider her future. Xiao Jiuyan's thoughts churned, his expression still somber. When I was younger and upset my mother, a gentle kiss on her cheek would suffice to appease her. Is that not appropriate? Gu Yanluo blinked, her innocent and clear eyes reflecting confusion. Xiao Jiuyan felt he could not engage her further. The buzzing in his ears grew incessant. But you cannot kiss me. He gritted his teeth, his lips drawn tight, emanating a fierce displeasure. Gu Yanluo pondered, who was the one who had just been utterly shy? Why was Xiao Jiuyan so inconsistent? She cautiously released her hold on his waist, taking a couple of steps back and murmuring, then I shall not touch Brother Ian anymore. Fidgeting with her fingers, she turned to leave. Yet, after just a few steps, Xiao Jiuyan grasped the back of her collar, pulling her back. That is not what I meant. His brow furrowed, a flicker of irritation evident in his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, he finally managed to utter, what I mean is, you must not behave this way with other men. Do you understand? Gu Yanluo's troubled expression brightened at his words, her face blooming like spring flowers. Her eyes curved. Luo understands now. Seeing her agreement, Xiao Jiuyan's anxious heart finally settled. Upon parting with Xiao Jiuyan and returning to her resting quarters, Mingwei and Zhou were still asleep. She feigned nonchalance as she lay in the compartment. After class ended, Yuan Shi would come to take her home. Only then did Gu Yanluo rouse Mingwei and Zhou, and together they returned to the general's mansion. As their carriage arrived at the entrance of the mansion, they spotted a graceful figure about to step inside. Upon seeing Yuan Shi, the figure hesitated briefly before turning back and approaching Yuan Shi. Qingqing greets the lady. Su Qingqing, one of the close companions of Gu Yue, had long been at her side. Su's father held a relatively low position in the court, relying on the Gu family for sustenance, which meant Su Qingqing often trailed behind Gu Yue, serving her tirelessly. She had come to seek out Gu Yue, anticipating that the upcoming days at the Imperial Academy would soon become tumultuous. Gu Yanluo, understanding the situation, withdrew her gaze and paid Su Qingqing no mind. Su Qingqing proceeded to find Gu Yue, while Yuan Shi led Gu Yanluo back to Qinghong Courtyard. The incident of Gu Yue poisoning Sun Qianyao had been concealed by Gu Nanshan, leaving outsiders to believe that the two merely had minor disagreements of little consequence. Evidently, to protect Gu Yue's reputation. Upon hearing of this matter, Hongzhu could hardly contain her anger, and in the presence of Yuan Shi and Gu Yanluo, she exclaimed, "What an unworthy mistress! One cannot fathom what kind of sorcery she has cast upon the general to receive such unwavering protection. And that old matron, neglecting her own legitimate granddaughter, is utterly devoted to Gu Yue. The affection that the old matriarch bestowed upon Gu Yue stemmed solely from her being of the Gu lineage. Only thereafter did it concern the honor and prestige that Gu Yue could bring to the family. Yet, what if Gu Yue were not of the Gu bloodline? Gu Yanluo, with cheeks stuffed full of candied fruit, curiously inquired of Yuan Shi, "Mother, who is Yu's mother?" Yuan Shi paused, for her knowledge of Gu Yue's mother was scant. When Gu Nanshan brought Gu Yue home, he had mentioned that her mother was a mistress he had kept outside, now deceased, and that Gu Yue was of the Gu bloodline. Hence she was raised under her care as the matriarch. At that time, Yuan Shi could not accept that Gu Nanshan professed undying devotion to her while maintaining a mistress, drowning in sorrow and betrayal, and had not sought to uncover the details of that mistress. "I have never seen her," Yuan Shi admitted. Gu Yanluo hesitated, then looked up, asking, "When did my father and mother meet? Why did he not bring her home? He surely spent all his time with you when I was little." Gu Yanluo clenched her fists in indignation, her face a portrait of grievance and resentment. Upon hearing her words, Yuan Shi's gaze abruptly sharpened. When had Gu Nanshan first encountered that mistress? Her spine stiffened. At the time Gu Nanshan had returned with Gu Yue, she had been less than a month old, and Gu Yanluo was merely a swaddled infant, around 6 months of age. If one were to trace back the timeline, the mistress must have conceived Gu Yue approximately 6 months after her marriage to Gu Nanshan. Yet, after their wedding and consummation, Gu Nanshan had gone off to the border to engage in military campaigns. When would he have had the time to maintain a mistress and allow her to become pregnant? As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Yuan Shi's scalp prickled with unease. She grasped Hongzhu's hand tightly. "Hongzhu, return to the Yuan residence and seek out sooner. Have him investigate Gu Nanshan's mistress from years past." Hongzhu sensed the urgency and promptly acknowledged, "Yes, my lady, mother." What is amiss? Gu Yanluo peered curiously at Yuan Shi, whose eyes were filled with disbelief. Steadying her emotions, Yuan Shi gently caressed Gu Yanluo's cheek. It's nothing. Luo, what would you like to eat tonight? I've arranged for a small kitchen to be built in the courtyard, so you need not join them in the dining hall any longer. Gu Yanluo's face brightened with innocence. Hooray! I want to eat hibiscus tofu and roasted leg of lamb. Very well, I shall prepare everything for you. With that, Hongzhu's figure vanished into the chilly courtyard, while Gu Yanluo lowered her eyelashes, concealing the depths of her intentions. Before long, the truth of Gu Ruo's origins would be revealed, and it remained to be seen whether the old matriarch would continue to dote upon her as before. When the winds of change returned, all affection would rightfully belong to him. Gu Ruo would no longer be able to bully Fenger as she had in her past life. Indeed, Gu Yanluo's conjecture proved to be accurate. The day before, Su Qingqing had visited the general's residence to seek out Gu Ruo, and the subsequent day, Gu Yanluo sensed a shift upon her arrival at the National Academy. Although the noble ladies had previously ignored her, they had not displayed such deliberate ostracism until today. From the moment Gu Yanluo entered Huainan Hall, a group of 3 or 5 young ladies gathered, whispering and pointing at her, casting glances and mocking her openly. As Gu Yanluo approached her desk, Mingwei, in the act of setting down her book bag, caught sight of a small snake coiled within the pinholder. Ah, Mingwei gasped, her complexion paling as she quickly shielded Gu Yanluo. Miss, be careful. There's a snake inside. Gu Yanluo's eyes darkened, and she intended to inspect the snake species. Just then, the small serpent, hearing the commotion, leapt out of the holder and bit down fiercely on Mingyue's arm. Startled, Mingyue's scalp prickled, her eyes widened in terror, and she stood frozen. Witnessing the scene, the onlookers instinctively recoiled. Gu Yanluo's expression turned icy. Her gaze, laced with cold fury, narrowed as she stepped forward without hesitation. Seizing the snake by its neck, which had latched onto Mingyue, it was a juvenile garter snake. Displaying unflinching composure, Gu Yanluo held the writhing serpent aloft, striding toward the gathered spectators. Who did this? The crowd gasped in alarm, hastily retreating. Who was responsible? Her fierce demeanor rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. Could this seemingly foolish girl actually instill a sense of fear? I had assumed her timid nature would leave her in a state of utter panic. Among the crowd, a debauched young master sneered derisively. Gu Yanluo's dark eyes fixed intently upon him, and in the next instant, she hurled the snake directly at him, landing precisely around his neck. Chapter 38. Retribution. As the serpent descended upon him, it immediately coiled tightly. The dandy young master let out a piercing scream, his eyes wide with terror, feeling the icy caress of the creature against his neck, and he promptly fainted in fright. Who could have done this? Gu Yanluo appeared to be driven to madness, her eyes glistening with a crimson hue, exuding an aura of insanity. Yet, no one responded to her. The crowd regarded Gu Yanluo as a fool, and thus, none stood by her side, not wishing to reveal her pretense of ignorance. Gu Yanluo hurled the snake away and turned back to Mingyue. This cauliflower snake was non-venomous. Otherwise, she would not have so readily inquired as to who was responsible. Leading Mingyue away from Huainan Hall, they arrived beneath a nearby rockery. Gu Yanluo furrowed her brow and lowered her gaze, diligently tending to the wounds inflicted upon Mingyue. Observing Gu Yanluo's swift and adept movements, akin to those of the household physician, Mingyue was taken aback. Miss, do you possess medical knowledge? Gu Yanluo nodded, her expression somewhat vacant. My master from Yuwang Valley taught me. Mingyue's eyes brightened slightly. Her young mistress had such remarkable skills. Could it be that her intellect might also be mended? Since Mingyue began following Gu Yanluo, she had pondered that if their mistress were of sound mind, she would not endure so many scornful glances and derisive remarks. If their mistress were as capable as the second young lady, perhaps she would not be so despised by the general. My master says it can be healed, but it requires time, Gu Yanluo said slowly. Mingyue and Zhu exchanged a glance, both filled with astonishment and joy. From now on, we shall daily pray to the Bodhisattva, hoping for our mistress's swift recovery. Then these people would no longer dare to bully her. Zhu added, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Gu Yanluo smiled gently. It matters not. Mother said that when others bully us, we must retaliate in kind. If we are unprepared today, we shall be ready tomorrow. Zhu was momentarily taken aback. She had thought their mistress would simply swallow her grievances. Yet, it appeared that Gu Yanluo was not one to suffer in silence. How splendid! After tending to Mingyue's injury, Gu Yanluo returned to Huainan Hall to attend the class taught by the instructor. During the midday meal, a cockroach leapt from her bowl. Mingyue, incensed, gritted her teeth. But Gu Yanluo seized her hand, shaking her head in disapproval. In the afternoon, a gathering of noble young ladies followed the palace matron to learn painting. Gu Yanluo spent the entire afternoon crafting landscape paintings, only to have them doused in ink, rendering them utterly ruined. Mingwei and Zhu were close to tears. "Miss, they have gone too far." Gu Yanluo remained composed. To others, it appeared as if she were merely timid and enduring the bullying. That night, after lessons concluded, as they rode home in the carriage, Mingwei yearned to recount her experiences at the National Academy to Madame Yuan. Yet Gu Yanluo once more interceded. Mingwei and Zhu felt stifled with frustration. In the dead of night, once all had retired to slumber, Gu Yanluo stealthily slipped out of Qingyang courtyard. She proceeded to the nearest river, scattering powder to attract water snakes and toads, crouching in wait through the night, and captured over 20 toads and several water snakes. Her basket brimming as she returned to the general's residence. The night was dark and tempestuous. Gu Yanluo arrived outside Gu Riyue's Jinhua courtyard, scattering the soporific potion she had concocted into the air. Once the maid on night watch succumbed to slumber, she deftly scaled the wall and slipped into the courtyard. She opened the door to Gu Riyue's inner chamber and introduced water snakes and toads into her quarters. Taking advantage of the slumbering creatures, Gu Yanluo locked the door to Gu Riyue's room and sealed the windows before leisurely retracing her steps. As dawn's first light broke, Yuan Shi, accustomed to rising early, instructed the cook to prepare apricot pudding for Gu Yanluo. Just after she had given her orders, a heart-wrenching scream echoed from the direction of Jinhua courtyard. Gu Riyue awoke to find 3 water snakes coiled beside her, 2 toads nestled in her arms, and yet another writhing on her face. Terrified, she felt darkness encroach upon her vision, nearly fainting. However, as the water snake burrowed into her clothing, panic propelled her from the bed in a desperate bid for escape, only to discover that the floor was also teeming with writhing creatures. Pale as death, Gu Riyue gritted her teeth and rushed to the door, only to find it locked tight, rendering her unable to escape. Her voice hoarse, she cried out, "Open the door. Quickly! Help! Help me!" The patrolling servants of the general's residence heard her cries and hurriedly rushed to Jinhua courtyard. Upon flinging the door open, they were met with the shocking sight of water snakes slithering and toads hopping chaotically within Gu Riyue's room, instilling dread in their hearts. The servants could hardly contain their trepidation. Disregarding her disheveled appearance, Gu Riyue bolted from the room in a state of utter distress. The general's residence descended into chaos. After some time, the servants managed to capture the water snakes and toads, bringing a semblance of calm to the situation. In the main hall, Gu Riyue, wrapped in a cloak, curled up in the embrace of the old matriarch, her face drained of color. Gu Nanshan's expression was grim, having just returned from court. He was appalled to learn of the incident. How could such a multitude of water snakes and toads appear within a room? Where was the maid who was supposed to keep watch the previous night? The maid, trembling on the ground in Jinhua courtyard, stammered, "My lord, I had no knowledge of this." "Were you not on watch? You claim ignorance?" "I refuse to believe that the water snakes could have entered the room on their own. Investigate this matter." After having her breakfast, Gu Yanluo, accompanied by Yuan Shi, made her way to the Imperial Academy. As they passed the main hall, they overheard Gu Nanshan's furious voice. Yuan Shi grasped Gu Yanluo's hand and urged her forward, saying, "Aluo, let us proceed." Gu Yanluo nodded obediently. Yet, they had not taken more than a few steps when Gu Nanshan's roar reverberated behind them. "Your sister's courtyard has encountered such a calamity, and you still have the leisure to attend the academy?" Yuan Shi bristled at his tone and retorted, "What does the incident in Jinhua courtyard have to do with Aluo? Shouldn't I accompany Gu Riyue in her sorrow?" Gu Nanshan's gaze turned icy as he remarked, "What use is it for her foolish mind to attend the academy daily? Then do not trouble yourself, General. Your favoritism is evident. You need only to care for Yuryu." "Yuan Shi, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. The general is your husband, and a woman ought to revere her husband above all. Look at yourself. You exhibit not a shred of decorum." Yuan Shi coldly huffed, "Etiquette should only be bestowed upon those deserving of it." "What do you mean by that? Did you imply that our Gu family lacks propriety?" The matriarch of the Gu family was instantly incensed, for nothing irked her more than discussions regarding their family's humble origins, or accusations of neglecting their upbringing. Her countenance darkened, prompting Gu Riyue to swiftly raise her hand in a gesture of comfort. "Grandmother, do not be upset. In just half a month, the Ministry of Rites will hold the selection, and I shall assuredly bring honor to you by securing a place at Dongshan Academy. They will see that you can indeed nurture a capable child." Upon hearing this, the matriarch's breath eased. Indeed, Her granddaughter would surely gain admission to Dongshan Academy. Even if one were a daughter of a prominent family, a foolish child cannot achieve greatness. Let them await the laughter of the entire capital. Based on Ruayue's performance at Daiqing Academy, she was certain to be accepted this month. Once she enters Dongshan Academy, she will mingle with princes and princesses, far surpassing the foolish Gu Yanluo. Chapter 39. Is it enjoyable? Yuan did not elaborate further. She was disinclined to engage with the elderly Madame Gu and led Gu Yanluo to the carriage. Throughout the journey to the academy, Mingwei and Zhou hesitated to speak. They wished to inform Yuan about the events of the previous day but were reluctant to contradict Gu Yanluo's wishes. Upon arriving at the Guozijian, they worried about the possibility of further bullying towards the young lady. Gu Yanluo maintained an expression of indifference as they entered Huayan Hall. Mingwei and Zhou walked ahead with caution. Upon reaching the writing desk, they were greeted by a pool of foul-smelling yellow liquid staining Gu Yanluo's desk. Mingwei's face stiffened in shock. Anger surged within her. These people had indeed escalated their bullying of their young mistress. Yet, Gu Yanluo said little. She led Mingwei and Zhou away from Huayan Hall. Just a few steps along the corridor, a frail girl suddenly dashed in front of her. In the next moment, a basin of foul water was splashed down, drenching the girl from head to toe. Ming Ruxiang, are you foolish as well? We are targeting Gu Yanluo, the imbecile. What are you joining in for? The girl, referred to as Ming Ruxiang, turned pale, biting her lip, and questioned, have you gone too far? What wrong has she done? I simply cannot stand fools. The girl crossed her arms defiantly, stepping up to Gu Yanluo with condescension. What qualifications do you have to study alongside me, you imbecile? Truly unfortunate. With a disdainful glare at Gu Yanluo, she strode into Huayan Hall, followed by several other noble ladies. As the hall filled with attendees awaiting the instructor, Gu Yanluo instructed Mingwei and Zhou to lock the door. Confused, they approached and secured the entrance. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed from within Huayan Hall. Upon hearing the commotion, Ming Ruxiang's pallid face lost even more color. She tiptoed to peer through the window's gap and beheld a chaotic scene inside. The hall was teeming with toads and water snakes, ensnaring the very girl who had splashed her. The once proud noble ladies and dandy young masters were now a picture of horror, scurrying about in disarray. Amidst the chaos, Ming Ruxiang's eyes sparkled with astonishment. She turned to Gu Yanluo, blinking in disbelief. Miss Gu, is it enjoyable? Gu Yanluo tilted her head, feigning innocence. Yet her dark eyes radiated a chilling coldness. Coming from a humble background, Ming Ruxiang had gained her place in the Guozijian through hard work. Often subjected to bullying by these noble ladies, who wielded their familial power with impunity, she had never witnessed them in such a pitiful state. Though a trace of fear lingered in her heart, she felt an exhilarating sense of liberation rising within her. Just a bit, Ming Ruxiang clutched her damp clothing, soaked in the foul water, yet Gu Yanluo's gaze held no trace of disdain or disgust. The bright moon, please assist her in changing my attire. The bright moon immediately took Ming Ruxiang to change her clothes. Gu Yanluo gazed at the chaos unfolding within the room, blinking in surprise. Ming Ruxiang remarked that it was merely a bit refreshing, suggesting that it was still insufficiently so. She noticed at the corner the very woman who had drenched her earlier, now preparing several buckets of foul refuse. The stench was unbearable. Zhou, lend me a hand. Gu Yanluo seized the buckets of refuse, flung open the window, and began pouring the contents inside. The woman, curled up in the corner beneath the window, was indeed the same one who had splashed her. Her face pale and cradling her head in terror. A bucket of refuse cascaded down upon her, drenching her completely, transforming her into a pitiful, soaked figure. Who? The woman screamed, but her mouth was filled with the refuse, and she could only retch, too consumed with panic to even glance up at her assailant. Gu Yanluo continued to pour bucket after bucket, her demeanor so earnest that one might mistake her for an industrious laborer. Once finished, she closed the window and, with the key to Huayan Hall in hand, leisurely departed. Arriving at Songxiang Pavilion, where the instructor was located, Gu Yanluo approached the attendant stationed outside with utmost politeness, saying, I have questions I wish to discuss with the instructor. May I enter? After the attendant relayed her request, he kindly ushered Gu Yanluo inside. She unfurled the bamboo slips contained within her satchel. Instructor, while studying several passages from the book of documents yesterday, I encountered numerous perplexities. I kindly seek your guidance in resolving my doubts. The instructor, fond of such inquisitive students as Gu Yanluo, eagerly accepted the bamboo slips, and they delved into a discussion regarding the query she had marked. The fragrant incense wafted gently from the censer, creating an atmosphere of serenity and tranquility. Meanwhile, within Huainan Hall, chaos reigned supreme, a sight most distressing. Individuals attempted to rush in to rescue their young masters and ladies, but the doors were locked tight, leaving them helplessly outside, devising ways to break the windows and doors. The anguished cries emanating from within sent shivers down the spines of those waiting outside. Upon Meng Rushang's return, freshly attired, she was taken aback to witness the torment inflicted upon that group inside. It was astonishing that the legendary Miss Gu could be so resolute in her methods. A flicker of admiration crossed her gaze. In this life, she envied such individuals the most. The noble young men and women who had tormented Gu Yanluo were confined within Huainan Hall for a full half-hour. The usually arrogant and domineering scions of prominent families were reduced to quivering wrecks, paralyzed with fear. Those among the noble ladies who had been the most brazen in their bullying of Gu Yanluo were the ones suffering most grievously. Having been sprinkled with powder that attracted water snakes and toads, they were left pale, teetering on the brink of collapse. By the time the instructor learned of the situation, an hour had passed. Realizing he had engaged in discussion with Gu Yanluo for such a length of time, he hurriedly rose and made his way to Huainan Hall. The doors of the hall were smashed to the ground, and the water snakes and toads were captured, filling the air with a noxious odor. As Gu Yanluo followed the instructor into Huainan Hall, the noble young men and women recoiled in terror, retreating several paces as if shaken to their very souls. This Gu Yanluo was indeed a madwoman. Amidst the commotion, an irate individual pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Yanluo, unleashing a torrent of vitriol. "You heartless wretch. How dare you retaliate with such venomous tactics? We merely jested with you, and yet you resort to such cruel means to torment us. Master, you must uphold justice for your disciples." The master furrowed his brow, clearly skeptical. He responded coolly, "Do not presume that Miss Gu is simple-minded, allowing you to slander her at will. During the past hour, she has been engaged in a discussion regarding the Shanshu with me at the Pine Incense Pavilion. How could she possibly have the time to stir up trouble here?" As the master grew increasingly appreciative of Gu Yanluo, his disdain for these debauched youths intensified. "You come to the Guozijian, yet your thoughts dwell solely on indulgence and revelry. Simply because you believe Miss Gu to be Navi, you dare to mistreat her. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your misdeeds. Now, to demand that Miss Gu bear the brunt of your accusations is utterly beyond redemption." Standing beside the master, Gu Yanluo wore an expression of innocent compliance. She nodded in agreement with the master's words, her eyes sparkling with sincerity, reflecting her innocence. How could she possibly be the one to slander others? Chapter 40. The water incident. The noble young ladies and gentlemen were so incensed that their faces seemed to contort. However, C did not trust a word they uttered. Believing them to be merely engaging in folly, he imposed a strict deadline of half an hour for them to clean the Huiyan Hall. Failure to do so would result in the cessation of their lessons. He then departed with Gu Yanluo, saying, "My dear Miss Gu, pay no mind to these individuals. I shall continue to enlighten you on the previous topic." Gu Yanluo nodded obediently, expressing her gratitude to C. After a moment of retaliation, Gu Yanluo continued to attend the National Academy in a state of relative tranquility. Even though Su Qingqing wished to act upon Gu Ruyue's instructions, she feared retribution from Gu Yanluo and thus remained silent. Gu Ruyue, frustrated by Su Qingqing's ineptitude, resolved to frequent the National Academy again after a few days of recuperation. She could not bear to witness Gu Yanluo thrive within the institution. Her prosperity was more unbearable than her demise. Particularly concerning was Pei Zhou. What if her absence led him to forget her and shift his attention to the foolish Gu Yanluo? The more Gu Ruyue pondered, the more anxious she became. Hastening to the National Academy. Before her departure, as Gu Yanluo and Gu Ruyue boarded the carriage, the old matriarch called out with a mocking tone, "You must arrive early at the academy, especially with the Ministry of Right Selection approaching soon. Surely she will be chosen for the Dongshan Academy, and she need not associate with certain foolish beings." Gu Yanluo remained silent. Upon their arrival at the National Academy, the Huiyan Hall was transformed, with every desk appearing fresh and even the paint on the eaves renewed. Gu Yanluo sat at a desk. Her gaze lowered as she contemplated the old matriarch's obsession with the Dongshan Academy. From her understanding, the institution was primarily attended by members of the royal family. She had little desire to attend Dongshan, but the matriarch's repeated taunts towards her mother compelled her to consider it. She was uncertain about the selection criteria, so she committed to memory all that C had imparted. As she focused intently on the bamboo slips, Gu Ruyue approached her. "Elder sister, I just heard them say that you have been terribly bullied these days. It is all my fault for not protecting you sooner." Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze, her dark eyes fixed intently upon Gu Ruyue. What was she up to now? As expected, Gu Ruyue slowly continued, "Luo, this afternoon, Let us join young Master Pei in a musical contest in the bamboo grove. You. Why are you inviting her? She is a fool who cannot even comprehend how many strings a zither has. It would be akin to playing to a deaf audience. Gu Yanluo narrowed her eyes. Did Gu Ruyue wish to compete in musical skill? That was implausible. She was not so foolish as to believe that a known simpleton could play the zither. Even if Gu Ruyue triumphed, it would hardly bring her any glory. Gu Yanluo's gaze grew slightly colder. Could this be related to Pei Zhou? She did not respond to Gu Ruyue, yet neither did she outright refuse. Observing a glimmer of hope, Gu Ruyue's lips curved into a subtle smile. After lunch, Gu Yanluo took Mingwei and Zhozhou back to their quarters for a respite. As Ming Ruxiang arrived, she carried a brown food box in her hand. Miss Gu, may I come in? Mingwei lifted the curtain of the partition, inviting her in. This is mung bean cake made by my mother. Although it may not look appealing, it tastes delightful. The neighbors all adore this flavor. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with interest as she accepted the food box, eagerly taking a bite. The cake was soft and fragrant, seemingly soaked in cold water, imparting a refreshing chill. It truly is delicious, she exclaimed, her cheeks slightly puffed. Xiang, may I purchase some? I wish to bring some to my mother. Seeing her delight, Ming Ruxiang beamed with joy. If you like it, I shall bring you some. There is no need to buy it. That won't do. Your mother's efforts in making these cakes cannot go unrewarded, Mingwei. Mingwei handed Ming Ruxiang a silver ingot. Ming Ruxiang hurriedly waved her hands. I cannot accept so much. This ingot would sustain my family for half a year. I need to take some to my maternal grandfather as well, so I require a larger quantity. Please ask your mother to make more. Ming Ruxiang's eyes glistened with warmth. Thank you, Miss Gu. Just call me Arrow, Gu Yanluo replied, her gaze bright and clear, devoid of any distractions. She grasped the silver tightly and warned, Arrow, do not follow Miss Guerre to the music contest. I overheard her plotting with other young ladies to frame you for ruining Lord Pei's instrument. If Lord Pei becomes enraged, he will not spare you. Gu Yanluo had expected more elaborate schemes from Gu Ruyue, but was taken aback by the simplicity of the plan. She secretly wished for Pei Zhou to detest her, keeping her at a distance. Xiang, do not worry. She is my sister and would not harm me. However, upon hearing Gu Yanluo's words, Ming Ruxiang's concern deepened. Her brow furrowed as she decided to accompany her for the time being, hoping to clarify matters for Gu Yanluo. Soon, it was time for the music contest. Gu Ruyue eagerly strode into Gu Yanluo's partition, linking arms with her as they made their way to the bamboo grove. Their path led them past the moon-watching lake within the Guozijian. The lake, several people high at its deepest point, prompted the instructors to warn them to keep their distance to avoid accidents. Gu Yanluo, linked with Gu Ruyue, walked along the cobblestone path beside the lake. Upon reaching the end of the lake, they spotted Pei Zhou and his companions seated in a pavilion within the bamboo grove. Suddenly, Gu Ruyue halted, exclaiming, Qingqing. Su Qingqing and her entourage turned their gazes towards Gu Ruyue and Gu Yanluo. In that fleeting moment of attention, Gu Ruyue yanked her forward, attempting to push her into the lake. Ah, help me. Gu Ruyue cried out before she could even fall into the water. What are you doing, Gu Yanluo? Pei Zhou's gaze hardened. He detested such malicious tactics and strode forward to rescue Gu Ruyue. A mocking smile graced Gu Yanluo's lips as her eyes darkened. Hidden within her sleeve, a silver needle pricked Gu Ruyue's fingertip, causing her to weaken in pain. Gu Yanluo seized the opportune moment, abruptly pulling Gu Ruyue back with great force. Just as Gu Ruyue regained her balance, Gu Yanluo stumbled and was on the verge of plunging into Wangwei Lake. Ah! She exclaimed, her face drained of color. Gu Ruyue stood in a stupor, gazing at her own unscathed self on the lake shore, and the submerged Gu Yanluo, utterly bewildered. Pei Zhou also did not anticipate that it would be Gu Yanluo who fell into the water. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into the lake, intent on rescuing her. However, he was obstructed by a shadowy figure. The woman in purple swiftly plunged into the water, effortlessly retrieving Gu Yanluo and hoisting her onto her shoulder. Swimming towards the shore. Once Gu Yanluo was brought back to safety, the woman in purple draped a cloak over her, holding her securely in her arms. She lifted her gaze towards the chilling and ominous expression of Xiao Jiuyan. Your Highness, the person has been rescued. Chapter 41. Injury at the soul. Not long after Gu Yanluo fell into the lake, she was promptly rescued. She coughed violently a few times and slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze fell upon Gu Ruyue, who was standing not far away, staring at her. Gu Yanluo's eyes trembled slightly, filled with tears that glimmered like water, helpless and pitiful. Sister, why did you push me? Her fragmented words were laced with disbelief and a choked sob. Subsequently, unable to withstand the overwhelming emotions, she fainted. Worried for Gu Yanluo and fearing that Gu Ruyue would bully her, Ming Ruxiang rushed over, stumbling along the way. Upon seeing Gu Yanluo completely unconscious, her emotions erupted. How much do you hate Arrow to treat her so ruthlessly? Ming Ruxiang's voice was hoarse, accusing Gu Ruyue. Isn't it enough that you had someone pour filthy water on her and set snakes on her desk? Now you seek her life. You know Arrow is simple-minded. Yet you still torment her like this. Aren't you sisters? Why must you be so heartless? Xiao Jiuyan was utterly unaware of the multitude of tribulations Gu Yanluo had faced within the National Academy. Upon hearing Ming Ruxiang's outburst, his gaze darkened, fixing on Gu Ruyue with a chilling intensity. I truly didn't. Gu Ruyue, taken aback, had initially intended to frame Gu Yanluo in front of Pei Zhou for pushing her into the water, yet now the one submerged was Gu Yanluo herself. Why did everyone regard her with such contempt? Gu Ruyue felt on the brink of madness. I swear, it was Timmy. I don't know how she fell into the water. Brother Pei Zhou, you must believe me. It truly was Timmy. Attempting to plead with others, she was met with indifference, leaving her no choice but to turn to Pei Zhou. If you didn't believe her, what could she do? How would she explain herself? Take her away. Xiao Jiuyan, uninterested in her explanations, ordered the female shadow guard who had rescued Gu Yanluo to carry her away. Meanwhile, Changbai grasped Gu Ruyue's hand, preparing to lead her away. Gu Ruyue struggled desperately, calling out to Pei Zhou, Brother Pei Zhou, save me. I didn't push her. You must trust me. Pei Zhou's indifferent gaze scrutinized the disheveled Gu Ruyue, his eyes growing cold. Was this still the renowned Gu Ruyue, known for her grace and virtue? Her behavior had become increasingly unruly, more so than her simple-minded elder sister. Pei Zhou averted his gaze, disregarding Gu Ruyue's pleas as he turned to leave. Xiao Jiuyan returned to the courtyard with his companions. As he disembarked from the carriage, he cradled Gu Yanluo in his arms. The delicate figure felt surprisingly light, causing Xiao Jiuyan's eyes to widen slightly in astonishment. How is she so thin? He stepped forward, hastily entering the courtyard. The physician arrived to examine Gu Yanluo, ensuring she was merely startled and unharmed, allowing Xiao Jiuyan's anxious heart to finally ease. It appeared her foot had been cut by stones in the lake, requiring treatment for a swift recovery. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze. After the physician dispensed the medicine and departed, Xiao Jiuyan emerged from the room, closing the door behind him. Songzi, have you found anything? Songzi stepped forward, her gaze icy. She lowered her eyes, acknowledging the truth in the young lady's words. Miss Gu had indeed faced considerable bullying at the Guozijian in recent days. It was, therefore, true. Xiao Jiuyan's cold, piercing gaze swept over the jade-white ring on his finger as he lightly twisted it twice. Compile the list, he commanded. Yes, Songzi responded, promptly vanishing from sight. Changbai, pressing Gu Ruyue forward, inquired, Your Highness, how shall we deal with this individual? Xiao Jiuyan narrowed his eyes, focusing intently on Gu Ruyue. At that moment, she felt a chill run down her spine, as if his gaze were that of a venomous serpent, intent on piercing her very soul. You are the one orchestrating this from behind the scenes, Xiao Jiuyan advanced, step by step. Gu Ruyue's complexion turned ashen. She shook her head vehemently. No, it wasn't me. Your Highness, spare me. I swear it wasn't me. Xiao Jiuyan let out a derisive laugh and exchanged a glance with Changbai. Without hesitation, Changbai forcefully dragged Gu Ruyue to a nearby water tank, pressing her face into the water without a word. Gu Ruyue had intended to scream, but as she opened her mouth, the only sound that emerged was a series of bubbling gasps. Submerged and struggling for breath, she soon found herself yanked back by her hair. By your Highness's command, was it you who bullied Miss Gu? Changbai pressed relentlessly. Gu Ruyue's hair, drenched, clung to her face as she gasped for air, her complexion flushed with panic. Refusing to speak, Changbai pressed her face back into the water once more, this time for an extended duration. When she was finally pulled out, her face bore a ghastly shade of blue, veins bulging at her temples, nearly suffocating. Desperate, she clawed at the edge of the tank, barely clinging to life. I will tell you. It was not my scheme. It was Su Qingqing's. I merely confided in her that I had been punished due to Gu Yanluo and could not attend the Guozijian. Frustrated, she took it upon herself to bully Gu Yanluo there. It truly was not me. And what of the incident with Miss Gu being pushed into the water? Changbai pressed relentlessly. Gu Ruyue gasped for breath. It was also Su Qingqing and her group who suggested it. They wanted me to slander Gu Yanluo, blaming her for pushing me into the water, but somehow it ended up being Gu Yanluo who fell in. I truly did not intend to harm her. I did not. Her trembling fingertips revealed her distress. After her frantic confession, she cast a terrified look at Xiao Jiuyan, kneeling on the ground. Your Highness, have mercy. I truly did not wish for her harm. She is my elder sister. How could I bring myself to do such a thing to her? Xiao Jiuyan shot Gu Yanluo a cold glare. Chong Bai, take her to the dark prison until General Gu arrives to redeem her. Yes. Gu Yanluo was led away, her cries of panic echoing as she sobbed. Xiao Jiuyan re-entered the chamber. Approaching the bed slowly, he beheld Gu Yanluo, lying there with her eyes tightly shut and her face pale. A shadow of sorrow crossed his features. Had he known that sending her to the Guozijian would subject her to such humiliation, he would never have broached the subject with Madame Gu that day. At that moment, Xiao Jiuyan had never regretted his decisions as profoundly as he did now. He moved closer, sitting at the edge of the bed, his eyes fixed intently on Gu Yanluo's delicate face. A simpleton, no matter how astute, finds it challenging to safeguard oneself. His gaze turned icy. Moments later, his eyes fell upon the ointment resting on the corner of the table. Her foot bore an injury. Xiao Jiuyan's breath grew shallow as he grasped the porcelain bottle, approached the foot of the bed, and lifted the quilt, revealing the girl's delicate, pale foot beneath. His gaze trembled slightly. The tender sole bore a gash. Though no longer bleeding, it remained a distressing sight. He leaned in closer, his fingertips gliding around the wound. How much pain must it have caused? The slumbering Gu Yanluo seemed to sense the touch, curling her foot slightly to evade his fingers. Yet, Xiao Jiuyan grasped her foot firmly, applying gentle pressure to prevent her movement. He smeared the ointment over the injury on her sole, and moments later, his fingertip pressed against her arch, ensuring an even application. The itchiness was intense, prompting Gu Yanluo to curl her foot again. Her toes stirred slightly, causing Xiao Jiuyan to raise his gaze, noticing something that made his breath hitch. He swallowed hard. Diverting his eyes, his tongue grazed his cheek. Yet his fingers continued their ministrations, until a soft whimper escaped Gu Yanluo's lips, murmuring her discomfort. In the next instant, she seemed unable to endure any longer, lifting her foot and delivering a kick towards Xiao Jiuyan. Chapter 42. Do not move. Xiao Jiuyan, caught off guard, suddenly grasped Gu Yanluo's ankle. Gu Yanluo, he murmured, each syllable dripping with menace. He had selflessly tended to her wounds, yet this ungrateful girl attempted to kick him away. As his words faded, Gu Yanluo, who had her eyes tightly shut, slowly opened them. She shifted her legs, realizing her ankle was firmly held by someone, her mind momentarily blank. After a brief pause, her gaze fell downward, where she saw Xiao Jiuyan sitting at the foot of the bed, grasping her ankle. In the instant their eyes met, Gu Yanluo's pupils widened in shock. A flush of heat rushed to her ears. Her foot. Xiao Jiuyan had seen her foot. Immediately, she began to struggle, intent on retracting it. Her innocent eyes were wide, blinking rapidly, filled with panic. I engage you? My foot. Xiao Jiuyan's dark, deep gaze rested upon her. What are you hiding from? The medicine is not yet applied. With deliberate slowness, his fingertip once again brushed against the sole of Gu Yanluo's foot. She felt a rush of warmth flood her mind, her cheeks blooming with a visible crimson hue. She lightly struggled. I can do it myself, I engage. As she spoke, she attempted to retreat slightly. But just as she did, her ankle was suddenly tightened in his grasp, and in the next moment, she was pulled forward into Xiao Jiuyan's embrace. Completely unprepared, she tumbled into his arms, her lips brushing against the nape of his neck. The contact with his collarbone sent a slight sting through her, yet she paid it no heed. Instead, she found herself enveloped in his warm embrace, as he did not push her away. Rather, his long arm encircled her waist, drawing her ever closer. Do not move. His deep voice murmured against her ear, laced with warmth. Gu Yanluo's spine stiffened. She stood frozen in place, at a loss, as Xiao Jiuyan held her close. He finished applying the ointment, then lowered his gaze, suddenly aware of the proximity between them, causing his eyes to darken slightly. Gu Yanluo, her face taut and her ears flushed, nestled into his embrace, motionless, her eyes wide open, unblinking, as if she had been stunned. If the medicine is not applied in time, the wound will not heal and will leave a scar. Xiao Jiuyan found himself surprised at his own patience, explaining to her as tenderly as one might to a child. Gu Yanluo's eyes flickered. She dared not meet his gaze, instead fidgeting with the corner of her garment, murmuring softly, "Thank you, I engage." What? It was unclear if Xiao Jiuyan had heard her or not, as he responded with a question. Gu Yanluo took a deep breath, secretly lifting her eyes to cast a quick glance at him. "Thank you, I engage." She resembled a startled rabbit. Xiao Jiuyan averted his gaze, a faint, unrecognized smile curving his lips. When Gu Nanshan and the Gu family arrived at Xiao Jiuyan's villa, Gu Yanluo's injured foot had been treated and bandaged, no longer a significant concern. She longed to return home, but Xiao Jiuyan forbade her. With a stern expression, he stood nearby, his gaze threatening her to remain still. Gu Yanluo could only sulkily retreat back onto the bed, tossing left and right restlessly. After today's events, no one would perceive Gu Ruyue as the innocent Miss Gu any longer. The act of pushing her into the lake was witnessed by so many, including Pei Zhou. Gu Nanshan and his companions were left waiting in the courtyard for half an hour, until Xiao Jiuyan leisurely rose to his feet. Before departing, he inquired of Gu Yanluo, "Are you coming?" Upon learning that Gu Nanshan was present, Gu Yanluo immediately got up from her bed. Xiao Jiuyan frowned, stepped to her side, and linked his arm with hers, helping the limping Gu Yanluo to the main hall. Gu Nanshan and the others grew increasingly anxious as they spotted Gu Yanluo entering. Unsteady on her feet due to her injuries, he promptly glanced around, asking, "Where is you? What have you done with her?" Gu Yanluo felt a pang in her heart, as if pricked by a needle. Although she had never harbored expectations of Gu Nanshan, she could not fathom why. Being his daughter, he could disregard her suffering, his mind and gaze solely occupied by Gu Ruyue. "Where is you?" In a state of panic, the old matriarch of the Gu family stepped forward, demanding, "Where have you taken you? Do you not realize how frail she is? If she were to suffer any more shocks, she would." Miss Gu had pushed Miss Gu into the water and was imprisoned in the dark dungeon of the courtyard. Xiao Jiuyan's previously languid eyes turned icy upon hearing Gu Nanshan and the old matriarch's words. She fell into the water, was injured. Yet these so-called relatives seemed utterly blind to her plight, their hearts consumed by concern for Gu Ruyue. "What?" The old matriarch exclaimed in disbelief. "Impossible. Yu is pure-hearted. How could she do such a thing?" The thought of the dungeon's grim conditions and the potential torment awaiting Gu Ruyue brought tears of anguish to the old matriarch's eyes. "You must be slandering her. You cannot stand to see your sister do well. How could your heart be so malicious?" She pointed an accusing finger at Gu Yanluo, her rage palpable. Gu Yanluo's gaze momentarily faltered, as if it took her a long while to digest what was unfolding before her. In response to the old matriarch's accusations, she spoke up. "They all witnessed it. Young Master Pei saw it. Brother Anyan saw it. It was she who pushed me," Gu Yanluo declared with conviction. In that instant, she seemed to awaken, her expression darkening as she defended herself. Gu Nanshan instinctively opened his mouth to speak but hesitated, caught off guard by the revelation that Pei Zhou had witnessed it. What would this mean for his daughter's betrothal to Yu? "She has always bullied me. You only care about her." Gu Yanluo's eyes turned red with indignation as she glared at the two. "You do not care for me. You abandoned me in Yawang Valley without a second thought. Why should you only favor Gu Ruyue? Why?" With every word, her tears flowed more freely, overwhelmed by her sense of injustice. "This time, she truly pushed me into the lake, and the entire Guozijian witnessed it. She even attempted to frame me for breaking young Master Pei's zither strings. She constantly slanders me. Even Gu Yanluo, not known for her cleverness, was capable of feeling." Her current declaration served as a reminder to Gu Nanshan that his proud daughter was on the brink of disgrace. Gu Nanshan, who had always prioritized profit, might not be willing to go to great lengths to protect Gu Ruyue anymore. "General, do not listen to her nonsense. She is nothing but a fool, spouting nonsense. And now she relies on the second prince to bully our Ayu. You must not heed her words." However, old Madame Gu remains unconcerned, for her sole desire is for her Ayu, to ensure her beloved granddaughter's safety. Gu Nanshan's gaze was dark and brooding. The mistake committed by Gu Rumun was already known by everyone at the National Academy, and before long, the entire capital would be aware that Gu Rumun, lauded as the foremost talented woman of the capital, sought to harm her own sister. The general's residence must not be tarnished by her actions. Chapter 43. How to cheer up a young lady. If General Gu dares today to vouch for the second Miss Gu, to prove her innocence and purity, I shall immediately arrange for her return to the general's residence. However, if he hesitates, then the second Miss Gu must endure some hardships in the other courtyard. Xiao Jiuyan's words sent a chill down Gu Nanshan's spine, who was already in a state of indecision. How could he assure anyone of Gu Ruyue's innocence? Would he stake his reputation on it? He had painstakingly built a commendable reputation leading the Gu family army, and now it seemed that Gu Ruyue was intent on dismantling it. Could he bear such a burden? If he dared to guarantee Gu Ruyue's innocence, it would be tantamount to openly defying the second prince. The entire national university had witnessed her misdeeds. If he shielded her, would he not be jeopardizing his future? Gu Nanshan fell silent. The old matriarch of the Gu family, observing his prolonged silence, turned pale with fear. "General, what are you hesitating for? That is Ayu, the blood of our Gu family, your own daughter. How can you waver? Do you not believe in Ayu?" The old matriarch's heart ached deeply. She had heard of Xiao Jiuyan's torturous methods, and the mere thought of Gu Ruyue being confined in his dark prison left her breathless. She struggled for air, nearly fainting. Yet, Gu Nanshan remained silent, his fingers clenched tightly at his side. After a prolonged stalemate, Gu Nanshan abruptly rose, striding towards Gu Yanluo. Gu Yanluo instinctively stepped back. Her eyes filled with estrangement and rejection. Xiao Jiuyan's long arm reached out to steady her, preventing her from falling. Gu Nanshan lowered his gaze, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within, and stepped before Gu Yanluo. "Aluo, this matter was wrongfully instigated by Ayu. Father apologizes to you on her behalf." Gu Yanluo was not the least bit surprised by Gu Nanshan's response. His self-serving nature, which only ever considered his own interests, would never permit a child not of his blood to tarnish his reputation. Gu Ruyue, being the most talented maiden in the capital, would be cherished as a jewel. But if she were to become a pariah, Gu Nanshan's affection and concern for her would dissipate into mere mirages. "General, what nonsense are you speaking? Do you also believe that Ayu pushed her? You are truly foolish." The old matriarch could hardly fathom that Gu Nanshan would apologize to Gu Yanluo, enraged. She rushed forward to strike him. Yet, before she could reach him, a sharp rebuke rang out. "Enough. Do you still wish for this matter to escalate further? The entire National University has witnessed it. How long will you continue to shield her?" The old matriarch's vision went dark as she clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Before she collapsed on the spot, "Father will have Ayu apologize to you in front of everyone at the National University." Gu Nanshan commanded a maid to support the old matriarch and then turned his gaze back to Gu Yanluo. In this moment, he had completely abandoned Gu Ruyue for his own sake. Gu Yanluo cast her eyes down, her gaze as dark as night. She paid no heed to Gu Nanshan, instead resting her head gently on Xiao Jiuyan's shoulder. "Let us go home with father." Gu Nanshan, witnessing the scene before him, felt as though he had been struck deeply. How had she grown so close to the second prince? Could it be that the second prince has truly developed feelings for this fool? Gu Nanshan was taken aback. He never anticipated that bringing Gu Yanluo back would incite such turmoil. Had he known earlier, he would have certainly left her to fend for herself at the Medicine King Valley. No. Gu Nanshan reached out, intending to grasp Gu Yanluo's wrist, but she evaded him. Her expression filled with grievance. "I do not wish to see father. I want mother." Having just experienced an emotional breakdown, Gu Yanluo was now in a state of anger towards both Gu Nanshan and the old Madame Gu, avoiding his touch while tears glimmered in her eyes. "I only want mother." A shadow passed over Gu Nanshan's gaze. Fearing that Yuan would disregard everything to protect Gu Yanluo, he had confined her to the Qing'an courtyard. He bit his lip in restraint. "Very well, I shall have your mother come to fetch you." With a flick of his sleeve, he departed, accompanied by the old Madame Gu, who had fainted and was being supported by two maids. Their figures vanished from sight, and Xiao Jiuyan glanced at Gu Yanluo, noticing her still red eyes and slight furrow of her brow. It seemed this little fool was genuinely heartbroken. How to console her? Xiao Jiuyan pondered deeply. What torment do you wish to inflict upon Miss Gu Air? Perhaps seeing Gu Ruyue in despair would elevate your own mood. Whenever he felt disgruntled, he resorted to such measures against those who wronged him. Yet Gu Yanluo shook her head, expressing her disinterest in encountering Gu Ruyue. Moreover, what pleasure would there be in tormenting her? "I do not wish to see her. Do not go to her either. She is a villain." Gu Yanluo tightened her grip on Xiao Jiuyan's wrist. At this moment, Gu Ruyue was likely fantasizing about Gu Nanshan coming to her rescue. If she were to discover that Gu Nanshan had abandoned her and would not care whether she lived or died, it would be far more agonizing than any torment. That would truly be a death by 1,000 cuts. Each moment spent in the dark prison would be another moment of unbearable suffering, filled with fleeting hope only to plunge into the abyss of despair. What would Aluo like to eat? Xiao Jiuyan, noting her reluctance to see Gu Ruyue, felt a pang of compassion, recalling their scant sisterly bond. Gu Yanluo had little appetite and shook her head. "I just want to lie down." Standing caused her feet to ache. The journey over had already agitated her injuries, sending sharp pains through her. Very well. Xiao Jiuyan did not press further. He supported Gu Yanluo as they left the main hall. Yet after only a few steps, Gu Yanluo's legs buckled, and she gasped for breath while leaning on Xiao Jiuyan's arm. "Does it hurt?" Xiao Jiuyan's brows knitted with concern. Gu Yanluo struggled to catch her breath but insisted. "It does not hurt, Brother Yin." No sooner had she spoken than her feet suddenly gave way. With a startled cry, she realized she was being swept up in Xiao Jiuyan's arms, her wide, watery eyes staring at him in disbelief. "Brother Yin, it does not hurt." Xiao Jiuyan paid her no mind, striding forward with purpose. "At the pace you are going, you won't reach the bed until nightfall." Gu Yanluo silently puffed her cheeks in annoyance. "You disdain me." She secretly grasped the collar of Xiao Jiuyan's garment, feeling a bit more secure. Once Gu Yanluo was settled back onto the bed, Xiao Jiuyan stepped outside, his expression grave as he turned to Chang Bai. Do you know how to cheer a young girl? Changbai replied with a puzzled look. Is this something a man who has never interacted with women could possibly know? Yet, seeing Xiao Jiuyan's earnest expression, it seemed he was genuinely concerned. He leaned closer, recalling his subordinate's insights about women, who generally favor cosmetics and elegant garments. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened slightly. If that were the case, why did Songzi not share such preferences? Changbo couldn't help but scoff. Your Highness. Do you truly consider Songzi a woman? She perpetually wears a cold demeanor, keeping everyone at bay. If anyone dares to touch her, she could easily break their arm. How could she possibly be a woman? Xiao Jiuyan fell into contemplation, realizing there was some truth to this assertion. Then go to the eastern street and purchase an assortment of cosmetics, he instructed. This way, Gu Yanluo might not feel so despondent. As Xiao Jiuyan pondered further, Changbo inquired, Your Highness, how much should I buy? Xiao Jiuyan frowned. Get a bit of everything. Just purchase as you see fit. And also some new clothes. Acquire a selection for her to choose from upon your return. Chapter 44. Are you insane? Changbai immediately accepted the command and turned to leave. Inside the dark prison, Guru Yue relentlessly pounded on the iron door, her appearance disheveled. On what grounds have you imprisoned me? Go to the general's residence and fetch my father. He will undoubtedly come to rescue me. Yet, the shadow guard stationed at the dark prison showed her no regard. Her palms were swollen from the incessant banging. After a prolonged wait, she overheard whispers outside, suggesting that Gu Nanshan had arrived. Instantly, she scrambled to her feet and positioned herself at the entrance of the prison. Is it my father? Has he come to save me? Release me at once. Hurry. Still. The guards remained unmoved. Filled with anticipation, Guru Yue paced nervously, tucking her disheveled hair behind her ears and attempting to brush the dirt from her clothing. Her father was coming to take her home. That wretched Gu Yanluo believed that by clinging to the second prince, she could ascend to greatness? Throughout history, which prince would be permitted to marry a foolish princess? She was truly delusional. Ultimately, her father's affection was paramount. As Guru Yue pondered this, her urgency began to wane. Her heart brimmed with hope, her eyes sparkling as she gazed toward the prison entrance. However, after a full half-hour of waiting, still no sign of Gu Nanshan appeared. And unease crept into her heart. Where was her father? She rose, anxiously peering at the entrance. He had promised to protect her. He had sworn an oath before her mother to care for her for a lifetime. Guru Yue reassured herself with these thoughts. Yet another half-hour passed without a trace of Gu Nanshan, and she became utterly flustered. Rising once more, she shouted, Where is my father? Why has Ti come? Are you forbidding him from seeing me? She continued to pound on the iron door, causing the shadow guards to grow increasingly irritated. One shot her a fierce glare. Your father left long ago. What are you yelling about? What? Impossible. How could he come and not rescue me? It had to be Gu Yanluo's meddling, inciting the second prince to prevent her father from saving her. It must be Gu Yanluo. With her eyes ablaze with hatred, Guru Yue cursed loudly. Where is Gu Yanluo? I demand to see her. The shadow guards, unable to endure her incessant noise, reported her demands to Xiao Jiuyan. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened. What is there to see? If you continue to shout, you shall be rendered mute. The guards accepted their orders. Upon returning to the dark prison, a maid named Qinghuan entered, carrying a tray with a silent drug that rendered one voiceless. Who are you? I said I want to see Gu Yanluo. I want to see her. As Qinghuan stepped inside, she immediately heard Guru Yue's screams. Her expression hardened as she pried open Guru Yue's mouth. Entering the dark prison with the silent drug, Guru Yue's scalp tingled at the sight, and she quickly closed her mouth, her face paling. I won't shout anymore. I want to shout. I just want to ask Gu Yanluo why she is torturing me and why she won't let my father come to see me. Qinghuan scoffed. It is General Gu who has forsaken you. What does that have to do with Miss Gu? The word struck Guru Yue's heart like a sharp blade, draining the color from her already pale face. Her father had abandoned her? Why had he forsaken her? Had he not proclaimed her to be his most cherished daughter? No matter what befell her, he had vowed to protect her. Her legs weakened, and she collapsed to the ground, her gaze gradually clouding with despair. Why? Why would her father give up on saving her? He had promised her mother. How could he be so faithless? Seeing her crumpled on the floor, Qinghuan fell silent. Her eyes filled with a numbing despair as she tucked away the tranquilizer and turned to leave. Should she call out again, she would simply administer the drug directly. Having concluded her task, Qinghuan exited the dark prison. When Changbai returned with cosmetics and new garments, Gu Yanluo had already been asleep for some time. Upon awakening, she found that the pain in her foot had lessened. Cautiously descending from the bed, she noticed the door opening, revealing Xiao Jiuyan stepping inside. I brought you something. Do take a look. Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze, puzzled. What is it? Cosmetics, the ones you adore. Her eyes sparkled with interest. And she immediately reached out to Xiao Jiuyan, exclaiming, Brother Ayan, hold me. Xiao Jiuyan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just say it didn't hurt? You were so reluctant to be held before. Gu Yanluo smiled radiantly. Brother Ayan, carry me quickly. Xiao Jiuyan, ah. So it was merely to see the items sooner, rather than a desire to be held. With that thought, he carried Gu Yanluo to the entrance of the courtyard. As they neared the exit, he gently set her down and assisted her outside. Gu Yanluo found it peculiar that the cosmetics were not delivered inside the courtyard, but rather to the entrance. Upon stepping out, she was met by Chang Bai, who stood respectfully before her and spoke. These are all cosmetics selected for Miss Gu. Gu Yanluo raised her gaze and gasped at the sight of 3 large carts brimming with goods. Had Chang Bai really brought back an entire shop of cosmetics? The latest trends in the capital, such as Zisha Snow, Water Plum Fragrance, Jihua Qiji, and White Jade Beads, were all present in abundance. With several boxes of each style, Gu Yanluo swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity. Surely, she could never use all of this in her lifetime. Does Luo still like them? Xiao Jiuyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. With this, you must be happy now? Gu Yanluo's eyes flickered. Her lips trembled slightly as she replied awkwardly, Luo likes them. Then, let us unload. Chang Bai's voice boomed. And as soon as Gu Yanluo finished speaking, he shouted, prompting the drivers to hurriedly begin unloading the carts. Gu Yanluo watched in astonishment as box after box was brought forth, shaking her head in disbelief, her expression one of mild terror. How could one ever use so much? Song Zi, having compiled the list of those who had bullied Gu Yanluo, returned to the courtyard to report her findings. Upon entering the alley, her expression remained unchanged. But her gaze flickered as she noticed the 3 carts blocking the entrance. Stepping forward, she approached Gu Yanluo and Xiao Jiuyan, lowering her gaze in reverence. Your Highness. What is this? Chang Bai immediately seized the opportunity to boast, leaning towards Song Zi. These are all the cosmetics I bought for Miss Gu. What do you think? He raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride gleaming in his eyes. Song Zi's expression remained frosty, yet the confusion and bewilderment in her gaze were unmistakable. In a voice as tranquil as still water, she replied, Have you lost your mind? Chang Bai, taken aback, retorted, Who are you calling insane? Song Zi. You are merely envious. Song Zi, her face devoid of emotion, replied with a cold sneer, The 3 carts you purchased will last you 3 lifetimes. Chang Bai, bewildered, exchanged glances with Xiao Jiuyan. They both turned to Gu Yanluo, who blinked innocently and took a step back. I don't know. I've never used them. She was just a naive little fool. How could she possibly comprehend such matters? Chapter 45. What use is cuteness? Such matters are entirely at your discretion. Whether to utilize or gift them to another, the choice lies with her. Upon hearing Xiao Jiuyan's words, Gu Yanluo felt a subtle sense of assurance. She lowered her eyes and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brethren. When Gu Yanluo smiled, she appeared both gentle and obedient. Yet, this scene, observed by Song Zi, caused her gaze to cool slightly. Is this truly the future princess selected by the second prince? How could one so simple-minded possibly assist His Highness in the treacherous struggle for succession? Song Zi's eyes darkened. No one must interfere with the prince's grand ambitions. As her expression shifted, a hint of malice glimmered within her. Just as she contemplated how to remove Gu Yanluo from Xiao Jiuyan's side, Gu Yanluo approached her, carrying 2 large boxes of cosmetics, exclaiming, Brother, and said these are my decision, and I'm giving them to you. She presented the boxes before Song Zi, her eyes sparkling as if imbued with water, bright and clear. Song Zi was momentarily taken aback, inexplicably finding Gu Yanluo somewhat endearing. Upon realizing her own thoughts, she pinched her fingers tightly. What use is cuteness? Once the struggle for succession officially commences, she would be the first to lose her head. Song Zi feigned ferocity, furrowing her brows as she declined, I have no need for cosmetics. Gu Yanluo expressed her regret, but you are so beautiful. Her eyes dimmed slightly, and she pursed her lips, listlessly reclaiming the boxes of cosmetics. Fearing Song Zi might misunderstand, she quickly added, You are beautiful even without cosmetics. Song Zi was momentarily stunned, feeling something soft poke at her heart, causing her lips to involuntarily curl. She quickly stiffened her lips, forming a straight line, and took 2 steps back. At that moment, the boxes of cosmetics were still being transported to another courtyard when Yuan Shi arrived in a carriage. From a distance, she spotted Gu Yanluo's slender figure, and her eyes instantly grew warm. With the assistance of a red candle, she descended from the carriage, calling out to her. Upon hearing the voice, Gu Yanluo turned and, upon seeing Yuan Shi, returned the boxes to Changbai before lifting her skirt and rushing towards her mother. Her feet were injured, causing her to stumble as she ran. Xiao Jiuyan's heart tightened, but in Yuan Shi's presence, he could not step forward. Instead, he exchanged a meaningful glance with Songzi. Songzi's gaze deepened as she approached Gu Yanluo, supporting her. After a few steps, finding her too slow, she simply lifted her up. Gu Yanluo, still adjusting her legs and focusing on moving forward, suddenly felt her feet leave the ground, and she froze in shock. If mother sees me like this, it would be disastrous. She turned in alarm, only to meet Songzi's icy countenance. At such a close distance, Songzi's skin appeared delicate and flawless. Her thin lips reminiscent of a heartless man, her nose straight and proud, her hair neatly tied back, exuding an air of striking elegance. She was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Gu Yanluo observed her silently. Songzi felt uneasy under her gaze, lowering her eyes, wishing to glare at Gu Yanluo, urging her not to stare. As a result, with a fleeting glance, Gu Yanluo nervously averted her gaze, resembling a startled creature, her eyelashes quivering, and her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Songzi felt a jolt within her heart. It was maddening. Previously, she had thought such bashfulness in women was the epitome of artifice. Yet now she found herself utterly unable to resist it. She endeavored to maintain her composure. The second prince did not require such a charming distraction. She must not relent. She needed to strategize for the second prince's grand endeavors. Songzi brought Gu Yanluo before Yuan Shi, whose eyes were rimmed with concern. "Luo, what has happened? Are your legs injured?" "Mother, it's nothing to worry about. I merely cut my foot, but it's nothing a little medicine can't fix." She smiled brightly, wishing to reassure Yuan Shi. Songzi's gaze darkened. Such a considerate fool was indeed rare to find. Yuan Shi embraced Gu Yanluo tightly. "My Luo has suffered. It is I who am at fault. I never imagined sending you to the Guozijian would subject you to such bullying. Mingwei Zhozhou has informed me that those people took advantage of your simplicity. Rest assured, mother will not let them off lightly. Mother, I'm truly fine. Besides, I have taken my revenge." Gu Yanluo's once bright eyes dimmed slightly, as if touched by a sense of grievance. "Luo simply does not understand why my sister harbors such hatred towards me." Yuan Shi's heart ignited with fury, regardless of her reasons for wanting your life. She would not have peace from this day forth. She instructed the Yuan family's younger brother to investigate Gu Rumun's background, and unexpectedly, they uncovered that Gu Rumun's mother had a prior engagement, and that her betrothed was not Gu Nashan. Yuan Shi's lips tightened. She would not let this matter rest. If the child she had nurtured for so many years was not of the Gu family bloodline, she would create an uproar, demanding an explanation from Gu Nashan. Otherwise, how could she ever atone for the guilt she felt towards Luo over the years? Upon Yuan Shi's arrival, Gu Yanluo felt it was inappropriate to linger in the other courtyard. Yuan Shi approached to express her gratitude to Xiao Jiuyan, preparing to take Gu Yanluo away. 3 large carts laden with cosmetics followed Yuan Shi's carriage back to the general's residence. Yuan Shi was taken aback. "Luo, did the second prince send you all of this?" Gu Yanluo nodded. Yuan Shi felt a tinge of suspicion arise within her. Could it be that the second prince truly had affections for Luo? Yet, as a member of the royal family, potentially a future emperor, would he truly marry a simpleton? If her Luo were to enter the royal family, how much suffering might she endure? Upon returning to the general's residence, a red candle presented the marriage certificate sent by Gu Yanluo's uncle, Yuan Xinshuan. "Madam, the second Mrs. Mother is named Songzi Yuan. This is the marriage certificate from her union with that man, officially recorded by the authorities, with undeniable evidence." Yuan Shi clenched the marriage certificate, her fingers trembling slightly. Thus, it was highly likely that Gu Rumun was not even a child of the Gu family, but rather a child raised by Gu Nashan for someone else. All the devotion and effort she had poured into her had turned into a farce. Her lips pressed tightly together. "Red candle. Go and issue an invitation to the elders of the Gu family to come to the general's residence. Inform them that there are matters of great importance to discuss." The red candle fell into Yuan's cold and resolute gaze, causing her heart to tremble. It seemed that the lady had truly reached her breaking point. "Mingwei, go to the second prince's residence and bring Gu Ruayue back, stating that our family's affairs require proper resolution," Yuan instructed once more. "Yes, madam." As evening descended, the clan elders of the Gu family began to arrive one after another. Yunan Shan, already troubled by matters concerning Gu Ruayue, felt his countenance darken unexpectedly upon seeing this assembly of clan elders. These individuals from the Gu family, having long relied on the power of the general's residence, had engaged in numerous misdeeds that had caused him considerable distress, and he had wished to avoid their presence for quite some time. "What brings you here?" Gu Nanshan inquired from within his study, his tone icy and heavy. It was said that it was the lady who sent the invitation, insisting that everyone must arrive tonight. Chapter 46. Gu Yue is not of the Gu family bloodline. Gu Nanshan abruptly discarded the sword in his hand, his eyes clouded with a brooding darkness. How troublesome. He stormed off to investigate. In the main hall of the general's residence, Yuan sat in the primary seat, draped in a dark red, double-breasted gown. Her gaze somber, a stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Gu Yanluo nestled obediently by her side. The elders of the Gu family were ushered into the hall by the servants, and upon seeing Yuan, their brows furrowed in confusion. What could be the purpose of summoning us at such a late hour? The matters regarding Gu Nanshan's treatment of Yuan were a whispered secret among the clan members, leading them to scorn her. After all, what did it matter if she came from a prestigious family? She was merely a woman in the Gu household, unable to retaliate against scorn or abuse. As the elders gathered, Gu Nanshan entered from outside, his expression grim. "Yuan, what nonsense are you up to now? Why have you called the clan elders here?" Yuan suddenly rose, her gaze icy and penetrating. "General, do you still remember the mother of Yue, your concubine? What was her name?" Gu Nanshan's heart stuttered at the unexpected mention of Xiao Jiuyan. "What are you babbling about?" His eyes glinted with coldness. "Yuan, I have no time for your antics." Yuan flung a marriage certificate onto the table, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Indeed, the general has no time for my foolishness, especially since I have willingly nurtured another's daughter for nearly a decade. Yet, my own flesh and blood has been cast aside, not even deserving a single glance." Her words struck hard at the hearts of Gu Nanshan and the elders, casting a shadow over Gu Nanshan's gaze. The elders were left in stunned silence. What did she mean by raising another's daughter for nearly 10 years? Wasn't that the offspring of Gu Nanshan's concubine? Confusion clouded their minds, yet Gu Nanshan stepped forward, his eyes burning with fury. "Yuan, cease your nonsensical claims. Just because Gu Yanluo is simple-minded, you cannot shift all the blame onto others." He hastily deflected responsibility, directing the narrative towards Yuan's resentment for Gu Yanluo's simplicity, insinuating that this scene was merely a product of her bitterness. Yuan scoffed. "Red Candle, allow the elders to examine the marriage certificate closely." Red Candle presented the document. "General, your concubine's name is Xiao Jiuyan, daughter of the Song family from the outskirts of the capital. Am I correct?" Gu Nanshan's eyes darkened as he prepared to refute her. Yet, Yuan mocked. "There's no need to rush with your denial. Even if you dispute it, I will uncover evidence proving her identity. She was already wed when she was with you. According to Gu Ryua's age, she must have been conceived while you were away quelling unrest at the borders. Tell me, General, were you so unwilling to part with your concubine that you took her along during such times?" At that point, Xiao Jiuyan had not yet divorced her husband. As Yuan's words fell, the surrounding elders of the Gu family trembled. If Gu Ryue was indeed conceived during that time, then Gu Nanshan had committed an act of adultery. Gu Nanshan's countenance turned ominously dark, his presence exuding an icy menace. He threatened, "Yuan, do you comprehend the gravity of your words?" Yuan rose, her gaze unwavering as she met his. "I know. Every word I speak is the truth. If the elders harbor doubts, they may conduct their own investigation." Gu Ryue, though not of the Gu family bloodline, was raised within the Gu household and treated with the utmost indulgence, akin to a cherished legitimate daughter. In stark contrast, the true heirs of the Gu lineage were cast aside, disregarded entirely. Is this truly how a general fulfills his paternal duties? Does he not fear the scorn of those in the capital? Yuan's words were fierce, offering no semblance of retreat. Gu Nanshan felt as though he were being scorched over an open flame. Should he acknowledge that Gu Ryue was not of the Gu bloodline, he would be ridiculed throughout the capital for having neglected the true heirs in favor of raising a child who bore no connection to the family. The authority he had painstakingly built within the Gu clan would crumble to dust if he confessed to his affair with Xiao Jiuyan. Claiming Gu Ryue as a true descendant of the Gu family, he would certainly face retribution, for a general committing such transgressions would not be easily pardoned by Emperor Ming. Presently, the only way to extricate himself from this predicament was. Gu Nanshan's gaze darkened as he pondered deeply. It was Xiao Jiuyan who had taken advantage of my inebriation to enter my bed. At the time, her husband had mysteriously vanished, and the authorities were at a loss. She had ventured to the borders in search of him, lost and despondent, contemplating despair. Out of compassion, I allowed her to stay in the military camp, helping the soldiers with their laundry to earn a few coins. Little did I anticipate that she would seize the opportunity to climb into my bed while I was intoxicated. Following that reckless night, I was entirely unaware of her pregnancy and subsequently expelled her from the camp. When peace was restored and I encountered her again, she had already given birth to the child. Xinyu, I owe you an apology. I have felt immense guilt over the years, believing this situation to be unjust to you. Yet, I have refrained from revealing the truth, fearing your wrath. Should you harbor resentment, feel free to scold or strike me as you wish. Upon hearing Gu Nanshan's words, Gu Yanluo could not suppress a derisive scoff within her heart. How laughable! It seemed he was utterly indifferent even to his beloved. Even in death, he sought to tarnish her reputation, slandering her as a promiscuous woman who climbed into his bed. How could he utter such words? Had he forgotten his initial pleas to Xiao Jiuyan, vowing to support her and ensure her child would be nurtured as a future matriarch? Such profound selfishness. Outside, Gu Yanluo was brought forth from the dark prison of the side courtyard. Her heart briefly ignited with hope, believing Gu Nanshan had come to rescue her. However, as she approached the main hall, she overheard Gu Nanshan's calumny against her mother, causing her to freeze in disbelief. Father, how can you so malign my mother? I simply cannot. Gu Nanshan's eyes flashed with a fleeting cruelty upon seeing Gu Yanluo unexpectedly appear. Before she could finish her sentence, he coldly interrupted. I fabricated those words to soothe you, not wishing for you to be influenced by your mother and live an unhappy life. You should be grateful to Yuan. She is the one who raised you as her own. Gu Yanluo was taken aback, feeling as though the father she once knew had become a stranger. Was he truly still the man who had vowed to protect her at all costs, ensuring she would never suffer? Father, Gu Yanluo swayed, as if the wind might topple her. Take the second young lady away, Gu Nanshan ordered in a chilling tone. You lie. My mother is not that kind of person. She is not that kind of person. Gu Yanluo struggled to rise, intending to confront Gu Nanshan, but was restrained by his men. As she continued to resist, Gu Nanshan had already knelt before Yuan Shi and Gu Yanluo. Xinyu, I have wronged you, he lamented. This matter has long been a thorn in my heart. Yet I truly had no inkling that Xiao Jiuyan would secretly bear my child. And Luo, your father is aware of the treacherous depths of the capital. He feared that you might be taken advantage of in your naivety, which is why he sent you to the Yawang Valley. Please do not misunderstand. Your father does not wish to abandon you, all right? Chapter 47. She must marry someone better than Gu Yanluo. Gu Nanshan's gaze was filled with deep affection, his eyes brimming with guilt and helplessness. It was all my fault. Had I not concealed the truth and spoken candidly from the beginning, my wife would not have harbored such misunderstandings. My lady, strike me as you wish. Do as you please. Before the elder members of the Gu family, Gu Nanshan knelt before Yuan Shi, his expression earnest as he pleaded, as though he were profoundly devoted to her, consumed by his emotions. However, Yuan Shi was no fool. She did not believe a single word of Gu Nanshan's explanations. He was adept at masquerading. To outsiders, he wore one faade, while behind closed doors, another emerged. Yuan Shi's face remained cold. The elder members of the Gu family began to counsel her, reminding her that men traditionally had multiple wives and concubines. Gu Nanshan, for Yuan Shi's sake, had never taken a concubine nor kept a mistress. Such integrity was hard to come by. Furthermore, it was Gu Yanluo's mother who had seduced him. He had not pursued such desires himself. In married life, how could one expect everything to go smoothly? Those words of counsel felt like shackles, tightly binding Yuan Shi. Her gaze darkened. Even if she wished to part ways today, it would not be so simple. The reason she had summoned the elder members of the Gu family was to compel Gu Nanshan to make a choice. Wasn't Gu Yanluo the one who most enjoyed using Gu Nanshan's affection to bully her? Let us see from now on whom she could rely upon for such favor. With a stern expression, Yuan Shi took Gu Yanluo's hand and left the main hall. The elder members of the Gu family, witnessing her reaction, chose to remain silent, merely approaching Gu Nanshan to offer counsel. General, given how today's incident has escalated, you must treat the general's wife and that fool with utmost care. Otherwise, in a moment of crisis, should anyone hold leverage against us, the Gu family could face dire consequences. Gu Nanshan understood this all too well. His gaze darkened, transferring all blame onto Gu Yanluo. If it weren't for her incessant provocations, even attempting to take Gu Yanluo's life, would Yuan Shi have been driven to such extremes? If she hadn't sought the truth, would the current situation have arisen? Her mother's reputation lay in ruins, all due to her actions. After the elder members of the Gu family departed, Gu Nanshan made his way to Jinhua courtyard. Gu Yanluo was confined within, unable to leave, while guards loyal to Gu Nanshan stood watch outside. As he arrived, the servants lowered their heads. Upon hearing sounds from outside, Gu Ryue immediately sprang to her feet and rushed out, spotting Gu Nanshan entering from outside the courtyard. You hypocritical scoundrel! What right do you have to slander my mother? Upon seeing him, Gu Ryue's eyes burned with rage as she charged toward Gu Nanshan, intent on striking him. However, before her hand could reach him, she was kicked to the ground. Gu Nanshan's gaze turned menacing, his eyes dark as he spoke. If it weren't for you, would I be forced into this position? She is but a fool. Can you not bear to witness her plight? You dared to act against her in front of the scholars of the Imperial Academy. Now that things have escalated to this point, what makes you think I would still protect you? Gu Ryue felt his grip around her neck tightening, the sensation of suffocation turning her face a deep shade of red and purple. She stared in shock at the frenzied Gu Nanshan, terrified as her eyes trembled. He had blamed her for everything. Is this still the doting father who cherished and protected her? You promised mother that you would ensure my life would be free from worries. You deceitful liar. Gu Ryue's tears fell like heavy raindrops, her frail appearance reminiscent of the dying Xiao Jiuyan. Gu Nanshan abruptly withdrew his hand, his voice frigid as he declared, "You are not my child. Yet you have enjoyed the privileges of a legitimate daughter of the Gu family for over a decade. I have shown you more than enough mercy. If you behave, I might arrange a marriage for you into a prominent family. But you have repeatedly caused disturbances, angering the Prime Minister's residence and the Second Prince, while also compelling the Yuan family to investigate your mother's affairs, tarnishing my reputation." His neck muscles bulged with rage, and as he continued, his fury intensified. If there is another incident, Gu Ryue, I would not hesitate to end your life and reunite you with Xiao Jiuyan in the netherworld. Gu Ryue felt an icy chill envelop her. Her limbs grew numb, and she collapsed to the ground, devoid of tears, her eyes filled with despair and numbness. Gu Nanshan swept away, his sleeves billowing behind him. In the room, Xiao Jing's face turned pale. She had just heard Gu Nanshan's words. Gu Ryue was not a child of the Gu family. The second young lady was not of their bloodline. Xiao Jing's eyes danced with panic, unsure of what to do. This was a monumental matter. Gu Ryue must never learn that she had overheard, or her life would be in peril. Slowly rising from the ground, Gu Ryue felt despair gradually replaced by hatred. Gu Nanshan had completely severed ties with her. From this moment forth, she could no longer rely on him. As she approached her coming of age, with Gu Nanshan no longer a source of support, she must seek a husband worthy of her reliance. She would marry into a prestigious family. She would become the esteemed matriarch, living a life far superior to that of the foolish Gu Yanluo. And her grandmother. Her grandmother had watched her grow and had always protected her. Now, Gu Nanshan, in his quest for reputation, would not reveal that she was not of the Gu bloodline. As long as she remained the Gu family's child, her grandmother would shield her, and she would surely find a promising match for her. Gu Ryue rose, disheveled and in disarray. Xiao Jing, having waited for a long silence outside, finally rushed into the room. "Second young lady, what has happened to you?" Gu Ryue gazed at Xiao Jing, her eyes dimming slightly. "Xiao Jing, you are all I have left. You must help me. Father misunderstands me. Believing I wish to harm Gu Yanluo, he does not trust me. You believe in me, do you not?" Xiao Jing's eyes flickered, tears brimming as she replied. "The maidservant believes in you, my lady. Go seek grandmother's intercession. Ask her to come see me, will you? Once she sees my pitiful state, she will surely feel compassion and expedite my marriage arrangements." Xiao Jing's eyelashes trembled, her throat tightening. "All right, I shall seek the old lady." In the study of the general's residence, Gu Nanshan had just returned from Jinhua courtyard when the person he had sent to locate Gu Xiaofeng arrived. "General, we have found the young master." Initially pondering how to persuade the old lady to abandon Gu Ryue, upon hearing news of Gu Xiaofeng, his dark eyes brightened. No matter how much his mother favored Gu Ryue, her true preference lay with a grandson capable of continuing the family line. Moreover, it is certain that Gu Xiaofeng has not lived as well outside as he would have in the general's mansion over the years. As long as he entrusts Gu Xiaofeng to his mother, who is constantly preoccupied with her own feelings of remorse and longing for her beloved grandson, how could she possibly spare any thoughts for Gu Ryue? Gu Nanshan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he prepared to bring the young master back to the residence, ensuring that news of his return would reach the old matriarch's ears. At Xiao Hall, the old matriarch has remained in a deep slumber since returning from the second prince's villa. The household physician has been stationed at Xiao Hall for quite some time, employing acupuncture and concocting medicines, and at last, there are signs of awakening. In the dead of night, the old matriarch slowly opened her eyes, only to find Hanji by her side, her face alight with surprise as she pondered something intently. "Hanji, help me sit up," the old matriarch urged. Upon hearing her voice, Hanji's joy multiplied. She assisted the matriarch into an upright position and could not contain her excitement as she whispered in her ear, "Old matriarch, there is news of the young master." The still drowsy old matriarch's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand instinctively clutching Hanji's wrist, her eyes brimming with tears. "Is this truly so? Is there indeed news of Feng?" Chapter 48. Gu Ryue moves out of Jinhua courtyard. She excitedly supported old Madame Gu, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is true. This is what the general himself has said." The previously muddled gaze of old Madame Gu instantly brightened. Her Fenger is truly returning. Her lifeblood. Within half a day, the news of Gu Xiaofeng's imminent return to the residence spread throughout the entire general's manor. When the tidings reached Qing'an courtyard, Yuan Shi was busy sewing garments for Gu Yanluo. Upon hearing from Hongzhu that Gu Xiaofeng was coming back, her hands froze, and the needle pricked her fingertip. Yet, Yuan Shi seemed oblivious to the pain. After a moment of rigidity, realization dawned upon her. Her Fenger is indeed returning. Yuan Shi turned to gaze at Gu Yanluo, who sat by the window, deeply engrossed in her book. "Aluo, did you hear? Your brother is coming home. He is truly returning." Gu Yanluo blinked in confusion, tilting her head as if she could not comprehend her mother's words. "Mother, who is my brother?" With tears welling in her eyes, Yuan Shi wiped away her falling tears and quickly embraced Gu Yanluo. "Your brother is our dear Luo's kin. From now on, there will be someone to protect you." Nestled in her mother's embrace, Gu Yanluo lowered her gaze, her eyes shimmering with joy. Fenger is finally coming back. Henceforth, Gu Ryue's days in the residence may become increasingly challenging. Gu Nanshan had abandoned her, even if old Madame Gu shielded her. What could she incite old Madame Gu to do? The matriarch must reconsider. Does a granddaughter who has lost Gu Nanshan's favor still merit her fierce protection? The Gu family, at their core, is driven by self-interest. Although old Madame Gu appeared to care for Gu Ryue, the truth remained. Gu Yanluo slightly raised her gaze. In her previous life, after Gu Nanshan learned of Gu Xiaofeng's whereabouts, it was not so simple to bring him back. The Shin family was not to be trifled with. Upon discovering that the child they had reclaimed was, in fact, the young master of the general's manor, they prepared to extort a sum from Gu Nanshan, secretly hiding Gu Xiaofeng and demanding 1,000 taels of silver. 1,000 taels might have been substantial for the Shin family, but to Gu Nanshan, it was but a trifling matter. Yet, he felt humiliated by the threat. After a prolonged internal struggle between his pride and Gu Xiaofeng, he allowed the boy to endure considerable hardship. It seems that in this lifetime, she ought to subtly encourage Gu Nanshan to retrieve Gu Xiaofeng sooner. As Gu Yanluo had surmised, upon receiving news of Gu Xiaofeng, Gu Nanshan promptly dispatched someone to welcome him back, only to be obstructed by the Shin family, who demanded 1,000 taels of silver up front. The servant sent to fetch the young master could only return to report this to Gu Nanshan. Furious, Gu Nanshan seethed. Since becoming a general, no one had dared to threaten him so brazenly. The servant cautiously inquired, "General, shall we pay the 1,000 taels to redeem the young master?" Gu Nanshan's eyes darkened. Let them wait a few days and learn that this general is not someone to be trifled with. The servant was momentarily taken aback, but could only follow Gu Nanshan's command. Gu Nanshan refrained from informing the esteemed matriarch of the Gu family about the threats he faced. Upon hearing the news of Gu Xiaofeng's imminent return, the matriarch, who had been rendered weak and faint with anxiety, suddenly regained her vitality, exuding an invigorated spirit. She promptly dispatched servants to meticulously organize the entire general's residence, and even commenced the selection of a suitable courtyard for Gu Xiaofeng. The general's residence, constructed not long ago, boasted the most luxurious and exquisite establishment, known as the Jinhua courtyard, belonging to Gu Ryue. The matriarch feared that if Gu Xiaofeng returned to find accommodations less splendid than those of his sister, it would surely sadden him. After contemplating this, she approached Gu Nanshan. "General, with Fenger returning home, he is, after all, the legitimate son of the Gu family, of noble status. If he resides in a humble setting, it would surely be disheartening for him, and outsiders may perceive our family as not valuing him. Perhaps we should." Before she could finish her thought, Gu Nanshan frowned and interrupted, instructing, "Let you move out of the Jinhua courtyard and prepare for Fenger's return." The matriarch was taken aback. Her suggestion was to construct a new courtyard for Gu Xiaofeng within the general's residence. Yet she did not anticipate Gu Nanshan's immediate decision to displace Gu Ryue from her luxurious quarters. But where will you reside? She inquired. Gu Nanshan replied. She will eventually marry. What need has she for such a fine courtyard? Let her manage in another courtyard for now. The matriarch felt a pang of sympathy. General, this will surely distress AU. She has been cherished and pampered her entire life. Suddenly moving from the Jinhua courtyard will be hard for her to accept. Gu Nanshan's gaze remained cold and unyielding. What is there to be distressed about? A place as dilapidated as Qinghan courtyard has accommodated a Luo. Can she not endure a modicum of hardship? Moreover, Feng'er is the legitimate son of the Gu family. He deserves the finest quarters. Though the matriarch struggled to accept this, her thoughts turned to Gu Xiaofeng, and she relented. After all, Feng'er had endured much suffering outside and required a comfortable environment to recuperate. Is there a set date for his return? Soon, Gu Nanshan replied curtly, wishing to conclude the conversation. Once the news of Gu Riyue's impending relocation from the Jinhua courtyard spread through the general's residence, it ignited a flurry of gossip among the servants. What? The second young lady is moving out of the Jinhua courtyard? Is the general not the most indulgent of her? Indeed, the Jinhua courtyard is the most opulent abode in the residence. Every time I deliver items there, I am envious of the intricately crafted swing made by the carpenter. You cannot imagine the rare treasures housed within that room. It is said to contain 2 exceptionally precious East Sea night pearls displayed in the second young lady's chamber. Wow! Night pearls. I have never laid eyes on one in my life. Gu Riyue was the last to learn of her impending move from the Jinhua courtyard. Her complexion drained of color, and she collapsed back onto the soft couch. Gu Nanshan, how could you be so ruthless? Tears welled in her eyes as she lamented. If my mother were still alive and knew of this cruelty from Gu Nanshan, she would never let him off the hook. What is Gu Xiaofeng anyway? On what grounds does he come back and claim everything that belongs to me? When Gu Yanluo returned, he was only deserving of the dilapidated Qinghan courtyard. Why should he have any more? Gu Riyue clenched her fingers tightly. She absolutely could not resign herself to this fate. She was determined to make Gu Nanshan regret it. Gu Riyue was lost in thought when her once despairing eyes suddenly sparkled with a glimmer of hope. That Gu Xiaofeng. When Gu Xiaofeng had just returned home, feeling utterly helpless and disoriented, if she could become his pillar of support, she would be the most trusted sister in his eyes. Would the members of the Gu family dare to show her even the slightest disrespect? Even Gu Nanshan could do nothing against her. As long as she had the protection of Gu Xiaofeng and the old matriarch, she would still remain the most cherished second young lady of the Gu family. Gu Riyue lifted her hand to wipe away the tears from her eyes. She immediately dispatched Xiaojing to inquire about Gu Xiaofeng's return. Outside the academy, Xiaojing was contemplating how to ask the servants in the study for news of Gu Xiaofeng's return when she spotted Mingyue carrying a tray as she walked past the study. She paused for a moment. After all, Gu Xiaofeng was the biological son of the Yuan family, and she would likely have some information. Xiaojing approached with a graceful smile. Sister Mingyue, do you happen to know when the young master will return? The second young lady wishes to prepare a gift for him, to welcome him home. Chapter 49. Those who bully Gu Yanluo have all met misfortune. Mingyue scrutinized Xiaojing with a steady gaze, her expression devoid of emotion. Unbeknownst to her, as she prepared to depart, Xiaojing seized her wrist. Mingyue, the lady is the beloved mother of the young master. How could she possibly be unaware? Please, just tell me what you know, Xiaojing implored, gently shaking Mingyue's wrist. Mingyue furrowed her brow, shaking off Xiaojing's grip. I truly do not know. As Mingyue walked away, Xiaojing's eyes dimmed gradually. In the past, when Gu Riyue was the most cherished young lady of the general, Xiaojing had been by her side, envied by many. Now, with Gu Riyue preparing to leave Jinhua courtyard, those same people began to mock her. No longer would she enjoy a position of superiority within the general's estate. Mingyue returned to Qinghan courtyard and recounted her encounter with Xiaojing to Yuan Shi. Gu Yanluo, eavesdropping from the side, pondered Gu Riyue's intent in seeking news of Xinfeng. What could she be planning? Gu Yanluo's gaze sharpened as realization dawned upon her. Previously, Gu Riyue's strongest ally within the general's estate had been Gu Nanshan. Now that Gu Nanshan no longer offered her protection, she would need to seek a new supporter. Gu Xifeng, the future heir of the Gu family, could provide her with the security she sought. Such foresight was indeed astute. Gu Yanluo felt a chill in her heart. In her past life, Gu Riyue had relied on Gu Nanshan's favor to torment Gu Xifeng, and those vivid memories haunted her. Now, in her quest for a resurgence, Gu Riyue aimed to draw close to Gu Xifeng. intending to ingratiate herself with him. Such feigned kindness was indeed cheap. Yuan Shi, with a newfound clarity, began to discern Gu Riyue's true nature. With Qiujing's words, she could vaguely surmise Gu Riyue's intentions. Her expression darkened. Did she believe Shifeng to be as foolish and easily swayed as others? Ridiculous. Red candle, when the young master returns. Gu Riyue must not be allowed to approach him at all, Yuan Shi commanded. Yes, madam, came the reply. Gu Shifeng, hidden away by the Shen family, had yet to be ransomed by Gu Nanshan, causing a delay of a day or two. Gu Yanluo, recovering well, playfully coaxed Yuan Shi and returned to the Imperial Academy for her studies. Despite Yuan Shi's initial reluctance, fearing for her daughter's safety, she ultimately succumbed to Gu Yanluo's charm. Gu Yanluo claimed she had made friends at the academy and was quite happy. Yuan Shi, unable to resist, acquiesced to her wishes. Gu Yanluo harbored her own motives. Only by attending the academy could she seize the opportunity to observe Gu Shifeng and ensure that the Shen family did not take advantage of him. On this particular day, Gu Yanluo was escorted by Yuan Shi to the gates of the Imperial Academy. After alighting from the carriage, Yuan Shi offered her final admonitions. Aluo, if anything happens, remember to inform your mother promptly. If anyone dares to bully you again, we must retaliate. We cannot suffer in silence. Do you understand? Gu Yanluo nodded sweetly, her voice melodious. Mother, do not worry, she exclaimed, playfully pinching her cheeks and feigning ferocity. Aluo is very fierce. No one dares to bully Aluo. Yuan Shi's heart softened at her daughter's endearing display. Her Aluo was truly understanding, so much so that it pained her heart. This time, Gu Yanluo, accompanied by Mingyue and Zhou, stepped into the Huyan Hall. No one dared to provoke her. Each person regarded her with cautious glances, fearing she might consume them whole. Gu Yanluo felt perplexed. Had her mere act of retaliation instilled such fear in them? Considering the pampered nature of these young masters and ladies, this reaction was unexpected. Just as she pondered this, Sun Qianyao appeared within the hall. Upon seeing Gu Yanluo, her eyes brightened slightly, and she approached her. Mingyue, upon recognizing Sun Qianyao, instinctively felt a surge of fear. The last time, Sun Qianyao had pressed her hand into scalding soup, causing her pain for quite some time. As Sun Qianyao moved closer to Gu Yanluo, Mingyue and Zhou swiftly positioned themselves in front of her, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" Sun Qianyao was momentarily taken aback. Previously, she had chosen her friends poorly and bullied Gu Yanluo to support Gu Riyue. However, after realizing Gu Riyue's true nature, she felt a deep sense of remorse. Miss Gu, please do not misunderstand. I have come to apologize, Sun Qianyao said, lowering her gaze, her eyes trembling slightly. My mother reprimanded me severely. I had regarded Gu Riyue as a friend, and she claimed you were always bullying her. Unable to bear it, I assisted her in teaching you a lesson. It was only later that I discovered Gu Riyue had been manipulating me and even poisoned me, leading me to see her true colors. I acknowledge my fault in this matter. Sun Qianyao's voice grew softer, revealing her upbringing as a pampered daughter of the Prime Minister's household, unaccustomed to such humble apologies. Yet, her mother was right. She was indeed at fault. Whether or not Gu Yanluo chose to forgive her, she felt compelled to admit a wrongdoing. I am truly sorry, Miss Gu. This jade bracelet was sent by my mother for you. She believes our family owes you a debt and hopes you will accept it. Gu Yanluo's gaze fell slightly upon the intricately designed box containing the bracelet. She had anticipated that someone as reasonable as Madame Qin would insist Sun Qianyao apologize. Pressing her lips together, she maintained a serious expression, glancing at Sun Qianyao before turning away slightly. I do not want the bracelet. Please take it back. Sun Qianyao's once bright eyes dimmed at these words. I know you resent me. My mother said this bracelet was crafted specifically for you. And regardless of whether you forgive me upon receiving it, that is of no consequence. Gu Yanluo shook her head resolutely. I do not want it. With her eyes reddening, Sun Qianyao understood that Gu Yanluo was undoubtedly very angry with her. Her mother had also mentioned that if she desired forgiveness from others, she must demonstrate her sincerity through actions, rather than merely offering empty words of apology. It is all right. If you do not forgive me, that is acceptable. Sun Qianyao reassured herself, clenching her fists. She turned to face the other young masters and ladies within the Huyan Hall, declaring, from now on, should anyone dare to bully a Luo, they will have to contend with me, Sun Qianyao. I will ensure they regret it. Just as she proclaimed her resolve, a noble lady with connections to her inquired, Yao Yao, does this mean no one dares to bully her anymore? Sun Qianyao was momentarily taken aback, perplexed by the implication. The noble young lady from a prominent family spoke cautiously, recounting the misfortunes that befell those who had previously wronged Miss Gu. The young lady of the Xiao family, who had splashed filth upon her, saw her father dismissed and investigated. The young Mr. Chen, who had torn her ink painting, found all his family businesses forcibly shut down. The young Miss Bai, who had stealthily placed cockroaches in her bowl, witnessed her father and brothers suffer a decline in their official ranks, all due to her influence. And the principal instigator, Su Qingqing, had her father exposed for corruption, leading to the exile of their entire clan. Sun Qianyao listened, her eyes widening with each revelation. She was utterly astonished. Who in the capital could still protect Gu Yanluo? Such overwhelming power. One by one, those who had bullied Gu Yanluo were dealt with. A chill suddenly crept down her spine. She was grateful for her early awakening. Had she continued to be deceived by Gu Riyue into bullying Gu Yanluo, her family would have joined the ranks of those now suffering misfortune. Chapter 50. What justice do you seek? Sun Qianyao was filled with both shock and fear as she contemplated the situation. Gu Yanluo, upon hearing these words, was momentarily stunned. Was it true that all those who had bullied her met such dire fates? She recalled her own experience of falling into the lake, when it was Xiao Jiuyan who had rescued her. Such ruthless decisiveness could only belong to Xiao Jiuyan. Gu Yanluo lowered her gaze slightly, realizing how deeply he cared for her. Regardless of their past lives, or this one, Xiao Jiuyan would always strive to protect her. With this thought, Gu Yanluo felt a pang of emotion in her heart. She longed to see Xiao Jiuyan, to express her heartfelt gratitude for his unwavering support when everyone else deemed her a fool, mocking her without restraint. She wished to abandon her studies that day and seek him out, but as her eyes fell upon the doorway, she spotted the weary face of Gu Riyue. She had arrived. As soon as Gu Riyue entered Huayan Hall, she turned her gaze towards Gu Yanluo, forcing a strained smile. Yet the hatred in her eyes slithered like a venomous snake, intent on devouring Gu Yanluo whole. Approaching the two, Gu Riyue's eyes were red-rimmed. Elder sister, you was wrong. I never expected you to fall into the lake. It was all my fault. Please, do not hold a grudge against me any longer. Gu Riyue reached out to grasp Gu Yanluo's hand, but Sun Qianyao intervened. What are you doing? Yao Yao, I swear the poison was not my doing. Please, Gu Riyue attempted to plead with Sun Qianyao, but was pushed away. Gu Riyue, spare me your words. The bond we once shared has been irreparably shattered by your treachery. From this day forth, I, Sun Qianyao, shall regard you as a sworn enemy. Gu Riyue stood frozen, her heart seething with hatred, nearly bleeding from her eyes as she bit her lip, the metallic taste of blood filling her mouth. You truly understands her mistakes. I truly do, she murmured. Seeing that neither Gu Yanluo nor Sun Qianyao acknowledged her, Gu Riyue fell to her knees, her eyes reddened with tears. Raising her hand, she struck her own face repeatedly. I truly was wrong. Please, do not ignore me. I beg you. Her desperate cries echoed through Huayan Hall, drawing the attention of others present, who glanced over at her pitiful state, their hearts wavering. Once a celebrated talent in the capital, Gu Riyue was now reduced to this wretched figure, kneeling and slapping her own face. The onlookers could not help but turn their gazes towards Gu Yanluo and Sun Qianyao. However, Gu Yanluo had no intention of forgiving Gu Riyue, and neither did Sun Qianyao. Gu Riyue was acutely aware that they would not pardon her, which is why she resorted to such a tactic. Gu Yanluo, she is your own sister. How can you be so heartless? Peizhou, who had just stepped into Huayan Hall, was taken aback by the scene before him. Despite his disdain for Gu Riyue, she was still a sister he had known since childhood, now suffering at the hands of a fool, reduced to such a pitiful state. Peizhou stepped forward, supporting Gu Riyue as she attempted to rise. You must get up. Gu Riyue shook her head. Brother Peizhou, it was my fault. I accidentally pushed the elder sister into the lake, and it was also because of me that Yao Yao was poisoned. It is only right for them not to forgive me. I must apologize to them. As she spoke, her body swayed precariously, and she fell directly into Peizhou's embrace. Peizhou's eyes flickered as he helped Gu Riyue to her feet. His gaze dark and heavy as he turned to Gu Yanluo. Have you caused enough trouble? Even if you is at fault for inadvertently pushing you into the water. You stand here unharmed now, do you not? What more do you want? Do you wish to torment you to death? His deep-set black eyes brimmed with fury. Gu Yanluo stared blankly, suddenly flooded with memories of a past life. Gu Riyue had jumped into the lake herself, yet she had falsely accused Gu Yanluo of pushing her. Peizhou, now her husband, held Gu Riyue tightly, glaring at Gu Yanluo with disdain. Are you mad? She is your sister. How can you treat her so cruelly? He ignored the wounds on her hands, bloodied and torn, his focus solely on Gu Riyue. The moment Gu Yanluo shed a tear, he would be the first to embrace her. If she stumbled, he would rush to lift her, his concern for her piercing Gu Yanluo's heart. Yet, she could not comprehend that feeling, only curling up helplessly in the corner of the room, her voice weakly murmuring, "Aluo's heart hurts. It hurts so much." As memories flooded back, Gu Yanluo's gaze trembled. She saw Sun Qianyo standing protectively in front of her. "Master Peizhou, are you blind? Which of your eyes saw us tormenting her?" It was she who knelt before us without reason, slapping herself and forcing us to forgive her. Sun Qianyo, infuriated, stomped her foot, not only for herself, but for Gu Yanluo as well. Why should Peizhou, without a second thought, punish Gu Yanluo for Gu Yanluo's foolishness? Gu Yanluo was merely naive, not devoid of feelings. Why should she suffer such injustice without cause? Brother Peizhou, it is a Yu's fault. It is only right that the elder sister and Yao do not forgive me. Please do not be angry. Gu Yanluo collapsed against Peizhou's chest. Peizhou observed her pallid face, devoid of color, her frail shoulders trembling lightly, and his heart ached with pity. What have you done wrong? Just because you accidentally pushed her into the water. General Gu has shunned you, making you move out of Jinhua courtyard. Madame Gu despises you, and the entire capital scorns you. Is that not enough suffering? Why must you be so foolish and come before Gu Yanluo to admit your fault? As his words fell, his gaze bored deeply into Gu Yanluo. Gu Yanluo, you truly disappoint me. I once believed you to possess a pure heart, but I did not expect you to be so malicious. Unable to bear witness to your sister's happiness. Had I known this, I would never have gone to Yaowang Valley to bring you back. Gu Yanluo felt as if she had heard a jest. He brought her back? How could he utter such words with any semblance of dignity? Just as she was about to respond, a mocking laugh echoed from behind her. What a joke. When did Master Peizhou ever bring Miss Gu back? Upon hearing the familiar voice, Gu Yanluo turned abruptly, finding Xiao Jiuyan clad in a dark brocade robe, his feet adorned with black boots edged in gold thread, entering the Huiyan Hall with a countenance filled with hostility. Peizhou's expression faltered slightly. In the entire general's residence, who was unaware that the young lady Gu had been brought back by the palace? How dare he shamelessly attempt to claim credit for her? Xiao Jiuyan advanced, positioning himself beside Gu Yanluo, arms crossed, his gaze icy as he looked down upon Peizhou. Peizhou swallowed hard, immediately lowering his eyes. I pay my respects to His Highness the Second Prince. It is indeed my words that have transgressed. However, she and you are sisters. I merely sought to defend Yu's honor. Defend her honor? Xiao Jiuyan stepped closer, lowering his brow, his eyes ablaze with fury. Is it Miss Gu who was pushed into the lake? Peizhou stiffly shook his head. Then what honor are you seeking to defend? Peizhou remained silent. Chapter 51. Clinging to my leg after falling into the lake, is Miss Gu still unconscious with a high fever? Yet, Xiao Jiuyan shows no sign of relenting. Continuing to press for answers. Peizhou's face flushes, even his neck turns red, and he shakes his head. It is not her, so what justice do you seek? His lips tighten, the veins on his forehead slightly protruding. Yu has already acknowledged her mistake, kneeling to plead for forgiveness. Yet he shows no intention of letting her off, revealing his malicious intent. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Peizhou, who had been arguing, is violently kicked, crashing to the ground alongside Gu Yanluo, both grimacing in pain. What I detest most is the foolishness of others. Is it really Miss Gu who forced Miss Gu to kneel and beg for forgiveness? Your blindness is quite astonishing. Perhaps you should consider gouging out your own eyes. Changbai. Yes, Your Highness, Changbai replies, drawing a dagger from his waist and stepping toward Peizhou. Peizhou's eyes widen in terror, frozen in place, completely unaware that Gu Yanluo is attempting to crawl away. The onlookers in Huiyan Hall are paralyzed with fear, having heard of the notorious reputation of the Second Prince. Xiao Jiuyan. They tremble, their legs shaking in fright. Would the Second Prince truly gouge out Peizhou's eyes? After all, he is the heir of the Dingwa Marquisate. Outside, Songzi watches in alarm as her master seems intent on exacting vengeance on Peizhou. She paces anxiously, knowing that with the Second Prince at odds with the Sixth Prince, any harm done to the heir of the Dingwa Marquisate would surely provide the Sixth Prince with an opportunity to retaliate against her master in court. Songzi frowns, realizing that such a reckless act cannot be allowed. As Songzi contemplates intervening, the previously silent Gu Yanluo suddenly speaks. Brother Anyan, she steps forward, her delicate fingers clutching Xiao Jiuyan's sleeve. Please, do not harm him. She raises her gaze slightly, her watery eyes shimmering with mist. Do not touch him, she repeats. Xiao Jiuyan's eyes darken inexplicably as he lowers them, a chilling glimmer evident within. What, do you care for him? Gu Yanluo quickly shakes her head, blinking. No. Mother says that bad people carry misfortune and should not be touched. Doing so would soil one's hands. In truth, Gu Yanluo understands that Pei Zhou is a close friend of the sixth prince, and any confrontation would undoubtedly lead to a myriad of troubles. She does not wish for Xiao Jiuyan to bear such burdens on her behalf. Upon hearing her words, Pei Zhou's complexion shifts to an alarming shade of purple, his chest heaving with rage. Gu Yanluo's remark feels more painful than having his eyes gouged out. How dare she imply he is cursed? As the esteemed heir of the Dingwa Marquisate, countless women in the capital covet him. How could this foolish girl think him unfortunate? It is indeed laughable. He is fortunate she does not consider him a mindless fool. Outside Huiyan Hall, Songzi watches the unfolding scene, momentarily stunned. This foolish girl has managed to stop the prince at such a critical moment? Has she inadvertently accomplished something useful? This naive little fool is not as useless as she thinks. Gu Yanluo, fearing that Xiao Jiuyan might take action against Pei Zhou, grasped his sleeve and exerted all her strength to pull him out of Huiyan Hall. As they passed by Pei Zhou, she didn't spare him a glance. In her previous life, she may have cared about Pei Zhou's opinion, but in this life, she was utterly indifferent to his words. Even if he were to ruin himself for Gu Riyue, it would bear no consequence for her. Pei Zhou raised his gaze, catching sight of her cold and distant expression, his eyes darkening. Gu Yanluo exerted her will and forcibly dragged Xiao Jiuyan outside. Only then did Chang Bai leisurely rise, lowering his gaze. His cold eyes fixated on Pei Zhou and Gu Riyue. Miss Gu is under the protection of our second prince. From this moment forth, should anyone dare to bully her again, this blade will carve out their eyes. Upon his declaration, everyone trembled in fear, especially since they had just learned that those who had previously tormented Gu Yanluo met with dire fates, even implicating their families and fathers, many of whom held positions in the court. Gu Yanluo exerted all her strength to pull Xiao Jiuyan from Huiyan Hall. Once they reached the corridor outside, she caught her breath, lifted her gaze, and with eyes as clear as water, looked warmly at Xiao Jiuyan, saying, "Brother Ian, thank you." Xiao Jiuyan cast her a sidelong glance, leaning against a pillar in the corridor. "What do you thank me for?" He was astonished that she had obstructed him from dealing with Pei Zhou. In the past, whenever he was determined to act, even the Ming Emperor's interference proved futile. Brother Ian helps Arrow teach the bad people a lesson. Brother Ian is a good person. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled, her voice sweet, filled with admiration. After speaking, seemingly a bit shy, she leapt into Xiao Jiuyan's embrace, wrapping her slender arms around his waist for a gentle hug. Afterward, she quickly withdrew. The moment Xiao Jiuyan felt her closeness, his brow arched slightly, and he looked at Gu Yanluo with surprise, watching her press her lips together, bashfully hug him. Then returned to her reserved stance, her eyes shimmering and lips curving up, softened his heart unexpectedly. He suddenly leaned down, his voice low and deep as he whispered near her ear, "Is that all the thanks?" The warmth of his breath sent a shiver down her spine, causing her eyes to widen. Her ears felt as if they had been scorched, and she instinctively shrank back. Then, "How should I thank you?" Gu Yanluo raised her eyes, her pure black irises devoid of any malice. Xiao Jiuyan paused, momentarily at a loss for words. He swallowed hard, suppressing the inexplicable thoughts that had begun to surface within him, thoughts that he found utterly distasteful. Abruptly, he diverted the conversation. "Would you like to study at Dongshan Academy with me?" Gu Yanluo was taken aback, pondering Dongshan Academy. It was something she had considered before, not for any other reason but to infuriate Gu Riyue and the old matriarch. "If you wish to properly thank me, then study diligently and gain admission to Dongshan Academy." This would also enable him to protect her more easily. Moreover, the instructor had mentioned that Gu Yanluo was exceptionally intelligent, and she had every hope of being accepted into Dongshan Academy. As Xiao Jiuyan's words fell, Gu Yanluo maintained a serious expression, pondering thoughtfully for a moment. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze with unwavering determination, her voice resonant. "All right. Aluo will surely gain admission to Dongshan Academy." Xiao Jiuyan nodded reluctantly, seemingly satisfied to some degree. Just as Gu Yanluo prepared to share a silly laugh, Xiao Jiuyan abruptly spoke. "Is it truly not out of concern for Pei Zhou that this palace restrained myself?" Gu Yanluo? Her small face scrunched in confusion. What was Xiao Jiuyan even thinking? Why would she feel concerned for Pei Zhou? While she was lost in speculation, her chin was suddenly grasped and tilted upward. Xiao Jiuyan leaned closer, gazing into her eyes. "That sort of person cannot protect you completely." "Gu Yanluo? Xiao Jiuyan threatened. "Hold on to this palace's leg tightly, or else." Gu Yanluo's heart raced. Or else what? Gouging out eyeballs or skinning alive? Bewildered, she could not decipher Xiao Jiuyan's erratic behavior and promptly squatted down, wrapping her arms around Xiao Jiuyan's leg. I'm holding on tight. I will definitely hold on tight. Chapter 52. Rescuing Gu Shafeng. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze, observing Gu Yanluo curled up on the ground, clutching his leg, his expression shifting slightly. He bent down, lifting Gu Yanluo from the earth, exuding an air of reluctant acceptance, though it was not the embrace he desired. Gu Yanluo looked up at him, her eyes brimming with confusion. What sort of embrace was he referring to? Xiao Jiuyan rubbed his forehead, letting out a soft click of his tongue, conceding, "It is this one." Gu Yanluo responded with a puzzled, Could she really go along with him on this? Xiao Jiuyan held her by the arm, helping her to stand. Once steady, she recalled Gu Shafeng, raising her gaze to him. "Brother Ian, I found my brother." Xiao Jiuyan furrowed his brow slightly. "Your brother?" "Yes, my brother." Gu Yanluo nodded vigorously. "He is my mother's son, but that family refuses to return him. I dreamt before about him coming home." Xiao Jiuyan's thoughts drifted back to a recent memory, when he had led Gu Yanluo through a dog hole to escape the city, suspecting her of feigning ignorance. When he pressed her, she had cried, expressing her desire to find her brother. Her brother seemed to hold immense significance for her. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze deepened. "Do you wish to see your brother?" Gu Yanluo paused momentarily, her eyes suddenly alight with excitement as she nodded vigorously. "Yes, I want to." Seeing her eagerness, the corners of Xiao Jiuyan's lips twitched upward slightly. After a brief moment, he inquired, "Do you already know where he is?" Gu Yanluo cautiously glanced around, then tiptoed to whisper in Xiao Jiuyan's ear, "Sister Vio secretly told me where my brother is. I can go to him." "Then why not inform General Gu directly?" Xiao Jiuyan narrowed his eyes. Gu Yanluo clenched her fists. "Gu Nanshan is a wicked man. He could kill. He despises Luo. And I cannot let him dislike my brother too." Her impassioned declaration caused a tremor in Xiao Jiuyan's heart. This little fool, so deeply concerned for her brother, demonstrated that she was not entirely beyond hope. His gaze softened as he placed a hand atop Gu Yanluo's head, instinctively rubbing it gently. "I shall take you to meet your brother, if that pleases you." Gu Yanluo had initially shared her thoughts with Xiao Jiuyan, hoping to persuade him to assist in rescuing Gu Shafeng, thus sparing him further suffering. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, her lips curving into a smile. Unable to contain her joy as she asked, "Really? Can Brother Ian take a Luo to see her brother?" Xiao Jiuyan, taken by the sight of her uplifted lips, found his heart melting. He could hardly utter a single word of refusal. "Very well," he replied in a low voice. "When would you like to go?" Gu Yanluo, brimming with anticipation, asked, "Can we go now?" Xiao Jiuyan's expression darkened slightly. "Aren't you supposed to be studying?" Gu Yanluo's brilliant face fell instantly. "But I've already learned everything taught by the instructor." "You have?" Xiao Jiuyan was taken aback. "Did you learn it at Yaowang Valley?" "Yes. My master forced me to study. If I didn't comply, I would be punished with a ruler on my palms, which hurt terribly." As she spoke, Gu Yanluo's face was shadowed with melancholy, yet thoughts of her master brought a tinge of longing to her heart. Xiao Jiuyan observed her, resembling a pitiful little wife, and could not help but chuckle. He leaned down, his dark eyes meeting Gu Yanluo's gaze. "Do you believe your master acted unjustly?" Gu Yanluo's eyes widened, feeling pain. Xiao Jiuyan's lips curved into a gentle smile, his eyes filled with affection as he let out a soft laugh, lightly brushing the tip of her nose. "Pain must be endured. After all, what hardship is there in diligent study?" Gu Yanluo pressed her lips together. "You, with your noble status, who have never faced any grievances, certainly cannot comprehend the plight of someone so unfortunate." Moreover, during her time at Yaowang Valley, her intellect had not been sharp. She had been both foolish and slow-witted. "When I was young, I once had a finger broken while studying, yet I never uttered a word of pain." Gu Yanluo, who had been quietly mulling over her thoughts, paused slightly upon hearing this. Xiao Jiuyan had a finger broken? As he urged her to walk outside the Guozijian, Gu Yanluo's gaze fell upon his fingers. Those distinct, jade-like knuckles bore no trace of scars. When had he broken a finger? She remained oblivious, both in her past life and this one. Her attention was so fixated on Xiao Jiuyan's hand that she nearly collided with a pillar ahead. He grasped the back of her collar and gently pulled her to prevent her from stumbling. "Watch where you're going." Gu Yanluo leaned closer. "Brother Ian, which finger did you break? Can you still use it?" Xiao Jiuyan's pinky finger trembled ever so slightly, a sign that it could no longer function. The discovery had come too late, and it had been set wrong. A shiver ran through Gu Yanluo's heart. He had a finger that was unusable? Yet he had never shown any sign of it, nor had anyone ever mentioned it. "I can help you. Brother Ian, may I assist in restoring it?" In her previous studies at Yaowang Valley, Gu Yanluo had learned about bone healing techniques from Su Ziqin, successfully treating a leg that had been broken for many years. Although she was not as skilled as her master, she had acquired considerable knowledge. As the two of them approached the gates of Gu Yanluo and settled into the carriage, Xiao Jiuyan chuckled softly. A Luo has such abilities? Gu Yanluo nodded firmly. I have studied under my master. If you do not believe me, you can ask him. He will surely vouch for my skills. No need. I have long since grown accustomed to it, Xiao Jiuyan replied nonchalantly, retracting his hand. Leaning back against the carriage wall with his eyes closed in repose, Gu Yanluo furrowed her brow slightly. She scrutinized Xiao Jiuyan's fingers, determined to find an opportunity to help him. With someone of Xiao Jiuyan's stature, his body could not bear any flaws, lest it become a target for adversaries. The carriage began to move slowly, soon arriving at Qinghe Town, a place Gu Yanluo had previously visited. Inside the carriage, she informed Xiao Jiuyan about the Shen family's imprisonment of Gu Xiaofeng and their extortion of Gu Nashan. Xiao Jiuyan's expression darkened slightly. Leave this matter to me. Very well. Gu Yanluo felt a great sense of trust in Xiao Jiuyan. The carriage halted outside Qinghe Town, and Changbai proceeded to the Shen residence based on the information Gu Yanluo had provided. Within half an hour, footsteps echoed from outside, pulling Gu Yanluo back to reality. She lifted the carriage curtain, and to her surprise, saw Changbai carrying someone on his back, rushing toward them. As the two approached, Gu Yanluo's eyes immediately lit up as she spotted her younger brother, Gu Xiaofeng, being carried on Changbai's back. She was astonished and excitedly tapped Xiao Jiuyan's arm, exclaiming, Brother Ian, it truly is my brother. Observing the glimmer of tears in her fervent gaze, Xiao Jiuyan's eyes flickered with emotion. Changbai gently placed Gu Xiaofeng onto the carriage, his tone urgent as he spoke, Your Highness, it appears that young Master Gu has been poisoned. They have concealed him very well, and despite my subordinate's utmost vigilance, we were still discovered by the Shen family. He urged, We must leave at once. Xiao Jiuyan lifted the curtain of the carriage, his gaze penetrating the distance, when suddenly a voice shouted from afar, They are over there. Quick, pursue them. Chapter 53. Healing Gu Xiaofeng. Changbai tightened the reins and turned the carriage. Inside, Gu Yanluo received Gu Xiaofeng and was startled to see his lips darkened to a deep purple hue. This was not right. In her previous life, the Shen family had never poisoned Gu Xiaofeng. Xiao Jiuyan held Gu Xiaofeng as he lay in the carriage. Gu Yanluo extended her hand, her fingertips pressing against his pulse, which was alarmingly erratic. He was indeed poisoned. Gu Yanluo's expression hardened, and she swiftly retrieved her small medicine box. She looked up at Xiao Jiuyan. Brother Ian, could you assist me in removing his clothing? Just expose his back. Xiao Jiuyan, accustomed to Gu Yanluo's innocent and adorable demeanor, was taken aback by her sudden seriousness. Her little face was taut, and her gaze was grave. However, the gravity of the situation eclipsed his surprise, and he complied with her request, helping to remove Gu Xiaofeng's garments while supporting him to sit upright. Once the upper garment was removed, Gu Yanluo beheld the gruesome wounds marring Gu Xiaofeng's body. They were all fresh injuries, appearing as though inflicted in recent days. According to her memories from her previous life, the Shen family had merely confined Gu Xiaofeng. How had they managed to torment him so brutally this time? As Gu Yanluo pondered, she extracted silver needles, piercing them into the acupoints on Gu Xiaofeng's back. This poison, known as Qianjin Gui, was a folk remedy for poisoning. If not detoxified promptly, it would infiltrate the limbs and torment the victim day and night, depriving them of sleep. The Shen family appeared intent on leveraging Gu Xiaofeng for long-term extortion against the general's residence. Given the Shen family's mindset, it was improbable they would contemplate such a prolonged scheme that would likely settle for a one-time ransom. Who, then, had orchestrated this insidious plan from the shadows? Gu Yanluo's gaze turned increasingly frigid. After the 7 silver needles were inserted into the acupoints, Gu Xiaofeng, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his eyes after a brief moment. Before he could fully regain consciousness, he violently expelled a mouthful of blood. The blood was a dark purple, a sight both chilling and grotesque. Xiao Jiuyan's eyes narrowed. This poison, it seemed eerily familiar. He furrowed his brow in thought, recalling a similar case he had witnessed in the palace during his childhood, where someone had suffered the same fate as Gu Xiaofeng. When the poison was expelled, the blood was also dark purple. Brother Ian, please help him lie down, Gu Yanluo instructed. Xiao Jiuyan complied. As Gu Xiaofeng lay down, the dark purple blood began to seep from the corners of his lips. After a brief moment of heaving, his previously discolored lips began to gradually return to their normal hue. Gu Yanluo pressed her fingers against his pulse, sensing the toxins within him being steadily expelled, and her anxious heart finally found solace. It's all right now. She withdrew the silver needles one by one. Xiao Jiuyan, swift in his actions, meticulously cleaned the expelled toxic blood and discarded it from the carriage, then helped Gu Shafeng sit up. Gu Yanluo observed his every movement, her gaze deepening. The more time she spent with Xiao Jiuyan, the more she felt that he was not a person who had been coddled. He executed many tasks with remarkable ease, as if he had performed them countless times before. But was he not a prince? Moreover, his mother, the esteemed consort Shin, should not have found herself in such a predicament. Gu Yanluo felt a flicker of confusion, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Gu Xiaofeng, supported as he sat up, gazed vacantly, his eyes fluttering open to see Gu Yanluo. He reached out, yearning to touch her, but his hand fell weakly away. In a hoarse whisper, he murmured, "Sister," before succumbing once more to unconsciousness. A pang of sorrow crossed Gu Yanluo's eyes. His frail body required ample recuperation. As she spoke, her thick lashes quivered slightly, yet Luo could not escort her brother home. Their father harbored disdain for her and would surely extend that animosity to her brother. With reddened eyes, Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze, looking at Xiao Jiuyan with a pitiful expression. She remained silent, her lips pressed together, her glistening eyes fixed on him. Xiao Jiuyan replied, "Understood." He shrugged in resignation. "Very well, I shall assist you." Instantly, Gu Yanluo's bright eyes sparkled with light, shining brilliantly. "Brother Ayin is a good person, the very best in the entire capital." Xiao Jiuyan raised an eyebrow, realizing that only this little fool could perceive him as such. The rest avoided him as if he were a viper. As evening fell, when Gu Yanluo was brought back by the carriage of the Yuan family, she learned from her lips that Gu Xiaofeng had returned to the Gu household. Yuan Shi, upon mentioning Gu Xiaofeng, felt her heart constrict with pain, her eyes reddening. "Your brother is extremely frail." The physician stated he had been poisoned and whipped before his return, covered in wounds and barely conscious. "Mother, it is a relief that my brother has returned." Gu Yanluo grasped Yuan Shi's hand, her gaze drifting outside the carriage. The thought that Gu Xiaofeng was finally home allowed the heavy stone in her heart to settle. Upon arriving at the general's residence, as Gu Yanluo and Yuan Shi disembarked from the carriage, they witnessed Gu Nanshan rushing into the courtyard like a gust of wind. He scarcely acknowledged Gu Yanluo and Yuan Shi, his focus solely on Gu Xiaofeng. The two women followed closely behind. They arrived at Jinhua courtyard, where the old matriarch awaited outside, the physician having already prescribed medicine and instructed the maidservant to prepare it. Upon Gu Nanshan's arrival, the matriarch hastened forward, exclaiming, "General, you have finally returned. We have located Feng'er." Gu Nanshan's eyes brightened slightly, yet he inquired gravely, "Wasn't Feng'er hidden away by the Shin family? How did he return?" The matriarch, brimming with urgency, recounted. "The farmer who brought Feng'er back said he found him abandoned in a ditch outside the city. He was immensely weak, unable to walk. It is said he escaped from the Shin family, and upon being rescued, he regained consciousness and asked the man to bring him back to the general's residence." At that moment, Gu Nanshan's heart, burdened with hesitation for days, felt a sense of relief. Truly, he was Gu Nanshan's son. To have escaped from the Shin family signifies great capability. The matriarch concurred. "Indeed, our Feng'er is remarkable, truly worthy of being from a military lineage." However, when did the general come to know that Feng'er was hidden by the Shin family? Gu Nanshan's expression darkened slightly. He said nothing, merely brushing off the inquiry. "It was only in the past few days that I was devising a way to rescue him." Shin Jiaqiu was undoubtedly motivated by gold. Those shallow and crude individuals were willing to resort to any means for wealth. The general merely needed to provide them with silver, and the wind would return safely. Now that the wind has returned, all is well. The elder Mrs. Yu was acutely aware of her son's disposition and vaguely suspected the reason behind Gu Nanshan's failure to redeem Gu Xiaofeng. A sense of resentment brewed within her, leading her to express her discontent. After all, this was his own flesh and blood, yet he seemed so indifferent. Yuan Shi and Gu Yanluo arrived at Jinhua courtyard. As she and Yuan Shi advanced, eager to see Gu Xiaofeng, they were halted by the elder Mrs. Gu. "What are you two doing entering?" Yuan Shi, taken aback, replied, "Feng'er is my child. I wish to see him." The elder Mrs. Gu retorted, "What do you want to see? You, an ill-fated woman. If it weren't for your negligence, would Feng'er have fallen gravely ill and been lost for so many years? Now that he has finally returned, you shall not lay a finger on him." The elder Mrs. Gu's countenance darkened as she stood her ground before Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi, growing increasingly incensed, exclaimed, "What do you mean I didn't take care of Feng'er? Was it not your insistence on using dubious remedies against the physician's orders that led to his prolonged fever? What right do you have to say I neglected him?" The elder Mrs. Gu's gaze turned icy. "Isn't it merely because you are an incompetent mother?" she asserted sharply. "With Feng'er back, you shall not come near him. I will take care of him. It is not your place to meddle. As her words hung in the air, Gu Ruoyue and Xiao Jing entered from outside Jinhua courtyard, with Xiao Jing carrying a tray of prepared medicinal soup. Gu Ruoyue approached the elder Mrs. Gu, bowing gently. Grandmother, you has prepared the soup. I shall go in and feed it to my brother. Yuan Shi was taken aback and quickly stepped forward to block Gu Ruoyue. You are not to touch my Fenger. However, Hanji sent someone to restrain Yuan Shi. The elder Mrs. Gu warned, Yuan Shi, return to your Qing'an courtyard and live well with your foolish daughter. From now on, you are not to set foot in Jinhua courtyard. Chapter 54. Father no longer admires her. Yuan Shi was about to argue, but was restrained by Gu Yanluo, who grasped her wrist and pulled her backward. Mother, Luo is frightened. Yuan Shi turned back and was met with her daughter's trembling, reddened eyes, which softened her heart instantly. Luo, do not be afraid. Mother is here. She embraced Gu Yanluo tightly, who took the opportunity to lead her outside the Jinhua courtyard. Once they exited, Gu Yanluo lowered her gaze and quietly said, Mother, younger brother cannot return to us. Father does not like us, and he will come to despise younger brother as well. Gu Yanluo's words struck Yuan Shi like a thunderbolt. She paused for a moment, and then suddenly came to her senses. Indeed, if she genuinely wished for Gu Shofeng to thrive, it would be far better for him to remain under the care of the old madam and Gu Nanshan than to be by her side. Realization dawned upon Yuan Shi as she embraced Gu Yanluo again. Luo, you are truly a good child. What you say is correct. The old madam had always held Gu Shofeng in high regard, treating him as her lifeline. However, due to her ignorance and credulity towards superstitions, she had learned from past mistakes and would certainly be more cautious in her dealings with Gu Shofeng now. As Yuan Shi contemplated this, her heart felt somewhat at ease. Yet the image of Gu Ruoyue flickered through her mind. This was unacceptable. Gu Ruoyue had entered the picture. Her expression deepened as she recalled Gu Ruoyue's prior harm towards Gu Yanluo. Yuan Shi was now filled with trepidation regarding her. Father no longer admires her. Gu Yanluo remarked casually, tilting her head. After she spoke, she smiled gently at Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi's heart sank. Indeed, Gu Nanshan had grown indifferent towards Gu Ruoyue. A man so concerned with his reputation would not easily forgive her for the numerous embarrassments she had caused him. He could never treat her as he once did. Yuan Shi understood all too well how cold-hearted Gu Nanshan could be. Once the wind returned, Gu Ruoyue would cling to him like a drowning person grasping at a lifeline, desperately trying to win his affection, hoping that this younger brother would become her support. Otherwise, being unappreciated at home would render her unable to hold her head high even after marriage. Upon realizing all of this, Yuan Shi gazed at Gu Yanluo with a hint of astonishment. She had not anticipated that her Luo could be so astute. This time, it was she who had been thrown into disarray. Inside the Jinhua courtyard, the old madam and Gu Ruoyue kept vigil over Gu Shofeng until the late hours of the night. As Gu Shofeng's consciousness gradually returned, he murmured, Elder sister. The old madam, who had been drowsy, was startled awake by his voice. She struck Gu Ruoyue's arm and exclaimed, What did Fenger just say? Gu Ruoyue, her once-dazed eyes now clear, was taken aback. Did Fenger speak? Gu Shofeng struggled to open his eyes, his lips parched and rough. Elder sister. He called softly once more. This time, both women heard him clearly. Gu Ruoyue's eyes brightened as she grasped Gu Shofeng's hand eagerly, declaring, Elder sister is here. Elder sister is here. The old madam was momentarily stunned. Why does Fenger call for his elder sister as soon as he opens his eyes? As she pondered this, Gu Ruoyue confidently asserted, It must be because I fed him the medicine earlier. Although he was unconscious, he still knows who I am. Madame Gu gently tugged at her, leaning forward to inquire, My dear Fenger, do you recognize your grandmother? As Gu Xiaofeng opened his eyes, he was startled to see an elderly face suddenly loom large before him. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand and struck Madame Gu's face with the back of his hand. Caught off guard, she staggered back, wincing in pain, while Gu Ruoyue hurried to steady her. Fenger, how could you strike your grandmother? Gu Ruoyue exclaimed, her heart aching. Once she ensured Madame Gu was seated, she furrowed her brow and turned to Gu Xiaofeng on the bed, lamenting that his prolonged absence had rendered him ignorant of proper conduct. What if something were to happen to grandmother? Could you bear the consequences? As Gu Ruoyue instinctively scolded him, she noticed that Madame Gu's expression darkened rather than brightened at her reprimand, causing her heart to skip a beat. Could it be that grandmother holds Gu Xiaofeng in such high regard? Biting her lip, Gu Ruoyue softly admitted, Grandmother, your granddaughter was merely anxious. I am not truly upset with my brother. Fenger, I harbor no ill feelings towards you, she added, forcing a smile as she gazed at Gu Xiaofeng. With cautious eyes, Gu Xiaofeng scrutinized both Madame Gu and Gu Ruyue, sitting up and instinctively retreating. "Who are you?" he rasped. "I am your grandmother, dear grandson. Do you not remember me?" "I am your elder sister," came the responses from both women in unison. Gu Xiaofeng's dark gaze fixated on Gu Ruyue, his pupils trembling slightly. He knew he had only one elder sister, and it certainly was not the duplicitous woman before him. Recalling the words of Gu Yanluo from earlier, his eyes dimmed. This woman must be the second miss of the family, as mentioned by his sister, someone not of the Gu bloodline. And this elderly woman was the one who incited Gu Nanshan to strike his mother, Yuan Shi. "Dear grandson?" Seeing Gu Xiaofeng in stunned silence, Madame Gu called out once more. He suppressed the tumult of emotion swirling within him, and when he finally lifted his gaze, only helplessness remained. Tentatively, he uttered, "Gee, grandmother?" "Oh, my dear grandson." Upon hearing the long-awaited term, Madame Gu was instantly overwhelmed with tears of joy. She rushed forward and enveloped Gu Xiaofeng in a tight embrace, pressing him against her chest as she wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "I never imagined I would see my dear grandson again in this lifetime. I am so very happy, truly so happy." Though Gu Xiaofeng appeared obedient, a sense of revulsion brewed within him. If given the choice, he would rather reunite with his sister and mother than engage in this charade with these two. However, since his sister was still feigning ignorance in the household, he resolved to adhere to her earlier instructions for the time being. "Is my dear grandson still feeling unwell? Shall I summon the physician to examine you?" Madame Gu asked, her concern evident. Following Gu Yanluo's assistance in alleviating Gu Xiaofeng's poison, he had suffered no significant harm, only external injuries remained, which posed no serious issues. "Grandmother, I am unharmed," Gu Xiaofeng replied, lowering his lashes, the fine strands of dark hair obscuring his brow and eyes. "That is good to hear. That is good to hear. My dear grandson is fortunate and blessed, truly a blessing for our Gu family." Madame Gu grasped Gu Xiaofeng's hand, recalling something as she gently patted the back of his hand, urging her dear grandson to rest and recuperate. Once he regained his strength, she promised to take him back to the ancestral hall to acknowledge their lineage and inscribe his name in the Gu family register. "Thank you, grandmother." The news of the Gu family's long-lost son soon stirred a considerable commotion in the capital. Who could forget that the young master, Gu Xiaofeng, was believed to have succumbed to a grave illness? Yet, he now appeared perfectly well, leading many to speculate if there was some underlying conspiracy. Various rumors circulated. Some suggested that Gu Xiaofeng was, in fact, an illegitimate child, and that Gu Nanshan had devised a scheme to bring him back into the family fold. Others claimed that Gu Nanshan was reluctant to see the wealth of the military residents become dowries for his two daughters. Thus he sought a false son to inherit the family estate. However, these whispers did not linger for long, as Gu Nanshan promptly dispatched invitations to the noble families within the capital, inviting them to a welcoming banquet for Gu Xiaofeng at the military residence. The atmosphere within the estate was bustling with activity, as all the servants sensed the general's profound regard for this young master. The banquet was organized with the utmost grandeur, a stark contrast to the treatment afforded to Gu Yanluo upon her return. In an instant, whenever Gu Yanluo's name was mentioned, it was met with derisive laughter. After all, she was merely a fool, unworthy of such attention. Chapter 55, The Violent Assault on Qiujing. Upon learning that preparations for Gu Xiaofeng's welcome banquet were underway, Yuan Shi's previously listless demeanor was revitalized. The prospect of seeing Gu Xiaofeng at the banquet uplifted her spirits. "Hongzhu, bring forth the 3 sets of garments I recently commissioned." Hongzhu complied, bringing 3 trays carried by maidservants. "This exquisite white brocade robe shall be sent to Jinhua Courtyard for him to wear at the welcome banquet. Our Fengwa will undoubtedly be the most dashing young gentleman." Upon hearing this, Gu Yanluo leaned in, tilting her head with sparkling eyes. "Mother, Aluo also desires new attire." Yuan Shi affectionately regarded her. "How could we possibly overlook our Aluo's new garments?" She lifted a dark-hued gown from another tray and held it before Gu Yanluo. "Hurry and try it on. This is a special creation for you, one that cannot be found elsewhere." Gu Yanluo's eyes brightened. "Thank you, mother." At Jinhua Courtyard, Zhou was delivering Yuan Shi's garments when she heard Qiujing's voice approaching. "Zhou, what are you doing at the entrance of Jinhua Courtyard?" Zhou turned to see Qiujing ahead, followed by a young maid carrying a tray, presumably containing newly crafted garments destined for Jinhua Courtyard as well. Zhou harbored an aversion towards Qiujing, and her previously round face tightened, resembling a crumpled bun. "What business is it of yours? Mind your own affairs." Qiujing stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the garments on Zhou's tray. Is this attire from Qing Han Courtyard? Such a plain and dreary color, do you think it would catch the young master's eye? Regardless of your mother and sister. The young master is quite reliant on our second young lady. Whatever she says, he follows. Xiao Jing's words incensed Zhou Zhou, causing her expression to shift. With such confidence? Does your second young lady intend to remain unmarried forever, managing the household of the general's residence? You. Xiao Jing's expression darkened. How dare you curse that my second young lady will never find a husband? With a swift motion, Xiao Jing reached out to slap Zhou Zhou's face. Sensing the impending assault, Zhou Zhou swiftly stepped back. You lunatic! She exclaimed. Xiao Jing's gaze turned venomous as she fixated on the garments on Zhou Zhou's tray. Do you truly believe the young master would select such shabby attire from Qing Han Courtyard? This rag is fit to be tossed to a dog. And even a dog would refuse it. Seizing the exquisite white brocade robe from the tray, she trampled it underfoot, yanking at the sleeve with fierce determination. With a tearing sound, Zhou Zhou could only stare in disbelief as one sleeve of the garment was ripped away. This was a creation that the lady had painstakingly sewn for days. Countless nights had been spent toiling by the lamp, her eyes growing red from fatigue. Fury surged within Zhou Zhou as she lunged forward, grasping Xiao Jing's hair and pushing her down to the ground. You crazy woman! How dare you lay hands on something the lady crafted for the young master? She possessed great strength, and despite Xiao Jing's desperate struggles, she was no match for the crazed Zhou Zhou, who effortlessly subdued her to the ground, delivering slap after slap, leaving Xiao Jing's cheeks ablaze with pain. The servants in Jinhua Courtyard, hearing the commotion outside, hurried in to inform Gu Xiaofeng. Upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of a maid pinning another maid down, yanking her hair while the other hand struck her face. A closer look revealed that the unfortunate figure on the ground, battered and humiliated, was none other than Xiao Jing, the chief maid beside Gu Yue. The one in the dominant position appeared to be a servant from Qing Han Courtyard. Although Gu Xiaofeng was initially unaware of the situation, he instinctively sided with Qing Han Courtyard. Refraining from immediately calling for a halt, instead watching Zhou Zhou mercilessly assault Xiao Jing until her cheeks were swollen, crimson, and streaked with blood, the matriarch approached Jinhua Courtyard. Hearing the noise, Gu Xiaofeng lifted his gaze and finally managed to speak. Stop. What are you doing? Upon hearing his voice, Zhou Zhou realized her emotions had spiraled out of control, and she hastily released Xiao Jing. The moment Xiao Jing caught her breath, she immediately knelt before Gu Xiaofeng, crying out in desperation, Young master, you must seek justice for me. I merely brought new clothes for the young master, and this vile creature, out of jealousy, pinned me down and struck me. That's not true. Zhou Zhou retorted, her eyes reddening with fury. It was she who tore the clothes that Madame painstakingly crafted for the young master. Madame pricked her fingers until they bled to make that outfit. The mention of this made Gu Xiaofeng's heart ache. He needed no further contemplation to understand that his mother had invested tremendous effort into making his garments, which had now been viciously destroyed by Gu Yue's maid. With his gaze lowered, a flicker of resentment crossed his eyes as he looked at the scattered tray and the torn white robe. This outfit is exquisite. Gu Xiaofeng pointed at the shredded robe, prompting Shui Yan, who was attending to him, to step forward and retrieve it. Upon discovering the torn sleeves, Shui Yan hesitated slightly. Young master, I fear this robe can no longer be worn. Why can't it be worn? I have taken a liking to this robe, Gu Xiaofeng exclaimed just as the matriarch approached. My dear grandson, which outfit do you fancy? Gu Xiaofeng looked at the pristine robe in Shui Yan's hands with a sense of grievance. This is the outfit I adore. Grandmother, what should be done if a servant destroys the master's garments? Which insolent servant dared to ruin your attire? Do they think they can bully you just because you have recently returned home? They shall be severely punished. Otherwise, everyone will think they can trample over my dear grandson. The matriarch's gaze was fierce, and upon witnessing this, Xiao Jing crawled forward, eager to explain herself. However, Gu Xiaofeng interjected, regardless of who crafted this outfit. I wish to wear it for the welcoming banquet. Now that it has been ruined by Xiao Jing, I no longer wish to attend. Having been back for a few days, Gu Xiaofeng had quickly grasped the matriarch's temperament. She indulged this grandson immensely, even permitting him to act in ways that he himself found excessive. My dear grandson, what nonsense are you speaking? Upon hearing that Gu Xiaofeng would not attend the welcome banquet, the old matriarch Gu was immediately flustered. The banquet was organized by your grandfather in your honor. How could you possibly not attend? Show me the attire. Is it severely damaged? Shui Yan brought forth the garment. Old madam, the sleeve has been torn off. The matriarch touched the fabric of the immaculate white brocade robe, feeling its supple texture. The stitching was exquisite, a craft not easily achieved by ordinary hands. Her gaze darkened further. Come here. Take Xiao Jing away and administer the family punishment. Xiao Jing was taken aback, her eyes widening in alarm. Old madam, I am wronged. I have already been beaten to this state. How could I dare to tear the cherished garment of the young master? She glanced at Zhou, who knelt on the ground, reasoning that no one had witnessed her tearing the robe moments ago. The young master would merely see her injuries and assume she was to blame. In a sudden shift, Xiao Jing raised her gaze. Old madam, it was her. She is the one who ruined the young master's cherished attire. I tried to stop her, and she beat me to this condition. Old madam, look at my face. Only then did the old matriarch notice that there were indeed people from Qinghan courtyard kneeling on the ground. Her expression sharpened, and compared to those around Gu Yanluo, she was more inclined to believe it was the people from Qinghan courtyard who were culpable. Zhou, how dare you damage your master's garment? Is this how the residents of Qinghan courtyard instruct you? Truly lacking in decorum, just like that fool, utterly detestable. Take her away. Chapter 56. The sale of Xiao Jing having confined Zhou to the woodshed. I shall take it upon myself to educate her in the ways of the general's residence, since her master has failed to do so. Upon the utterance of this decree by the matriarch, she cast a meaningful glance at Han Ji, who promptly summoned others to hoist Zhou from the ground. After taking but a few steps, Gu Xiaofeng's expression darkened. Grandmother, but this garment was a gift from her. How could she possibly ruin it? A momentary stiffness crossed the countenance of the matriarch. Her piercing gaze fell upon Xiao Jing, deeming her a useless wretch. How could such a significant matter not have been disclosed sooner? Surely, this vile servant harbored ill intentions, accepting bribes to sow discord between you and the Yuan family. The matriarch immediately shifted her tone, intent on reprimanding Zhou today. Gu Xiaofeng, observing the matriarch's expression, inquired with mild astonishment, Grandmother, are you targeting those in Mother's courtyard? His tone was calm, yet it struck the matriarch like a thunderclap. She paused, taken aback. My dear grandson, what are you implying? How could your grandmother ever be against your mother? Then why not discipline Xiao Jing, who has torn the garment, instead of directing your ire at Zhou? Gu Xiaofeng's face bore a look of genuine curiosity, devoid of any favoritism in his tone. The matriarch's breath quickened as she forced a loving smile. How could I be unjustly harsh on her? This Zhou often airs within the household, and only now does your grandmother realize you must have been deceived by her. Grandmother, it was indeed Xiao Jing who damaged the garment. I witnessed it myself from the courtyard. Upon utterance of this assertion, the matriarch found it increasingly difficult to shield the individuals beside Gu Yanluo. She chuckled awkwardly. Since you have witnessed it with your own eyes, I shall be compelled to punish Xiao Jing severely. How could she lack the decorum to tear her mistress's attire? Pale-faced, Xiao Jing knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing her head. Please spare me, old madam. I truly did not. Do not attempt to deny it. Gu Xiaofeng's eyes glinted with coldness. I saw it with my own eyes. I never anticipated that such a malevolent servant would be near my second sister. As he spoke, he raised his gaze, his dark eyes fixed on the matriarch. Grandmother, my second sister has treated me with utmost kindness. I cannot permit such a person to remain by her side. What if one day she were to inflict harm upon my second sister? The matriarch's expression was one of grave concern. Xiao Jing had been a companion to a Yu since childhood. Should any misfortune befall her, a Yu's heart would surely shatter. Then, grandmother, send someone to take her away and administer 20 lashes. Grandmother, that is not advisable. Gu Xiaofeng's demeanor turned serious. If it is merely a few lashes, it will not serve as an effective deterrent. If today we only strike her a few times, others will feel emboldened to trample upon my second sister in the future. How could that grant me peace of mind? The matriarch had not anticipated Gu Xiaofeng's meticulous consideration in this matter. She coaxed gently, her tone soft and affectionate. But she has been your second sister's devoted maid since childhood. We cannot harm her to the point of death. Just imagine how heartbroken your second sister would be. Grandmother. Gu Xiaofeng, with a serious demeanor and deep, dark eyes, pondered the peril of allowing such an unscrupulous individual to remain by the side of the second sister. In light of this circumstance, the second sister ought to act decisively and not allow this maid to tarnish her reputation. According to the grandson's perspective, this maid should be sold out of the residence, never to set foot in the general's manor again. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jing, who knelt on the ground, widened her eyes in terror, pleading, No, please, old madam, save me. I have accompanied the second miss since childhood. I would never harbor thoughts of harming her. The old madam, displaying a conflicted expression, hesitated momentarily. Observing this, Gu Xiaofeng lowered his gaze, his tone tinged with sorrow. It was unwise of the grandson to speak so, for he should understand that grandmother holds deep affection for the second sister and is, of course, more inclined to protect her. Henceforth, I shall not act so presumptuously. The old madam, upon hearing his words, was taken aback and looked at Gu Xiaofeng with astonishment, noticing the slight droop of his eyelids and the desolation in his eyes. Her heart ached. "Oh, my dear grandson, what nonsense are you talking? How could grandmother think you were acting on your own? You are merely considering your second sister's well-being." With that, she turned to Hanji, instructing, "Hanji, proceed as the young master has suggested and find someone to come to the manor for verification." "Yes, ma'am," Hanji replied. Xiao Jiuyan, her face pale with panic, cried out, Old madam, I truly bear no ill will towards the second miss. I beseech you to grant me a chance at life. I cannot be sent to another household, having been sent to the general's manor at a tender age." She had leveraged her position as the second Mrs. personal maid to torment her impoverished relatives. If she were cast out, they would not spare her. Faced with Gu Xiaofeng, the old madam found herself unable to continue protecting her and could only dim her gaze, signaling to Hanji, "Let Gu Ruyue choose another maid." Though she cherished this granddaughter, her heart ached more for her tormented grandson. As Xiao Jing was forcibly taken away, Gu Xiaofeng finally lifted his gaze, his clear eyes brimming with light. "Thank you, grandmother, for standing up for me." The old madam smiled, pinching his cheek. "How could I allow my dear grandson to suffer even the slightest injustice? This garment, please help me resew it. I wish to wear it at the welcoming banquet." He pointed to the white brocade robe with the severed sleeve. The old madam's expression darkened. "The attire made by Yuan. My dear grandson. Why must we wear this particular garment? It bears the ill favor of Yuan." She regarded Gu Xiaofeng with skepticism. Before she could finish her thought, he interjected, "Regardless of who crafted it, I have taken a liking to it at first glance. I want this one. All right, if my dear grandson wishes to wear it, then so be it." The old madam's earlier doubts dissipated, and she smiled warmly. As long as Fengler harbors no feelings for that woman, all is well. Shui Yin presented the garment to the old madam, whispering, "Old madam, the stitching is beyond what the maids in the manor could accomplish." "Then let whoever made it do the stitching," the old madam replied. Madame Gu's tone was laced with resentment. Were it not for her beloved grandson's insistence on wearing this particular garment, she would never have permitted the Yuan family to meddle in any matters concerning Gu Xiaofeng. As Zhou Shou returned, clutching the tattered clothing, Madame Yuan awaited her in the Qinghan courtyard. Upon seeing her enter, Madame Yuan eagerly stepped forward and inquired, "What of it? Does the young master wish to don the attire I crafted?" Zhou Shou's cherubic face radiated with excitement as she replied without hesitation, "Madam, the young master is indeed willing to wear it. Moreover, it must be your exquisite creation." Chapter 57. Recognition through blood. Upon hearing this, Yuan's long-perturbed heart finally found solace. She cast her gaze downward, noticing the garments on the tray. Zhou Shou hurriedly recounted the recent events, and when she mentioned Gu Xiaofeng's intention to sell Xiao Jing, her eyes sparkled with excitement, radiating joy. The entire Qinghan courtyard buzzed with fervor. Xiao Jing had often relied on the second Mrs. influence to bully the others. Except for Sister Hongzu, who stayed close to the madam, the other little maids had all endured Xiao Jing's scorn and humiliation. Now, with the news of her impending sale, their lips stretched into grins that nearly reached their ears. "However, madam, what shall we do about the sleeves?" Zhou Zhou glanced at the torn section of the garment, her excitement giving way to dismay. It was her failure to protect the clothing made by the madam. The madam could punish her as she wished. "No matter, the sleeves can be mended," Yuan replied with a smile, taking the attire to repair. As long as her wind was willing to wear the clothes crafted by her mother, she would gladly make 10 more sets if needed. Once Yuan departed, Gu Yanluo sprang from her hiding spot, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she looked at Zhou Zhou. "Is Xiao Jing truly going to be sold?" Zhou Zhou nodded vigorously. Gu Yanluo's eyes brightened instantly. "Well done, Zhou Zhou. You are amazing." She patted Zhou Zhou on the shoulder before skipping away. In her previous life, Xiao Jing had betrayed Gu Ruyue, using the fact that Gu Ruyue was not of the Gu family bloodline to threaten her. However, by that time, Gu Ruyue no longer required the Gu family's protection, having already secured Pei Zhou's heart. It was highly likely that the current Xiao Jing was also aware of this matter. If she indeed held leverage over Gu Ruyue, the latter would not allow her to leave the general's residence so easily. In 2 days, the welcoming banquet would take place. Reflecting on the events that transpired during the banquet in her previous life, Gu Yanluo's expression darkened slightly. At the welcoming banquet held for Gu Xiaofeng, the elders of the Gu family had joined forces to create chaos, solely because Gu Xiaofeng's return threatened their interests. If Gananshan had no sons, upon his death, all family assets would be divided among the sons of the uncles. Both Gu Yanluo and Gu Ruyue were to be married, and it was impossible for them to take all of the Gu family's wealth with them. Thus, the elders had been patiently waiting for Gu Nanshan's demise, anticipating that they would then be entitled to seize all the general's estate. However, with Gu Xiaofeng's arrival, their plans were thrown into disarray, and they could hardly endure it. Naturally, they would seek various means to obstruct Gu Xiaofeng's inclusion in the Gu family genealogy. Subsequently, Gu Ruyue and the elders of the Gu family joined forces to challenge Gu Xiaofeng's identity during the welcoming banquet, forcing her to undergo a blood test for kinship. The blood test for kinship involved dripping the blood of the living onto the bones of deceased relatives to see if the blood could be absorbed into the bones. If it did, it was deemed that a blood relationship existed. Yet, neither Gu Nanshan nor Gu Xiaofeng was deceased. They devised a cruel method, lacerating Gu Xiaofeng's leg bone, exposing the bone beneath the torn flesh, and then dripping Gu Nanshan's blood onto Gu Xiaofeng's bone to observe if it could merge. The ultimate outcome was a failure in verifying kinship, with the elder of the Gu family staunchly refusing to allow Gu Xiaofeng into the family registry. Rumors circulated that Gu Xiaofeng was merely a child picked up by Gu Nanshan to inherit the family fortune, growing increasingly rampant. Although Gu Xiaofeng was the legitimate heir of the Gu family, he endured the cruel and insidious methods employed by the family elder to ascertain his lineage. He suffered greatly and was disparaged as an illegitimate child, deemed unworthy to remain within the Gu family, let alone claim the identity of its rightful heir. Even the dim-witted matriarch began to harbor doubts about Gu Xiaofeng's legitimacy. Gu Yanluo, reflecting on the injustices Gu Xiaofeng faced in her past life, felt a surge of determination. This time, she would see who dared to harm him. The matter concerning the impending sale of Qiujing caused quite a stir within the general's residence, primarily because Gu Ruyue risked her life to protect Qiujing. Upon hearing news brought back by Hongzhu, Gu Yanluo confirmed her suspicions. Qiujing had severed ties with Gu Ruyue. If she were to be sold, she would reveal Gu Ruyue's true lineage to the entire capital. After all, how could someone as cold and selfish as Gu Ruyue go to such lengths to defend a maid? As night fell, Gu Yanluo donned a black cloak for stealth, masking her features with a face covering, and silently made her way toward the Jichuan courtyard, where Gu Ruyue currently resided. She scaled the wall and, guided by memory, located the ear room within the courtyard. Upon reaching the door, she noticed it was locked, confirming her suspicions. Quietly, she retreated from the ear room entrance, climbed the courtyard wall, and approached the window outside. With a gentle push, she slipped through the window, her petite figure gracefully landing inside the ear room. "Who is there?" Qiujing asked cautiously upon hearing a noise. Gu Yanluo followed the sound, moving stealthily to stand behind Qiujing, pressing a dagger against her neck. In a chilling tone, she commanded, "Behave yourself, and we can strike a deal." Qiujing gasped in shock, her eyes widening in fear. "Why you? Who are you?" Gu Yanluo pressed the dagger deeper, stating coldly, "It matters not who I am. If you wish to live, you must agree to my terms." Qiujing's gaze stiffened. What terms?" Gu Yanluo continued. "At the welcoming banquet in 2 days, should anyone question Gu Xiaofeng's identity, you will publicly disclose Gu Ruyue's true lineage." The voice of the woman behind her was icy and devoid of emotion, radiating an unsettling distance. Fear crept into Qiujing's eyes as she realized the implications. How did this stranger know about the second Mrs. identity? "What are you saying? I don't understand." As the dagger pressed deeper, blood began to seep from her neck. The pain struck, and she widened her eyes in terror. "I promise. I promise." "What must you say?" Gu Yanluo countered after Qiujing acquiesced. Trembling, Qiujing replied, "I heard the general say with my own ears that Gu Ruyue is not his blood." A smirk graced Gu Yanluo's lips, her eyes dark and profound. This revelation was more valuable than anything else. Even if the Gu family remained skeptical, she had a backup plan. "Consider yourself fortunate," she said, loosening her grip on the dagger slightly. Just when Qiujing thought she was about to be saved, the person who had been behind her suddenly appeared before her. In the next instant, her chin was abruptly grasped, and a pill was forcefully thrust into her mouth, sliding down her throat before she could react. Qiujing coughed violently, clutching her neck in an attempt to expel it, but Gu Yanluo seized her mouth, compelling her to swallow it. This was the Sanxing pill. "If you do not comply with my instructions, you shall not obtain the antidote. Prepare to endure a lifetime of torment." Qiujing's mind buzzed. Sanxing pill. That was poison. She tightened her grip on her throat, desperate to expel the substance, yet she could not free herself from Gu Yanluo's iron grip on her neck. Once Gu Yanluo was certain the pill could not be expelled, she coldly reminded her of their bargain. "I will be watching you from the shadows." Qiujing collided with the dark eyes concealed behind the veil, feeling an unsettling familiarity, yet the chilling depths of those eyes, as sinister as a venomous serpent, were utterly alien. A shiver coursed down her spine, enveloping her in a wave of cold dread. Chapter 58. The Welcoming Banquet 2 days later. The grand welcoming banquet for Gu Xiaofeng commenced at the general's residence. Gu Yanluo was summoned early by Madame Yuan for a transformation, even without embellishment. Her delicate features radiated beauty, and after being adorned, she donned a flowing dark-hued gown that cascaded gracefully to the ground. Her lithe figure was cinched at the waist, exuding an ethereal elegance that captivated the eye. Standing before Madame Yuan, her bright gaze and radiant smile brought joy to her mother's heart. "Mother, do I look beautiful?" Gu Yanluo inquired, leaning closer, her exquisite face framed by gracefully arched brows, exuding a newfound grace and poise. Her skin, smooth as porcelain, appeared almost painterly upon closer inspection. "Indeed, you are truly lovely, my dear Yanluo," Madame Yuan exclaimed, her admiration causing Gu Yanluo to blush with bashfulness. The corners of her lips curled upward as she placed her hands demurely upon her chest, responding with, "Thank you, mother." Madame Yuan's smile deepened with affection. Moments later, she led Gu Yanluo to the front courtyard. Regardless of the discord within the general's household, the Gu family had to present a united front at such significant gatherings. Otherwise, rumors of familial disarray would inevitably circulate. As Gu Yanluo and Madame Yuan entered the courtyard, they spotted Gu Ruyue standing amongst several noble ladies near a pavilion beside the stone wall. Xiao Jiuyan, standing beside her, boasted, "The young master is utterly devoted to our second miss. Whatever she commands, he promptly fulfills. Henceforth, there will be one more protector for our second miss." The other noble women, upon hearing this, exchanged astonished glances. Previously, rumors had circulated in the capital that Gu Nanshan was thoroughly disappointed in this daughter. Those who had allied with Gu Ruyue had contemplated distancing themselves, yet here she stood, newly fortified. The young master had only returned a few days prior, and already whispers filled the capital, claiming that the old matriarch and Gu Nanshan had spoiled him beyond measure. It was evident that all of the Gu family's wealth would eventually be his. Now, with the young master so devoted to Gu Ruyue, it was clear he would shield his second sister when he assumed leadership. Gu Yanluo and Madame Yuan proceeded towards the pavilion, and the noble ladies, catching sight of them, could not help but feel perplexed. It was indeed curious that the young master showed no affection for his biological mother and elder sister. Xiao Jiuyan, noticing Gu Ruyue's gaze, scoffed softly, "The young master is not foolish. Gu Yanluo is merely a burden to him." Soon, guests began to arrive for the banquet. The old matriarch also made her entrance, accompanied by Gu Xiaofeng, drawing the attention of the crowd. Everyone had gathered today to glimpse the young master of the Gu family, hoping to discern whether he was as simple-minded as Gu Yanluo. As the old matriarch appeared, all eyes turned towards her. There, following closely behind her, was the young master. Clad in a resplendent white brocade robe, he appeared slender and tall, around 12 or 13 years old, with strikingly handsome features, dark eyes, and a face as smooth as jade. Yet, a hint of timidity lingered in his brow, as if he found the surrounding spectacle unfamiliar and overwhelming. The young master of the Gu family is remarkably handsome. The two children born to the Yuan family have both taken after their mother. Even though Gu Yanluo is somewhat simple-minded, her beauty is exquisite. Gu Nanshan must have accumulated great fortune in his past life to be able to marry a woman like Yuan. The crowd murmured among themselves. Upon entering the main hall with the old matriarch of the Gu family, Gu Ruyue immediately stepped forward, and Xiao Jiuyan presented the welcome gifts she had prepared. "After enduring years of hardship outside, my dear sister, I feel a deep sense of guilt for not being by your side. This jade pendant was procured by me at Lingyun Temple, and it is meant to ensure your safety and smooth journey ahead," Gu Ruyue said affectionately, taking the liberty of hanging the pendant at Gu Xiaofeng's waist. Gu Xiaofeng lowered his lashes, concealing the coldness in his gaze. In a moment, Xiao Jiuyan opened another box, revealing a rare South Sea Night pearl that their father had brought back, of which Gu Ruyue possessed only two, both of which she generously gifted to him. Additionally, she presented a set of phoenix glass cups, which, when filled with hot water, displayed a soaring phoenix, truly magnificent. Gu Ruyue continued to present numerous welcome gifts, causing envy among many onlookers. Such treasures are seldom seen in the capital, obtainable only by someone like General Gu, who spends years on the battlefield. Gu Ruyue truly dotes on the young master of the Gu family. No wonder he relies on and trusts her so deeply. It seems there is a reason behind it. "My dear child, lavishing such affection on your younger brother with so many fine gifts makes grandmother's offerings seem rather meager," the old matriarch spoke with a tone of indulgence. She was delighted to see Gu Ruyue pampering Gu Xiaofeng, for the harmonious relationship between her beloved grandson and granddaughter brought her peace of mind. "What you say is quite unfounded, grandmother. I merely present these gifts that father bestowed upon me as a token of affection for my brother. The love and care you have for him are far beyond what I can offer, Gu Yanluo replied, striking a chord in the old matriarch's heart. She chuckled. You sweet-talking girl. As the old matriarch concluded her words, Hanji summoned people to bring forth the gifts intended for Gu Xiaofeng. The welcome gifts were shrouded in red cloth, and as it was unveiled, an exquisite jade carving came into view. A magnificent depiction of a galloping horse carved entirely from pink jade left everyone in awe. They had never seen such a large piece of pink jade before. The crowd was astonished and gathered around to admire it. The old matriarch truly indulges her beloved grandson, presenting him with such an invaluable welcome gift. Gu Xiaofeng felt the envious gazes of the crowd upon him, and his lashes quivered slightly as he instinctively glanced towards Gu Yanluo and Yuan in the throng. Yuan. It is your turn, the old matriarch said, her gaze directed at Yuan, tinged with disapproval. With Gu Yanluo and the old matriarch leading the way. Whatever Yuan offered seemed inadequate for her role as a mother. Yet her eyes remained calm as she said, Fenger, congratulations on your return home. This riding whip was crafted by your mother and your grandfather for you. Both of us wish for you to live freely, unbound by worldly constraints, true to yourself, and to be the carefree individual you aspire to be. Yuan handed the riding whip to Gu Xiaofeng, who accepted it with a deepened gaze. His mother merely wished for his happiness. What Yuan has articulated indeed resonates deeply with Gu Xiaofeng's aspirations. He yearns to embody a spirit of carefree abandon, unshackled by the constraints of people or circumstance. While it is true that the welcome banquet bears no hierarchy, presenting merely a riding whip seems rather meager. Observers exchanged whispers, deeming Yuan's offering rather trivial. Lady Gu, noticing the derision directed at Yuan, subtly curved her lips in a faint smile. She disregarded Gu Yanluo, who stood beside Yuan, and spoke directly, My dear Feng has endured countless grievances outside, now that he has finally returned home. Tomorrow he shall visit the ancestral hall to acknowledge his roots and be inscribed in the Gu family genealogy. Henceforth, he shall no longer suffer. No sooner had she spoken than a voice rang out from outside. Old madam, this child may not possess the qualifications to be recorded in the Gu family genealogy. The assembly turned their gazes to the entrance, where the venerable elders of the Gu family strode into the main hall, declaring loudly, he is not of our bloodline. By what right should he be inscribed in the Gu family genealogy? Chapter 59, blood spewing the moment the old matriarch of the Gu family heard those words. Her sharp gaze swiftly landed on Gu Changda, the head of the clan. Gu Changda, you must not speak such slander. How can Fenger not be of our Gu lineage? Upon hearing this, Gu Changda, accompanied by several elders, stepped forward. Years ago, when Gu Xiaofeng was gravely ill, the physician had declared that he would not live long. Even a deity could do nothing to change that fate. How is it that he now stands before us in good health? Does the old matriarch not find this suspicious? Faced with such public scrutiny, the old matriarch's expression darkened considerably. What suspicion? Gu Changda, you must provide evidence for your claims. I have seen Fenger's birthmark. It is identical to the one he was born with. A mere birthmark? If one wishes, a tattoo could achieve a similar effect. Old matriarch. We are all concerned for the Gu family's honor. If a person not of our bloodline is recorded in the family tree, what fate shall we have to meet our ancestors in the afterlife? With this assertion, Gu Changda turned and beckoned for the Shin family, who had adopted Gu Xiaofeng, to step forward. Recognizing Shin Kun among them, Gu Yanluo's eyes dimmed. Why were the Shins here? It must be that Xiao Jiuyan had aided in rescuing Gu Xiaofeng, altering the course of fate from his previous life. Upon seeing the Shin family, Gu Nanshan's expression darkened further. He rose abruptly. Gu Changda, what exactly do you intend to do? Gu Changda smirked slightly. Surely the general knows this family. They are the ones who adopted Gu Xiaofeng. Let us hear what they have to say. Leaning closer, Gu Changda inquired of Shinsong, Gu Xiaofeng's adoptive father. Tell us, where did you find him? Shinsong trembled on the ground, yet his eyes gleamed with greed. At the daughter's well in the eastern part of the city. You lie, Gu Xiaofeng exclaimed, rising to his feet. You previously stated it was at the mass grave on the outskirts of the western city. Gu Changda smirked with mockery. Did you all hear that? The Shin family claims to have found him at the daughter's well in the east, whereas the legitimate son of the Gu family was abandoned at a mass grave in the west. These two locations are not only diametrically opposed but also several dozen miles apart. With Gu Changda's words, Gu Yanluo's eyes glinted with cold disdain. The elders of the Gu family had made a foolish move, revealing the story of how they had abandoned their gravely illegitimate son. The reputation of the Gu family, already known for its coldness, would now be irrevocably tarnished. As expected, the moment Gu Changda finished speaking, whispers spread among the guests. The Gu family actually abandoned their gravely illegitimate son at a mass grave? Is this even human? After all, he is of the Gu bloodline. How heartless. If I were Gu Xiaofeng, I would never acknowledge such relatives after being cast aside in such a manner. Hearing these remarks, the elders of the Gu family grew increasingly pale, yet there was no turning back now. Gu Xiaofeng absolutely must not be included in the family tree. What nonsense are you spouting? When did we abandon Fenger at a mass grave? It was the wet nurse who stole the child and cast him away. Gu Nanshan's gaze was shrouded in darkness and gloom. At that moment, the esteemed matriarch of the Gu family immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. You are simply slandering. A fierce glint flickered in Gu Changda's eyes. You may argue as you wish, but the Shin family has raised him for so many years, treating him as their own son. The general took him away without ever acknowledging kinship. If he wishes to enter our Gu family lineage, he must recognize his relations. Only the blood of the Gu family is worthy of inclusion in our genealogy. How do you propose to establish this kinship? Gu Nanshan understood that continuing the argument would tarnish the Gu family's reputation, and with suppressed anger, he inquired. By blood oath. Gu Changda raised his chin slightly, gazing down with haughty eyes. If his blood mingles with ours, then he is indeed of the Gu lineage. If not, the Shin family must take him away. Gu Changda spoke with unwavering conviction. Once he finished, the guests present were left in shock. By blood oath? Does that not imply using the bones of the deceased to establish kinship? But neither the general nor the young master of the Gu family had perished. How could this be determined? Is it not the case that living kinship is established through blood droplets? Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Gu Changda approached Gu Xiaofeng. We, the Gu family, truly cannot accept a child of unknown origins. As you are a junior, let us use the general's blood, dripping it upon your bones to see. If you are indeed of the Gu bloodline, I shall be the first to bow and acknowledge my error. What? The guests gasped in astonishment. Using Gu Xiaofeng's bones? Are you mad? Just a small incision on your leg to expose a bit of bone will suffice, Gu Changda smirked. This is too cruel. The women among the guests were aghast. After all, he was but a child, how could he endure such torment? The thought of slicing into flesh to reveal bone was excruciating. Yuan Shi's face turned pale with fear, clutching the silk handkerchief tightly as she fixed a desperate gaze upon Gu Nanshan, vowing to fight him if he dared to agree today. This was a matter concerning the Gu family's descendants, and carelessness was unacceptable. Gu Changda's words were resolute, unyielding. Gu Xiaofeng's expression darkened, his gaze turned sinister as he bit his lip fiercely, draining the color from his face. Why should blood droplets not suffice to establish kinship? Gu Nanshan's sharp gaze fell upon Gu Changda. Gu Changda recalled the man's warning and scoffed. Does the general still believe in blood droplets to establish kinship? Even a dog can intermingle its blood with that of a human. How then can we determine anything? Compared to blood droplets, a bone oath is far more authentic and precise. Furthermore, only through such a sacrifice can the child's filial piety be truly demonstrated. No? Gu Yanluo's eyes dimmed, perceiving the hollow grandeur in his words. Would the general truly allow this? Without a bone oath, the child likely lacks the qualification to enter the Gu family genealogy. Gu Changda feigned regret. Gu Nanshan's fingers, hanging at his side, tightened into a fist, the veins on his hands standing out prominently. His gaze darkened. And after a moment's pause, he spoke solemnly. Very well. Given the doubts surrounding Gu Xiaofeng's identity, if he did not agree, it would only serve to validate the rumors circulating in the capital. He would not permit this. You have lost your mind. Yuan Shi sprang to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury. She attempted to confront Gu Nanshan, only to be restrained by Gu Yanluo. The matriarch of the Gu family was equally astonished, her eyes wide in disbelief as she rushed forward to shield Gu Xiaofeng. No, he is my beloved grandson. Gu Changda, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your schemes. Your heart is so venomous. May you meet an untimely end. Before the assembled guests, such curses are hurled at one's kin, causing them to lean in, intrigued by the unfolding drama of the Gu family. How excruciating it must be to have one's flesh flayed. How could the general allow such a scoundrel to triumph? Tears brimmed in the old matriarch's eyes. Her beloved grandson must not endure such torment. Madam, do you wish for this child to be forever shrouded in doubts regarding his identity? To be perpetually speculated upon as not being the legitimate heir of the Gu family? Gu Changda scoffed. Gu Nanshan's gaze was profound, lost in contemplation. If Fenger could not be confirmed as a child of the Gu family, he would be barred from the family genealogy. What fate awaited him then? The old matriarch's complexion turned ashen in an instant. Indeed, what future lay ahead for her cherished grandson? What would become of the Gu family? Chapter 60. The master has arrived. Madame Gu was momentarily stunned, her body stiffening for a while before she slowly turned to face Gu Xiaofeng, her gaze a complex tangle of emotions. Fenger, you. Gu Xiaofeng felt a buzzing in his ears. Indeed, His sister's words rang true. The Gu family. With their cold and indifferent affections, his eyes gradually dimmed, devoid of any trace of ripples, his expression becoming wooden as he spoke. If that is the case, then let us acknowledge our kinship by blood. Fenger. No. Yuan's voice trembled with fear, nearly fainting, while a nearby red candle supported her. Gu Yanluo gently patted her hand in comfort, then silently cast a glance at Xiao Jiuyan. Gu Changda ignored Yuan entirely, a triumphant smile gleaming in his eyes as he promptly dispatched someone to subdue Gu Xiaofeng. Yet, as they approached Gu Xiaofeng, Xiao Jiuyan, standing protectively between Gu Ruyue and Gu Xiaofeng, suddenly interjected in terror. My young lady is undoubtedly of the Gu family bloodline. Do not lay a finger on her. Her inexplicable proclamation piqued the curiosity of the onlookers, all ears now attuned to what the second Mrs. Maid had just uttered. Why did she appear so frightened? It seemed as though she feared some revelation. Was this not a verification of the young master of the Gu family's identity? Gu Ruyue's mind buzzed incessantly. She wished to slap Xiao Jiuyan, who was proving to be more of a hindrance than a help. Come back. Gu Ruyue grasped Xiao Jiuyan's arm, attempting to pull her back, but Xiao Jiuyan, terrified, turned pale and knelt on the ground, repeatedly exclaiming, My lady is truly of the Gu family bloodline. You must not touch her. You must not. Witnessing this, Gu Nanshan's heart sank, his gaze darkening as he commanded, Take this delirious maid away. No sooner had he spoken than Xiao Jiuyan's sharp voice rang out. No, my lady, save me. I did not mean to reveal that you are not of the Gu family bloodline. I am truly frightened. I am so scared. The guests in the main hall were utterly astonished. How could there be yet another who was not of the Gu family bloodline? Gu Nanshan's expression soured. What nonsense is this? How could you not be my bloodkin? Xiao Jiuyan, trembling on the ground, persisted. That day, it was you, General. You yourself stated that the second miss is not of your bloodline. Gu Nanshan's dark eyes turned frigid. What folly! Who has incited you to speak such absurdities? Gu Changda, seeing Gu Ruyue's situation and disrupting his plans, narrowed his eyes. If that is the case, let us also verify the second Mrs. bloodline. We shall see if she is truly of the Gu family. Gu Nanshan's back stiffened. This was absolutely unacceptable. If Gu Ruyue were to be tested, calamity would surely follow. Gu Ruyue's complexion turned ashen, cold sweat beading on her back. Father, how could I not be of the Gu family bloodline? Before she could finish, overwhelmed with fear, her vision darkened, and she fainted on the spot. This wretched maid speaks utter nonsense. General, perhaps it would be wiser to wait until the young master's identity is verified before addressing such personal matters. Gu Changda interjected urgently, Subdue him. Under the directive of Gu Changda, a servant was sent to restrain Gu Xiaofeng's hand. However, before the servant could approach, a slender figure intervened. Dare you touch my brother? Gu Yanluo rushed in front of Gu Xiaofeng, her arms spread wide, her gaze unwavering as she shielded him. Gu Changda regarded this foolish girl with a cold glare, his eyes shadowed. The method of bone testing cannot accurately determine blood relations. She articulated each word with forceful clarity, capturing the astonishment of those present. In this critical moment, it was indeed the foolish child of the Gu family standing before Gu Xiaofeng. Yet, who would believe the words of a simpleton? Throughout history, many have employed bone testing to ascertain lineage. Can it simply be dismissed? Gu Changda's eyes darkened as he yanked Gu Yanluo's arm, intending to cast her aside. A fool dares to obstruct me? Begone! He aimed to throw her to the ground, only to find his arm inexplicably weakened, devoid of strength. A faint sting pricked at his hand. Furrowing his brow, he glanced at the source of the pain, yet found nothing amiss. Gu Yanluo silently retracted her silver needle, concealing it within her sleeve, her dark eyes glinting with intensity. My master is the divine physician of Yaowang Valley, and this is what he has imparted to me. The method of bone testing cannot determine blood relations. The crowd, taken aback by Gu Yanluo's declaration, recalled that despite her perceived foolishness, she had spent 7 years in Yaowang Valley, under the tutelage of the esteemed physician Su Ziqing. Gu Changda, well aware that bone testing was not infallible, had expended considerable resources to ascertain that living bones could not absorb blood. Thus, he would never allow Gu Yanluo to thwart him. Do not spout nonsense. Does physician Su know that this fool is tarnishing his reputation? Gu Changda scoffed, signaling a companion who promptly advanced, intent on dragging Gu Xiaofeng away. Gu Xiaofeng's eyes glistened with a hint of red as he observed Gu Yanluo pushing away all those approaching him, the darkness in his gaze intensifying. Just as he was about to lose his patience and kick away the two who were attempting to seize Gu Yanluo, a voice suddenly rang out from outside the general's residence. When has my disciple ever tarnished my reputation? The voice. Everyone turned toward the entrance of the main hall. There stood an elderly man clad in white, exuding an otherworldly aura, vibrant and spirited, with bright, dark eyes. It was Physician Su. In the capital, there were undoubtedly those who had encountered Su Ziqing. Upon seeing him, they rose to their feet. Physician Su? You have taken the time to come to the capital? The speaker was the esteemed Dong Taigong, who had aided the current Emperor Mingqing during his youth and had been favored by him. Shining in the court for nearly 2 decades, now advanced in years, he had secured a leisurely official position. With Dong Taigong's words, the crowd turned their gazes towards Su Ziqing. After all, they had only heard tales of the legendary physician but had never laid eyes on him. Su Ziqing stepped into the hall, and Dong Taigong approached to greet him. Su Taisher, it has truly been a long time since we last met. It had been a decade since their last encounter, following Su Ziqing's medical treatment of him. Dong Taigong carefully examined Su Ziqing, remarking on their long absence from one another. How has the esteemed physician been of late? He inquired. Rest assured, esteemed Dong, all is well, Su Ziqing replied. He then pondered over Su's earlier words. Your disciple has not tarnished your reputation. What do you mean by that? Is it truly impossible to ascertain blood relations through bone marrow testing? Dong Taigong expressed his confusion regarding the matter. Su Ziqing nodded in affirmation. Indeed, my disciple speaks the truth. Bone marrow testing cannot definitively determine blood relations. Luo, please elaborate. Su Ziqing gazed affectionately at Gu Yanluo, noticing that his little foolish disciple seemed to have gained some wisdom during their time apart. Gu Yanluo pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling with clarity. During my studies under Master, I discovered that when bones are stripped of their flesh and exposed to the elements over time, the tissue decays and the bones become brittle. Consequently, water, urine, and even blood can permeate the bone. Chapter 61. The bloodline of the Gu family, the bones of the living, enveloped in flesh, remain uncorrupted and thus cannot possibly merge with blood. What Uncle Gu suggested, slicing open the flesh and dripping blood upon it to ascertain kinship, is utterly preposterous. Her tone was icy, calm and composed, her voice resonating with strength. Upon hearing this, Su Ziqing nodded, his eyes shimmering with pride. His Navi disciple was indeed remarkable. Luo was correct. The method of identifying kinship through blood droplets was fundamentally flawed. Even if one were to slice the flesh from General Gu's leg and let the blood of Elder Madame Gu fall upon it, fusion would be impossible. As Su Ziqing's words resounded, the guests present wore expressions of sudden enlightenment. Therefore, the practice of blood droplet recognition could not ascertain blood relations at all. Upon hearing this, Gu Changde let out a cold laugh. According to Su the divine physician, this method of blood droplet recognition, which had been passed down for thousands of years, was nothing but a fabrication? What of the battlefield? Do you practice medicine? Before Gu Changde could complete his retort, Su Ziqing interrupted him, an edge of impatience evident in his gaze. If you could bring the dead back to life and heal the sick, then perhaps you would have a point. Su Ziqing raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting frostily. Gu Changde, feeling disgruntled, tightened his lips and scoffed. So according to Su the divine physician, there exists no method to determine blood relations in this world? Who says there isn't? Su Ziqing shot him a cold glare. I certainly possess a means to discern kinship. Gu Yanluo's eyes brightened at her master's assertion. Had he not previously claimed that modern techniques were incapable of such judgment? As she pondered this, she beheld Su Ziqing producing a pouch of medicinal powder. This formula, which I have spent decades perfecting, is the method of identification through clear water and blood. Regardless of actual kinship, certain blood types can amalgamate. By mixing this powder into clear water, only those with a familial bond will see their blood merge. Is it truly so? The existence of such a miraculous remedy was astonishing. Yet, did anyone dare to try it? Su Ziqing surveyed the crowd. As soon as he finished speaking, old Master Dong stepped forward, holding his grandson. Su the divine physician, I shall volunteer. The young Dong heir's face turned pale with fear. Grandfather, I'm scared. Silence. A man should not tremble. It's merely a matter of drawing a little blood. Do not be a coward. Madame Yuan directed Hong Zhu to prepare the necessary clear water and bowl, adding a pinch of Su Ziqing's recognition powder and stirring it well. Old Master Dong pricked his fingertip with a silver needle, allowing his blood to drip into the bowl, followed by the blood of his grandson. All eyes were fixed upon the scene, and soon the 2 drops of blood merged seamlessly into the water. Old Master Dong, witnessing this, raised his eyebrows and laughed heartily. Indeed, he is my grandson. Seeing the 2 drops of blood unite, Su Ziqing beckoned forth 2 individuals without any familial connection. As they let their blood fall into the bowl, it astonishingly did not merge. How truly remarkable. Su the divine physician was indeed formidable. having genuinely developed such a recognition remedy. In Mingcheng, the populace had gradually come to realize that the method of blood droplet recognition through clear water was devoid of reason, and thus they had been tirelessly seeking a new method for determining kinship. Yet, to this day, their efforts had yielded no results. In an instant, the hall erupted with murmurs, and Gu Yanluo furrowed her brow in confusion. How could this be? Subsequently, Su Ziqin summoned a few individuals to verify their kinship. Indeed, the blood reacted correspondingly. Whether mother and daughter or father and son, their blood could merge, while those without ties remained separate. The guests present placed their unwavering faith in Su Ziqin's kinship potion, with some even contemplating purchasing some to ascertain whether the offspring of his concubines were truly of his lineage. However, Su Ziqin declined their requests. Were it not for the predicament faced by his disciple's brother today, he would not have revealed this potion, a culmination of his years of medical practice. Not to be trifled with. The crowd could only express their regret. Su Ziqin's gaze ultimately settled upon Gu Nanshan and Gu Xiaofeng. You too, come forth. As they approached and allowed their blood to fall into the bowl, the Gu family raised their eyes in anticipation, with Yuan Shi nervously clutching her handkerchief. All eyes were fixed upon the bowl, and in a moment, the 2 drops of blood merged. Yuan Shi's heart, which had been in suspense, finally eased. And the matriarch of the Gu family gasped in astonishment. It merged. It merged. Feng'er is indeed of our Gu lineage. Gu Chang's fury simmered, his countenance dark as he glared fiercely at Su Ziqin, declaring, "This is utter nonsense. A mad charlatan. I would never believe you. It is all part of your scheme. You wish to prevent Gu Xiaofeng from confirming her kinship, aiming instead to infiltrate the Gu family with your insidious and cunning intentions." Su Ziqin remained unfazed, his gaze icy. You are resolute in your belief that blood recognition can be determined, yet someone must have advised you to think so. Gu Chang's expression faltered slightly. What nonsense are you spouting? Su Ziqin scoffed, a chilling glint in his eyes. The one who advised you might very well be an acquaintance of mine. Gu Chang's pupils flickered. How could he possibly know? That person was indeed a disciple expelled from the Medicine King Valley, lacking both integrity and skill. Why could he not recall? A buzzing in his ears signified his dawning realization, an expelled disciple? He had been deceived. Gu Chang's eyes dimmed, and he staggered, nearly collapsing. His 1,000 taels of silver. He dashed out of the general's residence in pursuit of his lost fortune. Gu Nanshan's taut heart finally relaxed as he approached Su Ziqin, expressing gratitude. Thank you, divine healer, for your assistance today. Su Ziqin scrutinized Gu Nanshan, replying, I did not save General Gu. I saved Luo's brother. After all, a man who abandons his children is not one I align with. This statement prompted the guests to recall Gu Nanshan's actions, abandoning his gravely ill son in a mass grave and discarding his mentally challenged daughter at the Medicine King Valley. Indeed, General Gu was remarkably cold-blooded and ruthless. Gu Nanshan's expression darkened considerably, yet he clenched his jaw in silence. Just as the assembly was enveloped in the chill of Gu Nanshan's callousness, Yuan Shi suddenly spoke up, beseeching Su Ziqin to verify the relationship between Yu and the general, to see if they were indeed blood relatives. Everyone recalled the words spoken by Xiao Jiuyan earlier. Indeed, it was inconceivable that a close maidservant would assert that the second young lady was not of the Gu family's bloodline. Su Ziqin turned his gaze towards Gu Yanluo, who tilted her head, her eyes clear as water. Master, the maidservant beside my sister just mentioned that the second sister is also not a child of the Gu family. Luo does not wish for her sister to be ridiculed. Please, master, aid my sister. Su Ziqin reluctantly replied, Very well, since little Luo has spoken, I shall assist you. No. Gu Nanshan's voice dropped, heavy and filled with anger. Yu has fainted. Let her rest well for now, and we shall discuss this upon her awakening. Gu Nanshan. Yuan Shi suddenly raised her gaze, her eyes ablaze with fury. The more Gu Nanshan resisted, the more it suggested that Gu Ruyue was indeed very likely not a child of the Gu family. My mind is made up. Yu's health is poor. She must recuperate properly. Gu Nanshan's eyes darkened, a storm of anger roiling within, his menacing gaze laden with warning. Chapter 62. Gu Ruyue is not of the Gu family bloodline. In an instant, Yuan's heart was pierced like 1,000 arrows, a wave of bitterness and despair enveloping her. She discerned the meaning behind Gu Nanshan's gaze. Indeed, Gu Ruyue was not his child. All her efforts over the years to nurture Gu Ruyue had culminated in nothing but a cruel jest. If Gu Ruyue was not of the Gu lineage, then whose child was she? Why would Gu Nanshan raise another's offspring, while exhibiting such cold-heartedness towards his own flesh and blood? Yuan was engulfed in confusion and suffocation. unable to comprehend how the tender youth who once affectionately called her my lady had transformed into this utterly unfamiliar figure. Father is biased. Just as Yuan's complexion turned pale, her eyes shadowed by despair, Gu Yanluo suddenly spoke up. She deliberately raised her voice, her eyes reddened with tears. Father is biased. Father is biased. Gu Yanluo, renowned throughout the capital as the foolish daughter, drew the attention of all present. They glanced over and beheld the pitiable sight of the young girl, her eyes misty and brimming with tears. With stubbornness, she lifted her gaze and exclaimed, "If my brother were to be skinned alive, father would agree. Yet he refuses to let my sister shed even a drop of blood. Father is biased. He has always been so biased." Gu Yanluo's words darkened Gu Nanshan's expression further. He fixed his cold gaze upon her, questioning, "What nonsense are you spouting? My sister resides in the finest courtyard. I dwell in the most dilapidated one. My sister is kept close by father, while I am cast aside. She can play with my brother, yet I cannot. You are indeed biased." Gu Yanluo choked on her words, as if she could no longer bear the weight of her grievances. The guests present began to regard Gu Nanshan with growing disdain. Was he truly so unfair? Despite Gu Yanluo being simple-minded, she was still of the Gu bloodline. How could he show such favoritism? The children's hearts were grievously wounded. Sensing the gazes upon her, Gu Yanluo's nose turned red, and she swayed, nearly collapsing into Yuan's embrace. "When my brother's lineage is questioned, you would flay him for proof. But when my sister's identity is in doubt, you refuse even a drop of blood." As her words fell, her heart overflowed with grievances, a surge of heat rising within her. Unable to endure any longer, she threw herself into Yuan's arms and wept bitterly. "General Gu, it is merely a drop of blood for verification. It will not harm the young miss. Indeed, this Miss Gu is merely foolish. What if she were to be severely agitated? A single drop of blood should not invoke such frailty." Voices of persuasion arose from the crowd. The previously fainted Gu Ruoyue was nearly jolted awake by the commotion. Her eyelashes trembled violently as she regained consciousness, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Father, what has transpired?" The guests, each contributing to the narrative of recent events, urged, "Miss Gu, as you are of the Gu lineage, a drop of blood for verification will undoubtedly pose no issues. This could also serve to vindicate your name, ensuring that no one will dare to question your identity henceforth." Gu Ruoyue felt as though she were being scorched over an open flame. Her heart churned with resentment, her face flushed. Yet she could not muster a single word of rebuttal. After a prolonged hesitation, she gently bit her lower lip, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Gu Nanshan. "Does father doubt that a Yu is not of the Gu lineage? If so, then a Yu may be subjected to any treatment." This statement instantly softened the hearts of many present. If Gu Riyue were indeed a member of the Gu family, it would have been an immense injustice. What daughter could bear such a burden? "We have never met your mother. How can we ascertain whether you are truly of the Gu bloodline?" Just as the crowd began to feel a twinge of sympathy, deeming it inappropriate to pressure a young girl so, Gu Yanluo spoke once more. Gu Nanshan's sharp gaze immediately fell upon her. This wretched fool, appearing daft. Yet every word she uttered struck true. His eyes darkened. At present, he had no choice. "My lady, I once confided in you that it was a Yu's mother who bore the child in secret. During her childbirth, I was utterly unaware. Yet she fervently assured me that the child was undoubtedly mine. Thus, I firmly believed she belonged to the Gu family. Even after her mother passed away, I brought the child back. Now that there exists a method to verify parentage, to ease your mind, we shall proceed with the test." Gu Yanluo's eyes darkened slightly. Gu Nanshan's hypocrisy was indeed remarkable. Now that he found himself with no avenue for retreat, he sought to tarnish the reputation of Gu Ruyue, a Yu's deceased mother. The child had not been born before his very eyes. If she were not his, then he would be merely an innocent man deceived by Xiao Jiuyan. How could anyone lay blame at his feet? He truly excelled at absolving himself of responsibility. Gu Yanluo gazed at Gu Nanshan with a heavy heart. This father was far too perilous. In the previous life, he had been willing to kill Yuan Shi for his own interests, and in this life, he remained capable of such heinous acts. With the winds of change returning, it was time for her to meticulously plot her course. Gu Riyue stared in stunned silence at Gu Nanshan's profile, her face as pale as a ghost. She could scarcely fathom that Gu Nanshan was such a selfish and callous man. Not only had he slandered her mother by branding her a harlot, but now he sought to distort the truth, claiming her mother bore another's child while deceiving him into believing it was his. Gu Riyue shook her head, her eyes swelling with tears. "Father, you—" Her impending words were abruptly halted by Gu Nanshan's cold reprimand. "Of course, if your mother truly deceived me, and you is not my child, I would still acknowledge her as my adopted daughter. Her mother's faults are not her own, and the bond we have forged over the years cannot simply be dismissed. I shall remain responsible for you, ensuring she finds a suitable match and lives her later years in peace." His words were impeccably calculated. Regardless of the outcome of the paternity test, he had prepared a path for himself. Gu Ruiyue's eyes widened slightly. She understood the implication behind Gu Nanshan's words. If she were to expose him before so many witnesses, she would forever be barred from the life he had described. She swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground. A kind soul assisted her as she staggered forward, her complexion ghastly as she dripped blood into the bowl. Gu Nanshan stepped forward as well, his gaze solemn. "You, regardless of the outcome. Your father shall always be your father." Upon hearing this, the crowd regarded Gu Nanshan with newfound respect. He had not allowed his anger to implicate Gu Ruiyue. Instead, he genuinely cared for her. Such a father-daughter bond was truly rare and precious. 2 drops of blood have entered the water, and naturally, they cannot merge. You are not of the same bloodline. As Su Zichin's words fell, Gu Nanshan's tall figure swayed slightly, his complexion turned pale, and his eyes were filled with emptiness. She truly deceived me. A fleeting darkness passed through Gu Nanshan's gaze, which then brightened as he looked at Yuan Shi, exclaiming with joy, "Madam, for all these years, I have felt guilty towards you because of this matter. Now that the truth is revealed, I have not betrayed you." He stepped forward, intending to embrace Yuan Shi, but she evaded him, her eyes now cold and resolute. "If that is the case, then congratulations are in order, General," Yuan Shi replied icily. Yet, Gu Nanshan remained composed, undisturbed by Yuan Shi's aloofness. He raised his gaze towards the assembly and solemnly proclaimed, "Today was meant to be my son's welcoming banquet. But with such unforeseen circumstances, I have inadvertently become the subject of your amusement." Chapter 63, Xiao Jiuyan. "You truly are not human." As the welcoming banquet came to a close, Gu Yanluo excitedly approached her master. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Master, did you not say that there is absolutely no way to prove blood relations?" Su Zichin gazed gently at Gu Yanluo, his expression imbued with affection. "My dear foolish disciple," he replied, "that was merely a fabrication of your master's imagination." Gu Yanluo's eyes dimmed with realization. Indeed, she suspected her master had been spinning tales. After a long separation, the master and disciple engaged in conversation for quite some time. As Gu Yanluo contemplated Xiao Jiuyan's severed finger, she initially wished for her master to assist in his healing. However, Su Zichin interjected, "Our little arrow is already capable of handling matters on her own. Merely reattaching a finger, I have faith that arrow will succeed." A wave of apprehension washed over Gu Yanluo. Were it anyone else, she might approach the task with composure, but given the significance of Xiao Jiuyan, her concern threatened to cloud her judgment. Su Zichin did not linger, as he was beckoned to attend to a patient in the capital. Reluctantly, Gu Yanluo bid her master farewell. The revelation regarding Gu Ruiyue's lack of familial ties to the Gu clan sent ripples of shock throughout the capital. Once, the noble ladies had envied Gu Nanshan's affection for her. Now, as they beheld her, their eyes glimmered with derision and mockery. The former favored second lady of the Gu family had now fallen from grace, reduced to being the adopted daughter of General Gu. This turn of events elicited a collective sigh of relief from those noble women who had previously suffered at Gu Ruiyue's hands. In light of these developments, Gu Xiaofeng garnered even more affection from the matriarch of the Gu family. Upon seeing him, her heart brimmed with compassion, feeling a deep sense of injustice on his behalf, and she endeavored to make amends. Nevertheless, the old matriarch sensed a shift in Gu Xiaofeng's feelings towards her. Upon returning to the general's estate, he had relied heavily on her, often addressing her as grandmother, and would even indulge in playful antics before her. Yet, ever since the questioning of his identity at the welcoming banquet, which nearly led to a bloodline verification, he had begun to distance himself. Within the Shoan Hall, Hanji assisted the old matriarch in her grooming before a bronze mirror. "Is there something troubling you, my lady?" she inquired softly. The old matriarch sighed. "Feng'er has grown distant from me. Is it due to the events of the welcoming banquet?" Hanji asked in a hushed tone. "It may be because I consented to Gu Changa's verification of bloodline. He might think I do not care for him." The old matriarch's gaze dimmed. "My lady, the young master is still quite young. He has just returned to the general's estate and is unfamiliar with everything. He has only just found a sense of security, only to feel abandoned at the banquet, which naturally fosters resentment." Hanji offered a thoughtful analysis. "But I considered his future. Had he not been verified that day, he would have faced a lifetime of doubt regarding his status as the legitimate son of the Gu family. How could he endure the ensuing rumors and slander?" Once the young master matures, he will comprehend your good intentions. For now, my lady, you need only treat him with sincerity, shower him with affection. In time, all that belongs to the Gu family will be his, and he shall harbor no grievances against you, Han Ji reassured her. Her words brought considerable comfort to the old matriarch, who hoped he would come to understand soon. Yet, she reminded everyone in the household to ensure that Yuan Shi did not see him, lest that wretched woman sow discord between Fenger and herself with her insidious words. Indeed, I shall ensure that the lady does not meet the young master. The esteemed matriarch of the Gu family has made the necessary arrangements, and, alongside Gu Nanshan, will escort Gu Xiaofeng back to the ancestral hall to acknowledge their lineage. Meanwhile, at Qian Courtyard, only 10 days remain until the Ministry of Right selection. Gu Yanluo aspires to attend Dongshan Academy and has thus intensified her studies. Seated before the window, her delicate silhouette elongates in the candlelight, casting a gentle sway upon the floor as the flames flicker. My lady, do not read too late. It may harm your eyes, said Hongzhu, who approached her with a soft smile, witnessing her diligence. Had our eldest lady not suffered that unfortunate fall years ago, she would undoubtedly be renowned throughout the capital by now. I understand. Thank you, Sister Hongzhu. Gu Yanluo replied, lifting her gaze, her eyes slightly crescent-shaped. After studying for a while, her eyes grew weary, and she blinked gently, raising the book in her hand. I shall finish this before retiring. Very well, Hongzhu said, stepping forward to assist Gu Yanluo with her hair, offering a few comforting words before departing. Gu Yanluo continued her reading by candlelight, engrossed for an hour. When she finally lifted her eyes, her back stiffened, her body ached, and she stood to stretch before retiring. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the window, akin to a stone being cast down. She glanced up, spotting a shadowy figure against the courtyard wall directly across from her window. Gu Yanluo's eyes narrowed. Could there truly be intruders daring to enter the general's residence? Silently, she stepped back, clutching a long bench in the corner, preparing to ambush the intruder. Moments later, footsteps approached. Gu Yanluo tightened her grip on the bench, her gaze fixed on the window. A dark figure leapt in through the opening, and as Gu Yanluo perceived this, she struck with the bench. The bench collided with the figure's shoulder, eliciting a muffled groan that sent a shiver of recognition through her. It was Xiao Jiuyan. Bewildered, Gu Yanluo blinked, the bench clattering to the ground with a loud crash. Tonight's vigil was kept by Hongzhu, who, upon hearing the commotion from Gu Yanluo's room, hurriedly approached the door, concerned. My lady, are you not yet asleep? What has transpired? Xiao Jiuyan swiftly turned, placing a hand over Gu Yanluo's mouth and pressing her against the doorframe, his warm breath grazing her ear. Do not utter a word. I am here. His husky whisper sent warmth to her ears. She nodded obediently, addressing Hongzhu outside. It is nothing, Sister Hongzhu. I am preparing to sleep. Very well, my lady. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me, Hongzhu replied before departing. Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Xiao Jiuyan. Brother Ian, what brings you here? Xiao Jiuyan's dark eyes fixated on her. I heard that significant events transpired at the welcome feast, so I came to check on you. Significant events? Gu Yanluo feigned ignorance. Xiao Jiuyan clicked his tongue, his tone indulgent. Your mind must surely be muddled. With only 10 days until the ministry selection, are you prepared? Gu Yanluo's eyes gleamed brightly. I am indeed preparing. All of this is carefully noted. Xiao Jiuyan retrieved a scroll of rice paper from his sleeve, upon which were inscribed the frequently tested subjects of the Ministry of Rights. These marked points must be etched into your memory, ingrained in your mind. Do you understand? Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with delight. This was indeed a treasure. She raised her hands, her gaze shimmering with anticipation. Hurry and give it to me. This was far more beneficial than her mindless rote memorization. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze, the flickering candlelight casting dancing shadows on Gu Yanluo's porcelain-white visage, illuminating her beautiful eyes, which sparkled as if infused with liquid clarity. His thin lips tightened, and an involuntary sensation rolled in his throat, a thought emerging from the depths of his heart that made him feel somewhat unhinged. Do you not wish to thank me? Gu Yanluo sensed the sudden intensity of his gaze and blinked in confusion. Thank you, Brother Anyan. And then? Xiao Jiuyan moved with deliberate ease, as if prompting something. Gu Yanluo inwardly pondered. What could this mean? She hesitated for a moment before throwing herself into Xiao Jiuyan's embrace, her slender arms encircling his waist. Thank you, Brother Anyan. The softness that enveloped him inexplicably soothed the restlessness in Xiao Jiuyan's heart. In recent days, Xiao Qingshuan's people had covertly caused him considerable trouble, leaving him irritable and dissatisfied with everything around him. After finally resolving those issues, he recalled the impending selection by the Ministry of Rites and hastily prepared the necessary materials. Fearing that a late delivery would affect Gu Yanluo's selection, he even scaled walls under cover of night to sneak into the young lady's courtyard. Now, he found himself charming the young girl, who had nestled into his arms. He couldn't help but scoff inwardly, "Xiao Jiuyan, you truly are insensible." Yet the corner of his mouth, betraying him, gradually lifted into a smile. Chapter 64. The selection of the Ministry of Rites. Gu Yanluo gently embraced him and prepared to withdraw, only to hear a voice above her. "My wound has been faintly aching of late." Gu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback. She peered out from Xiao Jiuyan's embrace, exclaiming, "What? How could it be painful again? Let me take a look." She spread out the rice paper that Xiao Jiuyan had brought and placed it on the writing desk, readying her small medicine box before approaching him. "You must remove your clothing." Her eyes were filled solely with concern. Fearing for Xiao Jiuyan's well-being, her movements somewhat hasty. Xiao Jiuyan gazed deeply into Gu Yanluo's eyes, noticing only the worry reflected there, devoid of any other emotion. As the clothing was gently peeled away, soon only his inner garments remained. Beneath the white fabric, the taut and smooth lines of Xiao Jiuyan's physique were subtly discernible. Gu Yanluo, feeling his movements were too slow, tugged at the fabric, revealing the scar on his chest. It had healed reasonably well, yet was not entirely mended. After examining the wound with a furrowed brow, she concluded, "It's nothing serious, but you must remember to avoid water." Having given her instructions, she retrieved a porcelain bottle from the medicine box, applying the ointment that would leave no scar. Seeing her serious demeanor, a flicker of amusement danced in Xiao Jiuyan's dark eyes. "I am a man. Even if there is a scar, what does it matter?" Gu Yanluo, with utmost sincerity, focused on the skin before her, its smooth contours, pale as jade, with subtly prominent veins that were captivating without being jarring. In both her past and present lives, she had never encountered such an exquisite man. Her ears tinged with warmth, and unable to resist, she extended her fingertip to rest against his firm skin, gliding gently across it. His muscles were lean, yet beneath the surface lay an inexhaustible strength. A tingling sensation coursed through her fingertips, sending an unusual thrill throughout her body. Her eyes brightened slightly, innocently blinking as her greedy fingertip slid downward. "That won't do. Even if he is a man, having a scar and uneven texture may affect the sensation," Gu Yanluo murmured discreetly. As soon as the words left her lips, her fingertip was abruptly seized. She looked up, meeting the depths of his restrained, brooding gaze. The amusement in Xiao Jiuyan's eyes vanished abruptly. "Touch it? Affect the sensation? Who is to touch me?" It seemed he had been inadvertently teased. Xiao Jiuyan's brow quivered slightly, and he felt the heat rising from his wound. Hastily, he gathered his clothing, his gaze dark and his throat tightening with restraint. He had intended to tease her, but found himself ensnared by the fervor in her gaze. Truly, it was madness. Gu Yanluo observed his flustered demeanor and flickering eyes, perplexed. "What is happening?" "Examine the items I have given you carefully," Xiao Jiuyan said, abruptly rising and leaping out of the window. Gu Yanluo retracted her lingering fingertip, puzzled. What is wrong with him? I have touched corpses while studying medicine under my master. In the days that followed, Gu Yanluo devoted herself to her studies, memorizing everything Xiao Jiuyan had gifted her. Soon, the day of the Ministry of Rites selection arrived. The monthly selection was an eagerly anticipated event for all the noble young ladies and gentlemen studying at the Guozijian. In front of the Imperial Academy, horse-drawn carriages from various noble families filled the streets of the capital. After the Yuan family dropped Gu Yanluo off, they gently reminded her not to panic. It was merely a minor selection process. Even if she did not succeed, it was of no consequence, as her mother awaited her outside. Luo will surely succeed. Gu Yanluo clenched her fingers and smiled to encourage herself. Observing this, Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, though the instructor praised her intelligence. The selection by the Ministry of Rites was fraught with hidden talents, and even if she did not succeed, there would be no blame cast upon her. While they conversed, Guru Yue happened to pass by them. Guru Yue, with a displeased expression, greeted Yuan, mother, elder sister. Behind Guru Yue, several noble young ladies could not suppress their laughter. Did you hear? This fool intends to participate in the selection by the Ministry of Rites. How utterly ridiculous. They scoffed, questioning whether she thought the selection was a mere jest. Despite Guru Yue being merely the adopted daughter of General Gu, she was still renowned as the first talent in the capital, and even she could not be certain of her entry into Dongshan Academy. Yet, this fool dared to be so presumptuous. They eagerly anticipated the spectacle. Enough. Yuan's expression darkened as she listened to their scornful remarks. Is it permissible to mock her for her foolishness? One noble lady, chastised, turned pale but retorted defiantly, "Are you suggesting that your rudeness allows me to ridicule you freely?" Yuan fixed a cold gaze upon the noble lady, stating, "Next time I encounter your father, I might as well inform him of your uncouth behavior today, just as you have mocked my daughter." The noble lady's complexion turned ashen, stamping her foot in indignation. "You have no right to meddle. That sentiment applies equally to you," Yuan replied with a light scoff. The noble ladies, infuriated, departed in a huff. As Yuan's stern demeanor softened upon looking at Gu Yanluo, she reassured her, "Do not take their words to heart, my dear. I have faith in you." Gu Yanluo nodded earnestly, determined to gain admission to Dongshan Academy and spare her mother the ridicule. Upon reaching the selection venue, Gu Yanluo took a seat by the window, as instructed by the instructor. Soon, officials from the Ministry of Rites arrived, adhering to the established rules of Mingqing. The Imperial Academy held its selection monthly, consisting of 3 tests. The first assessed classical texts, focusing on the 4 books and 5 classics. The second required composing an essay based on a chosen theme. And the third evaluated insights on current affairs, particularly regarding the rampant plague of recent years. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with understanding. Her greatest concern had been the third test, which varied annually. If it involved profound political insights, she would indeed struggle. However, given the topic of the plague, she felt well prepared. This was a domain in which she excelled. As the selection officially commenced, Gu Yanluo became wholly absorbed, forgetting all else around her. Outside the academy, Yuan paced anxiously in front of the carriage. As this momentous selection was new to Gu Yanluo, her mother felt even more nervous than she did. Just as Yuan was pacing in distress, a voice suddenly called out, "Madame Gu?" She cast a sidelong glance and was surprised to see the second prince had also arrived. A chill ran through her as she thought, "This formidable figure has come too?" Yuan's demeanor stiffened momentarily as she greeted the second prince. "No need for excessive formalities," Xiao Jiuyan replied, his gaze settling within the National Academy. Yuan hesitated. The second prince was waiting for someone? "Waiting for a Luo," Xiao Jiuyan responded. Yuan was taken aback. Waiting for her daughter? She forced a smile, never expecting the second prince to hold a Luo in such regard. Xiao Jiuyan's eyes remained inscrutable. "It is only natural." Yuan was perplexed. Although her daughter, a Luo, shared a close bond with the second prince, they were both unmarried. What was with this seemingly presumptuous tone? Chapter 65, treating Arrow as a younger sister. As Xiao Jiuyan finished speaking, an awkward tension enveloped the two. "Second prince, do you regard Arrow as a younger sister, given your evident concern for her?" Yuan sure hesitated for a long moment before finally voicing her inquiry. Arrow, with her simple-mindedness and childlike innocence, lacked understanding of worldly matters. If Xiao Jiuyan viewed her as a sister, Yuan sure would feel reassured knowing that she had an additional elder brother to protect her. However, if other sentiments were entangled in this regard, she would struggle to remain composed. Xiao Jiuyan was momentarily taken aback by Yuan Shi's question. As a younger sister? His brow furrowed slightly, and a shadow fell over his gaze. After a brief silence, he mused that in his heart, she was akin to Minghua. Yuan Shi's anxious heart finally settled. Being akin to Princess Minghua meant she was indeed regarded as a younger sister. The esteemed second prince, adorned with privilege and honor, could have any woman he desired. Why would he linger on a simpleton from her family? Yuan Shi gently patted her chest, feeling significantly reassured, and her gaze toward Xiao Jiuyan softened. To be under the protection of the second prince was a blessing for Arrow. Xiao Jiuyan observed Yuan Shi's apparent relief, and an inexplicable emotion swelled within him. Why did he feel a sense of discomfort upon noticing her reaction? Was it that he wished to conceal the notion of considering Arrow merely as a sister from others? As he pondered, his brow furrowed deeper, and a cold aura enveloped him. Changbai, perceptive to his master's shift in demeanor, promptly instructed someone to bring forth the prepared noble concubine couch from the carriage, placing it before the vehicle. He then swiftly erected a sunshade and invited Xiao Jiuyan to take a seat. Xiao Jiuyan leaned against the couch with an air of impatience, his gaze still frosty. Deep in thought, Changbai then presented a cup of chilled mint tea, infused with grapes soaked in cold water, offering it to Xiao Jiuyan. "Your Highness, this will dispel the heat." Xiao Jiuyan's countenance darkened slightly, and he did not partake. "Very well." Changbai set the items down and picked up a fan, beginning to provide a gentle breeze for Xiao Jiuyan. Yuan Shi's eyes widened slightly. Changbai's fluid motions indicated he was no stranger to such tasks. Given Xiao Jiuyan's difficult temperament, she worried that her simple arrow, remaining in the presence of the second prince, might not know how perilous her situation could be. The thought sent a chill down her spine. It was far better for Arrow to stay by her side. Outside the Guozijian, a crowd waited until the hour of Shan, when students began to emerge one by one. Upon seeing them, Xiao Jiuyan suddenly rose, sweeping his sleeve and advancing forward. As Gu Yanluo stepped out of the Guozijian, her eyes instantly caught sight of her mother, Yuan Shi, who was anxiously watching her. Her heart filled with unease. Beside Yuan Shi stood a tall, slender figure clad in a purple robe embroidered with dark patterns, exuding an air of nobility and an intimidating aura that discouraged approach. Gu Yanluo's eyes brightened. "Mother, Brother Ian." With an exclamation, she dashed towards them. The once lively entrance of the Guozijian now lay in eerie silence, with only Gu Yanluo's voice echoing in the stillness. The remaining students emerged from the hall, ready to call out softly, only to be halted by their own parents, who gazed in astonishment at the second prince. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they passed by Xiao Jiuyan, bowing in deference, trembling in place, too intimidated to move. Xiao Jiuyan, uninterested in engaging with each one, instructed Chang Bai to stand at the forefront and dismiss them one by one, ensuring no further interruptions. Yuan Shi gazed tenderly at Gu Yanluo, inquiring about her examination results. Gu Yanluo could hardly contain her excitement as her bright eyes turned to Xiao Jiuyan. "Mother, thanks to Brother Anyun's secret manual, I've written everything down." "A secret manual? What do you mean?" Yuan Shi was perplexed, clearly not grasping the significance of Gu Yanluo's words. With a gentle smile, Gu Yanluo leaned closer to Yuan Shi and revealed the actions of Xiao Jiuyan, omitting the detail that he had stealthily delivered it to Qinghan courtyard overnight. Yuan Shi paused, then turned aside, expressing her gratitude to the second prince. Xiao Jiuyan waved his hand, offering no further comment. However, Gu Yanluo leaned forward, asking, "Did Brother Anyun come specifically to see me?" Xiao Jiuyan responded gravely, "I have pressing matters to attend to." Yuan Shi, puzzled, asked, "Then who was the person waiting at the entrance of the National Academy for several hours?" Seeing Xiao Jiuyan's serious demeanor, Gu Yanluo assumed he genuinely had important business and obediently said, "Then Brother Anyun, please go ahead. Mother and I will return home now." Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze, raising his hand instinctively as if to pat Gu Yanluo's head, but abruptly withdrew his arm upon catching Yuan Shi's glance, feigning nonchalance. Once Gu Yanluo and Yuan Shi's carriage faded from view, Xiao Jiuyan shed his pretense, his eyes filled with resentment as he stepped into the carriage, his voice dark and commanding to the palace. Chang Bai swiftly gathered everything and drove the carriage towards the imperial palace. After Gu Yanluo climbed into the carriage with Yuan Shi, the latter eagerly inquired, "How did you perform, Arrow? Were you able to answer everything?" Upon hearing this, Yuan Shi worried that Gu Yanluo might feel pressured by her concern for the outcome, so she quickly added, "It doesn't matter whether you did well or not. I only hope you are happy, my dear." Gu Yanluo smiled, assuring her, "Mother, don't worry. I managed to answer everything. Arrow is quite capable." Yuan Shi could not help but respond with a cheerful tone, her voice rising slightly in delight. Gu Yanluo proudly lifted her chin, nodding vigorously. Based on her estimations, she believed her acceptance into Dongshan Academy was assured. Yet, she refrained from directly telling Yuan Shi, not wanting to raise her hopes only for her to face disappointment later. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiuyan, intending to return to the palace, was intercepted midway by Dong Taigong's youngest son, Dong Xiaoning, who dragged him to the Silfang. As Xiao Jiuyan entered the private room of Silfang, his expression remained grim. Noticing his demeanor, Dong Xiaoning playfully remarked, "Who has dared to provoke our second prince again? Shall I summon a few maidens to play music and alleviate your troubles? You dare?" Xiao Jiuyan's sharp gaze swiftly turned towards Dong Xiaoning, a menacing threat lurking in the depths of his eyes that sent chills down one's spine. Had it not been for his familiarity with Xiao Jiuyan, Dong Xiaoning might have assumed this fellow was prepared to take his life. "Pray tell, what has transpired that has left you in such discontent?" Throughout their acquaintance, Dong Xiaoning had seldom witnessed Xiao Jiuyan display his emotions so overtly. The impatience and irritation radiated from him starkly contrasted with his usual cold and fearsome demeanor. Furrowing his brow, Xiao Jiuyan pondered for a moment before abruptly lifting his gaze to meet Dong Xiaoning's. He had always prided himself on navigating the complexities of the world without a trace of entanglement. "Those women you frequently associate with." Xiao Jiuyan's throat constricted slightly as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Dong Xiaoning's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Has the second prince finally experienced enlightenment? Has he developed an interest in women? Xiao Jiuyan, the words had lodged themselves in his throat, and he felt an urge to strangle Dong Xiaoning. Didn't you say that women lack the thrill of murder? Why the sudden shift in your stance? Fear not. Should you desire it, I shall ensure the most beautiful maidens in the capital are presented before you, Dong Xiaoning proclaimed with fervent assurance, patting his chest. Xiao Jiuyan, in a fit of frustration, hurled a teacup at his feet, shattering it and splattering tea onto Dong Xiaoning's garments. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened. I wish to inquire, do you regard those women you dally with as sisters? Dong Xiaoning paused, momentarily taken aback, his expressive eyes shimmering with mischief. He then erupted into laughter. Sisters? Indeed, they are my beloved sisters. As he reveled in thoughts of his sisters, another cup shattered at his feet. Your Highness, must you continue to break things? Each of these cups cost hundreds of taels, all exquisite porcelain. You cannot simply destroy them. I am the one who pays the price. Is the Duke of Dong in need of your money? Xiao Jiuyan's eyes glinted coldly. Do you not know my father? He would gladly strip away every tael I possess, ruthlessly separating me from my beloved sisters. Xiao Jiuyan, then the Duke of Dong has committed no wrong. Your Highness, one should at least possess a semblance of conscience. Dong Xiaoning gazed at Xiao Jiuyan with a look of deep lament. However, Xiao Jiuyan furrowed his brow once more. I ask you, do you ever feel a sense of pity for a maiden, compelling you to treat her with kindness? Dong Xiaoning scoffed lightly. There are countless pitiful maidens. Must I take every girl in Mingqing under my wing and shower her with kindness? Realizing the oddity of Xiao Jiuyan's line of questioning, he paused. Your Highness, what is the matter? Have you taken a liking to a particular lady? It seems you have finally come to your senses. Nonsense. Xiao Jiuyan's dark eyes were cold and profound, his tone resolute in denial. Yet, his fingers subtly kneaded together, pondering, had he indeed developed an interest in someone? If you have no intention of pursuing her, why trouble her? If you are so kind, be wary, she may misconstrue your intentions and become attached to you. Dong Xiaoning advised. Xiao Jiuyan exuded a somewhat sinister aura. He reminisced about the first encounter with Gu Yanluo, when she unhesitatingly tended to his wounds. In their subsequent meetings, despite her evident fear of him, there lingered an inexplicable sense of reliance. Each time they crossed paths, she would greet him with an endearing grin, her eyes sparkling like dew-kissed petals. Would she misinterpret his intentions? Xiao Jiuyan found himself pondering this, and abruptly lowered his gaze, questioning why such thoughts occupied his mind. Dong Xiaoning, though slow to realize, eventually sensed something amiss with Xiao Jiuyan. He spoke earnestly. It is likely due to your lack of understanding of emotions that you find yourself confused. Allow me to impart a few insights. To ascertain whether you harbor feelings for her, first, observe if she captures your attention at first glance amidst a crowd. Second, reflect on whether your thoughts constantly trail after her. Third, at this juncture, Dong Xiaoning lowered his voice, leaning in to whisper in Xiao Jiuyan's ear. Upon hearing the final words, Xiao Jiuyan's ears flushed crimson, but his expression grew increasingly cold and grim. He raised his hand to push Dong Xiaoning away, exclaiming, How could I have been so oblivious to your shamelessness? Yet Dong Xiaoning, undeterred, waved his hand dismissively. While my words may not adhere strictly to propriety, one's physical reactions are the truest indicators. If you possess no desire for her, then your feelings cannot be classified as romantic. Xiao Jiuyan was suddenly transported back to that moment when Gu Yanluo had pressed her lips against his cheek, his heart pounding thunderously, as if it might burst from his chest. That unfamiliar, chaotic sensation sent tremors through his very core. Chapter 66. Has His Highness become emotionally engaged? Xiao Jiuyan abruptly rose to his feet, declaring, I shall take my leave. Are you not going to stay and listen to the music any longer? Xiao Jiuyan's gaze was frigid as he replied, You may listen on your own. He must be out of his mind to remain here, listening to Dong Xiaoning. That wayward disciple, dissecting matters of the heart. That naive fool, so obedient and simple, was simply not on the same path as him. Furthermore, the expression on Madame Gu's face today clearly indicated her discomfort regarding his feelings for Gu Yanluo. The moment she learned he regarded Gu Yanluo as a sister, her relief was palpable. Just recalling it made Xiao Jiuyan feel as though his throat was constricted, leaving him breathless. Upon exiting the music house, Changbai observed that His Highness's demeanor had darkened significantly, as if he had been deeply provoked. What could have caused such ire? Changbai had never felt so perplexed. Upon their return to the palace, Changbai continued to ponder the matter. As he traversed the palace path, he encountered Princess Minghua. Upon seeing Xiao Jiuyan, her expression fell instantly, her eyes devoid of sparkle. Reluctantly, she approached him, addressing him as second brother. Xiao Jiuyan lifted his eyelids, casting her a cold glance. Have you memorized the 3 essays the grand tutor assigned you? Princess Minghua's eyes dulled. She bit her lip in frustration, thinking, why must he remind her of such a disheartening matter upon their first meeting? Indeed, the second brother was the most irksome person in the palace. Silently cursing him in her heart, Princess Minghua felt a chill as Xiao Jiuyan scoffed. The grand tutor will conduct a surprise inspection tomorrow, and you are first on his list. Her vision dimmed, nearly causing her to faint, as Xiao Jiuyan departed with his black boots echoing in the corridor. Princess Minghua glowered at his retreating figure, gritting her teeth in anger. How she despised her second brother. Yet, this fearsome and detestable figure was beyond anyone's control, not even their father. She longed for the day when she could have a second sister-in-law to tame him. There was no time to dwell on that now. How infuriating. Why had her second brother yet to marry? Princess Minghua stamped her foot, seething, as Xiao Jiuyan made his way to the imperial study. He passed the imperial garden and spotted the sixth prince, Xiao Qingxian, enjoying the flowers with his biological mother, Consort Wan. They whispered occasionally, as if plotting something. Xiao Jiuyan let out a cold snort, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Truly, they were like vermin hiding in the sewers, scheming in the shadows all day long. Suddenly catching the sound of his voice, the sixth prince turned abruptly, realizing Xiao Jiuyan was eavesdropping. He could only wonder what the elder brother had overheard, his expression darkening. When did you arrive, second brother? Xiao Jiuyan sneered. What business is it of yours? Xiao Qingxian was rendered speechless. He wished to say more, but saw that Xiao Jiuyan had already turned and strode away, as if he had approached solely to taunt him. Xiao Qingxian gritted his teeth in frustration. He vowed to tear Xiao Jiuyan's mouth apart one day. The mere thought of him made him feel restless. Yingbi, trembling with trepidation, trailed behind Xiao Jiuyan, acutely aware of the unpredictable temperament of the second prince. His displeasure could turn even the most innocent bystander, such as a dog by the roadside, into an unwitting victim of his ire, with the sole exception of the sixth prince. Upon exiting the imperial palace and returning to the villa, Xiao Jiuyan's palpable impatience had yet to fully dissipate. He was beset by an inexplicable vexation, which prompted him to take Yingbi to the archery range. Yingbi's complexion turned pale under such circumstances. It was clear he was destined to be the target. As anticipated, upon arrival at the range, a waxberry was placed atop Yingbi's head. Transformed into a target by Xiao Jiuyan, Yingbi was undeniably fearful. After a few arrows were released, his legs grew weak from the tension. Unable to endure the anxiety any longer, he cautiously inquired, Your Highness, what troubles you? Ever since your return from the Confucian Academy, you have appeared rather melancholy. Xiao Jiuyan cast aside his bow and arrow, his gaze dark and brooding. What do you believe I regard that foolish girl as? Yingbi was at a loss for words. He pondered. The prince had never shown such concern for any woman before. Surely this was something extraordinary. With a cold glare, Xiao Jiuyan retorted, You have spoken a most useless platitude. Yingbi chuckled awkwardly, pausing momentarily before daring to speculate. Perhaps the prince did not view Miss Gu as a sister, but rather. The latter part of his thought died on his lips under the prince's chilling stare, compelling him to silence. I spoke in error, Your Highness. Xiao Jiuyan snorted disdainfully, inwardly scoffing at the notion that he could harbor feelings for a simpleton. A shadow of intent flickered in his cool gaze. His disdain was solely directed at those who brazenly bullied her. Indeed, that was the crux of it. As Xiao Jiuyan mounted his horse, the sound of hoofbeats began to resonate, and Yingbi finally regained his composure, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that their prince had truly developed feelings? 3 days after the Ministry of Right selection, results emerged. It was rumored that those admitted to Dongshan Academy would be personally delivered golden invitations by the Grand Scholar of the Confucian Academy and a high-ranking official from the ministry. In the past 6 months, no one had been admitted to Dongshan Academy, as the Grand Tutor had dismissed their essays, deeming even the top 3 unworthy of admission. However, this time appeared different. According to news from the Ministry of Rights, 3 individuals had caught the Grand Tutor's eye, thereby significantly increasing their chances of entering the academy. Speculation ran rampant in the capital, suggesting that these 3 were Pei Shizi from the Duke of Dinghua's residence, Liang Qiuxing, the second son of Minister Liang, and Gu Ru, the adopted daughter of General Gu. On the day the results were announced, the matriarch of the Gu family had the gates and plaque of the general's residence polished to a brilliant sheen, and the garden's flora was meticulously pruned. As Gu Yanluo and Yuan Shi made their way to the front courtyard, they spotted the matriarch holding Gu Ruoyue's hand, waiting in the pavilion. A Yu's admission to Dongshan Academy brings honor to our Gu family. You are the first woman in the capital to achieve this. The matriarch's voice brimmed with pride and elation. Gu Ryua lowered her gaze, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as she spoke. Grandmother, the results have yet to be announced, so we cannot be certain that I have truly been accepted. The officials from the Ministry of Rites have declared, with a daughter from the Gu family. It must surely be you who gains admission to Dongshan Academy. Could it possibly be that foolish girl from Qinghan Courtyard? The old lady Gu clicked her tongue, her thoughts filled with ire at the mere mention of that simpleton. Just then, she lifted her eyes and spotted the very simpleton standing at the entrance of the general's residence alongside her mother. Instantly, the old lady Gu took Gu Ryue closer, demanding, "What are you two doing loitering at the gate? Is it not enough embarrassment for a simpleton to participate in the selection at the Imperial Academy?" Yuan Shi replied coldly. "Mother, Aluo has also entered the selection, so she is entitled to await the results." The old lady Gu erupted in laughter, her eyes brimming with mockery. "Yuan Shi, surely you do not naively believe that your daughter could gain entrance to Dongshan Academy?" Yuan Shi pressed her lips together in silence. The officials had indeed stated that a daughter of the Gu family was accepted into Dongshan Academy. She could not possibly think that it referred to Gu Yanluo, could she? The old lady Gu could scarcely suppress her amusement. When the gold invitation from the Ministry of Rites arrives shortly, be sure to open it and let your mother have a good look at the name inside. Some people are utterly oblivious to their own limitations, endlessly dreaming of what does not belong to them. It is truly laughable. Gu Ryue stepped forward, approaching Gu Yanluo. "Elder sister, I understand your desire to attend Dongshan Academy, but it is not so easily attainable. Perhaps after a few more years of study, you may find another opportunity. I will wait for you at Dongshan Academy." Her expression was gentle, yet her eyes gleamed with derision. Even if she were not of the Gu bloodline, she could still bring honor to the Gu family. For this reason alone, Gu Yanluo would never surpass her in life. Gu Yanluo paid no attention to Gu Ryue and walked straight past her, following Yuan Shi to the entrance of the general's residence. Before long, a commotion arose from outside. The townsfolk, aware that today was the day the Ministry of Rites would distribute the gold invitations, gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon arriving at the general's gate, the officials from the ministry wore expressions of delight. "Is Miss Gu in attendance?" Hearing the voices from outside, the old lady Gu became animated. Grasping Gu Ryue's hand, she pushed past Yuan Shi and Gu Yanluo, striding toward the entrance of the general's residence. "Here, the Gu family's esteemed daughter is present." Master Wang from the Ministry of Rites approached with a beaming smile, offering his congratulations. "Congratulations, old lady Gu. Miss Gu is the first woman in 2 years to gain admission to Dongshan Academy." The old lady Gu beamed radiantly, holding Gu Ryue's hand. "I have nurtured her since childhood to dedicate herself to her studies, whether in music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and she has never faltered in her studies of the 4 books and 5 classics." Listening to the old lady Gu's self-praise from a distance, Yuan Shi's gaze darkened slightly. She had treated Gu Ryue as her own child, encouraging her to practice the arts and study the classics. While the old lady Gu had never exhibited such pride, she had always espoused that a woman's lack of talent was virtue, and that once married, a woman should support her husband and educate her children. What was the use of excessive study? Yet now, it had all become her accomplishment. Yuan Shi could not be bothered to argue with the old lady Gu. It appears that the esteemed Lord Wang intends for Gu Ryue to be the one admitted to Dongshan Academy. She cast a sympathetic glance at Gu Yanluo, her eyes filled with compassion. "Aluo, it matters not that we did not succeed this time. We shall try again in the future." Gu Yanluo pressed her lips together, as Yuan Shi attempted to persuade her to leave, but she remained steadfast. "Aluo?" Yuan Shi pondered in confusion when suddenly, Lord Wang extended the golden invitation in his hand, declaring, "Congratulations, Miss Gu. This is a golden invitation personally sealed by His Majesty. You may take it to Dongshan Academy to commence your studies tomorrow." The old matriarch of the Gu family beamed with delight, her smile broadening to the point where her teeth were visible, exclaiming, "Splendid, splendid. Thank you, Lord Wang, for making this trip." Just as the old matriarch grasped the golden invitation, the head of the National Academy entered, his countenance shifting to one of alarm upon realizing that the golden invitation was destined for Gu Ryue. "Lord Wang, what is the meaning of this? This golden invitation has been given to the wrong person." Chapter 67. in place of Luo upon hearing the voice that echoed behind him. Lord Wang of the Ministry of Rites was taken aback, wondering if there had been a mistake. As he stood in confusion, the Grand Scholar of the Imperial Academy approached from outside, his gaze filled with apology as he looked at the matriarch of the Gu family. Lord Wang was unaware that the Gu family had 2 young ladies. With a slight smile, the Grand Scholar informed them that it was indeed Miss Gu Yanluo who had gained admission to Dongshan Academy this year, and he requested that the matriarch kindly return the golden invitation. At that moment, both Gu Ryue and the matriarch's expressions froze in disbelief. Gu Ryue exclaimed in shock, "Impossible! How could that fool possibly be accepted into Dongshan Academy? There must be some mistake." The matriarch echoed her sentiments. Indeed, how could that imbecile gain admission to such a prestigious institution? Lord Wang, is there perhaps a misunderstanding? The Grand Scholar shook his head, gesturing for Gu Ryue to return the golden invitation. He then unfurled it before them, revealing the glaring 3 characters emblazoned upon it. Gu Yanluo. I too found this matter perplexing. I even inquired specifically with the Grand Tutor of Dongshan Academy, who confirmed that it was indeed Miss Gu who had been accepted. He praised her extraordinary talent, particularly noting her remarkable analysis of the epidemic that struck the southern region during the reign of Ming Qing. It was so exceptional that he presented it to the emperor himself. As the Grand Scholar spoke with pride, Gu Ryue's complexion grew increasingly pale. How can this be? How is it possible? She could not fathom that Gu Yanluo, a mere simpleton, could possess such knowledge. Perhaps Miss Gu had learned something valuable during her time in Yaowang Valley under the tutelage of the esteemed physician Su. After all, she had been a disciple of his during the outbreak of the epidemic, and thus had gained considerable insight. The emperor had even expressed a desire to meet Miss Gu upon her arrival at Dongshan Academy, eager to see the disciple of physician Su for himself. With each revelation, Gu Ryue's resentment deepened. Not only had Gu Yanluo shone brightly in this selection by the Ministry of Rites, but she had also garnered the attention of the emperor. A monumental honor. Why her? Why this fool? Gu Ryue seethed inwardly. She was superior in every regard, be it music, chess, calligraphy, or painting. She excelled in all. Her diligent studies of the 4 books and 5 classics had not gone unnoticed. She was among the finest of young women. Writing came effortlessly to her, and yet this simpleton dared to overshadow her. Fury ignited within Gu Ryue's eyes as she instinctively glanced at the matriarch's grim and rigid countenance, her heart racing with dread. She was no longer of the Gu bloodline. The matriarch's affection for her stemmed from her potential to bring glory to the family. But now, that potential had been claimed by another. Would the matriarch still cherish her as she once had? In a moment of desperation, Gu Ryue stretched out her hand, grasping the matriarch's sleeve. "Grandmother." The matriarch's gaze darkened, her once tender expression now devoid of warmth. Silence. The 2 women watched in stunned silence as the Grand Scholar and Lord Wang presented the golden invitation to Gu Yanluo and Madame Yuan. Congratulations to Madame Gu and Miss Gu for being accepted into Dongshan Academy, a matter that has spread throughout the palace, piquing the curiosity of the emperor and the empresses, who wished to meet her. Yuan, recovering from her astonishment, felt her fingertips tremble as she accepted the gilded invitation, her heart racing upon seeing Gu Yanluo's name inscribed upon it. "Thank you, Lord Wang. Thank you, Festival Scholar," she exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. "There is no need for thanks. It is all due to Miss Gu's own merits." They replied, "Tomorrow, she may begin her studies at Dongshan Academy." Yuan's eyes brimmed with tears as she exchanged pleasantries with Lord Wang and his companion. Once they departed, the crowd outside began to disperse, murmuring incredulously, "How curious! The Gu family, that fool, has truly managed to gain admission to Dongshan Academy? I have never seen an imbecile so astute. If Miss Gu were not foolish, she would surely already be renowned throughout the capital." Amidst the rising voices of gossip, Gu Ryue clenched her fingers tightly, nearly digging them into her flesh. "Grandmother," she whispered. Gu Ryue struggled to contain the tumultuous emotions within her. She was genuinely happy for her elder sister. Her admission to Dongshan Academy was a point of pride for the Gu family. Yet, the academy was filled with princes and princesses, and given her sister's simplicity, what if she inadvertently offended those of high status? What then would become of us? The previously disparaging Gu matriarch, upon hearing these words, furrowed her brow, her gaze darkening. Indeed, if this foolish girl were to provoke those of noble blood, how would the Gu family withstand the repercussions? Perhaps the Gu matriarch, her eyes glinting with meaning, stepped before Yuan. "Do you know what Dongshan Academy represents?" Yuan smirked, her lips curling in disdain, choosing not to respond. The students there are pampered and privileged, raised amidst indulgence, each with their own eccentricities. Should one inadvertently provoke them, the entire Gu family could face annihilation. Yuan scoffed inwardly, lifting her gaze to regard the Gu matriarch with a sardonic smile. Old madam, if you have something to say, please speak plainly. Why not have you disguise herself as a Luo and attend Dongshan Academy in her stead? After all, those princes and princesses would not recognize the difference between them. Yu is prudent and cautious, unlike this fool, and would avoid stirring trouble, thus sparing the Gu family any entanglements. The Gu matriarch, with her incisive remarks, spoke as if she were acting in the family's best interests. Old madam, one must not be so greedy. What does not belong to you cannot be seized, no matter how forcefully you attempt it. Yuan's words cut sharply, inciting the Gu matriarch's ire. She pointed an accusing finger at Yuan and shouted, Yuan, is this the kind of upbringing your family promotes? Have you produced such an uncouth wretch? Do you dare show disrespect to your elders? Do you believe I won't summon the general to deal with you? Yuan felt no fear of the Gu matriarch's threats. Her daughter had finally gained admission to Dongshan Academy. Why should Gu Ruwa be the one to attend? Such good fortune was not to be had. After all, the old matriarch was most adept at complaining. She recalled the general kneeling before her father, speaking of certain agreements, and understood well that if the general dared to lay a finger on her, her father would storm into the general's residence without hesitation. Madame Gu, infuriated by the Yuan family, gasped for breath, staggering 2 steps and nearly collapsing to the ground, only to be steadied by Gu Ruwa. You infilial wretch. This is outrageous. I shall report you to the authorities. I shall accuse you of the 7 transgressions. My son has the right to divorce you and expel you from the general's residence. Yuan's eyelids twitched, yet she resolutely stood protectively in front of Gu Yanluo. Her gaze icy. Let the old lady go ahead with her report, she declared, taking Gu Yanluo's hand and walking away. As evening fell, Yuan instructed the kitchen staff to prepare delicious pastries to celebrate Gu Yanluo's acceptance into Dongshan Academy. Just as they were about to dine, a servant from Gu Nanshan approached, saying, Madam, Miss, the general requests your presence in Shoan Hall, stating that there are urgent matters to discuss. Chapter 68. The crime of deceiving the sovereign. Yuan's expression darkened. I shall not go. Her attendant was momentarily taken aback. The lady had increasingly disregarded the general's words. Madam, the elder lady has fainted. The physician at Shoantang is attending to her now. If she truly cannot endure this time, it would tarnish your reputation and may even implicate Miss Gu, whose future is still long. This was a blatant threat. Yuan's face grew even more grim. The elder lady was adept at such tactics, feigning illness. Once the elder lady fell ill, regardless of how justified they were, they would be deemed unfilial and reviled by society, which could even tarnish a Luo's reputation. After a moment of restraint, Yuan turned to Gu Yanluo. A Luo, your grandmother is unwell. Shall you accompany me to see her? If a Luo was unwilling to go, she would go alone. She did not wish to coerce her daughter into actions against her will. I will go with mother, Gu Yanluo replied, her innocent gaze shimmering with untainted clarity, oblivious to the implications of the situation. With renewed determination, Yuan took Gu Yanluo's hand and proceeded to Shoantang. Upon entering, they overheard Han Ji reporting to the general, claiming the elder lady was concerned for the Gu family's reputation. What if Miss Gu were to attend Dongshan Academy and inadvertently offend a prince or princess, although the 2nd prince protects her? There are also the 6th prince and others at the academy. If Miss Gu becomes a thorn in the 6th prince's side, what will become of the Gu family? Han Ji's words were clearly instigated by the elder lady. As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. The elder lady only wished for the good of the Gu family, which is why she suggested the 2nd miss take the place of the eldest sister at the academy. Regardless of other factors, the 2nd miss was gentle and cautious, and would undoubtedly avoid causing trouble at Dongshan Academy. This could even present an opportunity to forge friendships and pave the way for the Gu family. To their astonishment, the lady rebuked the elder lady fiercely, declaring that an elderly woman on the brink of death still knew no better, and insulted the 2nd miss in comparison to the eldest sister. She further threatened that if the elder lady dared speak another word, she would summon Yuan Laodai to storm the Gu residence. Han Ji wept bitterly, her heart aching for the elder lady, her eyes swollen and red. Gu Nanshan's expression gradually darkened, particularly upon hearing the mention of Yuan Laodai, his eyes becoming profoundly shadowed. He despised being threatened by Yuan Laodai. Despite having risen to the rank of general over the years, he still lived under the shadow of Yuan Laodai, no matter how hard he worked. His achievements were always attributed to his father-in-law, the esteemed general. Gu Nanshan furrowed his brow. Where are they? Why have they not arrived yet? Just as he shouted, he caught sight of two figures at the entrance of Shoan Tang. Yuan, nearly overcome with anger, retorted, "You speak nonsense. When did I ever say such things?" She raised her hand, trembling with indignation. However, before she could finish, Gu Yanluo suddenly grasped her wrist. A flash of crimson caught Yuan's eye, and in shock, she turned to see Gu Yanluo spitting a mouthful of blood. Her delicate face turned pale, yet the tips of her ears flushed crimson. Blood trickled down from the corner of her lips. Mother. Yuan's heart raced, her initial fury now replaced by panic as she supported Gu Yanluo's frail form, exclaiming, "Aluo, don't frighten your mother. Doctor, hurry." Gu Yanluo collapsed into Yuan's embrace, her eyes fluttering as she saw Gu Nanshan approach. In a weak, trembling voice, she stammered, "Grandmother hit Aluo. Aluo is not afraid, but mother didn't scold grandmother. Mother didn't." Gu Yanluo's words trailed off, her gaze flickering before she fainted completely. Gu Nanshan's expression darkened instantly, shrouded in shadows. What had transpired? Who had struck her? Gu Ruoyue, in disbelief, stood up, witnessing Gu Yanluo's limp body resting in Yuan's arms. Her countenance froze. What was Gu Yanluo doing? She hastily protested, "When has grandmother ever laid a hand on her?" "Father, she is slandering grandmother. She simply does not want her daughter to attend Dongshan Academy." Gu Ruoyue sought to seize this opportunity. She must go to Dongshan Academy. And why should this fool have the privilege? However, before she could finish her explanation, Yuan glared at her with crimson eyes. "Aluo has already fainted, and you still obsess over attending Dongshan Academy. If you possess the ability, then earn your way there yourself. Do not covet what Aluo has." With her simple mind, she has worked so hard to gain admission. Why should it be relinquished so easily? Gu Ryue's face turned ashen, frozen in place, unable to utter a single word. Yet now, Gu Yanluo had fainted and even coughed up blood. Yuan and Hongzhu assisted her to a seat on the imperial concubine's couch, while the family doctor examined her pulse. Moments later, he approached Gu Nanshan with a grave demeanor. "General, the young lady has been agitated and distressed, leading to her vomiting blood." In essence, she had been angered, having painstakingly secured a chance to study at Dongshan Academy. The opportunity was now at risk of being taken away. What young lady could endure such indignation? Lying in the inner chamber of Shoan Hall, the old matriarch feigned unconsciousness, her face reddening as she listened to the commotion outside. She must be pretending. This little wretch, how cunning. Merely relinquishing her qualification to attend Dongshan Academy had caused such an uproar. Truly a shallow-minded, ignorant child. "Father, what is happening?" As the ruckus outside quieted following the chilling voice of a youth, Gu Nanshan's expression softened slightly. "Fenger, why are you here? The affairs of the household are complicated. Return to your room and focus on your studies." However, Gu Xiaofeng did not budge, his gaze icy as he noticed Gu Yanluo's frail form in Yuan's embrace, blood still staining her lips. His eyes darkened slightly. "Father instructed me to study. The books say that if one wishes to attain something, one must work diligently and not seize it from others." His tone was neither warm nor cold, yet it sent shivers down Gu Ryue's spine. She gasped, "Fenger, are you speaking up for her?" Gu Xiaofeng did not cast a glance at Gu Ryue. Instead, his obsidian eyes fixated intently on Gu Nanshan. Ultimately, the second sister was not of the Gu family bloodline. The fact that their father chose to keep her in the Gu household was a testament to his benevolence and deep affection. The matter of attending Dongshan Academy was of great significance, representing the family's honor. No matter how prudent the second sister may act, she remained merely an adopted daughter recognized by their father. His acknowledgement did not guarantee recognition from the princes and princesses at Dongshan Academy. As he concluded his thoughts, he turned his gaze towards Gu Yanluo. Even though the eldest sister was somewhat simple-minded, she was still a legitimate daughter of the Gu family. Her admission to Dongshan Academy was a source of pride for the family, and should it come to light that the second sister had usurped the eldest sister's place, that honor would transform into an act of treachery against the emperor, which would implicate the entire Gu household in a grave scandal. Gu Nanshan felt a jolt of alarm within. Since his return, Han Ji and Gu Ryue had been incessantly reporting grievances, and he had not given it much thought. However, after Gu Xiaofeng laid out his keen analysis, he began to regain his composure, a cold sweat breaking out along his spine. If you truly replaced Gu Yanluo at Dongshan Academy, and it was discovered, it would indeed be an act of treachery against the emperor. At that point, the entire Gu family would be in jeopardy. Chapter 69 Private Meeting Within the confines of Shoan Hall, an eerie silence reigned. Hanji observed Gu Nanshan as he truly contemplated Gu Xiaofeng's words. Her gaze flickered momentarily before she abruptly lifted her eyes. Yet, the eldest young lady was indeed somewhat foolish, unable to govern her own actions. Should she find herself in the academy? Am I not allowed to speak when conversing with my father? Gu Xiaofeng's dark, brooding gaze fell upon Hanji, imbued with an icy chill. A shiver coursed through Hanji. She swiftly lowered her eyes, afraid to meet Gu Xiaofeng's stare. When did the young master become so intimidating? You incessantly repeat that the eldest sister is foolish and uncontrollable. Even you are aware of this. Do you think others in the capital are oblivious? Especially the second prince, who is so protective of the eldest sister. If the second sister were to take her place, do you truly believe the second prince is blind to it? Gu Xiaofeng's eyes glinted sharply. Gu Nanshan pondered for a long while, acknowledging that Fenger had considered the matter thoroughly. This must proceed as Fenger suggests. Only a Luo can attend the academy, and no one else may take her place. Gu Ruiyue's face turned pale, her eyes trembling. Father. But Gu Nanshan gazed at her with profound meaning. If you incite your grandmother to undertake such actions again, I will not be lenient. Gu Ruiyue felt as though struck by lightning. Her eyes quivered, and her gaze reddened. Father misjudges me. I have not. Yet Gu Nanshan merely cast her a cold glance. For he understood his mother better than anyone. With her intellect, she could not conceive of the idea for Gu Ruiyue to replace Gu Yanluo at the academy. Gu Ruiyue immediately felt as if plunged into an icy abyss. The physician had prescribed medicine for Gu Yanluo, instructing Mingwei to fetch it. Gu Nanshan waved his sleeve and departed, while Gu Xiaofeng's gaze swept over Gu Yanluo as he stepped forward. Physician, how's the eldest sister? The physician quickly rose, reassuring him, Young master, rest assured, the eldest lady is fine. She was merely greatly angered. Gu Xiaofeng responded coldly, then inquired, what of grandmother? The old matriarch. The physician's eyes flickered, and he hesitated before admitting, the old lady is of advanced age and cannot endure much strain. She merely needs to rest well to recover. Good. Upon learning that neither of them faced serious issues, Gu Xiaofeng instructed Hanji to diligently attend to the old matriarch before turning to leave Shoan Hall. Once Gu Xiaofeng departed, Gu Yanluo slowly regained consciousness, her gaze hazy as she spotted Yuan Shi beside her. Mother, she spoke weakly. She nestled closely against Yuan Shi. Clinging tightly, filled with compassion, Yuan Shi supported Gu Yanluo to her feet. Come, mother will take a Luo home. All right. Upon returning to Qing'an courtyard, Gu Yanluo leisurely wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Before visiting Shoan Hall, she had discreetly placed something beneath her tongue and checked her pulse. She had intended to engage Gu Ruiyue in a battle of wits, only to be met with Hanji's twisted accusations. Hence, she chose to directly spit it out. Luo, are you still feeling unwell? Yuan Shi gazed at Gu Yanluo with concern, her eyes filled with tenderness. Mother, Luo is fine, Gu Yanluo replied obediently. Raising her gaze, as long as you are well. Yuan tightly clasped her hand, asserting that despite their efforts, the Arrow family could not simply seize their hard-won place at Dongshan Academy. It was nothing short of a dream. Her tone was resolute. If you gain admission to Dongshan Academy, your maternal grandfather will surely be overjoyed. Upon your return from the academy tomorrow, your mother will escort you back to the Yuan family. Will that be agreeable? Indeed. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with delight. In the dead of night, after Yuan had retired to rest, Gu Yanluo stealthily slipped out of the Qing'an courtyard and made her way to the artificial hill beside the general's residence. After a while, another slender figure appeared by the hill. The voice of Feng, cool and tranquil, resonated in the night air as Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze to meet Gu Xiaofeng's eyes. Upon seeing her emerge from behind the hill, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister, are you still unwell? Gu Yanluo shook her head. I am fine, but Feng. Today you acted rashly. She referred to the incident where Gu Xiaofeng had come to her aid. Yet I cannot stand by and watch you suffer. The young man clenched his fists, his dark eyes clouded with indignation. To achieve great things, one must exercise patience and discretion. You are still young and should not entangle yourself in these matters. I have my own methods to navigate through this. Gu Yanluo harbored long-term plans in her heart. She aimed to win Gu Xiaofeng's favor from Gu Nanshan, gradually usurping the power he wielded, thus ensuring Gu Nanshan's downfall. Gu Xiaofeng bit his lip, hesitant to voice his thoughts, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Gu Nanshan will nurture you well. You are his legitimate son, the rightful heir of the Gu family. He cannot father another son. Simply follow his plans and walk your path diligently. Once you have grown strong, Gu Nanshan will introduce you to more influential figures. Only then will we no longer have to tread on thin ice. Gu Yanluo spoke with a calm demeanor. Since Gu Xiaofeng's return, his world had been turned upside down. Gu Yanluo pondered that perhaps his perspective might shift. He might perceive the old matriarch's kindness and Gu Nanshan's favor, allowing him to comfortably embrace his role as the young master of the Gu family, free from entanglements with her and their mother. Phone, I must ask you again. Do you harbor any other thoughts? If Gu Xiaofeng had different aspirations, she would not impose her will upon him. What do you think, dear brother? Gu Xiaofeng's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Do you truly believe that the ones who care for me in this household are father and grandmother? Gu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback. Father knows I was imprisoned by the Shen family and needed 1,000 taels for my ransom, yet he delayed for so long. Had it not been for you rescuing me, I would still be suffering at the Shen household. During the welcoming banquet, I was coerced into acknowledging kinship. They all nodded in agreement, while only you and mother protected me. As for Gu Ruyue, she approached me with ulterior motives from the very start. She thinks I am oblivious, but I have sensed her intentions all along. Whenever she is in the presence of grandmother and father, she feigns affection. But in her everyday demeanor, she displays nothing but indifference. I do not wish to elaborate, but even a fool can discern who truly cares for me in this household. Gu Xiaofeng spoke, a surge of hatred blossoming in his eyes as he recalled the years of torment his mother had endured at the hands of his grandmother and father. He longed to tear apart their hypocritical and indifferent faces. Upon hearing his words, Gu Yanluo's eyelashes trembled slightly. Wind, let us protect our mother together. We must not allow her to suffer anymore. All right, Gu Xiaofeng replied, his lips pressed together in a display of grievance, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Once I grow strong, I will ensure that our mother separates from him, and I will safeguard both you and her. Gu Yanluo felt a prick of emotion at the tip of her nose and nodded in agreement. All right, I will wait, sister. Under the cover of night. Gu Xiaofeng's dark eyes shone like polished lacquer, glimmering with a watery sheen. After a moment of contemplation, he whispered softly, Sister, you will go to the Dongshan Academy. And the second prince will protect you, won't he? Gu Yanluo's gaze momentarily faltered, but then she smiled gently. He will, you need not worry. As long as Xiao Jiuyan remained unaware of her feigned ignorance, he would guard her for a lifetime. Even without Xiao Jiuyan, she would no longer be subject to bullying. Nor would she be as foolish and helpless as in her previous life. From the moment she enrolled in Dongshan Academy, her fate had begun to shift. In this life, no one would hold dominion over her destiny. Chapter 70. Keep your distance. The following day, Gu Yanluo tidied herself up and embarked on a carriage towards Dongshan Academy. Nestled amidst mountains and water, Dongshan Academy is renowned for its picturesque scenery in the capital, to provide a tranquil environment for the princes and princesses to study. The emperor had invested a considerable amount of silver in its construction. The carriage came to a gentle halt in front of the academy. As Gu Yanluo alighted, she noticed another carriage closely trailing behind. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and Pei Zhou's face unexpectedly came into view. A flicker of disdain crossed Gu Yanluo's eyes, and she remained beside Madame Yuan, barely casting a glance at Pei Zhou. Nonetheless, Pei Zhou stepped forward, addressing Madame Yuan. Congratulations, Madame Gu, on your daughter's admission to Dongshan Academy. Madame Yuan wore a faint smile, reciprocating the congratulations to the young Master Pei. Since we have arrived at Dongshan Academy, I shall accompany my sister, Luo, inside. Pei Zhou smiled warmly. His handsome visage, with gentle brown eyes, exuded an air of refined gentility. However, only Gu Yanluo was aware of the darkness lurking within him. Mother, Luo will go in by herself. Gu Yanluo was reluctant to accompany Pei Zhou. Although Madame Yuan was somewhat puzzled, she chose not to press further, assuming Gu Yanluo had her own reasons. Very well, I shall watch Luo enter. Off you go. Gu Yanluo nodded, and Mingyue and Zhou, carrying her book bag, entered the academy together. Upon reaching the entrance, the gatekeeper raised his chin arrogantly, demanding the golden ticket. Zhou presented the ticket, and only then did the gatekeeper begrudgingly cast a glance, dismissively stating, You may enter. As Gu Yanluo moved forward, she had barely taken 2 steps when she heard the gatekeeper's suddenly cheerful voice behind her. Oh, young Master Pei has arrived? I knew it all along. With young Master Pei's talent and capability, it was only a matter of time before he gained admission to Dongshan Academy. Mingyue turned back, scoffing, such a biased perspective. They treat our young ladies with indifference, yet they practically fawn over Pei Zhou. Gu Yanluo paid little heed to the commotion. Mingyue, let us hurry. Being new to Dongshan Academy, everything felt foreign to her, and she needed time to acclimate. Luo, wait. Pei Zhou hurried after her. Are you still angry with me? He recalled the incident concerning Gu Ruyue, where he had pleaded on her behalf and had nearly faced the wrath of the second prince. The memory haunted him, as did Gu Yanluo's scolding. However, Considering Gu Yanluo's mother and her maternal family's influence, he endured the discomfort, approaching Gu Yanluo, whom he deemed foolish, with feigned amiability. Gu Yanluo wished to ignore him. His mere presence repulsed her. Yet, Pei Zhou persisted, walking alongside her and reminding her, now that you are at Dongshan Academy, you must be cautious with your words. The Duke of Dingguo and the general's family are on friendly terms. We are akin to one family. Should you have any uncertainties, do not hesitate to ask me. Consider me your elder brother. Within the Dongshan Academy, each individual possesses a distinguished status, and a moment's inattention could lead one to become prey to a looming catastrophe. It would be prudent for you to seek a reliable ally. The sixth prince is a good man, and he would not mistreat you. Out of respect for the general, he would treat you well, cherishing you as a sister, Pei Zhou asserted confidently. However, Gu Yanluo grew increasingly agitated with each passing word. The sixth prince is a good man? This might well be the most absurd statement she had ever heard in both this life and her previous one. In her former existence, after marrying Pei Zhou, she had often overheard the schemes devised by him and the sixth prince. The cruelty and ruthlessness of their methods, which she had been unable to comprehend at the time, now sent chills down her spine. In their quest for power, they resorted to unscrupulous tactics. During the 18th year of Mingqiang, a severe drought resulted in widespread famine. In a bid to gain the favor of the Mingqiang emperor, the sixth prince covertly dispatched individuals to set fire to several grain storages in the plains, ultimately revealing his reserves of grain to distribute porridge to the suffering populace. Court officials subsequently praised him for his foresight and compassion. Yet, who truly understood that the grain in those storages represented a year's harvest for the common people? With their sustenance gone, many could not endure the hardship and sought a tragic escape. When it was discovered that the arson was linked to the sixth prince, the citizens sought justice in the capital, only to be met with his brutal means of suppression, their dismembered bodies cast back into their villages as a gruesome warning. Such barbarity was not in short supply. How could one deem him a good man? Such viciousness and cruelty were unworthy of the imperial throne. Luo, have you remembered everything I instructed? Pei Zhou, noticing Gu Yanluo's silence, positioned himself in her path, gazing down at her. Gu Yanluo inhaled deeply, raising her hand to push him forcefully away. Keep your distance from me. Pei Zhou stumbled back, barely managing to regain his balance. Luo, his dark eyes narrowed with intensity. Mind your own business. Gu Yanluo glared at him, her expression darkening. Pei Zhou felt a jolt of surprise. He could see a profound hatred simmering in the depths of her gaze. Luo, I am only looking out for your best interests. If it weren't for your father's insistence on my protection, do you think I would meddle in your affairs? His tone turned icy. Gu Yanluo scoffed. Would Gu Nanshan truly instruct him? What a joke. She had no desire to engage further with Pei Zhou and attempted to brush past him. His expression soured even more. And just as she was about to leave, he reached out and grasped her wrist. Gu Yanluo, what is your intention? Gu Yanluo recoiled in disgust. Let go of me. Do not presume that by aligning yourself with the second prince, you can act without restraint. Do you really believe the second prince would marry a foolish princess? Even if he wished to, would the emperor consent? Would the virtuous consort accept it? Gu Yanluo's eyes darkened, a barely contained fury threatening to spill forth. Just as she prepared to speak, another chilling voice interrupted. I did not expect young Master Pei to be so concerned about my marriage. Why not let you decide on the matter? Pei Zhou's expression stiffened. As the two individuals turned their gazes simultaneously, they beheld Xiao Jiuyan, clad in a dark crimson robe. Drawing near, strands of hair fell delicately across his forehead, revealing a pair of sharp, profound eyes. His black boots thudded against the ground with an intensity akin to treading upon the very hearts of men, evoking a sense of trepidation. Brother Ian. Upon catching sight of Xiao Jiuyan, Gu Yanluo's previously gathered resentment slowly dissipated, her eyes curving gently as she smiled sweetly. Observing her approach, Xiao Jiuyan's gaze softened slightly. Why has no one been sent to seek me? Gu Yanluo refrained from mentioning the young servant's indifference towards her, merely grinning foolishly. Noticing Pei Zhou's gaze fixed upon them, Xiao Jiuyan's expression darkened. Should you not be leaving post-haste? He did not direct his gaze towards Pei Zhou, his tone frigid and laden with an oppressive weight. Chapter 71. Are you being affectionate with the second prince? Pei Zhou's fingers, which hung by his side, trembled slightly, and a flicker of hatred crossed his eyes before he lowered them, taking his leave. Once Pei Zhou had distanced himself, Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened. He lifted his hand, gently grasping Gu Yanluo's chin, raising it to meet her eyes. What did Pei Zhou say to you? Gu Yanluo obediently replied. He said the sixth prince is a good person and that we are family. Xiao Jiuyan's obsidian eyes gleamed with a cold light. As his thumb caressed her chin, Gu Yanluo tilted her head back, feeling a strain in her neck. She wriggled free and said defiantly, I don't like them. Brother A Yin is the good person. He is just talking nonsense. Xiao Jiuyan could not help but let out a low chuckle. Only this little fool would assert with unwavering conviction that he is a good person. To the world, the sixth prince indeed appeared virtuous, yet he was merely feigning it. Such a hypocrite was not worth his mention. His dark gaze swept around before he asked, Shall I take you for a stroll in the palace? Gu Yanluo was about to suggest finding someone else to accompany her, but Xiao Jiuyan spoke first, causing her eyes to brighten with delight. Yes, thank you. Brother A Yin. A smile graced Xiao Jiuyan's lips as he turned to lead her forward. Dongshan Academy and Daiqing Academy both belong to the National Academy, with students in Daiqing Academy categorized into groups A, B, C, and D, a detail you ought to be aware of. Gu Yanluo nodded earnestly. Compared to Daiqing Academy, Dongshan Academy was more lavishly constructed, featuring the largest equestrian field within the Mingqing territory, and the entire back mountain served as a hunting ground. The studies took place in the front courtyard's Langya Hall, while the ladies rested in the elegant Xiaoan Pavilion. Xiao Jiuyan spoke steadily, taking his time, and Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with wonder. The 18 pavilions in the back courtyard could be chosen according to one's interests. If one enjoyed painting, they could go to Qianya Pavilion. If one preferred playing the zither, they could visit Sixian Pavilion. Each pavilion contained a master to teach, and one could freely inquire if they had questions. Gu Yanluo pursed her lips, having never set foot in Dongshan Academy in her past life. She was naturally unaware of its offerings. Now, upon hearing about it, she was pleasantly surprised. The library of Dongshan Academy was the most extensive in the capital, even housing many rare medical texts. Upon hearing about the rare editions, Gu Yanluo's eyes widened in astonishment. Rare editions? Do they really exist? Xiao Jiuyan raised an eyebrow slightly. Would I deceive you? He then swiftly placed a jade pendant in Gu Yanluo's hand. Go to the third floor of the library, in the Hanxiang room. If you desire any book, have someone fetch it for you. No one can stop you. Gu Yanluo clutched the jade pendant tightly, her eyes filled with amazement. This meant that entry to the library was not granted to just anyone. Xiao Jiuyan had anticipated her needs and devised a solution for her. His kindness towards her was genuine. Whether in her past life or this one, he always thought of her, yet she was merely a little fool, the subject of ridicule amongst others. Why was he so good to her? Suddenly, the haunting image of Xiao Jiuyan's tragic death in her previous life flashed through her mind, causing her breath to catch and her eyes to turn red. Brother A Yin. In this life, she would surely protect him and ensure that such a tragedy would never occur again. Xiao Jiuyan observed her lips pouting and her nose reddening, mistakenly believing she was on the verge of tears, which made him feel a sudden urgency. If you do not desire it, shall I take it back? Gu Yanluo's wide eyes froze momentarily as she hurriedly attempted to retract the jade pendant. Carefully concealing it behind her, her cheeks puffing slightly, she realized that the item given to a Luo could not be reclaimed. Xiao Jiuyan let out a low chuckle, finding her amusing. As they continued their stroll, a dazzling palanquin caught Gu Yanluo's eye, its golden frame shimmering under the sunlight, mesmerizing her. Upon closer inspection, she noticed it was being carried by several bearers, while the sound of jingling beads from the curtains of a carriage added to the spectacle. The moment Xiao Jiuyan laid eyes on the palanquin, his expression darkened, and he exchanged a significant glance with Changbai. The latter approached the palanquin and whispered a few words. Moments later, the curtain was lifted, revealing the exquisite face of Princess Minghua. Upon spotting Xiao Jiuyan, her expression instantly dulled, and with reluctance, she descended from the palanquin, moving slowly towards him. Xiao Jiuyan's impatience grew, and he beckoned her with a flick of his finger, his eyes betraying his ire. Princess Minghua, sensing his determination, dashed over without delay, acknowledging her second brother. I believe I mentioned that if I were to see this unsightly contraption again, I would have it destroyed. Princess Minghua pouted in indignation, questioning the notion of its ugliness. It was custom crafted with great care, utilizing much of my hidden gold. Why must my second brother declare it ugly at first sight? Changbai, remove this palanquin. I wish not to gaze upon it any longer. As Xiao Jiuyan's frosty demeanor suggested he was indeed serious about having it taken away, Princess Minghua began to panic, stamping her foot in desperation. Second brother, I promise I shall not use it to attend the academy again. Please do not take it away. You assured me of that just days ago. Xiao Jiuyan's cold snort indicated his disbelief in her words. With no recourse left, Princess Minghua, disheartened, noticed Gu Yanluo watching in bewilderment. She swiftly pulled Gu Yanluo closer and coaxed softly, "Little fool, do tell me, do you find this palanquin beautiful?" After winking at Gu Yanluo, she leaned in conspiratorially. "Remember how I assisted you in dealing with your wicked sister last time? You must help me this time too." Gu Yanluo, taken aback for a moment, hesitantly nodded. "Brother Yan, could we not have the palanquin taken away?" Xiao Jiuyan's gaze fell upon her, laced with intrigue. "What? Do you wish to plead on her behalf?" Gu Yanluo glanced between Princess Minghua and Xiao Jiuyan, her cheeks flushing slightly. "No, I have never been in such a palanquin before." She bit her lip, fidgeting with her fingers, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Yet her eyes remained fixed on Xiao Jiuyan, filled with anticipation. Xiao Jiuyan's expression softened slightly at her innocent demeanor. He tilted his head back slightly, swallowing hard. "Gu Yanluo, do you intend to collude with Minghua?" With wide eyes, Gu Yanluo muttered, "Huh? I did not." "Enough." Xiao Jiuyan averted his gaze, addressing both of them. "This shall be the last time." The princess intended to visit the archery range, and Minghua led her to Xiuyan Pavilion. As he spoke, the hem of Xiao Jiuyan's garments fluttered gracefully in the air as he strode away with purpose. Minghua stood rooted in place for quite some time. And only after Xiao Jiuyan's silhouette had long vanished from sight did she come to her senses. "Oh," she gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she scrutinized Gu Yanluo from head to toe. "Is everything all right? Did my second royal brother truly let me off so easily?" This was an unprecedented occurrence. After a moment of wonder, the princess tilted her head, her expression earnest as she inquired, "Were you just being playful with my second royal brother?" Chapter 73. The eighth princess, Xiao Gu Yanluo, was about to speak when she noticed Princess Minghua's wide-eyed stare. "He actually agreed to your unreasonable demands?" Gu Yanluo responded with a puzzled expression. However, in an instant, the astonishment in Princess Minghua's eyes was replaced by fury. "How is it that my second brother is willing to heed the words of a fool but not mine? It's outrageous." With a resentful glare, she stomped her foot in frustration and marched toward the resplendent golden carriage, disregarding Gu Yanluo entirely. Gu Yanluo watched the gilded carriage grow distant, feeling no desire to dwell on the matter. Following the directional signs within the academy, she made her way to Xiuyan Pavilion, nestled in the heart of the waters. Xiuyan Pavilion basked under the sunlight, its surface shimmering like 1,000 diamonds. As Gu Yanluo, accompanied by Mingwei and Xiu, approached the pavilion, she sensed someone encroaching from behind. Instinctively, she attempted to evade, but before she could step aside, she was forcefully collided into by the person behind her. Stumbling back, Gu Yanluo nearly fell into the water, barely catching herself against a stone pillar on the shore. "Miss." Mingwei and Zhou gasped in alarm, rushing to support her. Once steadied, Gu Yanluo rubbed her painfully impacted side and looked up to confront her assailant. The moment she discerned the features of the individual, her fingers instinctively clenched, turning pale from the pressure. It was her Princess Mingqing, Xiao Xinro, the younger sister of the sixth prince, Xiao Chengxian, who harbored an infatuation for Peizhou. In her past life, Xiao Xinro had made her existence a living hell simply because she had wed Peizhou. No matter the royal banquet she attended with Peizhou, Xiao Xinro would devise schemes to torment her, orchestrating situations that left her trapped in desolate palaces, locked away while vermin crawled upon her, invoking screams of desperation that went unanswered. Such public humiliations would provoke Peizhou's ire, leading to severe repercussions upon returning home. At that time, she was but a frightened soul, cowering in corners, utterly lost. On one fateful occasion, Xiao Xinro's malice had nearly claimed her life. In the biting cold, she had thrust Gu Yanluo into icy waters, the frigid grip seeping into her very bones, nearly drowning her. It was only the timely intervention of Xiao Jiuyan that saved her from certain death at Xiao Xinro's hands. "What are you still standing there for? You've sullied my shoes." Xiao Xinro's voice cut through Gu Yanluo's recollections as she glared at her, the mockery deepening in her gaze. It was this fool's sister who dared to shamelessly fawn over her beloved Peizhou in public, a despicable creature indeed. Just moments ago, she had witnessed this fool conversing with her beloved brother, an affront that deserved correction. "But you were the one who bumped into Our Lady." Zhou, unable to bear seeing Gu Yanluo wronged, retorted impulsively, "How dare you contradict the eighth princess?" A palace maid standing behind Xiao Xinro narrowed her eyes and swiftly struck Zhou across the face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. Gu Yanluo's expression darkened. "I shall repeat myself. You have dirted my shoes." Clean them at once, or you shall not leave Dongshan Academy today. Xiao Jiuyan spoke each word with deliberate emphasis, her eyes enveloped in a veil of coercion. Gu Yanluo remained immobile, clutching Xiao and drawing her closer to her side. Did you hear? Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened. This palace commands you to clean it thoroughly. As her words fell, the palace maids behind Xiao Jiuyan advanced, seizing Gu Yanluo's arm with the intent to force her to the ground. Upon witnessing this, Mingwei Zhou's complexion paled, and she rushed forward, desperate to shield Gu Yanluo. However, with 7 or 8 palace maids flanking Xiao Jiuyan, they were unable to approach Gu Yanluo, effectively blocked from intervening. Gu Yanluo found herself restrained, her legs weakening, nearly collapsing before Xiao Jiuyan. Her eyes, now icy, betrayed no emotion the instant her knees brushed the ground. She stealthily drew a silver needle concealed within her sleeve and plunged it into Xiao Jiuyan's ankle. The needle entered silently, and Xiao Jiuyan felt a sharp sting that vanished in an instant. Unperturbed, she extended her foot before Gu Yanluo, commanding, "Lick it clean." The embroidered shoes, adorned with golden threads and delicate embellishments, shimmered with opulence, their pristine pearls gleaming with resplendence. Just as Xiao Jiuyan foolishly presumed Gu Yanluo would dutifully lick her foot. The latter, who had been kneeling, suddenly sprang to her feet. She lunged at Xiao Jiuyan, enveloping her in an embrace as they both tumbled into the water with a resounding splash. Xiao Jiuyan thrashed violently, a mix of shock and fury consuming her. "You lunatic! How dare you lay hands on this palace? My father will not let you go unpunished." But before she could utter another word, she felt a grip on her ankle, pulling her down deeper into the water. Gu Yanluo, concealed beneath the surface, yanked her further down, seizing Xiao Jiuyan's hair as she rained blows upon her face with clenched fists. Dazed and disoriented, Xiao Jiuyan found herself choking on water, unable to make a sound. The world around her becoming a cacophony of buzzing. The only sensation she could grasp was the acute pain on her face. "Help! Someone help! The 8th princess has fallen into the water." The palace maids on the shore cried out in desperate shrieks. In no time, skilled individuals from the academy dove into the water. By the time Gu Yanluo and Xiao Jiuyan were rescued, both had succumbed to unconsciousness. The attending imperial physician was summoned, chaos erupting within the Xiaoyan pavilion. When news reached the archery range, the 6th prince, Xiao Jiuyan, leaned against a pillar, idly handling an arrow. Just as he prepared to draw his bow, a servant rushed in with alarming news. "Your Highness, something terrible has happened. The 8th princess has fallen into the water." Xiao Jiuyan's expression darkened, the bow and arrow slipping from his grasp. What transpired? It is said that the 8th princess was pushed into the water by a fool and was unconscious upon rescue. What? His eyes narrowed with a chilling intensity. Who dares to bully Shinro at Dongshan Academy? He strode purposefully towards Xiaoyan Pavilion. At Langwei Pavilion, once the physician had extracted the water from the 8th princess's lungs. He immediately began examining Xiao Jiuyan's condition. Noticing the bruises marring her face, he furrowed his brow, perplexed at how such injuries could have resulted from a fall into the water. With unanswered questions swirling in his mind, he continued to administer treatment to Xiao Jiuyan. Before long, Xiao Jiuyan exhibited signs of awakening. In a moment, Xiao Jiuyan arrived. "How is Jiuyan?" The imperial physician immediately rose and briefly explained her condition. Upon learning that she had fallen into the water and nearly drowned, Xiao Jiuyan's gaze became sharp as a blade, emanating a chilling sense of oppression. Is someone bullying Jiuyan? Outside, it was mentioned that she was still unconscious. The palace maid beside Xiao Jiuyan spoke. Xiao Jiuyan tightened his jaw, commanding, "Bring her up." Gu Yanluo was carried into Xiaoyan Pavilion by several palace maids. Upon seeing her pale face, Xiao Jiuyan's eyes darkened, filled with urgency. A few cups of tea were splashed onto Gu Yanluo's face, causing her to open her eyes in confusion. At that moment, Xiao Jiuyan fully regained consciousness. Spotting Gu Yanluo, her face flushed with rage as she scrambled out of bed. "You little wretch! How dare you hit me? How dare you?" she shouted twice. And upon noticing Xiao Jiuyan standing nearby, tears streamed down her face like pearls. "Sixth brother! She pushed me into the water and hit me while I was drowning. You must seek justice for me. It was the 8th princess who first bullied my young lady. My lady did not strike the princess." Mingwei, terrified and pale, still defended Gu Yanluo. Xiao Jiuyan's eyes, cold and piercing, scrutinized Gu Yanluo. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "Take her down and impose 20 strokes of the imperial rod." Chapter 74. Bowing to acknowledge mistakes just as Gu Yanluo was about to be taken away for punishment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared at the door. Gu Yanluo raised her gaze and saw Pei Zhou rushing towards her anxiously. "Your Highness, she is but a foolish girl, perhaps unaware of her misdeeds. I have promised General Gu to take good care of Sister Luo. I implore you, For Pei Zhou's sake, grant her one chance. Gu Yanluo regarded him coldly, remaining silent. Xiao Qingxuan's expression darkened slightly upon witnessing Pei Zhou's plea on Gu Yanluo's behalf. After a moment's pause, he turned to Pei Zhou. Do you know what she has done? She has harmed Xinro. Pei Zhou, you are well aware of my stance. Xiao Qingxuan's countenance grew grim. No one was permitted to harm Xinro. Indeed, I understand. Pei Zhou replied resolutely. If so, I am willing to bear the 20 palace strikes on behalf of Luo. He knelt, his tone unwavering. Xiao Qingxuan's gaze tightened. Pei Zhou, you. He appeared taken aback by Pei Zhou's declaration, his brow furrowing. You are placing me in a difficult position. There is no need for your highness to feel troubled. Luo is foolish and did not intend to offend the 8th princess, and thus deserves punishment. However, her ignorance of the rules is my oversight, leading her to commit such a blunder. I shall ensure she acts with caution in the future, and I am willing to accept the punishment. The more Pei Zhou sought to defend Gu Yanluo, the more furious Xiao Xinro became, her face flushed with rage. Brother Pei, you dare plead for a fool? Have you lost your mind? Tears streamed down her face as she fell into Xiao Qingxuan's embrace. 6th brother, how can this foolish girl receive such protection from Pei Zhou? He should belong to me. Gu Yanluo merely observed the unfolding scene with a calm demeanor. Pei Zhou, General Gu entrusted you to care for Gu Yanluo, not to bear her punishments. Today, for your sake, I shall spare her life. But should there be a next time, I will not be so lenient. Xiao Qingxuan's gaze swept over Gu Yanluo with an icy glint. He gently held Xiao Xinro's hand, softly reassuring her. Xinro, caring for her is a promise made by your brother Pei. For Pei Zhou's sake, let us show mercy today, shall we? Xiao Xinro's eyes blazed with indignation. Tears brimming, yet she bit her lip, feigning a vulnerable demeanor. Nestling into Xiao Qingxian's arms, she choked out, since 6th brother has said so. Let her kneel before me and acknowledge her mistakes. Had she not deliberately soiled my embroidered shoes, we would not have quarreled. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Qingxuan's heart ached even more for her. He reached out, tucking away the strands of hair framing her face, lamenting, Today, I have caused you distress. Pei Zhou immediately urged Gu Yanluo forward, his eyes glimmering with expectation. Luo, why do you not come and bow to the 8th princess to admit your faults? The 8th princess is usually gentle and will not hold it against you. He wore a look of earnest concern, believing it only natural for Gu Yanluo to apologize to Xiao Xinro. However, Gu Yanluo withdrew her hand from Pei Zhou's grasp, her eyes fiercely determined. I will not acknowledge my mistakes. Arrow, what foolishness is this? Pei Zhou's expression darkened. The 8th princess has already stated that she would not hold it against you. All that is required is your acknowledgement of fault, and this matter shall be considered resolved. Do not further overstep your bounds, for the entire general's residence will be implicated. Gu Yanluo found Pei Zhou to be exceedingly hypocritical. It was not her fault. It was Xiao Xinro who instigated trouble, forcing her to kneel and lick her embroidered shoes. Why should she be compelled to bow her head and admit wrongdoing? Gu Yanluo's gaze darkened, filled with animosity towards Xiao Xinro. I am not in the wrong. Gu Yanluo raised her eyes, her expression resolute and unyielding. Pei Zhou's brows knitted tighter, looking at her with a hopeless expression. What nonsense are you spouting? She displayed no sign of remorse. Pei Zhou, you need not explain on her behalf. Xiao Qingxuan's anger flared, his cold gaze piercing through Gu Yanluo. Take her away and beat her until she admits her fault. Upon hearing this, Pei Zhou's face turned pale with shock. 6th Prince, Arrow is a simpleton. She surely does not comprehend the severity of this matter. I will speak with her again, and she will certainly apologize to the princess. If she refuses, then let them strike. Gu Yanluo stood tall, her eyes fixed intently on the distant Xiao Xinro. Had Pei Zhou not claimed he would take good care of her, she was determined to see how he intended to do so today. Utterly outrageous. Disdaining imperial authority, I have the right to impose a death penalty upon her. 6th Prince, in a few days, it will be the Queen's birthday. It is inappropriate to resort to punishment. Pei Zhou's expression shifted in surprise as he stepped forward, lowering his voice. Moreover, she is the daughter of General Gu and the granddaughter of the elder general. We cannot act rashly against her, lest we invite trouble. Xiao Qingxian struggled to contain his fury. Then take her outside and administer the palace staff as punishment. Pei Zhou's fingers clenched at his sides, pausing momentarily. Your Highness, today this punishment must fall upon me. Why? Xiao Qingxian narrowed his eyes. I promised General Gu. Brother Pei. Xiao Xinro's eyes brimmed with tears. Since she refuses to admit her fault, I shall take the punishment on her behalf. Pei Zhou's gaze flickered as he spoke, then he walked towards Xiaoyan Pavilion, where the palace staff had already been delivered. He lay on the long bench, his expression taut. Gu Yanluo scoffed. It was precisely as she had surmised. Pei Zhou was an exceedingly hypocritical individual. Today, he would bear this punishment for her, and tomorrow. News would spread throughout the capital. Pei Zhou's deep affection for her would be the talk of the town, swiftly reaching the general's residence in the Yuan family. The palace staff began its work, the thick board striking Pei Zhou's back with force. Xiao Xinruo felt an immense ache in her heart. She wished to plead with Xiao Chengxian to spare Pei Zhou. Yet, Xiao Chengxian turned his gaze towards Gu Yanluo. Do you not recognize your fault? If you refuse to admit your wrongdoing for even a moment, I shall strike him for that duration, until you acknowledge your fault. Gu Yanluo lightly scoffed. Strike away. It would be better to strike him dead. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes sparkling with clarity. Arrow is not in the wrong. Arrow is absolutely not at fault. Hearing Gu Yanluo's words, Xiao Xinruo was nearly driven to madness. The more she felt for Pei Zhou, the more Gu Yanluo showed indifference. In her dark eyes, it seemed to be written all over with mockery and derision. Behold, the esteemed Pei Zhou, whom you hold in such high regard, is now suffering in my stead. Alas, I am entirely indifferent. It is all your fault. If it weren't for you, Pei Zhou would not have been embroiled in this predicament. Xiao Xinruo was nearly driven to madness with fury. She rushed forward, raising her hand to strike Gu Yanluo. However, Gu Yanluo seized her wrist, heedless of the consequences, and screamed, "Ah, the princess has committed murder." Xiao Xinruo's descending hand was halted, her countenance darkening further, her face flushed, and her eyes ablaze with wrath. On the brink of revealing her venomous disposition. Sixth prince, this Gu Yanluo is insufferably arrogant, utterly so. Xiao Xinruo, choked with anger, cast a glance at Xiao Chengxian. He too was taken aback, astonished that this fool dared to be so audacious in their presence. Gu Yanluo, even if you are the daughter of General Gu, engaging with Xinruo will surely lead to your demise. Gu Yanluo's gaze fixed intently on Xiao Chengxian. General Gu wields military power. If he still seeks to utilize General Gu, he would not dare to kill her. Moreover, such a hypocritical and selfish man, if she were truly to be eliminated by the sixth prince, would brazenly uphold the prince, only to be ridiculed thereafter. He would never permit his reputation to be tarnished. For the sake of his own esteem, he might even forsake Guru Yue, his meticulously nurtured daughter for many years. Sixth prince, my chest aches terribly. If I do not strike her today, my resentment shall remain unquenched. Xiao Xinruo was supported by Xiao Chengxian, whose expression also darkened. Bring forth this insolent fool. Approaching figures seized Gu Yanluo's arms, restraining her, rendering her immobile. Xiao Xinruo's anger surged as she witnessed Gu Yanluo's helplessness. She immediately rose and declared, Sixth prince, allow me to teach her a lesson. She is utterly intolerable. Xiao Qingshuan's gaze sharpened. Xinruo, do not injure your hand. Xiao Xinruo nodded. Very well. Upon finishing her words, she stepped before Gu Yanluo, raising her hand to deliver a resounding slap to Gu Yanluo's face. However, just as she approached, Gu Yanluo swiftly lifted her leg, obstructing Xiao Xinruo's path. Caught off guard, Xiao Xinruo stumbled, twisting her ankle and falling towards the ground. In that instant, a sharp pain shot through her, radiating from her ankle to her waist, leaving her pale and on the verge of fainting. Xinruo. Xiao Qingshuan's expression shifted dramatically. He rushed to her side, concern etched across his face as he lifted her. Physician. The physician, bewildered, examined her pulse and scrutinized her ankle but found no discernible issue, not even locating the puncture from Gu Yanluo's silver needle. Your Highness, the eighth princess's ankle exhibits no problems. Then why does it hurt so terribly? Xiao Chengxian growled, realizing that Gu Yanluo's kick might have been deliberate to trip Xinruo. The physician hesitated. A mere trip would not result in such severity, and moreover, the eighth princess's bones appeared intact, unrelated to a sprained ankle. Perhaps it is due to the fright. The eighth princess must take a good rest for a period of time and refrain from anger, the imperial physician advised. Chapter 75. Return the favor in kind. No. It was her. She was the one responsible. Xiao Xinruo struggled to sit up in bed, enduring the searing pain in her ankle as she glared fiercely at Gu Yanluo, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Sixth brother, you must help me. Help me rid myself of this vile wretch. Xiao Qingshuan's gaze faltered slightly, taken aback to hear such vicious words from his usually gentle sister. She was accustomed to displaying kindness, even shedding tears at the sight of an ant being crushed. His throat felt parched as he spoke. Xinruo, the imperial physician has already declared her innocent. Moreover, your brother Pei Zhou is suffering punishment on her behalf. Why should he suffer? It is she who has overstepped her bounds. She should be punished, not Pei Zhou. Xiao Xinruo's tears fell like raindrops. Seeing her distress pained Xiao Chengxian, who ordered the instruments of punishment to be brought forth, his expression darkening as he contemplated inflicting pain upon her. Let us see if she will confess. Soon. A eunuch arrived with the instruments of torture, deftly securing them around Gu Yanluo's fingers. Her countenance remained unchanged as she calmly observed the proceedings. Meanwhile, Minghua's eyes brightened upon learning about the conflict between Gu Yanluo and Xiao Jiuyan, eager to witness how Xiao Jiuyan would be dealt with. However, her delight quickly faded as she recalled that Gu Yanluo's only ally in the academy was likely the second prince. An immediate sense of urgency overtook her. She swiftly dispatched a messenger to the archery grounds before arriving at Xiaoyan Pavilion, summoning all the attending maidservants to interrogate them about the recent events. Not a single maid dared to speak. After all, one was the 8th princess, and the other, the 9th princess, who would dare offend either? If you remain silent about what you know, and my second brother learns of the situation later, how do you think he will react? Princess Minghua's words sent a chill through the hesitant maidservants, their faces paling. No matter how terrifying these two princesses might be, they paled in comparison to the ruthless methods of the second prince. Among the crowd, 2 maidservants who had witnessed Gu Yanluo being bullied immediately knelt and crawled forward, their voices trembling. We witnessed it. The 8th princess forced Miss Gu to lick her shoes. We also saw. Before they could finish, a tall figure stepped into Xiaoyan Pavilion. Having heard the maidservant's words, his already dark expression deepened further. Where has she been taken? The maidservants, trembling with fear, pointed towards the Langwei Pavilion, where Xiao Jiuyan rested. Let us go. Xiao Jiuyan seized Minghua by the collar and made his way directly to Langwei Pavilion. Chang Bai followed closely behind, noting the flush of indignation on Princess Minghua's face, her eyes trembling slightly. Poor princess. The second prince still viewed her as the child she once was, treating her like a mere pet. Inside Langwei Pavilion, Xiao Jiuyan and Xiao Chengxian observed Gu Yanluo, who remained unflinching in the face of punishment, a layer of frost settling upon their expressions. This fool still possessed some spirit. Xiao Chengxian let out a scoff, then gestured for the eunuchs to commence the punishment. I shall see if your spirit remains unbroken when your fingers are crushed and blood spills. The eunuchs, receiving their orders, prepared to carry out the sentence when suddenly a voice rang out from outside. Dare you lay a hand on her? Everyone turned to look. Gu Yanluo's ears perked up, and she too turned to follow the sound, only to find Princess Minghua? On what grounds does she demand an admission of guilt from her? What wrong has she committed? Isn't the 8th sister known for her kindness? How could she bear to torment a fool so? Perhaps her usual benevolence and gentleness are merely a fade? Princess Minghua advanced, her gaze sharp as she fixed it upon Xiao Jiuyan. The two had always been at odds. 9th sister, even if you cannot stand the 8th sister, you should not slander me so. She was the one who bullied me first. Xiao Jiuyan's eyes reddened again, presenting a pitiful image of helplessness. Within the palace, no matter the incident, it was always Princess Minghua who faced punishment, while Xiao Jiuyan, exploiting her feigned fragility, made Princess Minghua suffer greatly. Oh, a little fool dares to bully you? Princess Minghua sneered, seizing the opportunity to expose Xiao Jiuyan. You are the esteemed 8th princess. How could a simpleton have the audacity to mistreat you? Xiao Jiuyan gritted her teeth. She soiled my embroidered shoes and refuses to apologize, and now has even implicated brother Pei Zhou in punishment. The maidservants by my side can attest to this. You have already claimed they're your maidservants. Their loyalties undoubtedly lie with you. Can their testimony be trusted? Princess Minghua retorted scornfully. 9th sister, what do you mean by this? I know you disdain me, but she was the one who first offended me. I could not endure it, and then she even pushed me into the water, nearly drowning me. My life was at stake. And you wish to rub salt in my wounds for her sake? Xiao Jiuyan cried, tears streaming down her face, her sorrow palpable. Princess Minghua found her demeanor vexing and scoffed lightly. Bring her forward, she commanded those behind her. Speak of what you witnessed. The 2 maidservants who had served in Xiaoshan Pavilion immediately knelt, stammering, we saw with our own eyes that it was the 8th princess who collided with Miss Gu, compelling her to lick her embroidered shoes clean. When Miss Gu refused, her people held her down to teach her a lesson, and then, for some unknown reason, they both fell into the water. Upon hearing this, Princess Minghua raised her chin in triumph. Xiao Jiuyan, what pretense do you still maintain? You were typically so arrogant before me, yet you feign weakness in front of our father and elder brothers, as if everyone bullies you. I wonder how you will defend yourself now. This little fool has done nothing wrong. Why should she bow and admit fault to you? Xiao Jiuyan's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, frozen for a moment before looking up in panic at Xiao Chengxian. 6th brother, Jiuyan has not. Princess Minghua had always been intolerant of Jiuyan. Surely today's incident was a plot to slander her. With that, more tears fell. Xiao Chengxian felt a sudden pang of heartache as he reached out to wipe her tears away. Xiao Jiuyan, do not be afraid. The 6th prince surely believes in you. Hearing this, Princess Minghua inwardly cursed the sixth prince for his foolishness, her temper flaring. You accuse me? They witnessed it with their own eyes. Minghua nearly charged at Xiao Jiuyan, but then she heard the icy voice of the second prince behind her. She swiftly turned to see Xiao Jiuyan approaching. Clad in fitted black attire with armor draped over his shoulders, clearly having come from the archery range. The eunuch, clutching the torture instruments meant for Gu Yanluo, found himself at a loss, unsure whether to withdraw or maintain his grip. If you value your lives, remove the instruments, Xiao Jiuyan commanded without a backward glance. The two young eunuchs trembled in fear, hastily setting the instruments aside before kneeling on the ground, their backs visibly dampened by sweat. Second brother. Princess Minghua's eyes brightened, and she was about to rush to Xiao Jiuyan's side, but noticed the palpable hostility surrounding him as he proceeded directly toward Xiao Jiuyan. Before Xiao Jiuyan could comprehend his intentions, Xiao Jiuyan was already standing before him, his dark eyes filled with menace. Second brother, he began. But before he could finish, Xiao Jiuyan swung his fist, landing a powerful blow to his face. Xiao Jiuyan staggered back several steps, crashing against the hardwood table behind him. Sixth prince. Xiao Jiuyan screamed in panic, desperate to rush to his aid, but a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Gu Yanluo stood frozen, her gaze momentarily dazed. Xiao Jiuyan was actually attacking Xiao Jiuyan? What was the second brother doing? Xiao Jiuyan regained his footing, raising a hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. However, before he could utter a word, another punch struck him. Xiao Jiuyan did not afford him a chance to retaliate, showering him with blow after blow until he was utterly defenseless. Finally, when Xiao Jiuyan's legs weakened and he collapsed to the ground, his face bruised and lips stained with blood, Xiao Jiuyan leisurely rose, accepting a handkerchief from Chong Bai to clean the blood from his own hands. Second brother, have you lost your mind? Are you not afraid of Father's wrath for attacking the sixth prince? Xiao Jiuyan cried, her eyes reddening as she struck the bed in frustration. Glaring resentfully at Xiao Jiuyan, he responded with a scoff, his eyes burning with a fierce intensity that sent chills down Xiao Jiuyan's spine. Did anyone see this princess strike him? I witnessed it myself, along with the injuries on the sixth prince. Xiao Jiuyan exclaimed, eager to provide an explanation. The sixth brother has always viewed me with disdain. This is merely his tactic to slander me. Why should I accept it? Xiao Jiuyan sneered. Xiao Jiuyan fell silent. Disbelief etched across her face as she regarded Xiao Jiuyan. This was the very retort she had just used against Minghua. He was avenging Minghua. Xiao Jiuyan's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. Even if today's incident escalated, and even if father learned of his assault on the sixth prince, if Xiao Jiuyan refused to acknowledge it, father would not believe it. For everyone deemed Xiao Jiuyan a man of his word, one who stood by his actions. In his childhood, whenever he clashed with Xiao Jiuyan, he would invariably admit to having struck him, while any denial on his part would ultimately be revealed as slander. At that moment, Xiao Jiuyan found her throat constricted, as if someone were squeezing it, leaving her at a loss for words. The sixth prince had been beaten so severely, yet there was no means to seek justice. Second prince, you are truly formidable. Princess Minghua bounced over to Xiao Jiuyan's side, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Filled with reverence for the second prince's actions, truly a case of using one's own tactics against them. Minghua, take them away, Xiao Jiuyan signaled to Princess Minghua, who promptly approached Gu Yanluo, bending down to assist her to her feet. Before departing, she cast a glance back at the pallid Xiao Jiuyan, disdainfully curling her lips. Xiao Jiuyan was so enraged that she nearly spat blood. Seeing Gu Yanluo being taken away, she could not help but leap from the bed to call out to her. The pain in her feet surged once more, and she fainted on the spot. Outside Xiuan Pavilion, Pei Zhou was on the verge of losing consciousness from the beating. Just as he was about to speak up to halt the punishment, he witnessed Gu Yanluo being shielded by Xiao Jiuyan and Princess Minghua as they strode purposefully from Xiuan Pavilion. As they passed him, Gu Yanluo did not even spare him a glance. Struggling to rise from the bench, Pei Zhou spoke with difficulty, his complexion pale and drenched in cold sweat from the agony. Aluo, I am suffering in your stead. How can you have the gall to leave with the second prince? Chapter 76. This palace is a mad dog. Where did this dog come from, barking so nonsensically? Before Gu Yanluo could lower her gaze, Princess Minghua, standing beside her, interjected with evident annoyance. Moments earlier, she had relished the sight of Xiao Jiuyan's embarrassment. But upon encountering Pei Zhou outside, she found his disparaging remarks directed at an innocent fool quite displeasing. For the first time, Princess Minghua stood in Gu Yanluo's shoes, experiencing firsthand the sting of prejudice and discontent. Pei Zhou's expression darkened. Once he steadied himself, he staggered before Gu Yanluo. Second prince, General Gu has instructed me to take good care of Arrow. It would be improper for you to disregard that and take arrow away. General Gu has instructed you as well? Minghua replied incredulously. And yet you conspired with the 6th prince and the 8th princess to bully this innocent fool? Pei Zhou. You are utterly shameless. Minghua's incredulous gaze pierced Pei Zhou's heart like an arrow, causing his countenance to grow even more grim. Princess Minghua, I do not comprehend what wrong I have done. Clearly, it was Arrow who trespassed, and to spare her punishment, What a grandiloquent Pei heir you are. When has this fool ever committed an offense? Have you witnessed it with your own eyes? Minghua's sarcasm cut deep. You indiscriminately accuse this fool of wrongdoing without understanding the truth, while hypocritically claiming to take her punishment upon yourself. Did she err? Does she require your meddlesome interference? As Minghua's words settled in the air, Pei Zhou's expression froze. He gazed at Gu Yanluo, her eyes clear and distant, seemingly indifferent to his plight. A lump formed in his throat, rendering his face crimson. So, he had suffered such punishment for nothing? What use was this? Why had he not spoken up sooner? Pei Zhou's cold gaze remained fixed on Gu Yanluo. Had he revealed the truth earlier, he would not have endured such a beating. Gu Yanluo regarded him as one might regard a simpleton. Yin, it seems there are indeed individuals even more foolish than Arrow. Xiao Jiuyan chuckled softly, his eyes softening. Arrow is right. Some possess intellect, yet behave no differently than those devoid of it. Pei Zhou, infuriated by their mocking tone, felt as though he were on the verge of spitting blood. As Gu Yanluo and Xiao Jiuyan began to walk away, Pei Zhou's voice rang out. Arrow. Suppressing his pain, he admonished her, do not be deluded by reality. You are a fool. Why do you constantly aspire to climb the heights of the 2nd prince? His status is noble. What reason would he have to marry a simpleton like you? By following him, you tarnish your reputation and end up without even the qualifications to become his concubine. What do you hope to gain? Pei Zhou feigned a sincere concern for Gu Yanluo. Xiao Jiuyan, his aura menacing, abruptly turned as if to confront Pei Zhou. But then noticed Gu Yanluo charging forward. She had endured for long enough and could no longer restrain herself. Racing to Pei Zhou, she seized the moment while he was off guard and delivered a swift kick to his knee. Caught unawares, Pei Zhou fell to the ground, his already weakened state rendering him unable to rise again. Gu Yanluo, what madness possesses you? I speak these words for your own good. Gu Yanluo's gaze was chillingly cold, her eyes harboring a venomous hatred. This is none of your concern, she retorted. General Gu will never consent to your association with the 2nd prince. Pei Zhou's voice was sharp. A faint smirk grazed Gu Yanluo's lips as she scoffed softly. I care not for his approval. Her icy stare and menacing demeanor sent shivers down Pei Zhou's spine, making him question whether Gu Yanluo was truly as foolish as she seemed. Suddenly, Gu Yanluo straightened, her foot crashing down upon Pei Zhou's hand. In a flurry of fists and kicks, she exclaimed, You villain! I shall beat you to death. Pei Zhou, utterly unprepared, fell heavily to the ground, his face drained of color. Seeing this, Xiao Jiuyan furrowed his brow and swiftly moved to lift Gu Yanluo, carrying her away without uttering a word, heading towards Xiwan Pavilion. Princess Minghua stared in astonishment, her eyes wide as she realized what had just transpired. Moments later, they arrived at the Qifeng Pavilion of Dongshan Academy. Xiao Jiuyan exchanged a knowing glance with Princess Minghua, who immediately turned her attention to Gu Yanluo. Are you hurt from your fall? Did Xiao Chengxian strike you? Gu Yanluo, regaining her composure, shook her head, her eyes still somewhat bewildered. No, I am fine. She gently raised her finger, its delicate joints unblemished. Noticing her hands were unharmed, the tension in Xiao Jiuyan's eyes eased considerably. Change your clothes. I shall return shortly to discuss important matters, he instructed. Familiar with Xiao Jiuyan's fearsome reprimands, Princess Minghua felt her legs weaken at his tone. Was he angry? The thought perplexed her, prompting her to instruct a nearby maid to fetch a change of clothes for Gu Yanluo. With Mingwei and Zhou Shou assisting her, Gu Yanluo soon donned a vibrant new outfit. Princess Minghua's flamboyant personality reflected in the vivid colors of her attire. Clad in a striking red dress, Gu Yanluo stood before the mirror, momentarily entranced by her own slender figure. Her porcelain skin contrasted beautifully with the brilliant red, exuding a peculiar allure. My lady, you look stunning in red, Zhou Shou exclaimed, her round face filled with astonishment as she gazed at Gu Yanluo, momentarily lost in admiration. Mingwei playfully tapped her head. Zhou Shou, snap out of it. Startled, Zhou Shou quickly regained her composure, smiling sheepishly as she rubbed her head. My lady, Gu Yanluo, coming back to herself, curved her eyes playfully before stepping outside. Just then, Xiao Jiuyan and Changbai entered the room. Changbai carried a stack of scrolls. As he looked up, his gaze fell upon Gu Yanluo emerging from behind the screen in her flowing red dress. Her slender figure and exquisite features, tinged with shyness, captivated him. Her eyelashes fluttered as she cast her eyes downward. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze stiffened, his heart racing with an unfamiliar sensation as he stared at Gu Yanluo. He had never experienced such feelings before, a magnetic attraction to a woman's beauty that swiftly morphed into an overwhelming possessiveness, along with an insatiable desire to control her slender waist within his grasp. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened slightly. He suddenly lowered his eyes, swiftly averting his gaze, his fingers tightening at his side, and his throat felt parched. "Luo, you look exceptionally stunning in red." Princess Minghua was also captivated by Gu Yanluo's beauty, exclaiming in delight, her eyes widening as she rushed forward to grasp Gu Yanluo's wrist, examining her from every angle, utterly thrilled. Gu Yanluo, flattered, felt increasingly embarrassed. She pursed her lips and softly replied, "It is the princess's attire that is beautiful." "No," Princess Minghua insisted earnestly, shaking her finger. "The beauty of the attire is secondary. The person is what truly matters. I have worn many red dresses, yet none have made me appear as beautiful as you. You are even more stunning than the most beautiful woman in the capital." Princess Minghua chattered on, then turned to her maid and inquired, "What is the name of the most beautiful woman in the capital?" The maid replied, "Miss Lin Shuiwu of the Lin family." "Yes, that Lin Shuiwu. You surpass her in beauty." Upon uttering this, Princess Minghua's eyes roamed, landing abruptly on Xiao Jiuyan with a mischievous glint. "Luo, you should be my second imperial sister-in-law." The moment those words were spoken, both Xiao Jiuyan and Gu Yanluo froze in astonishment. Gu Yanluo looked at Princess Minghua in disbelief, who then, with a serious expression, declared, "Since there must be a second imperial sister-in-law, why not choose the most beautiful one?" Gu Yanluo thought to herself, "Your criteria for selecting a second sister-in-law are rather simplistic." However, just as Princess Minghua's words fell, she realized their inappropriateness. Although Gu Yanluo was undeniably beautiful, she was notoriously known as the foolish girl of the capital. Neither her father nor mother would permit the second prince to marry a foolish girl as his consort. Princess Minghua felt a twinge of regret. Xiao Jiuyan took a step forward, his dark eyes narrowing as they fixed intensely on Gu Yanluo. "Minghua, do not be disrespectful." Princess Minghua pouted and retreated. Xiao Jiuyan's shadowy gaze lingered on Gu Yanluo's face, and he recalled a conversation long ago with his friend Dong Xiaoning, who had advised that to discern one's feelings for a woman, one must observe their body's reactions. If possessiveness arose, it indicated romantic feelings were involved. His jaw clenched. The thought of the foolish girl becoming Minghua's second sister-in-law was not entirely out of the question. Gu Yanluo trembled slightly at Xiao Jiuyan's reprimand of Princess Minghua, as his status as the second prince of Mingqing meant his aspirations were to become the future emperor. He would likely not take a fool as his consort. Gu Yanluo bit her lip, her gaze flickering. She wished to repay her kindness, to support Xiao Jiuyan, and to help him ascend as the new emperor of Mingqing. Yet, for him to become emperor, he could never marry a simpleton like her. But if he were to wed another woman, for reasons unknown, a wave of inexplicable melancholy washed over Gu Yanluo when this thought crossed her mind. She paused momentarily, furrowing her brows, perplexed as to why such an idea had surfaced. However, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, she returned to her usual composure. Chang Bai presented a scroll. Xiao Jiuyan abruptly withdrew, commanding Chang Bai to unfurl the scroll, which displayed an intricate and vast web of relationships, with the Mingqing emperor at its center. Gu Yanluo cast a cursory glance at the contents of the scroll before quickly averting her gaze. If she was not mistaken, this was something beyond her purview. Yet, Xiao Jiuyan beckoned her closer. Gu Yanluo hesitated briefly before gradually moving to stand before him. This was the web of connections within the capital, with circles marking those who shared the sixth prince's political views, essentially, the faction aligned with him. Gu Yanluo lowered her eyes, observing quietly. After a moment, she was taken aback. Nearly all the figures on the chart were marked. Suddenly, memories of her past life surged back. At that time, she was Navi, and Peizhou and the sixth prince would never refrain from discussing political matters in her presence. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Yanluo gleaned much about court affairs. Few officials shared Xiao Jiuyan's views. The sixth prince was exceptionally skilled at winning people over, and his closest aides were individuals like Gu Nashan, who was both cunning and aloof, and Peizhou, a hypocritical schemer, both adept at advising him on how to win the hearts of the ministers. Over time, support for the sixth prince grew, even amongst several prominent noble families backing him. Yet, despite this, it was still Xiao Jiuyan who was named heir. In the few lucid days of her past life, Gu Yanluo had contemplated her existence, failing to comprehend why the Mingqing emperor would choose Xiao Jiuyan as the crown prince when all the ministers had endorsed the sixth prince. She remained baffled even now. In the eyes of the common folk, Xiao Jiuyan was a figure of dread, far from the benevolent ruler he was purported to become. The sixth prince, though, feigned concern for the populace, presenting himself as a champion of the people's welfare, while in the shadows, the suffering of the citizens he trampled upon in his quest for power was concealed. Gu Yanluo pressed her lips together, certain that there were reasons unbeknownst to her. She tilted her head, glancing at Xiao Jiuyan with a look of confusion. But Brother Ian, are all these marked individuals aligned with the sixth prince? Xiao Jiuyan's gaze remained steady. Indeed. Gu Yanluo looked at him in astonishment. Then what shall we do? Even if they're numerous, none dare provoke me. Aluos. Do you understand why? Why? Gu Yanluo inquired. Because they all claim I am a mad dog. Once entangled with a mad dog, their fate is dire. Gu Yanluo. Chapter 77. Would you be willing to become my second imperial consort? However, Xiao Jiuyan's words indeed hold merit. Over the years, anyone who dared to provoke him met a most tragic end. There were even instances of heads severed within the court. The more they fear me, the more they delight in targeting those around me, such as Ming Hua, the virtuous consort, Dong Xiuning, and you. Gu Yanluo was taken aback. Me? Aluo. Do you not realize that within this capital, you are already bound to me? Gu Yanluo pondered, fully aware of the situation. Moreover, it was she who took the initiative to approach Xiao Jiuyan. Whether it was at the Lin residence, where she willingly leapt into his embrace, or at Dongshan Academy, where she sought to be closer to him, all these actions were of her own volition. Do you wish to remain by my side henceforth? Xiao Jiuyan's eyes darkened as he gazed earnestly at her. I do. Gu Yanluo nodded. In this life of rebirth, she sought to repay her debts of gratitude. She would never again watch Xiao Jiuyan meet a tragic demise as in her previous life. Aluo must protect Brother Ian, Gu Yanluo declared with unwavering conviction. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiuyan appeared momentarily stunned. He suddenly felt that all the groundwork he had laid to speak with Gu Yanluo had become futile. Suppressing the darkness in his deep-set eyes, he stated, If you wish to protect me, you must understand that many harbor disdain for me. They will involve you, loathe you, and even humiliate you. Aluo is unafraid. Gu Yanluo puffed out her cheeks, earnestly positioning herself before Xiao Jiuyan, declaring that if they were to bully Brother Ian, she would slay them all. As Gu Yanluo spoke, she lowered her gaze, a hint of ferocity glinting in her eyes. She had not been reborn to endure humiliation as in her past life. If anyone dared to threaten Xiao Jiuyan's life, she would not let them off easily. Xiao Jiuyan gave a light scoff. He had not anticipated that this seemingly foolish girl, whose reactions appeared somewhat slow, could act with such ruthless determination. This was indeed to his liking. Princess Minghua observed Xiao Jiuyan's gentle coaxing as if guiding Gu Yanluo towards some purpose, his demeanor tender and indulgent. A chill ran down her spine. Has my second imperial brother been possessed by a ghost? Why does this feel so chilling? However, as Princess Minghua's gaze flitted between Xiao Jiuyan and Gu Yanluo, could it be that the second imperial brother treats Aluo differently? Could it be that her sister-in-law's dream might truly come to fruition? Princess Minghua's eyes sparkled with excitement. This would be splendid. Yet, if Aluo were to become her future sister-in-law, should she not lend them a hand? With Aluo's lack of cunning, she must assist her more. Princess Minghua's eyes twirled with scheming thoughts. She fluttered her lashes and glanced around, saying, Second imperial brother, your words are exceedingly dull. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Just as Xiao Jiuyan contemplated how to broach a subject with Gu Yanluo, he was interrupted by Princess Minghua. Lifting his gaze, he asked, You have urgent matters? Aside from indulging in pleasures, what could possibly be urgent for you? The expression in Princess Minghua's eyes darkened with grievance. How could he be so tender with Gu Yanluo while directing sarcasm towards her? She harbored no affection for the second prince whatsoever. Princess Minghua, filled with resentment, stomped her foot and silently gritted her teeth, declaring in her heart, I shall ignore you, second prince. Xiao Jiuyan cast a cold glance at her, conveying a message of indifference. In a huff, Princess Minghua departed, and upon reaching the entrance of Qifeng Pavilion, she commanded her servants to lock the door without a second thought. Humph. If it weren't for her fondness for the second princess consort, she wouldn't have aided the second prince at all. With a triumphant flick of her chin, she tossed the key into the waterway before the pavilion's door and turned to leave. Inside Qifeng Pavilion, after Princess Minghua's departure, only Gu Yanluo and Xiao Jiuyan remained, apart from Changbai and Mingwei, who had stepped out from behind the screen. Just as Xiao Jiuyan was about to speak, Changbai rushed in from behind the screen, exclaiming, Your Highness, this is bad. What is it? Princess Minghua has locked the door of Qifeng Pavilion from the outside, and we cannot exit. Ah? Gu Yanluo exclaimed, bewildered. Why would Minghua lock the door? What is she up to? Changbai was equally perplexed, admitting he did not know. Find a way to open the door. Xiao Jiuyan ordered solemnly. As Changbai departed, Gu Yanluo turned to gaze after him, pondering Princess Minghua's intentions. Suddenly, her mind flashed back to Princess Minghua's words. Did she wish for her to become the second princess consort? Just as Gu Yanluo was lost in thought, Xiao Jiuyan stepped closer to her. The pastries in Qifeng Pavilion are delightful. Do give them a try. He brought over a plate of pastries and slowly settled beside her. Gu Yanluo cautiously picked up a piece and brought it to her lips, savoring its soft sweetness. Indeed, it was quite delectable. Her cheeks puffed slightly as she exclaimed, "Delicious." "Thank you, Brother Ian." Aluo, Xiao Jiuyan observed her delight, a smile creeping upon his lips, revealing a hint of joy. "From now on, you and I shall be like passengers on the same ship." Gu Yanluo nodded, earnestly chewing her pastry. "Before my coming of age, you must not gaze upon other men." "Understand?" "I understand," she replied. Being on the same ship as Xiao Jiuyan meant she could not marry anyone else, but she truly had no intention of remarrying. Even if she wed well, it would only lead to grievances. Moreover, you must not associate with scoundrels like Pei Zhou, for he would tarnish your reputation. You must dedicate yourself to me and not be of two minds. Do you comprehend? Xiao Jiuyan reiterated with a stern tone. Gu Yanluo sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor. It felt less like he was laying down rules for allies and more like he was coaxing his future princess. Nevertheless, this did not deter her. She smiled sweetly. "Got it." And Xiao Jiuyan leaned closer, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Should anything like today occur again, do not suffer in silence. Rely on me. I am your support." She was already firmly attached to Xiao Jiuyan's side. He was undoubtedly her pillar of strength. "If relying on me proves ineffective, you must learn to be fierce," Xiao Jiuyan continued. Gu Yanluo. Madness. She excels in it. Is this not the signature skill of this foolish girl? Yet, if a Luo were to lose her sanity, what would they do if they severed her head? Having finished the pastry in her hand, Gu Yanluo touched her neck, feeling a chill creeping in. "In a few days, it will be the queen's birthday. You must seize the opportunity." Xiao Jiuyan gently enticed. "I shall also make plans for you." What plans could he have for her? Gu Yanluo increasingly felt that Xiao Jiuyan's words held deeper meaning. However, Xiao Jiuyan chose not to elaborate further. His dark eyes, though fixed on Gu Yanluo, seemed to be pondering something beyond her. Gu Yanluo could not comprehend, only blinking in confusion. Noticing her gaze, Xiao Jiuyan naturally offered her a plate filled with pastries, softly suggesting, "Have another piece." Gu Yanluo cheerfully accepted and took another bite. Just as she was about to swallow, Xiao Jiuyan, with a resolute tone, asked, "Aluo, would you be willing to be my second imperial consort?" The morsel she was about to swallow lodged in Gu Yanluo's throat, rendering her motionless, her eyes widening in shock. What did Xiao Jiuyan just say? To be his second imperial consort? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, she momentarily neglected to breathe and began to cough violently, her cheeks flushing crimson. Xiao Jiuyan, taken aback by her reaction, quickly extended his long arm, gently patting her back. He picked up a handkerchief from the table, carefully lifting her chin with his slender fingers, tilting it slightly upward. The cloth brushed against her lips, meticulously wiping away the remnants of the pastry. His gaze, usually tinged with severity, seemed to soften, his demeanor gentle as if treating a cherished treasure. For reasons unknown, Gu Yanluo felt as though her breath had been scorched. Her eyelashes fluttered, her heartbeat spiraling out of control, quickening with each passing moment. In that instant, she finally grasped the profound implication of Xiao Jiuyan's earlier words. They were not mere allies in a shared endeavor. He was proposing a union as husband and wife. As he cleaned her face, Xiao Jiuyan's attention became ensnared by her, making it difficult for him to look away. His long, well-defined fingers cradled her cheek, his throat subtly bobbing, his dark eyes revealing, "This is not a whimsical fancy. If you wish to be my second imperial consort, I will pave the way for you. Even if my father opposes, even if the virtuous consort disapproves, even if the sixth prince mocks, I shall clear all obstacles for you." He would protect her from all worries. Chapter 78, The Seventh Prince. Xiaoduo Gu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback. She could not fathom why her heart raced so fervently. She merely sensed that peculiar feeling surging within her once more. Her ears flushed crimson as she averted her gaze from Xiao Jiuyan, feeling utterly flustered. "You need not rush to respond. I shall grant you time to contemplate," Xiao Jiuyan stated, yet within him stirred a trace of unease, for he had never felt such tension even during his inaugural court assembly in his youth. A worry crept into his mind. What if Gu Yanluo were to refuse him? Especially considering he was acutely aware of Madame Gu's stance. If he were to view the situation from her perspective, with her daughter being somewhat simple-minded, she would undoubtedly wish to shield her from the intrigues of the court. In half an hour, the the Grand Tutor would arrive at the Langia Hall. Suddenly, Xiao Jiuyan rose, hastily uttering this thought as he strode toward the window of Qifeng Pavilion. Changbai, jump down and break the lock. Understood. Changbai swiftly opened the window and leaped down lightly. Soon, the door to Qifeng Pavilion swung open, and Xiao Jiuyan advanced with great strides. After taking a couple of steps, he noticed Gu Yanluo still standing there in a daze. He inhaled deeply and returned to her side. Let us proceed to Langia Hall. He grasped her wrist through her garment, leading her forward. Gu Yanluo cast her eyes downward, her gaze fleetingly brushing over his fingers, her lashes trembling slightly. Upon arriving at Langia Hall, Xiao Jiuyan permitted Gu Yanluo to enter first. As she stepped inside, she was greeted by numerous unfamiliar faces, the most recognizable of whom was perhaps Princess Minghua. Upon noticing her approach, Minghua was momentarily taken aback but quickly waved her over. Aluo, come sit beside this princess. The other students within Langia Hall observed Gu Yanluo's amicable rapport with Princess Minghua but dared not speak further, silently scrutinizing her instead. As Gu Yanluo surveyed the room, her attention was drawn to a shadowy figure in the corner. The young man had a slender frame, his gaze fixated on the book before him. His long, dark hair was swept up high, and his eyes were narrow and elongated. The familiar aura emanating from him inexplicably sent a chill down her spine. Just as she found herself entranced by this youth, he abruptly lifted his gaze. His cold, piercing eyes, brimming with an unsettling intensity, met hers. The moment their eyes locked, Gu Yanluo felt a jolt of fear. His gaze was reminiscent of that reserved for the deceased. He was the seventh prince, Xiao Duo. Gu Yanluo hastily averted her gaze. She realized that this Xiao Duo was exceedingly perilous. She remembered vividly that in her previous life, after being raised by the empress, he garnered little affection from her and led a rather unfortunate existence in the palace. Later, when he rose to power, Xiao Jiuyan had already been the crown prince. Xiao Duo's sudden emergence had taken everyone by surprise, even Xiao Jiuyan. This individual was undoubtedly dangerous. She must assist Xiao Jiuyan in remaining vigilant against him. Not long after Gu Yanluo settled into her seat, Xiao Jiuyan entered Langia Hall, followed closely by Xiao Chunxian. Xiao Xinro was not present. Gu Yanluo lowered her gaze, a faint smile gracing her lips. Not only was Xiao Xinro unable to attend today, but she might very well be absent in the days to come. The silver needle lodged within her body would gradually ascend along her ankle, a torment only her master could alleviate. She was destined to endure such anguish daily, akin to the torment she had suffered at the hands of Xiao Xinro in her previous life, a veritable agony. The men and women were required to sit apart, separated by a screen. Gu Yanluo and Princess Minghua occupied one side, while Xiao Jiuyan settled on the opposite side of the screen. After a while, the Grand Tutor arrived. The Grand Tutor was a slender old man, his hair and beard a snowy white, with bright, twinkling eyes. Upon entering, he beheld the unfamiliar visage before him. His small eyes brightened slightly, fixating on Gu Yanluo's face. You must be the esteemed Miss Gu Yanluo of the Gu family? Gu Yanluo rose and affirmed, Indeed, I am. The Grand Tutor stroked his white beard thoughtfully. Have you participated in the treatment of the epidemic that ravaged the southern regions in recent years? Gu Yanluo shook her head. I have not, but Master A Luo was involved. No wonder, the Grand Tutor mused. It is clear why you are so exceptional, surely. It is due to the excellent tutelage of Physician Su. I did not anticipate that Physician Su's prowess extended not only to medicine but also to teaching, surpassing even my own capabilities. Should the opportunity arise, I must meet this Physician Su. With a light jest, the Grand Tutor commenced his lecture. Gu Yanluo, flustered, hurriedly turned the pages of the tome before her, seeking the material the Grand Tutor was discussing, and listened attentively. After spending a day at Dongshan Academy, Gu Yanluo was escorted home by Yuan. On her first day at the academy, Yuan was even more excited than she. Inquiring incessantly about the academy and whether the princes and princesses were amiable, Gu Yanluo could only respond, stating that the academy was beautiful, and both Princess Minghua and the second prince treated her kindly. As for the incident regarding the eighth princess, she chose to remain silent, wishing not to burden Yuan with worry. Today, news arrived from the palace. In a few days, the Queen's birthday would be celebrated, and invitations had been extended to the noble families of the capital. Yuan furrowed her brows, pondering what gift to prepare for the Queen's birthday. Aluo, let us think together about what we should present to the Queen. Gu Yanluo contemplated seriously, realizing that it indeed required careful consideration. Madam, Miss, the general requests your presence in the dining hall for dinner. As Gu Yanluo and Yuan approached the entrance of Qingyang Courtyard, a servant of Gu Nanshan hurriedly delivered the message. Yuan's expression darkened slightly. Is there a matter of importance? If not, we can dine in Qing'an courtyard. The general stated that the young lady is still growing. Today, the sixth prince sent over several wrinkled abalone, and the general wishes for the young lady to taste them. The mention of the sixth prince stirred an unsettling feeling within Gu Yanluo. She recalled the events of the day at such a time. Could it truly be just a gesture of goodwill to send abalone? Gu Yanluo pursed her lips, her expression dimming. Yuan scoffed. Who would care to eat his abalone? Madam, please do not hold it against me, the servant implored, on the verge of tears. After all, it was he who bore the brunt of the general's displeasure. Seeing the troubled expression on his face, Yuan understood that it was futile to press a mere servant. She sighed softly. Luo, come. Mother shall accompany you to the battlefield. Gu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback. She instantly grasped the meaning behind Yuan's words. Nevertheless, she smiled and feigned ignorance. Mother? What battlefield are you referring to? Nothing of significance. Luo shall join Mother for a feast of abalone, shall we? Gu Yanluo obediently nodded and rose to follow Yuan. Upon arriving at the dining hall, her gaze fell upon Gu Xiaofeng, seated beside Gu Nashan. Today, he donned a snow-blue robe, his posture as upright as a pine tree. As the sounds of Gu Yanluo and Yuan reached the hall, several individuals turned their gazes in unison. The moment the old matriarch spotted Yuan, her protective instincts flared. She cast a quick glance at Gu Xiaofeng before fixing a vigilant stare upon Yuan. Sit, Gu Nashan commanded in a low voice, his tone betraying no trace of emotion. Gu Yanluo and Yuan took their seats. No sooner had they settled than Gu Nanshan's voice, laced with frost, pierced the air. Did you have a dispute with the sixth prince at the academy today? Chapter 79. Why can't Arrow go? What? Before Gu Yanluo could speak, Yuan's expression turned to one of concern as she gazed at Gu Yanluo. Did you have a dispute with the sixth prince? Or has he been bullying you? To Yuan. It was inconceivable that Gu Yanluo would instigate trouble. It must be the sixth prince who was tormenting her. Gu Nanshan's eyes darkened slightly. Arrow, you are nearing your coming-of-age ceremony. The implication was clear. He had intentions regarding her marriage. You ought to maintain your distance from the second prince. Gu Nanshan's gaze grew stern, his admonition unmistakable. Gu Yanluo chose to ignore Gu Nanshan. Her eyes fixated on the exquisite plate of wrinkled abalone at the center of the long table. Mingwei, serve the young lady. Yuan understood the unspoken desire in Gu Yanluo's eyes and instructed Mingwei accordingly to fulfill her wish. General is giving a lecture. The countenance of the old matriarch, Gu Laofuran, turned slightly cold. Is your appetite so insatiable that you must eat now? Daddy called Arrow here not just for the abalone, did he? Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze to meet Gu Laofuran's. Gu Laofuran snorted derisively. What a disgraceful thing. Is it also disgraceful that grandmother often sneaks lamb legs in Shoan Hall? Gu Yanluo replied, showing no sign of yielding. The old matriarch's face darkened at Gu Yanluo's retort, yet she found herself less enraged than before. Recognizing the futility of arguing with a fool, Gu Nashan, too, suppressed his anger, taking a deep breath. You should understand that my relationship with the sixth prince is quite profound. If you wish to avoid further trouble with him, keep your distance from the second prince. In the corner, Gu Ruyue observed Gu Yanluo's entanglement with the sixth prince, noting that Gu Nashan showed no intent to reprimand her. She felt her teeth grinding in frustration. Father has truly changed. He would have never tolerated such behavior from Gu Yanluo before. Now, he merely offers a light reprimand? Presently, she found herself deprived of her father's affection, while Gu Laofuran lavished her favoritism upon Gu Xiaofeng. What of her? Had she become the extraneous one? Why should this fool seize what rightfully belongs to me? I should have been the one to enter Dongshan Academy, the one studying alongside princes and princesses. The more Gu Ruyue contemplated, the more her resentment festered. She pressed her lips tightly, withdrawing her gloomy gaze. Father, in a few days it will be the queen's birthday. I wish to prepare a birthday gift and practice a dance, the surprising swan. Gu Nashan cast a cold glance at Gu Ruyue. You possess talent. You should seek more opportunities to showcase it, so that you may settle your marriage early. Gu Ruyue's fingers nearly dug into her flesh. Previously, he would have promised her the best match, aiming to elevate her as a noblewoman, yet now it had devolved to hastening her marriage. The implication was clear. He wished to marry her off quickly. Gu Ruyue's eyes burned with resentment. Her marriage could not be treated as a mere exchange of interests. She must wed Peizhou. If Peizhou was unwilling, then she would ensure their union by any means necessary. She had to become the young master's wife. Otherwise, she would forever be trampled by Gu Yanluo. For the queen's birthday, Yuan, take a Yu and Feng her with you. Yuan was just delivering the chestnut chicken that Gu Yanluo longed for into her bowl when she heard those words, and her expression immediately turned stern. Why couldn't Luo go? On such a momentous occasion as the Empress's birthday, What if that fool made another uncontrollable mistake? Could you bear the wrath of the emperor and empress? Gu Nanshan would never allow himself or his family to make a blunder at such a grand event. Yuan pressed her lips tightly together, insisting that you take Fenger and a Yu with you. Yuan, on the day of the empress's birthday, a day of such significance. It would be wise not to act recklessly. Yuan scoffed coldly, stating that if you were unwilling to take a Luo, she would return to her family and take a Luo with her, causing no embarrassment to the esteemed General Gu. After her words, Yuan ignored Gu Nanshan's darkening expression and continued to serve delicious dishes onto Gu Yanluo's small plate. The most succulent pieces of chestnut meat found their way into Gu Yanluo's bowl, as did the tenderest abalone. By the time the old matriarch of the Gu family regained her composure from her fury, she noticed that half of the exquisite dishes had been taken away. And she immediately bit her teeth in anger, hastily picking up her chopsticks to feed herself. Once Gu Yanluo had eaten her fill, Yuan finally led her out of the dining hall. Before leaving, fearing that Gu Yanluo had not eaten enough, Yuan ordered for the untouched dishes to be packed into a food box to take back to Qing'an Courtyard. Gu Yanluo gazed at the overflowing food box, swallowing hard. Sometimes, a mother's love felt overwhelmingly burdensome. She felt quite stuffed. Gu Yanluo followed Yuan toward Qing'an Courtyard. All along the way, she sensed that someone seemed to be following her. When she arrived outside Qing'an Courtyard and saw the lotus flowers blooming in the nearby pond, her voice brightened with joy as she exclaimed, "Mother, can a Luo go and see the lotus flowers?" Yuan affectionately pinched her cheek, saying, "Go ahead, but remember to return to the courtyard after a while." Gu Yanluo nodded. Mingwei Zhou then followed Gu Yanluo toward the pond. Before long, footsteps were heard nearby. "Elder sister," as Gu Ruayue's voice rang out. Mingwei Zhou immediately tensed up like a soldier preparing for battle, positioning herself protectively in front of Gu Yanluo, her eyes alert. "What does the second young lady intend to do?" "Mingwei Zhou, you have misunderstood me. I truly will not harm my elder sister again. It was my fault before. I was misguided, but I promise to treat my elder sister well from now on," Gu Ruayue said, her eyes reddening with sincerity. "Elder sister, in a few days, it will be the Empress's birthday, and you haven't entered the palace yet. There are certain rules you may not understand, and I fear you might be bullied. So I thought to share some of the etiquette with you, alleviating any worries for Mother." After feigning concern, Gu Ruayue cautiously stepped back a couple of paces, saying that if elder sister was unwilling to listen, it would be fine, and she would act as if she had said nothing. With her eyes cast down, she prepared to withdraw. However, Gu Yanluo called out to her, her gaze clear and dark. "Do you truly wish to help me?" "Of course." Gu Ruayue's lips curled into a slight smile, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flashing in her eyes. After all, the palace is not the general's residence. A misstep by the elder sister would not only affect herself, but also the entire general's household, and Ayu did not wish to witness such an event. "Very well. Then share with me the rules of the palace," she said. Gu Ruyue and Gu Yanluo strolled towards a small pavilion by the pond, where Gu Ruyue earnestly recounted the matters to heed within the palace. Gu Yanluo listened attentively, noting that all she said was indeed reasonable. Clearly, this was not her primary intention. Soon, Gu Ruyue finished enumerating the precautions for entering the palace. She retrieved a brocade box from a nearby maid and leaned closer to Gu Yanluo, whispering, "Elder sister, I have a secret to share with you. Might we ask Mingwei Zhu to step aside?" Gu Yanluo blinked, uncertain of Gu Ruyue's reasoning. "Elder sister, I implore you. What I wish to discuss cannot be overheard by others." After a brief pause, Gu Yanluo acquiesced. "Very well then." Chapter 80. The Queen's Birthday. Elder sister. Ayu felt a pang of guilt in her heart, perpetually believing that she owed you something. Thus, she sought to make amends. "This is the red jade hairpin that father brought back from the battlefield long ago. It is said to be exceptionally precious, with no other like it in the entire Mingcheng. I wonder if you have already chosen a gift for Her Majesty the Queen. If not, this red jade hairpin would indeed be quite suitable." Gu Yanluo gazed intently at the open brocade box, and the moment she beheld the red jade hairpin within, a chill coursed down her spine. Gu Ruyue truly harbored malicious intent. Were it not for her rebirth, and were she not privy to the secret concerning the Queen, she might have genuinely believed that Gu Ruyue felt remorse and thus offered her the valuable hairpin to make amends. She might have even regarded the hairpin as a rare treasure, willingly presenting it to the Queen as a birthday gift. Gu Yanluo's eyes grew cold, yet her expression remained composed. With feigned delight, she accepted the brocade box, exclaiming, "Wow, this red jade hairpin is truly beautiful. Thank you, Ayu." Gu Ruyue smiled. "As long as elder sister likes it, all of Ayu's efforts are worth it. How foolish she is, so easily deceived." Gu Yanluo tilted her head. I will tell mother upon my return, and present this red jade hairpin as a gift to Her Majesty the Queen. Surely, she will adore such a vibrant and radiant hairpin. Aluo, do not. Guru Yue grasped Gu Yanluo's wrist. Mother does not favor you at present. If you inform her, she will undoubtedly cast aside this red jade hairpin, and elder sister would not wish to see such a beautiful hairpin shattered, would she? Gu Yanluo nodded. Indeed, Aluo cherishes it dearly and does not wish for it to be broken. Then do not tell mother. On the day of the Queen's birthday, you shall secretly present it to Her Majesty, all right? If, at that time, the Queen praises elder sister, mother will surely be immensely pleased. Gu Yanluo pondered seriously for a moment. Guru Yue anxiously observed her. After a brief pause, Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled. Yes, mother will indeed be very happy. Then I shall not tell mother. Saying this, she stealthily concealed the brocade box within her sleeve and placed a finger to her lips, gently shushing. You, rest assured. I shall not breathe a word to anyone. Very well, this shall be our pact. Guru Yue disdainfully extended her finger, sealing the agreement with Gu Yanluo, repeatedly assuring her that she would keep this matter confidential. After parting with Guru Yue, Mingwei Xiaozhou anxiously inquired, Miss, is the second miss up to her tricks again? Is she planning to bully you once more? Gu Yanluo smiled. Fear not, she has not bullied me. Really? Mingwei remained somewhat skeptical. Gu Yanluo nodded emphatically, secretly clutching the brocade box within her sleeve. Indeed, you has not bullied me. With that, she joyfully skipped towards Qing'an Courtyard. A few days later, on the Queen's birthday, at dawn, Gu Yanluo was summoned by Yuan Shi to prepare and adorn herself. After all, it was the grand occasion of the Queen's birthday banquet, and one could not afford to be careless. Rising too early, Gu Yanluo sat upright, her weary eyelids drooping, her head hanging down, bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. As the crimson candle illuminated the room, it revealed Gu Yanluo's pitiable and weary visage in the bronze mirror, evoking a surge of compassion within her. She gestured to Mingwei to gently support Gu Yanluo's chin, allowing her a brief respite. Mingwei promptly complied, her fingers caressing Gu Yanluo's delicate cheeks, which were so tender they seemed capable of yielding moisture. The softness was irresistible, akin to a small kitten that had inadvertently succumbed to slumber after a bout of intoxication. Once the grooming was complete, Gu Yanluo awakened as if from a dream. Upon opening her eyes, she beheld her own reflection in the bronze mirror. Her exquisite countenance, adorned with a touch of powder, possessed an enchanting beauty that could captivate nations. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, shimmering with a glimmer reminiscent of water. Clad in a pale yellow dress, her porcelain-like complexion appeared even more radiant, akin to cold jade. With eyes twinkling, Gu Yanluo exclaimed, Sister Hongzhu, you are truly remarkable. The eldest daughter has inherited such beauty. Hongzhu smiled gently. Once preparations were complete, Yuan Shi escorted Gu Yanluo out to the Yuan residence. Upon boarding the Yuan family's carriage, Gu Yanluo instantly spotted her cousin, Yuan Xuelan, who was adorned in a flowing azure gown today. Her figure was more statuesque than Gu Yanluo's, with a bust that incited envy within her. The carriage made its way toward the imperial palace. Upon entering the palace, Gu Yanluo and Yuan Xuelan linked arms as they proceeded to the Xiangyun Hall to celebrate the empress's birthday. As they stepped into the hall, they spotted Guru Moon, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Elder sister, you have come. Yuan Xuelan, upon seeing Guru Min, immediately pulled Gu Yanluo back, exclaiming, What do you intend to do? Keep your distance from my Aluo. Guru Moon's face flushed with embarrassment, surrounded by onlookers whose gazes were fixed upon her, yet Yuan Xuelan's words left her feeling humiliated. She pressed her lips together, a surge of anger swelling within her. However, upon recalling Gu Yanluo's imminent self-destructive actions at the Empress's birthday celebration, her anger dissipated, replaced by a sense of anticipation. Gu Yanluo, the gift you present is the very thing the Empress detests most. I am eager to see how you will manage to enter the palace thereafter. Even the Dongshan Academy will be beyond your reach. In due time, everything will be hers. Within the Xiangyun Hall, a festive atmosphere prevailed. The hall transformed into a spectacle of brilliance, with palace maids adorning every corner in resplendent colors, even gilding the pillars. Gu Yanluo and the Yuan family members were guided by the palace maids to their seats. Moments later, the eunuch's voice resounded, announcing the arrival of the second prince and the sixth prince. The seated guests rose in unison, paying their respects to the two princes. Subsequently, the remaining princesses and the seventh prince arrived. The emperor, empress, and imperial concubine were the last to make their entrance. After the guests had paid their respects, Emperor Mingchen commanded them to take their seats. The palace maids began to serve the meticulously prepared appetizers from the imperial kitchen. While the melodious sounds of the qin flowed through the air, creating an atmosphere of joy and harmony. Gu Yanluo obediently sat beside Yuan Shi, sensing a gaze fixed upon her. She glanced up to meet the languid, dark eyes of Xiao Jiuyan, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, her eyes curved into a smile as she subtly waved her small hand toward him, her demeanor cautious yet endearing. Observing her careful disposition, Xiao Jiuyan's lively eyes sparkled mischievously, radiating charm. He raised the tail of his brow slightly, and the corners of his lips couldn't help but curve into a gentle arc. Observing this from his oblique position, Dong Xiaoning felt a sudden tension in his spine. What could be the reason for the second prince's inexplicable mirth, so filled with youthful exuberance? Could it be that the lady he holds dear is present? Dong Xiaoning immediately tilted his head to take a look. Before he could discern her identity, the music ceased, and the empress slowly parted her lips, saying, "There is no need for everyone to feel constrained. Let us treat this gathering as a familial affair, meant for sharing tales and enjoying each other's company." The emperor then interjected, "Empress, today is your birthday, and you ought to revel in it. It cannot be overlooked. Is there any young lady willing to perform for our entertainment? If it pleases the empress, there will surely be rewards." As soon as these words left Ming Qingdi's lips, Gu Riyue, seated beside Gu Nanshan, gently spoke, "Your Majesty, my elder sister and I have prepared a celebratory dance for the empress. I shall perform a mesmerizing dance akin to a startled swan." Chapter 81. Dance of the Sword. Originally focused on Gu Yanluo, Yuan's eyes suddenly turned cold upon hearing Gu Riyue unexpectedly mention her name. Why should Gu Yanluo be involved in her own performance? Taking a deep breath, Yuan suppressed her rising anger. She contemplated explaining the situation to the emperor and empress, but as the music began, she had no choice but to remain silent until Gu Riyue's captivating dance concluded. Gu Riyue gracefully flicked her sleeves, adorned in a flowing gown of smoky pink, a vibrant scarlet sash accentuating her slender waist. With a gentle lift of her hand, her long sleeves waved outward, capturing the attention of all present. Having studied dance since childhood, her mother Yuan had invested immense effort in her training. Her lithe figure and enchanting silhouette commanded the audience's gaze throughout her performance. Even several princes were transfixed by her presence. The ever-flirtatious Dong Xiaoning, captivated by the performance, rose to cheer, "Bravo." His applause was fervent, his eyes sparkling with admiration. "Miss Gu, your dance is simply exquisite. This is the epitome of beauty, a dance that could captivate a city. The flowing black tresses and the billowing skirt are utterly mesmerizing." Dong Xiaoning's effusive praise swelled Gu Riyue's confidence even further. She raised her chin slightly. "Your compliments are too kind, young Master Dong. This dance is truly astounding. To celebrate your performance, I shall bestow upon you a pair of exquisite jade bracelets," the empress said with a gentle smile, exuding grace and elegance. As her words concluded, a young eunuch approached, presenting a brocade box containing the jade bracelets to Gu Riyue. Concealing her delight, she nearly burst into laughter. With the contrast of Gu Yanluo's foolishness, she sensed that many esteemed suitors would soon be flocking to the general's estate to seek her hand. "Thank you, your majesty, for your generous gift." Gu Riyue accepted the brocade box, her eyes widening in surprise at the radiant jade bracelets within. "My elder sister has also prepared a dance to honor your majesty. Wishing you longevity and prosperity." She made sure to remind the audience before gracefully taking her seat with the box in hand. "Is the young lady Gu present?" The empress and emperor turned their gazes toward Gu Nanshan, yet upon noticing the absence of another lady, they inquired. Yuan led Gu Yanluo to the center of the grand hall, kneeling before the empress. "Your Majesty, my daughter fell into the water at the age of 7 and has been simple-minded ever since. I fear her performance may bring shame to your Majesty." Yuan preferred to shield Gu Yanluo from the mockery of others, not wanting to see her hard-won confidence dissipate. "You are Gu Yanluo?" The emperor, his jaw tense, suddenly fixed his surprised gaze upon her. Gu Yanluo lowered her eyes. "I pay my respects to your Majesty. I have read your writings. You possess great insight," the emperor declared with a hearty laugh. "The Grand Tutor shared your essay with me, and it is more thorough and articulate than that of many officials in this court." Gu Yanluo, praised without a hint of disbelief, calmly raised her gaze, composed and unperturbed, stating that her insights were based on her master's experiences. "Do you possess medical knowledge?" The Mingcheng emperor's eyes flickered with interest. Having grown alongside the esteemed physician Su, it was presumed she would be well-versed in the art of healing. Yuan's heart raced with trepidation, fearing that Gu Yanluo might falter in her response and incur the emperor's wrath, potentially costing her life. After a moment of bewilderment, Gu Yanluo blinked and replied, "I possess a modest understanding, yet my master has said that I am rather dull-witted and lack proficiency in medicine, thus forbidding me from practicing publicly to avoid tarnishing his reputation." Upon hearing this, the Mingqing emperor erupted in hearty laughter, finding physician Su to be quite an amusing figure. "And what dance do you intend to present to the empress?" His tone softened deliberately, though he could not entirely suppress his imperial demeanor. Yuan's complexion paled at once. Her foolish daughter had never learned to dance. How could she possibly perform something worthy of admiration? "Your Majesty, my daughter is not skilled in dance. Today is the empress's birthday, and it is truly inappropriate for her to display herself." "No matter." The Mingqiang emperor interjected with a wave of his hand. "It is merely a celebration for the empress. Let it be casual." Yuan, momentarily flustered, found herself at a loss. Xiao Jiuyan, who had been reclining languidly, noticed Yuan's flustered expression and instantly stiffened. Had the little fool been set up? He straightened, his gaze darkening with a hint of menace, poised to intervene on behalf of Yuan and Gu Yanluo, when he observed Gu Yanluo rising gracefully. The maiden then offered a sword dance, requesting the empress's indulgence. A sword dance? The assembly in the grand hall exchanged perplexed glances. What was a sword dance? Living in the capital, they had not encountered such a performance. The sword dance was a creation of the people along the borders of Mingqing, devised to celebrate military victories. While most feminine dances involved flowing sleeves, the sword dance employed soft swords in place of them. Even a sword could be as light and graceful as flowing sleeves. The sword dance, blending strength and gentleness, was distinctly different from conventional dances. Gu Yanluo's proficiency in this art stemmed from Pei Zhou. In her past life, after marrying Pei Zhou, Gu Ruoyue frequently entered the Duke of Dinggu's residence with impunity, even wielding authority over household affairs due to her sister's identity. One day, she witnessed Gu Ruoyue and Pei Zhou together beneath a pavilion, snow swirling around them. Clad in red, Gu Ruoyue danced before Pei Zhou, her movements alluring and captivating. Pei Zhou gazed at her with profound affection until he could no longer contain himself, stepping forward to embrace Gu Ruoyue's waist, pulling her into his arms for a kiss. At that time, Gu Yanluo had been oblivious to their actions, naively believing that Pei Zhou held a fondness for those who could dance and would thus draw near to her. If she could master the dance, perhaps he would cease to avoid her like a viper, would no longer express disdain or scorn. After confiding in her maid about her desire to learn to dance, Gu Ruoyue was swiftly informed, as those around her had been carefully orchestrated by Gu Ruoyue herself. She readily agreed to let someone teach her the art of dance. Yet the discipline she was to learn was not the classical dance performed by Gu Ruoyue, but rather the art of swordplay. In the beginning, as she practiced the sword dance, the old matron who instructed her commanded her to hold a 5-pound-long sword, standing in the courtyard for an entire hour. Each time her arms faltered and the sword fell, the matron would administer a severe beating. As time passed, Gu Yanluo became despondent and numb from her relentless training. Yet she truly learned to wield the long sword with grace. During a family banquet at the Duke of Dinggu's residence, Gu Yanluo wished to showcase her skills to Pei Zhou. However, her soft sword was replaced by a long sword at the behest of Gu Ruoyue. Ultimately, during her performance, she nearly pierced Pei Zhou's chest. This incident deepened Pei Zhou's disdain for her, his gaze upon her sharp as a blade. Reflecting on the event, Gu Yanluo pondered that had it not been for her maternal grandfather, Pei Zhou might have genuinely sought to end her life, viewing her merely as a burdensome fool. Chapter 82. A dazzling performance. As the young eunuch placed the soft sword into Gu Yanluo's palm, the onlookers regarded her with mocking glances. What on earth did this foolish girl intend to do? What was this sword dance? Regardless, they were eager for the spectacle, anticipating that if she angered the emperor and empress, her fate would be nothing short of tragic. It was quite astonishing that General Gu had brought such a simpleton to the palace banquet. Gu Ruoyue could clearly hear the whispers of the crowd, and the corners of her lips began to curl upward. She envisioned Gu Yanluo performing a chaotic dance that would leave the emperor and empress utterly disillusioned. Then, when presenting her congratulatory gift, the red jade hairpin, she imagined not only the empress's face turning sour, but the emperor himself erupting in fury. This simpleton would surely be ruined beyond redemption. The thought of it filled Gu Ruoyue with an undeniable delight. She had waited far too long for this day. Ever since this fool's return, she had usurped the favor of the Yuan family, stolen her father's affection, and taken everything that rightfully belonged to her. After today, all of it would once again be Gu Ruoyue's. Gu Nanshan's gaze darkened as he fixed his eyes on Gu Yanluo, his expression taut and filled with hostility. He had warned against bringing her along, yet Yuan insisted on her inclusion. If today's events caused him any trouble, the first thing he would do upon returning home would be to divorce his wife. The crowd harbored various thoughts. Gu Yanluo paid no heed to the strange looks directed her way. She accepted the soft sword, allowing her fingertips to glide gently along its edge. As the soft sword descended, Her gaze lifted slightly, colliding with Xiao Jiuyan's dark, brooding eyes. His throat bobbed, brow furrowed, and the concern in his eyes was unmasked. Gu Yanluo smiled at him, her autumnal eyes glistening like dew. She instructed the musicians on the piece to be played, and as the music began, the soft sword in her hand emitted a sharp, resonant sound. The crowd gasped, instantaneously drawn to her presence. Before them, the soft sword spun rapidly in Gu Yanluo's grasp. Her gaze was resolute and bright, devoid of hesitation as she tightened her hold on the weapon and leapt gracefully. With a firm and steady wrist, the soft sword, sharp yet pliable, danced in her palm like a well-trained steed, obedient and graceful. As the sword traced a mesmerizing arc through the air, the audience stared in awe, instinctively rising to their feet to witness the spectacle. When Gu Yanluo executed several flawless somersaults in mid-air, still unbriefless, and continued to showcase her artistry, the Hall of Auspicious Clouds erupted with fervent cheers. Remarkable! So this is what a sword dance truly is. It far surpassed the beauty and excitement of the stunning dance. The exquisite sword flowers blossomed beneath Gu Yanluo's skillful manipulation. With her chin raised slightly and hair brushing against her lashes, she stood tall, exuding a presence that was anything but the fragile young lady of a secluded chamber. She resembled a spirited young general on the battlefield, brimming with confidence. Even the princes and princesses within the Hall of Auspicious Clouds, as well as the Mingqing Emperor and the Empress, looked on in astonishment at the breathtaking display. The dazzling swordplay unfurled before their eyes, one stunning move after another. As the resonant strains of the guqin filled the air, Gu Yanluo's movements quickened with fervor. She lifted her soft sword, the tip delicately poised before her eyes, and her graceful figure spun in a mesmerizing dance. As the music softened, Gu Yanluo stepped lightly onto the sword, soaring upward in a single, agile leap. In a breathtaking twist, her skirts flowed in harmony with her movements, forming a delicate arc in the air. She then sheathed her sword and stood poised, her gaze serenely fixed upon the Mingqing Emperor and the Empress on the elevated platform. "I present my humble performance," she declared. These words reverberated through the once silent Xianyun Hall, igniting a fervent discussion among the attendees. This sword dance, a perfect blend of strength and grace, was a stark contrast to the monotonous Jinghong dance. It was utterly captivating. Indeed, in my years of service, I have never encountered anyone who could wield a soft sword with such exquisite finesse, beautiful yet imbued with an air of confidence. Such poise is what befits the daughters of Mingqing. Waves of praise erupted, and in stark contrast to the solitary cheer that accompanied Gu Ruyue's performance, Gu Yanluo's sword dance earned resounding applause from all present. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" the Mingqing Emperor exclaimed, his eyes alight with joy. "Truly, she is the daughter of General Gu. This is the demeanor one expects from a scion of a military family." The Mingqing Emperor turned to Gu Nanshan, remarking, "General Gu, you have raised a remarkable daughter. This young lady is not in the least inferior to any man." Gu Nanshan, momentarily taken aback, had not anticipated that Gu Yanluo, whom he thought would embarrass herself, would instead receive such accolades from the emperor, a recognition he had not foreseen. "A reward. A substantial reward," the Empress exclaimed, her heart racing with excitement. "I have never witnessed such a sword dance. It is simply magnificent. I shall bestow upon Miss Gu my prized coral tree, a set of gold adornments, and several masterpieces by renowned artists." As the Empress spoke, a cascade of magnificent treasures was promised, leaving the noble ladies in attendance in awe, their eyes tinged with envy. The Empress's treasures were indeed one of a kind. After a moment of contemplation, the Mingqing Emperor added, "Fetch my Qi longsword." The mention of the Qi longsword sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. It was the very sword wielded by the Mingqing Emperor in his conquests. A true treasure. What could the Emperor be intending? Shortly thereafter, the Grand Eunuch presented the Qi longsword. With a grand gesture, the Mingqing Emperor bestowed it upon Miss Gu. The assembled officials could not suppress their astonishment. The Emperor was genuinely pleased, even granting the Qi longsword to Gu Yanluo. "Though the world may deem you foolish, I see no folly in you." The Emperor's praise, the envy of the officials, and the Empress's favor pierced Gu Ruyue's heart like sharp daggers, draining the color from her face. She could hardly fathom that Gu Yanluo was capable of such a sword dance. When had she acquired this skill? How had this seemingly simple-minded girl kept her prowess hidden? Had she secretly practiced in preparation for today's performance? Gu Yanluo's cunning was far deeper than she had ever imagined. Was she truly not foolish at all? A wave of discontent washed over Gu Ruyue as she regarded Gu Yanluo with a gaze filled with resentment. As soon as the words of Emperor Mingqing, declaring that Gu Yanluo was not foolish, fell from his lips, Gu Yanluo tilted her head and cheerfully replied, "Mother also says that a Luo is not foolish." Her endearing naivety instantly dispelled the doubts harbored by those who had just begun to question her intellect. Upon closer inspection, she indeed appeared quite simple-minded. The emperor's gaze held a tinge of regret. Had Gu Yanluo possessed true wisdom, she would have surely garnered fame throughout the capital long ago, rather than being brought back only in her teenage years. Such a pity. Gu Yanluo returned to her seat beside Yuan Shi. The moment she settled down, she noticed the penetrating gaze of Xiao Jiuyan directed at her. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly before she raised her eyes to meet his. Within the depths of Xiao Jiuyan's typically dark and cold eyes, there shone a remarkable brilliance. Unconsciously, he rubbed his fingertips together, revealing an unrecognized possessiveness that lingered ominously within him. Yuan Shi, her heart finally at ease, grasped Gu Yanluo's hand, only to feel her wrist trembling slightly. A flicker of concern crossed her face as she inquired, "Luo, what is it? Are you unwell?" Chapter 83. The red jade hairpin. Gu Yanluo withdrew her gaze, slowly shaking her head. It had been a long time since she practiced the sword dance, and she felt somewhat rusty. Moreover, in comparison to her previous life, she now possessed only technique, lacking the strength in her wrists. Having forced herself to dance for so long, her wrists could no longer endure. "Did you learn from Sushindi?" Yuan was equally astonished. Gu Yanluo could indeed perform the sword dance. It must be that a senior from Yawang Valley secretly taught Luo. Gu Yanluo's eyes gleamed with a hint of brightness. Yuan, oblivious to any doubts, added, "Good thing you know how. Otherwise, today you would have fallen for Guru Yue's tricks." As she spoke, her gaze turned serious, containing a hint of menace as she fixated on Guru Yue across from her. Guru Yue, caught off guard by Yuan's darkened eyes, felt her breath catch and hastily averted her gaze. Gu Yanluo steadied herself, her dark eyes sweeping over Guru Yue. This sword dance had actually been taught to her by Guru Yue's subordinates, who had secretly laid traps to compel her to improve. Now, having fallen before her meticulously cultivated skills, one could only wonder if Guru Yue would be infuriated upon learning the truth. Gu Yanluo let out a light scoff, however. This was merely the beginning. Next, the grand performance commenced, with noble young ladies showcasing their talents in the central hall. Sun Qianyo played the qin splendidly, her performance of Qian Jinling stirring the audience's blood. Emperor Mingxing did not miss the opportunity to jest, remarking that the melodious notes from Miss Sun's qin complemented Miss Gu's sword dance beautifully. If given the chance, a collaboration between you two would surely captivate all the officials. In Sun Qianyao's eyes, Gu Yanluo's sword dance had left everyone in awe, and being praised alongside her brought her great joy. She glanced sideways at Gu Yanluo, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Wanting to greet Gu Yanluo, she hesitated, fearing that Gu Yanluo might still harbor resentment towards her. Thus, she shrank her neck and knelt cautiously, refraining from saying too much. Once the performance concluded, Emperor Mingxing instructed everyone to partake in some refreshments. Sun Qianyo cautiously approached Gu Yanluo, asking humbly, "Luo, may I sit beside you?" Gu Yanluo let out a small grunt, appearing to still be sulking, tilting her head slightly to avoid looking at Sun Qianyo. Unperturbed, Sun Qianyo took her chance, noticing Gu Yanluo's lack of rejection. She tentatively sat beside her, saying, "You must try this. It is the rose cheese prepared by the royal kitchen. You cannot find it outside. Every time I come to the palace with my father, I look forward to this treat." Gu Yanluo's eyes instantly lit up. She wanted to turn and look but felt shy, so she discreetly stole glances. In her previous life, she had accompanied Pei Zhou to the palace and had never tasted such delicacies. Yuan noticed her action and chuckled, pinching her cheek and turning her towards Sun Qianyo. "Miss Sun says it is delicious. It must be quite good. Luo, why not give it a try?" Gu Yanluo huffed, finally conceding, "For my mother's sake, I shall reluctantly give it a taste." Sun Qianyo beamed with delight, her laughter sweet as she urged, "Then quickly try it." Gu Yanluo accepted the small spoon, scooping a bite of the rose cheese and bringing it to her lips. Upon tasting, she found the flavor sweet and rich with creamy notes, exclaiming inwardly, "It truly is different from the outside world. Is it delicious?" Yuan Shi, upon seeing Gu Yanluo's sparkling eyes, understood her thoughts, yet out of consideration for her dignity, she refrained from directly pointing it out. "This rose cream is favored by many noble ladies, and there is only one serving for each person. Miss Sun has generously given you the sole portion." Gu Yanluo had not anticipated this. She poked Yuan Shi's hand gently and murmured, "Mother, it's delicious." "What did you say?" Yuan Shi teased her deliberately. Gu Yanluo puffed her cheeks, "It's delicious." Sun Qianyu finally sighed in relief, "Luo, I'm glad you like it." She felt reassured. Gu Yanluo had tasted the rose cream she gifted, bringing her closer to forgiveness. Guru Yue, seated opposite them, watched Sun Qianyo's humble demeanor before Gu Yanluo, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. Gu Yanluo had even taken her friend away. Originally, Sun Xianyao had followed her closely. Now she had become Gu Yanluo's companion. Why should this be so? What right did she have? She could hardly contain the hatred simmering within her eyes. Hoping that this fool would swiftly present the red jade hairpin to her majesty, causing all of Gu Yanluo's efforts today to dissolve into nothingness and render her distasteful in the eyes of the empress. After a brief respite in the Xiao Hall, it was time to present congratulatory gifts to her majesty. Naturally, the first to offer their tributes were the princes and princesses. The sixth prince rose first. Though the empress was not his biological mother, she held the esteemed title of the nation's mother, deserving of utmost respect. He had prepared a genuine masterpiece from Master Hezhang, titled Spring Landscape. The grand painting, several feet long, depicted intertwining mountains and rivers, with exquisite scenery, accompanied by Master Hezhang's calligraphy and a celebrated couplet. The empress adored collecting authentic works from masters, and this spring landscape was sure to resonate with her heart. Next, Xiao Jiuyan had a large redwood chest brought forth. Upon opening it, it was filled with peculiar novelties, unsolvable puzzles, wobbling dolls that wouldn't fall over, items that were utterly unavailable in the capital. These were mere diversions to entertain the empress during her leisure time. Unable to resist a light chuckle, the empress remarked, "You, my child, are quite unorthodox. Your gifts are unlike anyone else's, but I do enjoy them." Xiao Jiuyan smiled faintly, his lips curving slightly. After all the princes and princesses had presented their gifts, it was time for the civil and military officials, along with their families, to step forward. Gu Yanluo and Gu Ruyue followed closely behind Gu Nanshan, presenting their prepared tributes to the eunuchs. Gu Ruyue cast a deliberate glance at the brocade box Gu Yanluo was offering, the very one she had previously given to her. And a smirk crept upon Gu Ruyue's lips. This fool is doomed today. The three gifts from the Gu family were presented to the eunuchs, each laid out before the empress for her perusal. General Gu offered a pair of celadone ear cups and 2 green-glazed with leaf-patterned bowls. The eunuch's sharp voice read out each of General Gu's offerings. The empress wore a gentle smile, her expression remaining composed, until the exquisite gifts presented by Gu Yanluo and Gu Ruyue were laid before her majesty the empress. The moment she beheld the stunning gold hairpin adorned with a red jade clasp, the empress's gentle smile vanished entirely, replaced by a palpable aura of gloom and hostility. "Whose red jade clasp is this?" Upon hearing these words, Gu Ruyue's heart raced uncontrollably. She lifted her gaze to the empress and, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Your Majesty, it is a carefully prepared gift from my elder sister, said to be the only one of its kind in the entire Mingqing. It is exceedingly precious." A cold, mocking laugh escaped the empress's lips, her gaze, imbued with a chilling intensity, abruptly fixed upon Gu Yanluo's face. "Exceedingly precious, you say? Just how precious is it?" Chapter 84. Gu Ruyue's demise. The once jovial Emperor Ming suddenly shifted his gaze, his expression darkening as he noticed the change in the empress's demeanor. As his eyes fell upon the crimson jade hairpin, his countenance soured. The atmosphere in the Xiao Hall grew tense. Everyone present sensed the oppressive melancholy emanating from the throne, and they held their breath, gripped by fear. With a resounding thud, items from the exquisite box were flung out, including 2 golden hairpins and the central crimson jade hairpin. Upon recognizing the hairpin, Xiao Jiuyan's dark eyes dimmed. This crimson jade hairpin was akin to the empress's Achilles heel. Nowadays, even the emperor refrained from bestowing such a prized accessory upon the concubines of the harem, for the scandal surrounding it was an unspoken truth throughout the capital. Yet now, it had appeared unexpectedly. A sense of foreboding washed over Xiao Jiuyan. The empress, her eyes aflame with suppressed fury, fixed her gaze upon Gu Nanshan. "General Gu, you have indeed raised a remarkable daughter." The assembly stood in stunned silence. The empress, who had previously lavished praise upon Gu Yanluo, now wore an expression of terrifying darkness, her icy aura rendering everyone unable to lift their heads. Gu Nanshan rose swiftly, kneeling in the center of the hall. "Your Majesty, I am unaware." Before he could finish, the sight of the fallen crimson jade hairpin struck him with clarity. Gripping Gu Yanluo, his eyes blazed with uncontainable fury. His hand, raised high, gathered strength, poised to strike Gu Yanluo's face. "General Gu." A chilling voice erupted, startling Gu Nanshan as he turned to see Xiao Jiuyan glaring at him with an almost murderous intensity. "Did Miss Gu bestow this crimson jade hairpin?" Xiao Jiuyan's fierce gaze shimmered with an icy resolve, causing Gu Nanshan's spine to stiffen. Hadn't Gu Ruyue claimed that the hairpin was meticulously chosen by Gu Yanluo? As far as the empress was aware, this crimson jade hairpin was exclusively produced in the western regions of Ming. If it was indeed precious, acquiring it was no simple feat. Upon returning from the border, General Gu had presented this rare hairpin, later gifting it to his second daughter as a birthday present. As Xiao Jiuyan's words hung in the air, Gu Nanshan's expression grew increasingly rigid. He averted his gaze, landing on Gu Ryue, who remained in shock. The moment she had glimpsed the golden hairpins, she had been rendered speechless. Those golden hairpins were her congratulatory gift to the Empress, duly registered upon her entry to the palace. How could the crimson jade hairpin possibly be in her exquisite box? Master Chong, perhaps you should investigate which young lady from the Gu family presented this crimson jade hairpin as a congratulatory gift, Xiao Jiuyan commanded coldly. Master Chong glanced back at Emperor Ming, and upon receiving permission, ordered for the registry of gifts to be retrieved. It was confirmed that both the golden hairpins and the crimson jade hairpin had been presented by the second Miss Gu. Gu Ryue's face drained of color. Her gaze fixed rigidly upon the fallen crimson jade hairpin. Impossible. This cannot be. The crimson jade hairpin was clearly a gift from my elder sister to the Empress. How could it be among a subject's offerings? Your Majesty, I am wronged. Gu Ryue knelt on the ground, her lips quivering violently as she stammered in her defense. Emperor Ming's gaze was fiercely aggressive, his sharp eyes turned calmly towards Gu Yanluo. Miss Gu, have you ever seen this red jade hairpin? Gu Yanluo blinked, seemingly bewildered by the unfolding situation. She obediently responded to the Emperor's inquiry, Your Majesty. This humble daughter has never seen this hairpin. I have heard that Her Majesty the Empress suffers from a chronic head ailment. So I sought a rare medical manuscript containing treatments for such conditions as a gift to wish Her Majesty a swift recovery. With her small face taut, she delivered this earnest statement, leaving both Emperor Ming and the Empress momentarily stunned. Each year, many gifts were presented during birthdays, and the number of extravagant offerings was immeasurable. Yet no one had ever gifted a rare medical manuscript, especially one pertinent to the Empress's ailment, as Gu Yanluo had done. The Empress, caught off guard, exchanged a glance with Emperor Ming, both expressing astonishment. So you truly know nothing of this red jade hairpin? Xiao Jiuyan raised an eyebrow, his gaze softening unconsciously as he looked at her. Indeed, Gu Yanluo answered, meeting Xiao Jiuyan's dark eyes without hesitation. At that moment, everything that had transpired became crystal clear. Gu Ryue not only presented the red jade hairpin but also attempted to slander it as a gift from her simple-minded elder sister. Such cruelty towards a fool was unfathomable. Had the gifts not been officially recorded, Gu Yanluo would have found herself at a loss for words. The Empress's gaze towards Gu Ryue grew increasingly frigid. The second Miss Gu's malice was evident as she sought to ensnare an innocent. Recently, whispers had circulated in the palace that Miss Gu was not of General Gu's bloodline. Yet the general, valuing sentiment, had taken her as an adopted daughter. To be ungrateful and malign her elder sister, a simpleton, was truly appalling. General Gu, you have raised your daughter most poorly, the Empress remarked coldly, provoking a stormy expression on Gu Nanshan's face. Kneeling on the ground, his chest heaved with fury, his eyes aflame with indignation. From now on, the second Miss Gu shall remain at home, reflecting on her actions during palace banquets. With this pronouncement, Emperor Ming effectively severed Gu Ryue's prospects. She would no longer attend palace feasts and would be unable to hold her head high among the other noble ladies. If she aspired to marry well and become a highborn matron, her dreams now seemed insurmountable. Gu Ryue gasped for breath, her body weakening as she collapsed to the ground. How did it come to this? Why was that hairpin in my gift? What on earth is happening? Gu Nanshan hoisted Gu Ryue to her feet, dragging her back to her seat, his expression dark and brooding. Gu Ryue, pale and unfocused, sat in despair and numbness. The Empress opened the medical manuscript gifted by Gu Yanluo. The prescriptions within were indeed treatments not utilized by the palace physicians. I shall send this manuscript to Physician Qin. If it truly alleviates my head ailment, there shall be substantial rewards. As the earlier incident concluded, the Empress's lips curved into a smile once more. I almost misjudged Miss Gu. I shall present this bracelet to her to ease her shock. The queen removed the jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to the young eunuch. Gu Yanluo accepted it with gratitude once more. After she resumed her seat beside Lady Yuan, the latter finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Moments ago, she had been utterly terrified, fearing that Gu Yanluo might provoke the Empress, leaving even her maternal grandfather powerless to intervene. Do not worry, mother. Aluo is unharmed, Gu Yanluo reassured her. As she spoke, she sensed a gaze from the crowd directed at her. Following that gaze, she beheld the lady seated next to the esteemed consort Wan. Upon recognizing her features, Gu Yanluo's heart momentarily faltered. It was Consort Shen, the mother of Xiao Jiuyan. Chapter 85. She is the one I have chosen in stark contrast to the resplendent and extravagant Empress Wan, adorned with a crown of jewels. Consort Shen appeared remarkably understated in her dark-hued gown, exuding an air of elegance and refinement. Her brows were like delicate brushstrokes, her complexion akin to porcelain. And a jade hairpin nestled among her tresses, embodying grace without sacrificing dignity. The cool yet alluring beauty she possessed was utterly captivating, rendering onlookers unable to avert their gaze. With a gaze that was both cold and distant, she cast a fleeting glance at Gu Yanluo before withdrawing her attention. Yet her eyes revealed a depth of meaning that Gu Yanluo could not comprehend. Once the ceremonial gifts were presented, the birthday banquet drew to a close. Gu Yanluo rose alongside Yuan Shi and Yuan Xuelan, holding Gu Yanluo's wrist, prepared to escort her away. However, they had scarcely taken a few steps when a palace maid intercepted Gu Yanluo, stating, "Miss Gu, Consort Jin requests your presence. Please make your way to Weiyang Palace." Gu Yanluo paused momentarily, recalling the enigmatic glance from Consort Jin that seemed to hold unspoken significance. Yuan Xuelan, sensing the gravity of the situation, stepped protectively in front of Gu Yanluo and inquired, "Does Consort Jin wish to see a Luo? What is the matter?" "The maid is unaware. It is the lady's command," came the reply. Yuan Xuelan tightened her grip on Gu Yanluo's fingers, asking, "May I accompany her?" "Consort Jin wishes to see Miss Gu alone." After a brief hesitation, Yuan Xuelan turned back to Yuan Shi and recounted the request from Consort Jin. Yuan Shi found the situation peculiar, but soon considered Xiao Jiuyan. Could it be related to the second prince? A sense of unease crept into her heart, yet she knew that one could not obstruct the desires of Consort Jin. "Very well, a Luo, when you meet Consort Jin, remember to be respectful and do not overstep your bounds. Do you understand?" Gu Yanluo nodded obediently, acknowledging, "I understand, mother." She followed the palace maid towards Weiyang Palace. The palace path stretched long and endless, with towering walls surrounding her, as if to confine her within a narrow space. Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze slightly, feeling an inexplicable sense of suffocation within the depths of the palace. Her feet ached as she finally approached the gates of Weiyang Palace. Consort Jin preferred solitude, and the palace was situated in a secluded part of the imperial grounds. Upon entering Weiyang Palace, Gu Yanluo soon found Consort Jin standing by the window, gazing at the blooming roses within the palace grounds, her expression cool and indifferent. "Your ladyship, Miss Gu has arrived," announced the maid. As the words fell, Consort Jin turned her gaze, and their eyes met. Gu Yanluo lowered her eyes and performed a respectful greeting. "I pay my respects to Consort Jin." "Rise," Consort Jin replied, her voice melodious yet tinged with a hint of chill, not born of deliberate aloofness, but rather as if she were inherently devoid of desires. Gu Yanluo approached Consort Jin. "I have often heard Yin speak of you," Consort Jin began, her gaze wandering as she delicately sipped her tea. "Minghua has also mentioned you on numerous occasions." Gu Yanluo felt a slight stiffness in her spine. Unable to decipher Consort Jin's intentions, she could only lower her head and listen intently as Consort Jin continued, "I shall not interfere with Minghua and Yin's friendships. But as the second prince, Yin must not become ensnared in romantic entanglements. It poses a grave danger." With these words, Gu Yanluo finally grasped the weight of the conversation. This serves as a warning to her, advising against harboring inappropriate feelings for Xiao Jiuyan. Gu Yanluo pursed her lips, her eyelashes fluttering slightly as she helplessly raised her gaze. This humble servant does not comprehend the empress's intentions. The cold, clear gaze of Jinfei momentarily froze upon colliding with Gu Yanluo's dark, luminous eyes. She shook her head gently. Yin, a tall, slender figure approached from behind the screen. "You are being overly concerned," Jinfei remarked, her eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. "In my opinion, she is not the most suitable candidate for the second prince's consort." Xiao Jiuyan's intense gaze remained fixed on Gu Yanluo. "Mother, it is premature to say such things. She is the one I have chosen." Seeing Xiao Jiuyan's unwavering conviction, Jinfei paused, ultimately refraining from further comment. This peculiar conversation ceased upon Xiao Jiuyan's exit. Jinfei did not utter another word as Xiao Jiuyan led her away from Weiyang Palace. Proceeding along the palace path, Gu Yanluo followed closely at his side, matching his pace. "Brother Yin, what did Jinfei mean?" Gu Yanluo clutched the corner of Xiao Jiuyan's robe, her voice barely above a whisper. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze, a shadow passing through his eyes. "She wishes to inquire if you would be willing to become my second imperial consort." Gu Yanluo was taken aback. Was that truly what Jinfei intended? The audacity with which Xiao Jiuyan fabricated such a claim astonished her. She chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to expose his words. "However, you are yet to reach the age of maturity. There is no need for you to rush your response." Xiao Jiuyan's gaze deepened, an intensity in his eyes that seemed to penetrate Gu Yanluo's very being. As her eyelashes trembled slightly, Gu Yanluo felt a strange sensation. If not for her current state of naivety and her immaturity, would Xiao Jiuyan not seek to devour her whole? She instinctively retracted her neck, lowering her eyes as her delicate neck bent slightly. Brother Ayan, I wish to find mother. Upon uttering these words, her eyes flickered, her ears tinged with crimson, leaving her somewhat at a loss. I shall take you, Xiao Jiuyan replied softly, withdrawing his gaze. As they continued along the palace path, Xiao Jiuyan's tall, slender frame cast a long shadow in the sunlight, while Gu Yanluo, petite and delicate, hurried to keep pace beside him, struggling to keep up. Just as they were about to reach the palace gates, a shout from behind interrupted them. Miss Gu, please wait. Xiao Jiuyan turned to see the hurried approach of eunuch Chang, accompanied by Dong Xiuning, who wore a look of curiosity as if eager to witness the unfolding drama. Miss Gu, the emperor requests your presence in the study. Gu Yanluo was momentarily taken aback. While Zhenfei's summons to Weiyang Palace might have been Xiao Jiuyan's suggestion, why would the Mingcheng emperor call for her? What is the matter? Before she could speak further, Xiao Jiuyan's cold voice interjected. Eunuch Chang smiled. I am unaware of the details, but rest assured, Your Highness, the emperor will not harm Miss Gu. Today, in the court, Xiao Jiuyan, the formidable figure, had surprisingly defended Gu Yanluo in front of all. With his seasoned experience, Eunuch Chang discerned the underlying significance of the situation. If you are concerned, you may accompany her to see for yourself. Dong Xiuning peeked out, wearing an expression of delight in the unfolding drama. Xiao Jiuyan cast a cold glance at him, raising his hand to press against Dong Xiuning's face, nudging him back, finding him bothersome. He cleared his throat, his gaze turning icy, stating that he too had matters to discuss with the emperor. Oh dear, what could the second prince possibly want with his majesty? Are you perhaps worried? Dong Xiuning remarked with a teasing grin. Xiao Jiuyan found him unworthy of reply and proceeded with Gu Yanluo towards the imperial study. Upon reaching the study, Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze, astonished. She had never set foot in this place in her previous life, yet today she found herself here. Just as they approached the door, a soft sob echoed from within. Your Majesty, since childhood, I have been cherished and pampered, never having endured such hardships. Each day of torment has left me in tatters. My heart is nearly shattered. Chapter 86. My brother Ayan treats me very well. Xiao Jiuyan's expression darkened upon hearing the sounds from the imperial study. He glanced sideways at Eunuch Chang, wondering if his father summoned a Luo for the sake of the 8th princess. Eunuch Chang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, uncertain of the situation. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze turned icy as he kicked open the door to the study, immediately spotting Wang Guifei sobbing in the embrace of Emperor Mingcheng. The individuals at the entrance fell silent as Wang Guifei hastily rose from the emperor's arms, clutching a silk handkerchief to wipe her tears. What business does father have in summoning a Luo? Xiao Jiuyan's eyes were filled with a chilling glare as they swept over Wang Guifei. You are quite protective of her. Emperor Mingcheng scrutinized Xiao Jiuyan, sensing something amiss, yet he dismissed it. A foolish girl could never become the second princess, let alone a concubine. You are called a Luo, are you not? Emperor Mingcheng shifted his gaze from Xiao Jiuyan to Gu Yanluo, his expression softening. The subject greets your Majesty and her Highness. No need for formalities. Rise quickly, Emperor Mingcheng commanded in a deep voice. Do you know the whereabouts of your master, Physician Su? Emperor Mingcheng inquired cautiously as his heart ached for Xinro, who had been inexplicably suffering from severe pain. The palace physicians were baffled, unable to diagnose her ailment. The emperor recalled that Su, being a divine physician, would surely have the means to heal Xinro, yet he had not returned for quite some time according to those sent to the Medicine King Valley. Is he asking her to find a way to contact her master to treat Xiao Xinro? Xiao Jiuyan scoffed coldly. Father must have forgotten that not long ago, the princess threatened a Luo and even pushed her into the water. Wang Guifei's expression shifted slightly. Your Highness, that was merely an accident. Besides, Xinro also fell into the water. She has always been obedient. How could she intentionally harm anyone? And after that, 6th brother coerced a Luo into kneeling and apologizing, threatening her with punishment if she did not, Xiao Jiuyan retorted. His voice, filled with hostility, left Gu Yanluo trembling in fear. No wonder Xiao Jiuyan was known as the killing god in the capital. Even before the emperor, his arrogance was palpable, let alone before others. She had thought the matter with the 6th prince had passed, and she had not suffered, but rather, it was the 8th princess who had been wronged. To her surprise, Xiao Jiuyan still remembered it. Your Highness, the previous incident was indeed caused by Xinro. Would it suffice if I apologize to Miss Gu? Seeing Xinro tormented like this pains me deeply, and if we can find Physician Su, once Xinro recovers, I will have her personally apologize to Miss Gu. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze remained frigid. The princess forced the Luo to lick her shoes, Would she then be able to apologize to Luo as well? You. Wang Guifei's face darkened suddenly. How could her daughter, a princess, possibly stoop to such a level as to lick the shoes of a fool? It was utterly absurd. Since it cannot be accomplished, what face do we have to press arrow for assistance? Xiao Jiuyan let out a light scoff. Father. Lady Gu is still waiting at the palace gate. I shall escort Miss Gu back. Xiao Jiuyan. Emperor Ming's expression darkened slightly. Your royal sister's life now hangs in the balance, yet you remain steadfast in defending an outsider. Xiao Jiuyan remained unmoved. It was the imperial princess who had first brought humiliation upon others. Had she not been so brazen and overbearing in public, she would not have to endure such consequences now. Your imperial sister has always been gentle and obedient. Do not unjustly tarnish her reputation. The noble consort won. Unable to endure any longer, exclaimed sharply, obedient? Xiao Jiuyan seemed to have heard a jest. Had she been obedient, she would not have earned the notorious reputation of the arrogant and domineering Ming Hua. I acknowledge that Shinro's actions were misguided, yet at this juncture, her life hangs in the balance. The immediate priority is to locate the divine physician to treat her. Once she awakens, I shall impose strict penalties upon her and ensure she apologizes to Miss Gu. After explaining to Xiao Jiuyan, Emperor Mingxing turned his gaze towards Gu Yanluo. Luo. The only one capable of saving Shinro now is your master. Please endeavor to reach out and see if you can find him. There will certainly be a generous reward in store. Gu Yanluo lowered her eyes, a hint of darkness flickering within. She then raised her gaze, her eyes clear. Very well. I shall exert every effort. However, what? Emperor Ming's gaze was filled with anticipation. However, his master often vanished without a trace. During his time in Yuang Valley, there was a year when he did not return, leaving everyone unable to locate him. Gu Yanluo innocently lifted her eyes. Upon hearing this, Consort One's legs weakened, nearly causing her to collapse. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she exclaimed, Your Majesty, what shall we do? What shall I do about my daughter? Do not fret, my beloved consort. Did not Arrow mention it already? I will make every effort to reach out. There is certainly still hope. Are you truly incapable of any medical skill while following your master? Emperor Ming gazed at Gu Yanluo once more, filled with hope. Gu Yanluo's eyes flickered slightly as she instinctively turned to look at Xiao Jiuyan. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze sharpened. If Luo were to treat the princess and something were to go awry, who would take responsibility? Mingcheng Emperor felt a lump in his throat. If Gu Yanluo truly failed in her healing, he feared he would not be able to restrain himself from severing her head. Alas, you should return and make every effort to contact Physician Su. Gu Yanluo complied and turned to leave, with Xiao Jiuyan closely following her. As the two exited the imperial study, they encountered Dong Xiaoning, whose face was etched with anxiety as he approached, inquiring about the events that had just transpired within. Why do I seem to hear the sound of an argument? Has the emperor reprimanded you once more? A series of questions vexed Xiao Jiuyan, causing his brows to furrow slightly. This matter does not concern me. Then, Dong Xiaoning's gaze turned towards Gu Yanluo, and he promptly broke into a smile. Addressing her as Miss Gu, Gu Yanluo nodded obediently. Is it a significant matter? Dong Xiaoning expressed his concern, to which Gu Yanluo shook her head, indicating that it was nothing significant. Dong Xiaoning smirked. I am Dong Xiaoning. I have finally met the renowned Miss Gu. Gu Yanluo, perplexed, inquired, What do you mean by renowned? As he collided with Gu Yanluo's bewildered gaze, Dong Xiaoning laughed unabashedly. Miss Gu, may I inquire how the second prince treats you? Gu Yanluo? Yet she chirped. Brother A Yin is exceedingly kind to me. Dong Xiaoning's eyebrows quivered slightly, his gaze teasing. Oh, Brother Ian? How utterly nauseating. Xiao Jiuyan, observing Dong Xiaoning's nonchalant demeanor, lifted his foot and lightly kicked him on the calf. Dong Xiaoning, do not compel me to twist your head off. Dong Xiaoning hastily retreated behind Gu Yanluo, exclaiming, Oh dear, I am so frightened. No sooner had he spoken than he leaned toward Gu Yanluo's ear, maintaining a distance, and whispered in a low voice, So, do you regard Brother Ian as a sibling? Or perhaps, a romantic interest? Gu Yanluo's ears flushed crimson instantly. Her eyes widening in disbelief, her expression frozen. Just as she found herself at a loss, Xiao Jiuyan reached out, grasping her sleeve, pulling her before him, and covering her ears with his hands. Do not listen to this nonsense, his voice resonated in a low murmur. Gu Yanluo's ears grew even warmer. The sound around her muffled, leaving her only with the fervent rhythm of her heartbeat echoing within her chest. Chapter 87. The blushing ears. All right, I shall refrain from jesting. Your protectiveness resembles that of a mother hen. Dong Xiaoning curled his lip, clearly disapproving of Xiao Jiuyan's demeanor. He strode forward with purpose, leaving Once Dong Xiaoning departed, Xiao Jiuyan finally withdrew his hand from the tip of Gu Yanluo's ear. He cast his gaze downward, intending to reassure her not to take it to heart, only to catch sight of her ear, flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of blood. What is this? Your ears have turned red? His deep voice resonated suddenly, causing Gu Yanluo to lift her gaze and lock eyes with the profound depths of Xiao Jiuyan's. Has the foolish girl turned shy again? Gu Yanluo's eyelashes fluttered, and she quickly averted her eyes from his, stammering, "Ah, Brother Ian. I should be heading back." Xiao Jiuyan suppressed a smile and walked ahead. As Gu Yanluo watched his figure recede, her anxious heart finally settled. Her heart had been racing a tad too swiftly. If Xiao Jiuyan had come any closer, he surely would have heard the rapid thumping of her heart. What could this possibly mean? The perpetually naive Gu Yanluo found herself perplexed. She observed Xiao Jiuyan from a distance, quickening her pace to follow him closely, maintaining a respectful distance of a foot behind. With her head bowed, she focused on the heels of his black boots. His strides were long, his legs straight and elongated, each of his steps equating to two of hers. As they approached the corner leading to the palace gates, the figure ahead abruptly halted, and Gu Yanluo, caught off guard, collided into Xiao Jiuyan. Realizing what had happened, she tensed her body, striving to steady herself and avoid falling into his embrace. However, a gentle touch from his raised hand brushed against her shoulder, and she unexpectedly tumbled into his arms. Her cheek pressed against his chest, and through the fine fabric of his exquisite attire, she seemed to hear the steady rhythm of his heart. Gu Yanluo? She had made every effort to maintain her balance. She placed her hands against his chest, quickly straightening herself. "Ah, Brother Ian, I'm so sorry," she murmured, emphasizing that it was not her intention to crash into him. Xiao Jiuyan lowered his gaze, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. "I wish to discuss something important with you. Gu Yanluo, you need not take Consort Zhen's words to heart. She is not my birth mother. The matter of my second empress shall be determined by me alone." With that, Xiao Jiuyan turned away. Gu Yanluo stood frozen, astonished. Consort Zhen was not Xiao Jiuyan's mother? Regardless of her past life or this one, this was a revelation unknown to her. Why then did everyone in the capital believe that Consort Zhen was his mother? Just as she pondered this further, she spotted her mother and Yuan Xuelan waiting by the palace gates. "I shall not proceed any further." Xiao Jiuyan glanced back, fearing that if he approached, Madame Gu might think he was attempting to lure her innocent daughter. Though, truth be told, that had indeed been his intention. Upon arriving at the general's residence, Gu Yanluo learned that Gu Ruyue had been confined by Gu Nashan. It was said that she was to reflect on her actions in solitude, and without permission, she was not to step foot outside the general's residence. Gu Nanshan, a man particularly sensitive about his reputation, could hardly endure the humiliation he faced on the queen's birthday. Henceforth, Gu Ruyue's days within the general's residence would undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. Gu Yanluo's gaze turned icy. It was likely that Gu Ruyue would desperately seek to escape the general's household, hoping to reverse her fate through marriage. She found herself intrigued by what schemes Gu Ruyue might devise. A vivid recollection crossed her mind, her past self, on the brink of death, being lashed by Gu Ruyue with a whip. Gu Yanluo's eyes narrowed sharply. She would repay every indignity in kind. Following the request of Emperor Mingchen, Gu Yanluo penned a letter seeking her master, which was dispatched to the Medicine King Valley. She then ordered several copies of this letter to be made, sending them in numerous directions across the realm. After fulfilling this task, she set the matter aside. The silver needle within Xiao Jiuyan was placed there by her. Why should her master be compelled to rescue her? In the subsequent days, Gu Yanluo continued her routine at Dongshan Academy. Following the incident at the Queen's celebration, the others at the academy no longer harassed her. The 8th princess, Xiao Jiuyan, ceased her visits. Only the 6th prince, Xiao Chengxian, regarded her with an unyielding gaze filled with animosity and disdain. Upon returning to the general's residence one day, Gu Yanluo was struck by the anxious demeanor of the servants, each appearing as if they were facing a formidable threat. Noticing the unusual atmosphere, Yuan Shi summoned a servant to inquire about the situation. It was then that Gu Yanluo learned that the 6th prince had somehow discovered the news regarding Xiao Jiuyan's injured little finger and sought to exploit this information. He aimed to undermine Xiao Jiuyan's credibility, casting doubt on his ability to handle the investigation into a 10-year-old wrongful conviction involving Gu Nanshan and several other officials. To their astonishment, despite this, the investigation still fell into Xiao Jiuyan's hands. This revelation incensed Gu Nanshan, who found himself in a direct conflict with Xiao Jiuyan without achieving his desired outcome. Upon returning home, the atmosphere within the residence was thick with tension, and no one dared to speak. Gu Yanluo lowered her lashes, recalling the wrongful conviction from a decade prior, which implicated numerous prominent families, including that of the sixth prince's mother, the esteemed one Gu Weifei, to protect the one family. The sixth prince would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to seize the opportunity to investigate this case. He was oblivious to the fact that Xiao Jiuyan's broken finger remained a lifelong wound for Emperor Mingqing. Thus, not only did the sixth prince fail to gain this opportunity, but he also diminished the emperor's regard for him, who perceived the prince as one willing to resort to unscrupulous tactics for personal gain by intentionally pressing on Xiao Jiuyan's vulnerabilities. Yuan sure paid little heed to Gu Nanshan's furious outburst. Instead, she took Gu Yanluo back to Qing Han courtyard and instructed the kitchen to prepare a delicious meal for her. She also advised Gu Yanluo to exercise caution while studying at the academy, warning her that the princes and princesses were not easy to deal with and that she must safeguard her own life. Gu Yanluo nodded in agreement. Quickly returning to her room, thoughts of Xiao Jiuyan's incapacitated finger made her eyelids flutter. She resolved to heal him swiftly, ensuring he would not be further threatened by the sixth prince's manipulations. Once inside her room, Gu Yanluo pulled out several medical texts. Though she was aware of the methods for reconnecting broken bones, her lack of proficiency compared to her master left her feeling uncertain. Thus, she sought to peruse the medical texts for more detailed accounts. However, the book in her hands contained scarce information on the subject. As Gu Yanluo furrowed her brow in contemplation, she suddenly recalled what Xiao Jiuyan had mentioned on that day. There were numerous rare medical texts housed within the library of Dongshan Academy. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. She resolved to visit the library the following day. On the morrow, Gu Yanluo arrived at the academy. After attending the lecture delivered by the grand tutor in Langya Hall, she took the jade pendant gifted by Xiao Jiuyan and made her way directly to the library. The library itself, a towering structure that reached for the heavens, was cylindrical in form, adorned with dragon and cloud motifs that exuded an air of mystery. Upon presenting her jade pendant, she was promptly guided by a servant to the sixth room on the third floor, known as Hanxiangli. The atmosphere within the library was profoundly serene, so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Upon entering Hanxiangli, Gu Yanluo was greeted by an attendant who approached with freshly brewed tea, the steam swirling in the air, carrying the fragrant aroma. The servant lowered his gaze and inquired, "Which few volumes would the young lady desire?" "I shall fetch them for you." Chapter 88. An attempt on Xiao Jiuyan's life. Gu Yanluo was somewhat astonished to discover that there were attendants present in the library, relieving her of the task of searching for books herself. A specific medical tome came to mind, and she mentioned her desired titles, hoping they would be readily available. Uncertain of the library's complete collection, she expressed her wishes. The young attendant quietly assured her that the requested volumes were indeed available, urging her to wait briefly. To her delight, all the books were present. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled. Her master had claimed these rare medical texts were unique in the entire Mingqing, now revealed to be housed within the academy's library. Within the span of a tea session, the attendant returned, cradling the volumes Gu Yanluo sought. Upon seeing the titles, she eagerly took them, expressing her gratitude. The attendant stated he would remain outside, ready to assist should she require anything further. "Very well," Gu Yanluo replied, her anticipation palpable as she eagerly began to peruse the texts, captivated by their contents. Soon, she discovered a method for reconnecting fractured bones. She furrowed her brow, studying the information intently. Gu Yanluo possessed an exceptional memory, a trait her master had recognized, which allowed her to continue her medical studies even during her most foolish days. Any medical book she had read remained firmly imprinted in her mind. Thus, when she eventually regained her senses after a lifetime of folly, the memories of past events would resurface, causing her immense anguish. An hour later, she had completed her examination of one volume, its contents almost entirely committed to memory. She summoned the attendant outside, intending to inquire whether she could borrow additional texts for further study before returning them. However, she was suddenly alerted to a subtle disturbance at the library's entrance. The quietude within made even the slightest noise distinctly audible. "Are you seeking Miss Gu?" Upon hearing this voice, Gu Yanluo turned to see Changbai's face outside the library, looking for her. Without a moment to spare, she hastily handed the volumes to the attendant and rushed towards the entrance. "What is it? What has happened?" She panted as she reached Changbai, her breath uneven. "The second prince has been attacked," Changbai whispered urgently. He requested Miss Gu's assistance in his treatment. Gu Yanluo's expression turned icy. Who would dare to assassinate the second prince within the Eastern Mountain Academy? She sprinted towards Qingfeng Pavilion with all her might. Outside the pavilion, the sixth prince, Xiao Jiuyan, Pei Zhou, Princess Minghua, and several younger princesses awaited anxiously. The sixth prince had stationed guards around Qifeng Pavilion, forbidding anyone from approaching. Upon their arrival, Chang Bai, noticing the guards, darkened his gaze and implored the sixth prince to allow them entry, asserting that he needed to escort Miss Gu inside. What use is a fool entering? The sixth prince glared at Gu Yanluo with cold eyes. The second prince specifically requested Miss Gu to come in. Chang Bai insisted, growing anxious. Miss Gu, your brother's life hangs by a thread. It may not be wise for you to enter now. Should any misfortune befall him, you would be held accountable. The sixth prince raised an eyebrow, his eyes brimming with malevolence. Miss Gu, a disciple of the esteemed physician Su, possesses the ability to save the second prince's life. Chang Bai exclaimed urgently. This is sheer folly. Pei Zhou advanced from behind, gripping Gu Yanluo's wrist, pulling her back. Aluo, are you aware of the second prince's status? He is of royal blood. How dare you attempt to treat him? Should your efforts fail, your life would be forfeit. Do not act recklessly. Pei Zhou spoke with utmost seriousness, feigning concern for Gu Yanluo. Release me. Gu Yanluo shook off Pei Zhou's grasp, fixing her gaze on the sixth prince. Allow me to enter. Aluo, the imperial physician will arrive shortly. Do not cause a scene. This is not a time for your foolishness. After being pushed aside, Pei Zhou positioned himself before Gu Yanluo. It is none of your concern. Gu Yanluo's eyes shimmered with urgency. She had discerned that Xiao Jiuyan was undoubtedly in a perilous situation. Otherwise, the sixth prince would not have dispatched so many guards. The sixth prince and Xiao Jiuyan had always been adversaries, and the increased number of guards was decidedly abnormal. She could not allow any harm to befall Xiao Jiuyan. The person inside is the current second prince. If anything were to go awry, how could a fool like you possibly take responsibility? If you were to bear the accusation of plotting against the second prince, what would become of General Gu and Madame Gu? Pei Zhou implored, his face etched with anxiety. It is the command of our prince that Miss Gu be allowed entry. Chang Bai, witnessing their obstruction, felt a surge of murderous intent. Preventing Gu Yanluo from entering would indeed jeopardize their prince's life. It seemed the events of the day were inexorably linked to the sixth prince. Stand aside. Chang Bai unsheathed his sword, striking at the two guards blocking their path. In an instant, a dozen guards surged forward, encircling Chang Bai. Gu Yanluo clenched her fists. Chang Bai whispered, Miss Gu, our prince's men have yet to arrive. Currently, this place is swarming with the sixth prince's forces. I will draw them away. You must seize this opportunity to rush in. The situation of our prince is dire, and we cannot afford any delay. The sixth prince intends to cripple him. Cripple Xiao Jiuyan? Gu Yanluo's pupils darkened as she suddenly recalled the recent confrontation between the sixth prince and Gu Nanshan in the court, where the former had harshly criticized Xiao Jiuyan's physical shortcomings. The sixth prince was intent on seizing the investigation into the wrongful case from a decade ago. Truly, a cornered dog will leap over the wall, resorting to any means. How dare he resort to violence within the academy? Gu Yanluo's gaze tightened. She looked at Chang Bai, her resolve unwavering. Very well, be cautious. Chang Bai drew his sword once more, engaging with the guards that charged forward. Seizing the moment, Gu Yanluo sprinted towards the entrance of Qifeng Pavilion. Just as she neared the door, Pei Zhou emerged again, arms outstretched, blocking her path. Aluo, do not be foolish. If you enter today, it will be the end. As Pei Zhou spoke, his expression darkened further, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If she persisted in thwarting the sixth prince's plans, he would not show mercy. If necessary, he would, caught in his thoughts. Pei Zhou failed to notice when Gu Yanluo launched herself at him, pushing him against the door, her hands tightening around his throat. Gu Yanluo's eyes were tinged with red as she seized Pei Zhou by the neck, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Pei Zhou stared at her in shock. Without hesitation, Gu Yanluo plunged a silver needle from her sleeve into the nape of his neck, rendering him instantly incapacitated. Observing this, the sixth prince exchanged a knowing glance with a guard, who promptly signaled two burly men to rush towards Gu Yanluo. Swiftly, she pushed open the door of Qifeng Pavilion, entered, and secured the door behind her, darting towards the screen. Xiao Jiuyan lay weakly, half reclining on the bed, his excessive blood loss leaving him in a daze. Hearing the commotion outside, he attempted to rise but faltered, collapsing back onto the bed. Brother Ian, Gu Yanluo exclaimed as she noticed the blood still oozing from his arm and the crimson-stained brocade quilt, her eyes trembling with concern as she hurried to his side. Chapter 89. Reattaching the severed finger, lie down and do not move, Xiao Jiuyan instructed as he saw Gu Yanluo enter. His already weakened body collapsed onto her shoulder the moment she supported him. "It's nothing," he replied in a hoarse, barely audible voice, exuding an air of fragility. Gu Yanluo helped him lie back down, urging, "Do not speak." Her gaze fell upon Xiao Jiuyan's arm, where a gruesome wound extended from his wrist to the utterly useless little finger, a sight that was profoundly alarming. The assailant had aimed to utterly destroy Xiao Jiuyan's hand. A flicker of cold malice crossed Gu Yanluo's eyes. She gently rolled up his sleeve to clean the blood from the wound. Upon closer inspection, she realized that the flesh had been severely lacerated, and she could faintly discern the bone within. "May I attempt to reattach your severed finger?" Gu Yanluo raised her eyes. Her eyelids slightly reddened, and as she looked at Xiao Jiuyan, her gaze was filled with an unrecognized tenderness. Xiao Jiuyan forced his eyes open. After a brief pause, he replied hoarsely, "All right." With his consent, Gu Yanluo did not hesitate any further. She began to treat his fractured bone according to the methods recorded in medical texts. Outside, Changbai faced the dozen guards of the sixth prince, his expression unwavering. The sixth prince sneered, "What can letting a fool in accomplish? Do you truly believe this imbecile can heal the second prince? The imperial physician is on his way, should the second prince's condition worsen. This fool can expect to lose his head. There's no need for your highness to fret. Perhaps you should consider how to explain today's events to the emperor instead." Changbai retorted. The sixth prince raised an eyebrow. "Explain? Why should I?" He continued, "The second prince has been attacked. I am merely ensuring that his condition does not deteriorate further while waiting for the physician. Is there a problem with that?" Changbai scoffed, a shadow of intent flickering in his eyes. He was certain that the sixth prince was merely stalling. Otherwise, why hadn't he, the physician, who should have arrived by now, made an appearance? Fortunately, Miss Gu possesses medical skills. Otherwise, I fear today would truly be dire. Changbai's gaze turned icy. Where's the physician? Why has the one summoned by the sixth prince not yet arrived? Peizhou stepped forward. Changbai, are you questioning the sixth prince? The one sent to summon the physician was not the sixth prince himself. How could he know what transpired on the way? Changbai gave a dismissive grunt, unwilling to engage further with them. It is time to bring Miss Gu out. After all, the second prince is still injured. If this fool is careless, what will happen to him? The sixth prince's voice was frigid as he spoke, prompting the guards to rush into Qingfeng Pavilion. Changbai leapt forward, blocking the entrance with a fierce glare. Two guards charged at him, but were swiftly kicked aside. After Gu Yanluo dealt with the granulation tissue on Xiao Jiuyan's wound, she approached the door. Upon seeing Changbai's silhouette blocking the entrance, she implored, "Changbai, I must help Brother Yin reattach his severed finger. It is crucial and cannot be interrupted. Please hold on for a moment longer." Changbai's gaze sharpened. "Very well." After he responded, the sixth prince opposite him vaguely sensed something amiss. Why, without any reason, did Changbai insist on having Gu Yanluo treat Xiao Jiuyan? Could it be that Gu Yanluo truly possessed medical skills? Considering her master was the renowned healer Su Ziqin, the sixth prince's gaze darkened. He would not permit anyone to interfere with his plans. Charged through the window, the sixth prince gritted his teeth, tightening his jaw, and commanded in a low voice that no one should impede the second prince. Instantly, guards surged toward the window, and Changbai's breath hitched. This would not do. But the assailants were already upon him. Just as Changbai was gradually wearing out, utterly exhausted and helplessly watching the sixth prince's men invade Qifeng Pavilion, a voice suddenly rang out nearby, "Guard the window." Changbai abruptly lifted his gaze, only to see Song Zi leading the prince's dark guards burst in. His eyes instantly brightened, his voice hoarse. "Song Zi." Song Zi's gaze was frosty as she charged before the sixth prince's men, a line of black-clad figures swiftly surrounding them tightly. "What are you intruders doing in the academy?" The sixth prince sensed the peril and spoke sternly. "The second prince is injured. We, his subordinates, should be by his side. Even though the second prince and the sixth prince are brothers, in times like these, it is still one's own people who are more trustworthy," Changbai retorted, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "How is the prince?" Song Zi asked in a low voice, her expression somber. "Do not worry. Miss Gu is already assisting the prince with his severed fingers," Changbai replied. Song Zi's face stiffened. "Miss Gu? She knows medicine?" Changbai offered her a reassuring glance. "Do you remember that time we encountered an assassination attempt outside the city? The prince's life was nearly lost, and it was Miss Gu who saved him." Song Zi was even more astonished. Such a foolish girl. Yet her medical skills were so remarkable. Within the Qingfeng Pavilion, as Gu Yanluo reattached Xiao Jiuyan's severed fingers, a thin sheen of sweat had already formed on her forehead. She had exhausted her supply of Ma-Fei sand from her medicine box and had no opportunity to fetch more. Xiao Jiuyan gritted his teeth against the pain, enduring the agony of the bone setting. Gu Yanluo felt a pang of sympathy, and how much more must Xiao Jiuyan be suffering? Yet he managed to stifle any sound. With only the bulging veins in his arms and the cold sweat beading on his cheeks betraying his torment. It is done. As Gu Yanluo uttered these words, her voice was somewhat hoarse. Xiao Jiuyan leaned his head back, his Adam's apple bobbing, his dark lashes fluttering. Does it hurt? Gu Yanluo gazed at the bandaged wound, her eyes slightly reddening, undoubtedly in pain. However, Xiao Jiuyan merely tightened his lips, enduring for a long while before finally forcing out a reply. It does not hurt. Upon saying this, he slowly extended his hand. Assist me in sitting up. Gu Yanluo tidied her small medicine box and helped Xiao Jiuyan sit upright. Wipe my sweat, he said in a low voice as soon as he was stable. Gu Yanluo promptly took out a handkerchief and wiped away the thin sweat from Xiao Jiuyan's forehead. She furrowed her brows and leaned closer, her warm breath brushing against Xiao Jiuyan's face, causing a fleeting flicker in his deep, dark eyes. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to avert his gaze. After wiping away the sweat, has the physician arrived? I shall inquire. Gu Yanluo rose and approached the door. Upon opening it, she was met with a row of figures clad in black, blocking the entrance to Qingfeng Pavilion. The entourage of the sixth prince had been completely repelled, unable to advance a single step. Gu Yanluo hesitantly asked, has the physician arrived? Changbai suddenly turned, and Sangzi hurriedly dragged a pale-faced physician who appeared flustered before Gu Yanluo. He is here. Come with me, she instructed. Taken aback, Gu Yanluo stepped back a few paces, fearing the physician might stumble into her. As the physician entered, still unsteady on his feet, he beheld the second prince, who should have required treatment, reclining carelessly on the bed, his expression unchanged, his gaze as cold and forbidding as ever. The physician trembled in fear. Noticing the neatly bandaged wound, he recalled the man's admonition and, trembling with trepidation, approached. Ignoring Xiao Jiuyan's injury, he reached out and hastily tore away the carefully applied cloth. Your Highness, who performed this bandaging? This is sheer folly. I shall redress your wound at once. Chapter 90. Why does Arrow gaze at me thus? As Gu Yanluo witnessed the imperial physician preparing to touch Xiao Jiuyan's wound, her expression shifted instantaneously. She rushed forward, forcefully pushing the reckless physician aside. The physician, caught off guard by Gu Yanluo's sudden advance, stumbled and fell to the ground, breath caught in his throat. What do you intend to do? Xiao Jiuyan reclined against the bed, his icy gaze calmly fixed upon him. The physician felt a chill race down his spine. He hastily scrambled to his feet, kneeling heavily on the ground. Your Highness, I noticed the treatment of your wound was inadequate, so I wish to. Before he could finish, Xiao Jiuyan let out a light scoff, his tone frigid. Is it your intent to ruin this hand of mine to fulfill the task entrusted to you? The physician froze, his complexion paling. Your Highness, I do not comprehend the meaning behind your words. You need not understand. Xiao Jiuyan's face was a pallid shade, the excessive blood loss rendering him feeble, yet emanating an ominous aura. Arrow, come to my side. He gestured for Gu Yanluo to sit, urging her not to glare menacingly at the physician. Physician Su, you have served in the palace for over a decade. 7 years ago, you were bullied by the head of the Imperial Medical Bureau, and it was my sixth brother who rescued you. Thus, you are unwaveringly loyal to him, willing to go to any lengths to execute his orders. Xiao Jiuyan's voice was icy as he spoke, causing the kneeling physician Su to stiffen. How does the second prince know this? He stammered, his eyes wide with shock, but was met with Xiao Jiuyan's continued revelations. You must be curious how I came to know this. I am also aware of another matter. When you were mistreated by the head of the Bureau, it was my sixth brother's directive. Perhaps you remain unaware that the former head of the Imperial Medical Bureau was the long-lost elder brother of Consort Wan. Upon hearing this, Physician Su, who had been contemplating how to refute any claims that he was acting on behalf of the sixth prince, was rendered utterly speechless. The sixth brother requires a physician with no ties to him to work covertly, and you, Physician Su, lacking lineage or background, are the ideal choice. If your daughter had not gone missing, she would have already come of age and married. But she has vanished. Do you know her whereabouts? Xiao Jiuyan's words struck Physician Su like a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen, trembling, unable to gather his wits for a long while. Physician Su, for reasons unknown, followed Xiao Jiuyan's lead, his voice hoarse as he asked, My daughter, where is my daughter? At Luqing Pavilion. You know what that place is, do you not? Your daughter is the current top courtesan there, Xiao Jiuyan. Physician Su's legs weakened, his face turning a ghastly white. He stood there, dazed, until he finally lifted his gaze. Bewildered. Why should I believe you? You are deliberately sowing discord between me and the sixth prince. I will not be deceived. Yet, despite his protests, the vacancy in his eyes deepened. You have already uncovered traces of the truth, have you not? Xiao Jiuyan uttered lightly, further exacerbating the physician's already disoriented state. He then tossed a jade pendant from his sleeve onto the ground. Does this seem familiar? The moment Dr. Su discerned the jade pendant, the struggle and hesitation in his eyes vanished without a trace. He knelt on the ground, crawling forward to retrieve the pendant, unable to suppress the anguish in his chest. Choking out, "It is her. My dear daughter, is she truly still alive? You have toiled tirelessly for him, yet he sent someone to abduct your daughter, consigning her to a brothel, stripping her of her identity, forcing her into prostitution, and shattering her lifelong purity." As Xiao Jiuyan spoke, he coughed lightly, his breath growing increasingly frail. "What if this palace could assist you in rescuing her?" His voice, reminiscent of a hellish demon at that moment, instilled a glimmer of hope in Dr. Su. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, his eyes quivering. "Can your highness ensure my daughter's safety?" Unable to contain the sobs in his throat, Dr. Su sought not for her to marry into a noble family, only for her to live a life of peace and happiness, even if it meant he would care for her forever. Xiao Jiuyan smirked softly. "What I desire. Can you provide?" Dr. Su's lips trembled, his expression a mix of restraint and complexity. After a moment, he managed to utter, "I can." Gu Yanluo sat beside Xiao Jiuyan, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon the scene before her. She had assumed that Xiao Jiuyan, knowing Dr. Su was associated with the sixth prince, would kill him on the spot, as rumored, showing no mercy. But she was gravely mistaken. Xiao Jiuyan had evidently already begun investigating the matter concerning Dr. Su's daughter, even anticipating that after today's assassination attempt, it would be Dr. Su who would treat him, intent on disabling his hand. Gu Yanluo suddenly realized that even if she had not come today to treat Xiao Jiuyan's severed finger, he would have been unharmed. He had long been fully prepared. Is it truly necessary for one of royal blood to tread so cautiously, step by step? A tremor flickered in Gu Yanluo's eyes, and an inexplicable emotion blossomed within her heart. With Cong Zi and Chang Bai stationed outside Qingfeng Pavilion, the sixth prince, eager to learn what transpired within, found himself powerless to do anything but remain outside, unwavering. Inside the pavilion, Dr. Su sat on the ground for a long while, gradually regaining his composure. He gazed at Xiao Jiuyan with difficulty. "Your Highness, how has my daughter fared these past years?" Xiao Jiuyan's brows furrowed slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Dr. Su's eyes trembled. "Do you know what kind of place Luqing Pavilion is? The fact that she has become the renowned courtesan Xiao Jiuyan in the capital is a path forged through blood." This statement struck Dr. Su like a heavy hammer, inflicting unbearable pain, and his eyes reddened. "Why did she not return home to find me? Had she sought me out, I would have done anything to take her away from this den of wolves and tigers. Her mother left early, and we depended on each other. If it weren't for the lack of news regarding her death, I would have gone to find her mother long ago. To protect you," Xiao Jiuyan replied solemnly. A profound despair engulfed Dr. Su's murky eyes, suppressing his anguish. "Thank you, Your Highness, for being willing to share this with me. As long as you can rescue my daughter, I would gladly risk my life for you." Without hesitation, Dr. Su inquired about numerous details, and Xiao Jiuyan's responses corresponded precisely. Dr. Su was utterly convinced that Xiao Jiuyan was indeed the one who knew the truth. He no longer hesitated. After half an hour had passed, he gathered his medicine box and walked towards the entrance of Qingfeng Pavilion. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I know what must be done." He watched as Physician Su departed from the pavilion. Gu Yanluo raised her gaze towards Xiao Jiuyan, who beckoned her. "Why do you look at me with such eyes?" "Luo?" Gu Yanluo blinked, feeling that her brother Yin was quite different from the rumors. "In what way is he different?" Xiao Jiuyan scoffed lightly. "I am not mistaken. Brother Yin is the kindest of souls." Gu Yanluo pressed her lips together, believing that his refusal to bully or toy with her, a foolish girl, revealed the purity of Xiao Jiuyan's heart. Upon hearing her words, the smile on Xiao Jiuyan's lips gradually faded. "Luo, you are mistaken. I am a feared figure, a ruthless second prince with a heart as cold as steel. Brother Yin is not." Before she could finish, Gu Yanluo's lips were silenced by Xiao Jiuyan's finger. He suddenly drew closer, his dark eyes swirling like a vortex, as if they would consume her entirely. Aluo. In this imperial city, those who are tender-hearted will suffer greatly. Chapter 91. The marriage of Gu Yanluo. Gu Yanluo felt an inexplicable chill run through her. She remained slightly rigid, sensing that Xiao Jiuyan seemed to wish to impart some lesson to her. Yet, whenever she pondered this, Xiao Jiuyan swiftly averted his gaze. Song Zi and Chong Bai entered from outside. Your Highness, I apologize for the delay. Please punish me as you see fit. Song Zi knelt on the ground, his eyes cold, exuding an aura of frost. It is not your fault, Xiao Jiuyan replied in a deep voice. How is your Highness's injury? Xiao Jiuyan gave Song Zi a reassuring glance, and in the next moment, the triumphant laughter of the sixth prince echoed from outside. I am relieved to hear that the second imperial brother is well. Dr. Su, since you have saved the second imperial brother, you shall accompany him back to care for his wounds. Report any issues to Father Emperor promptly. Do not conceal anything. Do you understand? Yes. Dr. Su lowered his gaze, suppressing his resentment. He had just informed the sixth prince that Xiao Jiuyan's injury had been treated, but from now on, even if his hand healed, it would never return to its former state. The second prince must become a person of diminished capacity. A useless individual can hardly expect to be favored by the emperor. The sixth prince, naturally delighted, departed the academy, preparing to return to the palace to report this matter to Emperor Mingxing, while hypocritically seeking to claim credit. Once the sixth prince's entourage had left, Xiao Jiuyan informed Chong Bai and Song Zi of the recent events. Song Zi looked at Gu Yanluo in astonishment. She had not anticipated that this seemingly simpleton was indeed so capable. Her reality was far removed from the image Song Zi had envisioned. However, to become the second prince's consort, mere medical expertise would not suffice. Without wisdom, one could easily be swayed by others, potentially endangering the second prince. This posed a grave threat. As Song Zi contemplated this, her gaze dimmed slightly. Suddenly, she heard Xiao Jiuyan call her name. Song Zi. Song Zi paused briefly and quickly raised her eyes. Your Highness, from today onward, you shall secretly follow Luo and protect her safety. What? Song Zi exclaimed in shock, furrowing her brows. Your Highness, as your shadow guard, how can I protect another? Xiao Jiuyan's eyes grew icy in an instant, fixing his gaze on Song Zi. Luo is not just anyone. Luo, come here. Xiao Jiuyan beckoned, drawing Gu Yanluo to his side. He retrieved a golden bell from his waist and placed it in her palm. From this moment on, should any danger arise, ring this bell promptly. As long as the bell tolls, my people will come to your aid. Your Highness, this is the... How could you give it to her? Song Zi's eyes widened in disbelief as she witnessed this scene. She understood her master too well. His willingness to entrust the golden bell, connected to the Seven Killers' Hall, to Gu Yanluo indicated that he had already regarded her as one of his own. Had the prince truly developed feelings? It appeared that he was already unable to extricate himself from this entanglement. Song Zi's gaze turned cold and fierce as her fingers clenched at her sides. Song Zi, you need only obey the command. Xiao Jiuyan's dark eyes seemed to brew a storm. Xiao Jiuyan was enraged. Song Zi's complexion paled slightly. She knelt on the ground, tightening her lips. This subordinate acknowledges the mistake. In today's affairs, even I cannot guarantee the complete trustworthiness of the esteemed physician Su. Should they truly suspect that Arrow possesses medical knowledge, with Xiao Qingshuan's ruthless methods, he would undoubtedly resort to every means possible to assassinate Arrow. Song Zi, if anything befalls Arrow, I shall not show mercy. Xiao Jiuyan's gaze darkened, his black eyes glinting with cold light. My subordinates understand. There remains a grand performance to unfold. I may need to recuperate within the palace for some time. Song Zi, ensure Arrow's safety. Xiao Jiuyan completely lowered his guard against Gu Yanluo, showing no concern for her presence, as it pertained to the Seven Kill Hall and his forthcoming plans. However, the Seven Kill Hall. Gu Yanluo's eyes trembled slightly. In her previous life, she had heard of the Seven Kill Hall, yet she was unaware that it belonged to Xiao Jiuyan. Song Zi was indeed one of its members, all of whom were Xiao Jiuyan's hidden guards. Song Zi returned with Gu Yanluo to the general's mansion. Just as she was about to suggest trying the drunken fragrant goose prepared by the small kitchen in Qinghan courtyard, Song Zi vanished from sight. Gu Yanluo looked around, failing to spot Song Zi, and assumed she had left. Just as she was about to search for her, a resigned cough echoed from the eaves. Gu Yanluo abruptly lifted her gaze and saw Song Zi, her expression impassive, standing atop the eaves. Miss Gu, there is no need to mind me. Simply attend to your own affairs. Should danger arise, I will be there at the first moment. Gu Yanluo pursed her lips, realizing that hidden guards were quite adept at scaling heights. It seemed she ought to cultivate her own hidden guards, as they could prove vital in critical moments. As Gu Yanluo made her way to Qinghan Courtyard, she noticed someone emerging from the main hall of the general's mansion. The leading woman had a fierce appearance with slanted eyes, exuding an intimidating aura, yet at that moment, she wore a particularly deep smile. Madame Gu, our families are old acquaintances. You have watched over Xiao Jiuyan since his youth, and you know his character better than anyone. Gu Yanluo paused in her steps toward Qinghan Courtyard, quickly concealing herself behind a column, straining to listen to their conversation. Mingwei Zhozhou, still bewildered, was pulled by Gu Yanluo to crouch in the corridor. Do not move. Madame Gu linked arms with Madame Xiao, their gestures affectionate. I have no concerns regarding Xiao Jiuyan's character. Moreover, the relationship between Sir Xiao and our general is such that if our families could unite, it would be a most fortunate alliance. Madame Xiao laughed more freely, covering her mouth. Though Gu Ryue may currently be looked down upon, she possesses some talent. Given her status as the general's adopted daughter, marrying into the Xiao family as a legitimate wife is quite an elevation. Rest assured, once the two children meet tomorrow, we shall find a time to exchange engagement tokens, and this marriage will be settled. Very well, I shall return and await news from the matriarch. After sending off Madame Xiao, Madame Gu turned and returned to Shoan Hall. Emerging from behind the column, Gu Yanluo's eyes flickered. It seemed Gu Ryue's marriage was about to be finalized. Indeed, her suspicions were correct. The Gu family was inherently cold and selfish. Initially, when the revelation regarding Gu Ryue's lack of blood relation to the Gu family surfaced, the matriarch of the Gu family still held onto the bonds of their past interactions, treating Gu Ryue as her own granddaughter. However, after Gu Ryue suffered humiliation at the Shangyun Hall, all remnants of the matriarch's compassion vanished completely. Now, she could hardly contain her eagerness to arrange Gu Ryue's marriage, confining her to the household to learn the proper decorum. Yet, is Gu Ryue truly the type to remain subdued? Gu Yanluo sneered lightly, swiftly turning on her heel and rushing towards Qinghan Courtyard. As night fell, in Gu Ryue's Jichun Courtyard, ever since she had been confined there, she could only glean news of the outside world through Qiao Jing's accounts. Upon hearing Qiao Jing recount the day's meeting between the matriarch and the matriarch of the Xiao family, Gu Ryue's expression darkened instantly. She intends to marry me off to the illegitimate son of the Xiao family? The three legitimate sons of the Xiao family are already wed, each with several concubines. Only that wasteful illegitimate son remains, surrounded by concubines yet without a legitimate wife. Thus, to negotiate a marriage with the Xiao family would undoubtedly mean that it is the illegitimate son, Xiao Jiuyan. That wretched old hag. How dare she consider marrying me to an illegitimate son? Has she lost her mind? Gu Ryue cursed vehemently. Chapter 92. Will you marry me? Qiao Jing listened from the side, once frightened by Gu Ryue's complaints and curses, but now perceiving only madness in her words. She was not of the Gu family bloodline. Did she truly consider herself a pampered young lady? Even though it was known she was not the general's daughter, old Lady Gu still cherished her as a beloved granddaughter. Had it not been for her own self-inflicted plight during the Empress's birthday celebration, old Lady Gu would have continued to protect her unwaveringly. The old lady's willingness to labor for her marriage was already a testament to her devotion. Yet, Gu Ryue remained unsatisfied, even going so far as to insult old Lady Gu. Qiao Jing could not help but feel disdain in her heart, though she maintained a composed exterior. Qiao Jing, please help me. Gu Ryue suddenly grasped Qiao Jing's arm. If I can marry into a prominent family, I will certainly take you as my maid of honor. Our good days will begin anew, and you shall not be bullied any longer. Qiao Jing's eyelashes fluttered slightly. How may I assist you, miss? Help me escape. I wish to see Peizhou. Gu Ryue breathed heavily. No. I cannot see Brother Peizhou now. Please go find grandmother and tell her I have a high fever that refuses to subside. I am on the brink of collapse. Qiao Jing paused momentarily. What shall we do if the house doctor arrives? Do not worry. I will manage the rest. A fleeting shadow crossed Gu Ryue's eyes. She blamed Gu Yanluo for her current state and vowed that she would not allow her to escape unscathed. Clenching her fists, Gu Ryue resolved to become Peizhou's wife while simultaneously destroying Gu Yanluo's reputation. She refused to believe that a tarnished woman, whose purity had been compromised, could possess any qualification to marry into royalty. 3 days later, Gu Ryue's fever showed no signs of abating. Old Lady Gu had intended for her to meet with the illegitimate son of the Xiao family, but due to her persistent fever, the meeting could not take place. Old Lady Gu grew increasingly anxious. We cannot continue to wait like this. Hanji, observing Old Lady Gu's distress, expressed her concern. Old Madam, do you think the young lady might be afflicted by something unclean? Old Lady Gu paused, gripping her handkerchief tightly. Why do you say that? The house doctor has checked her pulse and declared it stable. Why can she not recover? If she were not entangled with something unclean, this would be inexplicable. And what do you propose? Hanji leaned closer to Old Lady Gu and whispered, I have heard from the servants that there is a high monk at Chongshan Temple who specializes in exorcism and is quite effective. Perhaps we could spend some silver to invite him to perform a ritual for the second miss? Is it truly effective? Old Lady Gu asked, somewhat skeptical. Indeed, many ladies in the capital have sought him out, yet he seldom performs rituals and is quite difficult to invite, Hanji replied, her eyes narrowing with urgency. Upon hearing this, Old Lady Gu set aside her doubts. Then you must go and invite him. It is best if he arrives swiftly. Understood. The elusive high monk was soon persuaded to visit the Gu residence with the allure of 200 taels of silver. On this day, preparations were made for the ritual, and Old Lady Gu ordered the doors to be closed early. Yuan Shi went out to check the accounts at the shop before the doors were barred, while Gu Yanluo, enjoying her day off, immersed herself in medical texts within the Qinghan courtyard. After the front yard was arranged for the ritual, the servants attending to the old lady began to admonish everyone in each courtyard, instructing them not to wander outside without reason. Mingyue acquiesced and closed the door to the Qinghan courtyard. Gu Yanluo, with her gaze fixed on the medical texts, remained oblivious to the happenings outside. As she read for an extended period, her eyes grew weary, prompting her to call for Zhou to prepare some tea. Soon, Zhou arrived at Gu Yanluo's side. Presenting the tea, Gu Yanluo took the cup, just as a figure she had long suspected to be absent, Songzi, suddenly materialized. She raised her hand to accept the cup, her fingertips grazing the rim lightly, realizing the tea had been drugged. What? Zhou was initially taken aback by Songzi's sudden appearance, then by the revelation of the drugged tea, causing her to panic. Miss, I was unaware. Do not be afraid, Zhou. Gu Yanluo reassured as she helped the kneeling girl to her feet. It could not have been you. The monk in the front yard is a fraud. Songzi's tone was frigid, her eyes betraying a flicker of impatience. Gu Yanluo feigned fear, clutching Songzi's arm tightly. Sister Songzi, what should we do? Songzi initially wanted to shake off Gu Yanluo's grip, but upon lowering her gaze and meeting the innocent clarity in her eyes, she suppressed her cold demeanor. I will go and capture him. All right, Gu Yanluo released her hold, a fleeting depth of meaning glimmering in her gaze. Meanwhile, in the Jichuan courtyard, Peizhou had arrived at Gu Ryue's quarters as agreed. He had not anticipated that the general's residence would be conducting a ritual today. Had it not been for Gu Ryue's matter being linked to Gu Yanluo, he would not have surreptitiously infiltrated Jichuan courtyard. Brother Peizhou, you finally came to see me. Gu Ryue rose from the couch, her complexion pale and frail, appearing woefully pitiful. Upon seeing her, Peizhou felt a pang of pity and stepped forward into the inner chamber. Ayu, what has happened to you? Gu Ryue slowly propped herself up. Brother Peizhou, my grandmother wishes to marry me off to the illegitimate son of the Xiao family. Can you help me? Her voice was barely above a whisper, fragile as if it might shatter with the slightest touch. Peizhou's eyes darkened slightly as he retreated a few paces. How do you wish for me to assist you? Brother Peizhou, why not marry me? Gu Ryue suddenly raised her gaze, a hint of madness flickering in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Peizhou could not help but scoff internally. She was no longer of the Gu family bloodline. What right did she have to marry into the Duke of Dinghua's household and become his consort? Such notions were utterly preposterous. I am powerless in this matter. Peizhou's eyes dimmed. Traditionally, marriages are arranged by one's parents and matchmakers. My parents would never consent to my marrying you. What am I to do then? Will you just stand by and watch as I am wed to the illegitimate son of the Xiao family, surrounded by concubines? Gu Ryue's eyes reddened, and she abruptly rose from the couch, the silk coverlet slipping away to reveal her bare form. Peizhou's gaze faltered, quickly averting his eyes. Ayu, do not act recklessly. Gu Ryue's lips curled slightly. It's my brother Peizhou who is forcing me. She approached Peizhou, her bare skin glistening, and entwined her fingers around his neck. Brother Peizhou, do you not feel your body growing weak and your mind clouded? Peizhou's eyes widened in surprise. He had just intended to resist when his body succumbed to a languid softness against Gu Ryue's shoulder. She embraced him, a glimmer of triumph flickering in her gaze. "Brother Peizhou, I adore you. I long to be your wife. After our marriage, whatever you desire, I shall assist you in achieving." With those words, Gu Ryu guided Peizhou into the inner chamber, laying him upon her bed. She removed his garments and pressed a kiss to the corner of his lips, her eyes tinged with a hint of crimson. In the front courtyard of the general's residence, "Where is Yu? The auspicious time for the ritual is fast approaching, yet she has not arrived." The matriarch's brow furrowed, her tone tinged with urgency. "Perhaps she is unwell and unable to rise. I shall send a maid to urge her," replied Han Ji, leading a few maidservants toward the Ji-chun courtyard. "If Gu Ryue lacks strength, we shall find someone to assist her." However, upon reaching the entrance of Ji-chun courtyard, they were met with the muffled sounds of intimate murmurs emanating from within. Chapter 93. The arrival of the Duke and Duchess of Dinghua. Han Ji was utterly bewildered. Having lived in this secluded courtyard for many years, how could she fail to recognize such sounds? Realizing this was Gu Ryue's courtyard, she feared for the latter's reputation and the potential repercussions on the marriage prospects of the other daughters of the Gu clan. She hastily instructed a young maid, "Quickly summon the old matriarch and tell her that something is amiss." The maid promptly turned and dashed away. Moments later, the old matriarch of the Gu family approached, grumbling as she came from the front courtyard. She felt that her delicate constitution was being tested. How could she not be summoned when the eminent monk was about to commence the rites? Why was there such delay? As the old matriarch reached the vicinity of Ji-chun courtyard, Han Ji seized her arm, her expression fraught with urgency. "Matriarch, it's not good. You must listen to what is happening inside." She pointed towards Ji-chun courtyard, where a sudden, passionate cry erupted from within. The sound was both lingering and lascivious, causing the old matriarch to flush with embarrassment. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, realizing this was Gu Ryue's Ji-chun courtyard. Her countenance darkened. What could she be doing in there? Today was the day for the eminent monk's rites. What was taking place inside? Fuming, the old matriarch stamped her foot. Han Ji's face mirrored her anxiety. They were unaware of the identity of the man inside, and if those sounds persisted and were overheard by the monk's attendants, the second young lady's reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. The old matriarch, infuriated, thought of the disgraceful young woman. Truly, she was as debased as her mother. Her mother had once deceived her son into believing he was the father, all for the sake of a better life for her. Now, before any marriage had even been arranged, she shamelessly entangled herself with a man. "Matriarch, this is not the time for reproach. We must find someone to intercept the monk. We cannot allow them to witness what is transpiring here." Indeed. The old matriarch grasped Han Ji's hand tightly. "You go and arrange it. No one must discover this matter. This wretched girl, I swear, if I don't put an end to her today." With that, the old matriarch broke off a branch, thick as her thumb, from a tree by Ji-chun courtyard, marching fiercely toward the inner chamber. The closer she approached, the louder the lascivious sounds became, causing her face to redden with fury. Such a despicable thing. Just as she was about to step into the inner chamber, a sudden commotion arose from outside. "My lord, my lady, what brings you here?" The old matriarch froze. Her movement halted as she turned to see the Duke and Duchess of Dinghua rushing into Ji-chun courtyard. How could they be here? Was it possible that the man on Ayu's bed was Peizhou? The moment the realization struck her, the anger that had filled her eyes was replaced by a glimmer of excitement. How could the young master of the Pei family intrude upon the general's estate and tarnish the reputation of a daughter of the Gu family without consequence? The old matriarch's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Seizing the opportunity as the Duke and Duchess made their way into the courtyard, she glanced towards the inner chamber. On the bed, the curtains were not drawn, and Gu Ryue wore nothing but a belly band, while Peizhou was lost in rapture, nestled against her neck. The bed swayed, and the figures of the two entwined like waves, rising and falling. Lady Gu felt her aged face flush, yet upon confirming it was Peizhou, she found some solace. Regardless of how they arrived at this juncture, Peizhou's intrusion into a young lady's private chamber without invitation was a grave fault. He had sullied the innocence of a pure woman, and thus, he must take responsibility for Ayu. At the moment when the Duke and Duchess of Dinghua were about to enter the inner chamber, Lady Gu stumbled out, her complexion flushed and her eyes filled with panic. Upon seeing the couple, she rushed forward, relentlessly striking the Duke, exclaiming, Is this the exemplary son you have raised? Our IU's purity is lost. What shall we do henceforth? How will she live on? The Duke was bewildered. Had it not been said that Pei Zhou was gravely injured at the general's residence? He had rushed there with his wife, utterly unprepared for the scene that unfolded. What was Lady Gu's intention with this uproar? The Duchess of Dingwo was equally perplexed. Cautiously glancing at Lady Gu, she approached the inner chamber, her gaze falling upon the intertwined forms on the bed. Oh! The Duchess was immediately taken aback, her scream escaping her lips as she attempted to pull her son away. Gu Ryue, hearing the commotion, was filled with tears, her eyes red and brimming with grievance. Madam Pei, save me. Yet before she could finish her plea, Pei Zhou yanked her back onto the bed, pressing himself upon her with reckless abandon. The Duchess was left utterly stunned, her mind racing as she fled from the inner chamber. My lord, something terrible has happened. She leaned close to the Duke's ear, recounting the shocking scene she had just witnessed. The Duke's face darkened, fury boiling within him, his eyes shimmering with rage. He longed to burst in and drag Pei Zhou out, to sever his lineage for such disgraceful behavior. Why has he not been pulled out yet? He bellowed. However, the Duchess remained rigid. My lord, if we forcibly intervene at this moment, it may have repercussions for Zhou in the future. The Duke could only restrain his anger. Lady Gu appeared on the verge of fainting from rage, her supporter, Han Ji, anxiously imploring, Old madam, please, do not frighten me. Hearing this, the Duke's fury intensified. Yet, recognizing that the distressed figure before him was the general's mother, he could not afford to be dismissive. He quickly approached Lady Gu, bowing deeply, Old madam. Once the two children emerge, I shall ascertain the truth of this matter. If Zhou is at fault, I shall not show him mercy. Lady Gu struggled to open her eyes, disappointment etched upon her face as she gazed at the Duke. Ayu has grown up following Zhou since childhood. I never imagined he could do such a thing to her. Ayu has not yet spoken of marriage, now that her purity is lost. What do you expect her to do? How shall she live on? If word of this spreads, I will be deemed a failure in raising my granddaughter. What face will I have to meet the ancestors of the Gu family? I might as well end my life. Old madam, the Duke of Dingwo was beset by a splitting headache, yet he could only temporarily assuage the situation, assuring the old lady, rest assured, Madam Gu, Ayu is your cherished granddaughter, nurtured with utmost affection. Now that the die is cast, the Pei family will certainly not allow her to suffer any indignity. Upon hearing these words, the lamentations of the elder lady gradually diminished. Slowly, Pei Zhou began to awaken, and upon realizing that he was lying in the same bed as Gu Ryue, he exclaimed in shock, Gu Ryue, how can you be so shameless? A flicker of dark intent crossed Gu Ryue's eyes as she wrapped herself in the brocade quilt, curling into a corner, weeping like a rain-drenched pear blossom. Brother Pei Zhou, how could you treat me this way? Chapter 94. The search of Qinghan courtyard. Pei Zhou regained his composure, only to be engulfed in a tempest of fury. He hastily donned his garments, muttering vehement curses at Gu Ryue. How could you conspire against me like this? Gu Ryue, I never imagined you would become such a schemer. You have utterly disappointed me. Brother Pei Zhou, what are you talking about? It was you who burst into the Jichun courtyard and embraced me. It was you who took away my purity. How can you slander me? Gu Ryue retorted, her eyes reddening as tears cascaded down her cheeks. Pei Zhou, overwhelmed with rage, quickly finished dressing, preparing to flee the Jichun courtyard. Yet, as he swung open the door to the inner chamber, he was met with the sight of the matriarch of the Gu family, along with his father and mother, all seated upon Wangwali chairs, their collective gaze fixed upon him. Pei Zhou's legs weakened, and he felt as if he might faint. As his mind began to clear, he was filled with indignation at Gu Ryue's accusations, struggling to catch his breath. However, upon entering the main hall and addressing the Duke of Dingwa, he barely managed to utter, "Father," before a resounding slap struck his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Father, why did you hit me?" he exclaimed. "How dare you question me?" The Duke of Dingwa's chest heaved with fury. "Is this the way you were raised? To barge into a woman's chamber and tarnish her reputation? Do you seek to disgrace the Duke's household?" Pei Zhou trembled. "Father, it's not true. I have been framed. How could you be framed? Miss Gu is but a frail woman. How could she possibly ensnare you?" The Duke glared, his anger palpable. It was the Duke's wife who, regaining her composure, fixed her sharp gaze upon Pei Zhou. "Zhou, speak slowly. What exactly transpired?" Pei Zhou's eyes darkened as he recounted. "It was you who sent for me, urging me to come to the general's residence. When I arrived, she simply disrobed, and then I felt faint, not knowing what had occurred. When I next opened my eyes, I found myself lying upon her bed. Are you suggesting that Miss Gu administered a drug to you? The Duke's wife's expression darkened. You speak nonsense. Our Yu has been raised in seclusion. How could she resort to such vile tactics? You have now sullied her purity and seek to tarnish her name. The matriarch of the Gu family, overwhelmed with despair, collapsed to the ground, wailing, why is a U.S. fate so cruel? Her life is ruined. How can she ever marry now? As the matriarch lamented, Gu Yanluo emerged from the inner chamber, her eyes swollen and misty with tears. She approached the group and knelt. A Yu truly knows not what has transpired. The moment Brother Pei Zhou arrived, he suddenly embraced me, professing his desire for me. As she spoke, a wave of injustice washed over her. I was utterly helpless against Brother Pei Zhou's grasp. It is my fault. I should have sacrificed my life to protect my purity. Now that my honor is lost, I have no face to continue living. It would be better to die. With that, Gu Yanluo rushed towards a pillar within the room, intent on colliding with it. But Hanji was quick to catch her. Gu Yanluo struggled. Sister Hanji, please do not stop me. I truly cannot go on any longer. The scene was chaotic, a cacophony that throbbed painfully in one's head. Duke Dingwa stamped his foot, declaring, enough. Cease this uproar. He exerted every effort to contain his anger. Madame Gu, this matter is of significant gravity. I implore General Gu to join us so we may deliberate on how to address this issue. Rest assured, since Yu has entrusted her well-being to Zhou Heir, we shall not treat her unfairly. Only then did the elderly Madame Gu tremble to her feet, instructing Hanji, go summon the general back. As for the eminent monk, let today's ritual be suspended. We shall revisit it in a few days. Upon hearing about the monk, Gu Yanluo's gaze faltered momentarily. He should currently be in Gu Yanluo's courtyard. This is bad. This is terrible. Madam, the monk is missing, a servant announced as he entered. With one problem unresolved, another arose, causing Madame Gu to momentarily lose her bearings. What on earth is happening? How can a perfectly fine person simply vanish? Seeing this, the Duchess of Dingwa grasped Pei Zhou's arm, stating, since there are still matters at hand, we shall take our leave for now. Once the general returns, we can discuss this further. Today's occurrences must remain confidential. Otherwise, it would not only tarnish the Duke's reputation, but also bring no benefit to the general's household. Upon hearing of the monk's disappearance, Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seemed the monk had indeed been led to Gu Yanluo's courtyard, and a sly smile curled at the corners of her lips. Gu Yanluo, your downfall is imminent. With Gu Nanshan yet to return, there was no point in forcibly keeping the Duke and his wife. It was better to allow their departure than to let them witness the embarrassment of the general's household. Madame Gu and her entourage commenced the search for the monk. Soon, news arrived that the last sighting of the monk was near Qinghan courtyard. Without hesitation, Madame Gu rushed towards Qinghan. Inside, the courtyard was eerily silent, and Xiao, following Gu Yanluo's instructions, concealed herself among the servants, straining her eyes to peer inside. Mingyue stood guard at the courtyard entrance, resolutely preventing Madame Gu from entering. How could the monk be in Qinghan courtyard? The old lady must have made a mistake. Our young lady is currently studying. Why not just go in and check? Madame Gu's expression grew impatient. Do not waste time. You must go in and search. Absolutely not. You cannot enter. Mingyue shrieked in protest. Observing her reaction, Xiao realized that the monk and Gu Yanluo had undoubtedly executed their plan successfully. Her eyes gleamed with excitement as she boldly stepped forward. Mingyue, could it be that your young lady has committed some transgression, which is why she forbids us from entering? Indeed, why else would there be such reluctance? Hanji chimed in, her brow furrowed in suspicion. Could it be that your young lady, unable to withstand solitude, has engaged the monk in? As that unsavory implication hung in the air, the color drained from Madame Gu's face as she realized that both of her granddaughters were embroiled in scandal on the same day. How could the reputation of the Gu family withstand such rumors? Madame Gu was enraged beyond measure. Mingyue's face flushed with anger as she raised her hand to slap Xiao, exclaiming, what nonsense are you spouting? Our young lady is entirely innocent. Who would be as shameless as your young lady, engaging in scandalous affairs with men in broad daylight? The entire residence of the general is already aware of Gu Yanluo's actions. Xiao face stung from the slap, her eyes reddening with anger. Then why do you prevent her from entering? Your obstruction reveals your guilt. It implies that you are involved in something disgraceful. As Xiao words hung in the air, The matriarch's gaze darkened further. Hanji, conduct a search. The matriarch commanded sternly. By what authority do you search Qinghan Courtyard? Just as a group of servants prepared to invade Qinghan Courtyard for a thorough search, Yuan Shi's figure appeared at the entrance. She returned with a red candle, her countenance cold and foreboding. Mother, I believed we had established clear boundaries, maintaining a peaceful coexistence. What are you doing now? Yuan Shi's eyes glinted with severity. The esteemed monk invited by the matriarch has vanished. Surely, the eldest young lady has concealed him. Mingyue is also preventing entry for a search, indicating a guilty conscience. Undoubtedly engaging in illicit activities. Xiao Jing raised her voice. Chapter 95. Such excitement Yuan's disdainful laughter echoed. Did you witness a Luo engaging in unspeakable acts with your own eyes? Speak up, Hongzhu, slap her. Yuan, do not waste time. If Gu Yanluo has nothing to hide, a mere search would suffice. If she evades, it only indicates she has something to conceal. The old matriarch of the Gu family fixed her gaze on Yuan. Yuan narrowed her eyes. If a Luo has not committed the sordid deeds you imagine, who would bow and admit their faults? You, Yuan, do not take such liberties. The old matriarch retorted angrily. Mother, just as the tension escalated between the old matriarch and Yuan, Gu Yanluo slowly emerged from within the room. Her expression was somewhat dazed as she approached Yuan. Mother, what are you arguing about? Xiao Jing, upon seeing Gu Yanluo emerge unscathed, gasped in disbelief. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. She dashed into the main hall. It was empty. Next, she rushed into Gu Yanluo's chamber, where the bed was meticulously arranged, devoid of any creases. On the writing desk, a piece of rice paper lay open, with unfinished verses still inscribed upon it. Xiao Jing's complexion paled. How can this be? According to the second Miss' plan, Gu Yanluo should be under the effects of the potion, entangled with that monk by now. Bring forth this audacious maid. Yuan's fury reached its peak. Xiao Jing, in a state of chaos, recklessly intruded upon the Qinghan courtyard, daring to storm into her mistress's chamber, utterly disregarding boundaries. The individuals sent by Hanji stepped forward to investigate, but found no trace of the monk within Qinghan courtyard. Only the still wet ink in Gu Yanluo's inkstone and the verses on the rice paper. Hanji relayed everything she had seen to the old matriarch, who surprisingly let out a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, Gu Yanluo did not meet the same fate as Gu Ruyu. Had such incidents occurred today, the reputation of the Gu family's women would have been utterly destroyed. Where has that monk gone? The old matriarch's gaze grew somber. She prepared to leave, but was halted by Yuan. Mother, I shall deal with this Xiao Jing. At that moment, the old matriarch could not care less for Xiao Jing's fate. She waved her hand dismissively. Do as you wish. Hanji, hurry and locate the monk. We must not allow any mishap to befall him. The old matriarch urged, departing from Qinghan courtyard. Yuan observed the departing figures and signaled to Hongzhu, who promptly closed the courtyard door. On her knees, Xiao Jing pleaded, Madam, spare my life. Madam, please. Yuan glared at Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, I once believed you to possess discernment. While your mistress may lack understanding, you ought to know better, yet you choose to aid in her misdeeds. On her return, Yuan overheard the townsfolk surrounding the general's residence discussing these events. The more one attempts to conceal the truth, the more it becomes exposed. Especially within such a prominent family. Gu Ruyu's reputation has been irreparably tarnished. Do you truly believe that by employing underhanded tactics to entwine herself with young Master Pei, she can ascend to greatness? Her naivety is truly astonishing. I raised her from a young age, and despite my countless admonitions, she disregarded every single word. Now, her innocence is irrevocably tarnished, and the initiative has been surrendered to the Duke of Dinghua's household, leaving her at their mercy. Such foolishness is beyond comprehension. Upon hearing these words from Madame Yuan, Xiao Jing fell to her knees, trembling all over. Now, she still harbors intentions to frame a Luo and ruin her purity. Madame Yuan's fury ignited. You servant! You truly know nothing. The second young lady is innocent. What more can you say in your defense? Throughout my journey home, I pondered, if she were not intent on slandering a Luo, why would she lay such groundwork in advance? First, spreading rumors about the high monk at Chongshan Temple. Then feigning illness for so long. Does she think everyone else is a fool? Madame Yuan's voice was authoritative, leaving Xiao Jing utterly frozen. It became clear that the lady was fully aware of everything. For years, she had usurped a Luo's identity, growing up in the general's manor, showered with affection. I devoted myself to her care, yet she repeatedly inflicted harm upon Luo. My patience has its limits. Xiao Jing, your insubordination and blatant disregard for family rules mean you can no longer remain in this household. Hongzhu, administer 30 lashes, then take her away to be sold. From this day forth, she must not approach the general's manor again. Madam, I am wronged. Please spare me, madam. Xiao Jing cried out desperately, her voice strained. But Hongzhu silenced her. After Xiao Jing was dragged away, Madame Yuan approached Gu Yanluo, anxiously inspecting her for injuries. Gu Yanluo shook her head. Madame Yuan embraced her tightly, assuring her, "Do not worry, my dear. I will ensure that Guru Yu pays dearly." Is it possible that the high monk was dealt with by someone close to his highness? Madame Yuan inquired, her voice lowered. The reason for her suspicions still lingering today was the discovery of Zhongzi. This shadow guard serving the second prince possessed remarkable skills. It must be said, the second prince's concern for Gu Yanluo surpasses even that of her own mother. While I only thought to have Mingyu and Zhou care for Luo, I neglected to cultivate shadow guards for her protection. After all, I have spent too long in the confines of the manor. My thoughts have become somewhat narrow-minded. Gu Yanluo nodded. Sister Zhongzi is truly formidable. No sooner had she spoken than a lithe and powerful figure descended gracefully from the eaves. Zhongzi stood firmly before Gu Yanluo, stating that the monk had already been returned to Chongshan Temple. Gu Yanluo gazed at Zhongzi with admiration, her eyes sparkling with delight, nearly throwing herself into Zhongzi's embrace. Zhongzi, feeling uncomfortable under her fervent gaze, averted her eyes towards Madame Yuan. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Wait. Madame Yuan quickly called out to her. My dear, do not depart just yet. You must be struggling to eat and sleep while protecting Luo. From today onward, at mealtimes, you shall dine with us. Is that agreeable? Zhongzi hesitated. For shadow guards were not permitted to share meals with their masters. We are all human. What right is there to such distinctions? Your protection of Luo is a blessing for her, and henceforth, you shall dine with us. Without refusal, Madame Yuan asserted firmly. Zhongzi glanced back at Gu Yanluo, intending to suggest that she refuse on her behalf, but she saw Gu Yanluo's eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. Longing for the hour of repast to arrive, she yearned to dine alongside her. Zhongzi. She was indeed a bit overwhelmed. As night fell, after ensuring Gu Yanluo had drifted into slumber, Zhongzi prepared to return and report the day's events to Xiao Jiuyan. Approaching the wall, she leapt gracefully. Just as she stood atop the enclosure, a voice called out from below, Sister Zhongzi, pull me up. Zhongzi lowered her gaze to see Gu Yanluo at the corner of the wall, scrambling up using both hands and feet, waving her little hand towards her. Zhongzi. She furrowed her brow. What are you doing? Gu Yanluo tilted her head with a smile. I want to find brother A Yin too. Zhongzi. Why? In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman meeting seems rather inappropriate. Gu Yanluo's eyes sparkled with fervor as she whispered, her tone brimming with excitement, because it's thrilling. Zhongzi was rendered speechless. I implore you, Sister Zhongzi. Gu Yanluo clasped her hands tightly against her lips, giving them a gentle shake. Her playful tone was both soft and sweet. Zhongzi felt as if her heart had been struck. She pressed her lips together and slightly raised her gaze, her cool eyes shimmering subtly. It was exasperating. Chapter 96. The fool ensnared by beauty. Zhongzi took a deep breath. At this moment, she seemed to comprehend the reason behind the second prince's infatuation. Who could possibly resist such a lure? With her lips pressed together, Zhongzi spoke with a hint of coldness, expressing her annoyance at the situation. Nevertheless, she extended her hand to pull Gu Yanluo closer, embracing her tightly. Zhongzi's expression remained frigid as she observed Gu Yanluo's curious head peeking around, filled with wonder. Hold on tight, she instructed again. Gu Yanluo snapped back to reality, hastily wrapping her arms around Zhongzi's waist. In the next instant, she felt her legs leave the ground, and then she was whisked into the air by Zhongzi, who was employing her agility. Gu Yanluo's heart raced in exhilaration. Indeed, venturing out at night was thrilling. She had never imagined that one day she would soar into the imperial palace. Zhongzi carried her all the way to the Yuhua Palace, where Xiao Jiuyan resided. Gu Yanluo had never before set foot in the second prince's sleeping quarters within the palace. When Zhongzi gently set her down, her heart still raced uncontrollably. As an undercover guard, Zhongzi moved with ease in Xiao Jiuyan's presence. It was the dead of night, and within the Yuhua Palace. A few floral lanterns flickered to life, illuminating the darkened surroundings. As the two approached the main hall of the palace, they encountered Chang Bai emerging from within. "Where's the prince?" Song Zi inquired coolly. Chang Bai raised his gaze, about to respond that the prince was bathing, but upon noticing Gu Yanluo behind Song Zi, his eyes brightened. "Miss Gu has also arrived?" Song Zi, with a look of disdain, explained, "She insisted on following me. I couldn't refuse." Chang Bai, however, smiled knowingly. "Song Zi, when did you become so humane? If she insists on accompanying you, why not bring her along? This is unlike you." As soon as Chang Bai finished speaking, Song Zi delivered a swift kick towards his leg. A seasoned warrior, Chang Bai deftly evaded her strike, while extending his neck to address Gu Yanluo. "The prince is inside. Please, Miss Gu. I need to report to the prince," Song Zi remarked, her cold gaze fixed on Chang Bai. "It is not convenient for the prince to receive reports at this moment. By the way, there was news from the 7-kill hall today. You should check." Upon hearing the mention of the 7-kill hall, Song Zi's expression tightened. After a brief pause, she followed Chang Bai as he departed. Meanwhile, Gu Yanluo turned in the direction indicated by Chang Bai and slowly stepped into the main hall. "Where's the second prince?" Gu Yanluo casually grabbed a palace maid. Noticing Chang Bai's unusual demeanor towards her, the maid hesitated but eventually pointed towards the back. "Miss Gu, he is in the rear." As Gu Yanluo walked towards the back, she took in her surroundings. The path leading from the main hall extended into a long corridor, paved with gleaming golden bricks that dazzled the eyes. Towering red pillars, thicker than her waist, adorned with golden bells, lined the corridor. As the wind blew, the bells chimed melodiously, a hallmark of Xiao Jiuyan's style. With her eyes wide with curiosity, Gu Yanluo meandered down the winding corridor for quite some time, gradually sensing the humid moisture in the air. Gu Yanluo was momentarily bewildered as she lifted her gaze to behold an enormous screen before her, adorned with a magnificent landscape painting that left her utterly astounded. She scrutinized the artwork, taking a step forward to discern the identity of the master behind it. However, just as she advanced, a menacing voice from the other side of the screen called out, "Who?" Gu Yanluo's body stiffened slightly, yet she recognized the voice as belonging to Xiao Jiuyan. Her eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. "Ah Yan, brother." The crisp and cheerful tone erupted as she dashed to the other side of the screen, leaving Xiao Jiuyan no time to react. What greeted her was a vast hot spring pool, enveloped in swirling mist. Amidst the haze, she beheld Xiao Jiuyan, his black hair slightly damp, cascading over his shoulders. He lounged languidly beside the pool, his chest bare, water lapping at his waist. His skin was pale, and perhaps due to prolonged soaking, it bore the faintest hint of pink. The contours of his muscles were smooth, and the striking whiteness of his skin revealed subtle veins beneath. His arm, wrapped in white cloth, rested casually at the edge of the pool. Gu Yanluo found herself utterly mesmerized, rooted to the spot, her gaze fixated on Xiao Jiuyan's form, her ears gradually turning as red as blood. "What are you doing here?" Xiao Jiuyan asked, astonished, for he had never anticipated that she would appear in the Yuhua Palace at such a moment. Gu Yanluo felt an inexplicable dryness in her throat. Even though Xiao Jiuyan was merely soaking in the water, doing nothing, she couldn't shake the feeling that he was enticing her. Especially with the mist swirling around him and the blush creeping into his eyes as he slowly rose, his lower half still clad in damp shorts. Gu Yanluo stammered, "Ah, put on some clothes. I'm a bit disappointed. It was Sister Songzi who brought me here. How is your wound?" Her tone bore a hint of despondency. Her eyes still locked onto Xiao Jiuyan. Under her unwavering gaze, Xiao Jiuyan's breath quickened. He swiftly emerged from the water, draping his outer garment over his shoulders and stepping closer to her. "The wound is no longer a concern, but, Luo, do you know that peeking at a man bathing could lead to dire consequences?" Gu Yanluo replied with a slight tilt of her head. "But brother, Yan is not just any man. Did you not say you wanted me to be the second prince's consort?" She pouted in a feigned grievance. If she were destined to marry, wouldn't it be preferable to wed someone like Xiao Jiuyan, who was willing to protect and cherish her, and who was also exceptionally handsome? Moreover, she had caught a glimpse of his physique when his damp shorts clung to him. She noticed his slender waist, the tautness of his form, brimming with strength. Furthermore, from her readings in medical texts, she understood that such attributes were advantageous for women, though she couldn't quite grasp the specifics at that moment. Xiao Jiuyan, taken aback, had always believed this little fool was oblivious to such matters. Even after he had repeatedly suggested she become his second prince's consort, she had shown little reaction. Yet now, she not only remembered but also broached the subject with him. "Do you truly wish to be my second prince's consort?" he asked, his dark eyes deeply scrutinizing her, a hint of astonishment lingering in their depths. "I do." Gu Yanluo's voice rang clear and bright. "Do you also harbor feelings for me?" Xiao Jiuyan's Adam's apple bobbed slightly, his gaze profound. Gu Yanluo replied, "Like, I suppose it could be considered affection. In this lifetime and the previous one combined, her moments of lucidity barely amounted to a year. Her understanding of romantic relations was limited to snippets she had stealthily gleaned from her master's study." Hesitantly, Gu Yanluo nodded, affirming, "Yes, I do like you." "Why do you like me? When did you come to like me?" Xiao Jiuyan leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against Gu Yanluo's cheek. The intensity of his gaze sent a tremor through her heart. She blinked, furrowing her brow in contemplation. Could she admit that it was just moments ago? "Brother Ian is quite handsome," Gu Yanluo declared earnestly. Xiao Jiuyan responded, "So, you foolish child, have you been bewitched by mere beauty? How curious that my appearance serves such a purpose." Gu Yanluo lifted her gaze, just in time to catch sight of Xiao Jiuyan's Adam's apple moving again. She stared at the prominent feature, pondering that if he were to allow her to touch it, her affection for him would deepen even further. Truly. Chapter 97. Arrow should not disturb Brother Ian's bathing. Yet Gu Yanluo found it difficult to voice her hesitation. The modesty of a young lady still resided within her, albeit a tad late. Gu Yanluo's ears flushed crimson. She belatedly took a step back, realizing that she ought not to intrude upon Brother Ian's bathing. As she uttered this thought, she turned to flee. However, after merely 2 steps, her wrist was seized. Xiao Jiuyan gripped her wrist and pulled her back, leaving Gu Yanluo completely unprepared as she tumbled into his embrace. The proximity was palpable, their breaths mingling. When Gu Yanluo dared to raise her gaze, she caught sight of his Adam's apple shifting subtly. Unable to contain her curiosity, her small hand rose to gently poke at his pronounced throat. The softness of her fingertips grazed over the surface, leaving her astonished by the unfamiliar sensation. Gu Yanluo had never before touched a man's throat. Xiao Jiuyan's back stiffened.